Today, we have 8 hours of SpongeBob lore for you to fall asleep to, so sit back, relax, and let's get started with SpongeBob's entire timeline lore to fall asleep to. We're starting it off with the prehistoric age SpongeGar, Patar, and Squog. In the SpongeBob timeline, the earliest period shown is the prehistoric age. This era takes place approximately 100 million years ago, long before modern Bikini Bottom existed. This time period is shown in the episode Ugh from Season 3, which is also known as the Ugh Special. The episode aired on the 5th of March 2004. This episode is extremely important to SpongeBob lore because it shows the primitive ancestors of SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward, and reveals major discoveries like fire and cooking. The prehistoric world. 100 million years ago, the world looked very different from modern Bikini Bottom. The ocean was murky and dark. The sky was foggy. Life was just beginning to take its first steps. This was a time before modern civilization existed, when the ancestors of the main characters lived as primitive cavemen. In this prehistoric world, 3 creatures lived on a street that would one day become Conch Street. This is the same street where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward live in modern times. Their homes looked similar to the houses we know today, but they were much more primitive versions. SpongeGar, who was the ancestor of SpongeBob, lived in a house that looked like a pineapple with a fern growing out of the top. Inside, it was just one large empty room. The walls had cave drawings on them showing SpongeGar jellyfishing. This proves that jellyfishing has been an activity for millions of years. There were rocks and bones on a shelf above his blanket, which he used as a bed on the floor. Next door to SpongeGar, a creature named Squog lived in a clay house shaped like a monkey head. Squog was the ancestor of Squidward. Across from them, Patar lived under a rock, just like his descendant Patrick would millions of years later. Patar was the prehistoric ancestor of Patrick. The morning routine. Every morning in prehistoric Bikini Bottom started the same way. A giant purple dinosaur fish would wake up and gurgle out a loud call. This creature served as the alarm clock for the prehistoric neighborhood. The sound waves from this dinosaur fish's call would shake everything around it. One morning, this loud sound caused a rock to fall off a shelf in SpongeGar's house. The rock landed right on his head while he was sleeping. SpongeGar woke up with a shriek, startled by the rock hitting him. But when he realized it was just a rock, he laughed. This showed that SpongeGar had the same cheerful, unbothered personality as modern SpongeBob. He picked up the rock and shoved it back on the shelf like nothing had happened. SpongeGar got ready for his day. He took his hide blanket from the floor and put it on as a pair of caveman pants. This was his clothing. He put one arm through a sleeve and walked outside, dragging a vine behind him. As he walked out, he called to his pet in the primitive language. "Banuga ready. Tabonga, Gary," SpongeGar said. His pet was a prehistoric version of Gary the snail. This dinosaur snail looked similar to the Gary we know from modern times, but much more ancient and primitive. Prehistoric Gary responded with a meow, just like the modern Gary does. This shows that Gary's meowing has remained consistent for 100 million years. SpongeGar walked prehistoric Gary on the vine like a leash. As they walked through the clearing, prehistoric Gary left behind a long trail of blue slime on the ground. This slime was sticky and covered the ground wherever prehistoric Gary moved. The slime trail went right past Squog's house. The snail slime problem. Squog looked out his window and saw the path of blue slime on his walkway. He got very angry. His face turned red and he grunted in frustration. He was about to storm outside to yell at SpongeGar and prehistoric Gary about the mess. But before going outside, Squog stopped himself. He imagined what would happen if he went outside to complain. In his imagination, he saw himself babbling angrily at prehistoric Gary. But then in the imaginary scenario, prehistoric Gary would use his eyes to smash Squog into a splattered octopus. Even in his imagination, when Squog tried to get up, prehistoric Gary just smashed him again and again, then jumped over his crushed body and slithered away. After thinking about this violent scenario, Squog decided to take a different approach. He ran over and picked up 2 clubs. He looked at both clubs, trying to decide which one to use. He chose the bigger club. The smaller club that he left behind actually started crying after being rejected. This was a humorous moment showing that even objects had feelings in the prehistoric age. Squog walked outside with his club, chuckling to himself. He had a plan. He approached SpongeGar and prehistoric Gary, who were standing in the clearing. "SpongeGar! SpongeGar! Manaka! No Tabonga Gary Puga!" Squog yelled in their primitive language. This was apparently Squog complaining about the snail slime problem. Prehistoric Gary rolled his eyes at Squog's complaint and slithered away, clearly not interested in this conflict. Squog pointed at a small pile of snail slime on the ground, then pointed to his front walkway, which was completely covered in the sticky goop. "Tabonga as a go-o Sela. Tabonga do. Tabonga do," Squog demanded. He was telling SpongeGar that he needed to clean up the snail slime. slime. SpongeGar looked confused. Tabongadoo? Tabongadoo, he repeated, trying to understand what Squog meant. SpongeGar didn't understand what Tabongadoo meant or what Squog wanted him to do. Squog got frustrated that SpongeGar didn't understand his complaint. He stamped his foot angrily and started to walk away. But as soon as he stepped forward, something went wrong. Squog slipped on the snail slime that was covering the ground. Squog went sliding across the ground like he was on a water slide, screaming for help. He called out to SpongeGar as he slid uncontrollably, but SpongeGar was too busy thinking about what Tabongadoo meant. He stood there pondering and scratching his head while Squog slid past him, screaming in terror. Squog crashed hard into Patar's rock home. The rock opened up and Patar appeared. He was sticking to the underside of the rock just like modern Patrick does when he opens his rock. Patar, he announced, introducing himself to whoever had just crashed into his home. Meeting Patar. Patar walked over to Squog, who was now lying on the ground. Squog was covered from head to toe in snail slime. The slime covered every inch of Squog's body. Patar looked at him and made a disgusted sound. Yuck, Patar said. He leaned down and sniffed the slime covering Squog. Bleck, Patar exclaimed, reacting to the smell. Then, being curious like his descendant Patrick, Patar actually tasted some of the slime. Bleck, he said again, clearly not enjoying the taste. But Patar didn't give up on the snail slime. He pulled out a salt shaker from somewhere and added some salt to the slime. He tasted it again. This time, with the salt added, the slime tasted somewhat okay to Patar. Patar seemed satisfied with this improvement. He gave 2 thumbs up and smiled. Mwanga, Patar said happily, apparently thinking the salted slime was good. This showed that, like modern Patrick, Patar would eat almost anything. Squog had had enough of this humiliation. He was angry and shook all the slime off his body. Patar! Grrr! He growled at him, trying to show his anger. But Patar didn't understand that Squog was angry. Squog! Patar said happily, not recognizing the angry tone. He laughed and gave Squog a big hug. He squeezed Squog so tightly that the veins in Patar's arms popped out. This was not a gentle hug. Squog was being strangled by the hug. Squog, Patar said, squeezing even harder. Squog let out a small eek sound as he was strangled. Squog. Patar repeated, still crushing him in the extremely tight hug. Patar's superhuman strength, just like modern Patrick's, was hurting Squog. Then SpongeGar noticed Patar. Patar, he called out excitedly. Patar heard SpongeGar's voice and immediately let go of Squog. Squog passed out from being strangled and fell onto the ground. Patar and SpongeGar ran toward each other, both very excited to see their friend. SpongeGar, Patar shouted as they ran toward each other. The friendship ritual. The 2 friends had a special greeting ritual that they performed when they saw each other. This ritual involved hurting themselves in various ways. SpongeGar smiled and hit himself on the head with his hand. Then Patar smiled and punched himself in the face a couple times. Not to be outdone by Patar, SpongeGar pulled out his nose and stretched it far away from his face. He let it go, causing his nose to slam back into his face like a rubber band. He screamed in pain from the impact. But then his nose came out of his face again and he smiled, apparently pleased with his performance. Patar then pulled his lower lip and stretched it over his entire head like a mask. His lip completely tore off from his face. He screamed from the pain, then smiled. This was Patar's way of showing friendship. SpongeGar, Patar said after completing the ritual. Patar, SpongeGar replied. Squog made a dismissive sound from where he lay unconscious on the ground. SpongeGar and Patar hugged each other happily, celebrating their friendship. Squog woke up and brushed himself off. SpongeGar and Patarno got Malanka Palinka. Heh, Palinka, he muttered in the primitive language. This seemed to be Squog insulting them and calling them stupid. He turned to walk home again, done with this entire situation. But once again, Squog stepped on the slime trail that was still covering the ground. He went sliding on the slime. This time he slid all the way into his clay monkey head house and crashed into the back wall. On that wall were cave paintings of hunters with arrows, and the arrows in the painting were pointing right at his exposed rear end, which was now against the wall. "Weema so," Squog said, his voice muffled from the impact. Squog could not catch a break this morning. The bubble discovery. Back in the sand field, SpongeGar reached into his caveman pants and pulled out half of a coconut shell with juice inside. He howled in happiness about having this juice. Patar sniffed the juice curiously, trying to figure out what it was. SpongeGar then got a log and poured the liquid from the coconut shell into it. The log had a hole in it. He blew into a hollow branch that was sticking out of the top of the log. When he blew into it, a bubble appeared in a hole on the other side of the log. This was a primitive bubble-blowing device. Petar saw the bubble and immediately tried to take cover from it. He was scared of the bubble at first because he didn't know what it was, but then he watched the bubble pop and realized it was completely harmless. There was no need to protect himself from a bubble. Petar clapped and howled in delight, happy about this discovery. Bubbles were fun, not dangerous. Then something unexpected happened. Clouds appeared in the sky and it began to rain. The rain started falling on them. Petar clapped his hands together, and at that exact moment, the rain stopped. The clouds moved to a different spot in the sky. Petar smiled, thinking he had made this happen. He thought his clapping had stopped the rain. SpongeGar wanted to try making it rain too. He clapped his hands, but nothing happened. The rain didn't come. A few moments later, the clouds came back over them, and it started raining again. Both SpongeGar and Petar cheered, thinking they were controlling the weather with their clapping. Petar clapped again, and the rain stopped once more. The two got very excited about their apparent power. They started clapping over and over again, trying to control the rain. The rain began falling, but this time it wouldn't stop no matter how much they clapped. Then thunder boomed across the sky. The two stopped their howling and looked up nervously at the dark clouds. Petar clapped again, but this time lightning flashed in response. Both SpongeGar and Petar panicked, scared of the lightning. Squog watches. From his house, Squog watched them from a second-story window. Petar and SpongeGar bawanagog. No puka squog. Squog te tai la fu, he said in the primitive language. He was commenting on their foolish behavior, apparently saying something like, Petar and SpongeGar are idiots. They don't bother Squog. Squog stays inside. He went back to painting on his wall, creating cave art. Another boom of thunder sounded outside. Then lightning struck the bubble-blowing log, hitting it directly with a powerful bolt. The lightning struck with tremendous force. Squog heard the loud sound and looked out his window to see what happened. He gasped when he saw what the lightning had done. The log was now on fire. Flames were dancing from the wood, burning brightly. SpongeGar and Petar had been knocked down by the lightning strike and were lying on the ground, slightly injured from the electrical shock. Petar, SpongeGar, Squog called out in concern for his neighbors. Both Petar and SpongeGar got up quickly and ran behind a rock to hide. They were startled and scared by what had just happened. They peeked out from behind the rock and stared at the fire burning on the log. They had never seen fire before. Fire didn't exist in their world until this moment. Discovering fire. SpongeGar, Squog, and Petar slowly approached the fire. All three of them were shaking with fear. They had no idea what this bright, hot thing was. It was completely unknown to them. Squog leaned forward carefully and sniffed it, trying to understand what it was through smell. Then Squog did something very bold. He stuck his hand directly into the flames to touch the fire. Immediately, Squog's hand burned. The fire was extremely hot and painful. He pulled his hand out and screamed in terrible pain. He sucked on his burnt hand, trying to make it feel better. Seeing what Squog did, SpongeGar and Petar decided they should try it too. They both put their hands in the fire to experience it themselves. Huh? Uh-huh. Ah, they said, while examining the fire and feeling the heat. Suddenly, both of them screamed. They pulled out their hands, which were now charred black from the flames. They flailed their burnt hands around in the air, trying to deal with the intense pain. Then Petar sniffed his burnt hand. He recoiled from the smell of his own burnt flesh. But then he had an idea. Petar pulled out his salt shaker and added salt to his burnt hand. He started gnawing on his own hand, eating it. Apparently with salt, even his own burnt hand tasted okay to eat. Petar growled and crawled away from SpongeGar and Squog. He thought they might try to eat his hand since he was eating it. He gnawed on his hand, trying to keep it away from them so they couldn't steal his food. SpongeGar and Squog didn't actually want to eat Petar's hand, but they were hungry from watching Petar eat. They slurped and licked their lips, showing they were hungry. The first cooking accident. SpongeGar looked around the area and spotted two plants growing nearby. Fongar, he exclaimed. This word apparently meant food or plants in their language. As SpongeGar ran over to get the plants, Squog called him Manga, which seemed to be an insult meaning something like idiot or stupid. SpongeGar picked up the two plants and started walking back toward the others, but as he walked, he tripped over something on the ground. The two plants flew out of his hands and landed directly in the fire that was burning on the log. SpongeGar, Squog yelled in frustration. Squog was furious that SpongeGar had wasted their food. He started speaking angry gibberish at SpongeGar, scolding him for being so clumsy and throwing the plants into the fire. Squog went on a long rant in the primitive language, yelling at SpongeGar for several seconds. When Squog finished his angry rant, he turned around. He saw that Patar was putting salt on his burnt hand again, getting ready to take another bite. But this time, Patar reached for Squog's hand instead of his own. Patar was going to eat Squog's hand. Before Patar could bite him, Squog smashed Patar on the head with a stick. "Patar Chonga!" Squog yelled at him. This was apparently Squog telling Patar to stop trying to eat his hand. Patar crawled away, disappointed that he couldn't eat Squog's hand. Inventing cooking. Meanwhile, SpongeGar stood there staring at various objects. He looked at Squog's stick, then he looked at the two plants burning in the fire, then back at the stick, then at the plants again. He looked back and forth between these two things. He looked faster and faster between the stick and the burning plants. Mystical music played in the background as SpongeGar's primitive brain started to make a connection. His mind was working, trying to understand something important. Suddenly, SpongeGar's eyes lit up. He had an idea. A brilliant idea. "Aha! Squog! Squog!" SpongeGar said excitedly. He motioned toward the stick in Squog's hand. "Tuka SpongeGar?" SpongeGar asked, apparently asking if he could have the stick. Squog nodded happily, thinking he understood what SpongeGar wanted. He took his stick and hit SpongeGar on the head with it, thinking that's what SpongeGar was asking for. Nah, SpongeGar said, shaking his head. That's not what he meant at all. SpongeGar took the stick from Squog. He moved very slowly and carefully. He impaled one of the burning plants with the stick. He pulled the plant out of the fire on the stick, so the cooked plant was now on the end of the stick like food on a skewer. SpongeGar sniffed the cooked plant. It smelled different from raw plants. Then he took a bite and ate it. The moment the cooked plant touched his tongue, SpongeGar realized something amazing. Immediately, SpongeGar started jumping up and down in delight, hooting loudly. The cooked plant tasted absolutely delicious. Cooking the plant in fire made it taste much better than eating it raw. Squog watched SpongeGar jumping around excitedly. Then SpongeGar offered the other cooked plant to Squog. Squog took it hesitantly, not sure what to expect. He ate it. "Yuma," Squog said. The cooked plant tasted good. It was delicious. He started hooting and jumping up and down just like SpongeGar had done, celebrating this discovery. SpongeGar watched him jump around in joy. Then Squog and SpongeGar shook hands, bonding over this amazing discovery. "Taila-foo, SpongeGar, Taila-foo," Squog said. This seemed to mean something like good job or well done in their language. Squog was praising SpongeGar for this invention. This was a major moment in the history of prehistoric Bikini Bottom. SpongeGar had just invented cooking. He had discovered that food tastes better when you heat it over fire. This was one of the most important discoveries in all of civilization. The Great Feast. Later, all three of them had a cookout by the fire. They were celebrating this new discovery by cooking and eating many things. SpongeGar stuck a marshmallow-like plant onto a stick, held it over the fire to roast it, and then ate it. It was delicious. Squog did the same thing with a piece of coral, roasting it and eating it. Patar, not quite understanding the concept of cooking yet, toasted a stick and then ate the stick itself. The stick punctured through his lips when he bit down on it. He had cooked the wrong thing. "Patter, was SpongeGar," SpongeGar said, trying to teach Patar the right way to cook food. He was showing Patar that you cook the food, not the stick. At that moment, a small creature scuttled by them. It was Mr. Crab's prehistoric ancestor. This primitive crab walked past them while chanting, "Money, money, ooga booga, money, 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 ooga boo." Even 100 million years ago, the crab's family was obsessed with money. SpongeGar stomped on the prehistoric crab, stopping it in its tracks. SpongeGar took Patar's stick and impaled the prehistoric crabs on it. Patar took the stick with the crab on it, put it in the fire to cook, and then ate it. The cooked crab was delicious. He let out a loud burp after eating. The three of them jumped up and down, hooting and hollering in celebration. They had discovered fire. They had discovered cooking. This was a major advancement for their primitive society. This discovery would change everything about how they lived. The endless eating. But they would soon learn that having something valuable can lead to conflict. After eating the crab, SpongeGar, Patar, and Squog continued their feast. They ran around finding different things to cook and eat. They were excited about cooking and wanted to try cooking everything they could find. SpongeGar found some long grass. He impaled it on a stick, toasted it in the fire, and ate it. Squog found some primitive flowers and leaves. He toasted them on a stick and took a bite. Potter took off his loincloth, toasted that, and ate his own clothing. He burped up a charred piece of the loincloth, wiped his mouth with it, and then ate that piece too. The three continued finding things to eat. SpongeGar twirled up some vines on his stick like spaghetti, toasted them over the fire, and slurped them up. Squog put some rocks in a pan and toasted them in the fire. The rocks popped and became popcorn, and he ate some of the popcorn rocks. Patar lifted up a rock and found a bunch of prehistoric crabs underneath it. They were all yelling, "Money!" like the first one had been. Patar drooled at the sight of all that food just sitting there. SpongeGar even drew a circle in the sand with his finger. He impaled the circle of sand on a stick and lifted it up. It became a sand Krabby Patty. He toasted it in the fire and ate it. This showed that even 100 million years ago, the concept of a Krabby Patty existed in some form. The three of them ate and ate and ate. They chewed vigorously on everything they cooked. They burped from eating so much. Bolapa, Squog said, apparently meaning he was full and couldn't eat anymore. But they kept eating anyway. Over and over and over again, they would run off, find something, toast it in the fire, and eat it. They did this so many times that eventually they all collapsed on the ground. They were much fatter than before from eating so much food. They were completely satisfied and stuffed with food. They all yawned, tired from all the eating. Slowly, they got up from the ground, going home. It was time to say goodbye and go home to their houses. The sun was setting and it was getting late. Ganoga, Patar. Ganoga, SpongeGar, Squog said. This apparently meant good night in their language. Ganoga, Squog. Ganoga, SpongeGar, Patar replied, saying good night to both of them. Ganoga, Squog. Ganoga, Patar, SpongeGar said, wishing them both good night. The three started walking back to their houses, ready to sleep after a long day. But then they all stopped at the same time. They turned and looked at the fire that was still burning on the log. Each of them realized something at the same moment. They all wanted to keep the fire at their own house, but there was only one fire, and three of them wanted it. Squog ran over and picked up the burning log. No, Squog, fui fui. SpongeGar, fui fui, SpongeGar yelled. The word fui fui clearly meant fire in their primitive language. SpongeGar was saying that the fire belonged to him, not Squog. SpongeGar Fagonda, Squog shouted back, calling SpongeGar an insulting name. SpongeGar shoved Squog in anger. Squog was shocked. He had never been shoved by SpongeGar before. This was completely unexpected. Squog set the log down on the ground and shoved SpongeGar back for revenge. SpongeGar shoved Squog again. Squog whacked him with his club. SpongeGar hit Squog with his own club. The two continued to whack each other with clubs over and over, fighting violently. Fighting over fire. While SpongeGar and Squog were fighting, Patar quietly retrieved the fire from the ground. Neither of them noticed. Patar hooted excitedly as he ran back to his rock with the burning log. Patar looked behind him to see if Squog and SpongeGar had noticed he took the fire. When Patar turned back around, he was shocked. SpongeGar and Squog were standing directly in front of him, blocking his path. Patar! They both yelled at the same time. They were angry that Patar had stolen the fire while they were fighting. Patar screamed in fear. He threw the burning log high into the air to get rid of it. The log went up into the air and stayed there for a moment. Squog was about to catch it when SpongeGar jumped on Squog's head and caught the log instead. Grrr! Squog growled angrily at SpongeGar. SpongeGar ran off with the log, trying to escape. But then Patar took it from him. Then Squog grabbed it from Patar. Then SpongeGar accidentally grabbed Squog instead of the log. He chuckled nervously when Squog gave him an angry look. Patar took the log from Squog. Then Squog took it again while swinging on a vine through the air. Squog swung forward and smashed face first into a tree. His unconscious body slid from the tree trunk down to the ground. While Squog was knocked out, SpongeGar grabbed the fire, but he fell into a trap that Patar had made. The trap caught SpongeGar and he dropped the log. Patar grabbed the fire while it was floating in the air. Then Patar screamed in fear when he saw a picture of a scary monster held up by Squog, who had apparently recovered from hitting the tree. Dumbo Patar, fui fui Squog, Squog said, calling Patar dumb and claiming the fire belonged to him. He picked up the log and ran back to his house. He searched for the key in his pocket to unlock his door. He got the key out, but then he realized the log was gone. Someone had taken it while he was getting his key. Aha! Huh! Grrr, Squog grunted in anger. He saw SpongeGar running away with the fire in the distance. But SpongeGar fell victim to another one of Patar's traps and dropped the log. Patar grabbed it and ran off happily. Patar! Bawana! Patar! Bawana! SpongeGar yelled, trying to catch him. But the vine he was swinging on snapped, causing SpongeGar to fall to the ground. Patar fwee fwee! Patar shouted victoriously, claiming the fire was his. But Squog stuck out his 4 tentacles, causing Patar to trip over them. The log flew off into the air. Squog chuckled and ran after the log as it rolled away on the ground. Patar got up and joined the chase. SpongeGar joined the chase too. Fwee fwee Squog! Fwee fwee Squog! Squog yelled as he chased the rolling log. Patar fwee fwee! Patar shouted. SpongeGar fwee fwee! SpongeGar called out. Each of them was claiming the fire belonged to them. The 3 chased the rolling log up a cliff. But at the top of the cliff, the log rolled back down toward them. Now it was chasing them instead. Fwee fwee go bonga! All 3 screamed, running away from the fire that was rolling toward them. They tripped over a vine and the burning log rolled right over all 3 of them. But they got up and continued chasing it anyway. When the log finally stopped rolling, they all grabbed onto it and tugged. SpongeGar fwee fwee! SpongeGar yelled, pulling on one end. Squog fwee fwee! Squog shouted, pulling on another part. Patar fwee fwee! Patar hollered, pulling as well. They all tugged on the fire, fighting over who would get to keep it. The fire goes out. But then something happened that ended the argument. Rain clouds appeared in the sky, and it started raining. The rain poured down on the fire. The flames were extinguished by the water. The fire went out completely. There was no more fire to fight over. The 3 of them sat on the ground, disappointed and defeated. Patar? SpongeGar said sadly. SpongeGar? Patar responded, equally sad. Oh, Patar. SpongeGar said, oh, SpongeGar. Patar replied. SpongeGar and Patar hugged each other and started crying. They were very sad that the fire was gone. All their fighting had been for nothing. Squog was angry about the whole situation. Sutaka Jakasa, he yelled, pulling out his club and waving it at the sky. He was yelling at the clouds for raining and putting out their fire. But at that exact moment, lightning struck Squog directly. He fell to the ground, completely charred black from the lightning strike. His body was smoking. In a weak voice, he could only say, Tabangadu. But SpongeGar and Patar found a solution to their problem. Since Squog was charred and smoking from the lightning strike, they used his body as a heat source. SpongeGar and Patar roasted marshmallows over Squog's smoking body, using him like a campfire. The importance of Ugh to SpongeBob lore. The episode Ugh is extremely important to the SpongeBob timeline because it establishes the prehistoric origins of the main characters. It shows that 100 million years ago, the ancestors of SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward lived in the same location that would become modern Bikini Bottom. Several key facts are established. First, SpongeGar, Patar, and Squog lived on what would become Conch Street. Their houses were primitive versions of the modern houses. Second, prehistoric Gary existed and had the same meow as modern Gary. Third, jellyfishing existed in prehistoric times, as shown by the cave drawings in SpongeGar's house. Fourth, and most importantly, SpongeGar invented cooking. He discovered that food tastes better when heated over fire. This was a major advancement in civilization. Fifth, the concept of a Krabby Patty existed even 100 million years ago when SpongeGar made a sand circle into a patty. Sixth, the ancestors had the same personalities as their descendants. SpongeGar was cheerful and optimistic like SpongeBob. Patar was simple-minded and would eat anything like Patrick. Squog was grumpy and easily annoyed like Squidward. Seventh, the Krabs family's obsession with money goes back 100 million years, as shown by the prehistoric crabs chanting, "Money." The episode shows that the fundamental traits and relationships of the characters have existed for millions of years, connecting the prehistoric past to the modern present in the SpongeBob timeline. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have medieval times, dunces, and dragons. In the timeline of SpongeBob's universe, there exists a medieval period that took place in Bikini Bottomshire during the 12th century. This era is revealed in the episode Dunces and Dragons from Season 4, which aired on the 20th of February 2006. This episode is incredibly important to SpongeBob lore because it shows us that Bikini Bottom has existed for hundreds of years and the ancestors of our favorite characters lived during medieval times. How SpongeBob and Patrick Got to Medieval Times. The story begins in the present day. SpongeBob and Patrick were excited to watch a jousting tournament at a restaurant called Medieval Moments. This was a themed restaurant where people could eat food and watch knights pretend to fight in medieval-style competitions. It was supposed to be just entertainment, just for fun. When they arrived at Medieval Moments, SpongeBob and Patrick were trying to talk in old-fashioned medieval language. They were giggling and having a good time. Inside the castle restaurant, Patrick was eating mutton, which is meat from a sheep. He said it was mutton-tastic, meaning he really enjoyed it. The medieval king, who was actually just an actor working at the restaurant, asked for 2 volunteers from the audience to participate in the royal joust. SpongeBob and Patrick both raised their hands enthusiastically, shouting and begging to be picked. The king selected them as the lucky contestants. SpongeBob thought they would just be watching the joust up close. But he was wrong. A worker told them they wouldn't be watching the joust, they would actually be in the joust. This meant they had to ride seahorses and try to knock each other off with lances. Neither SpongeBob nor Patrick knew how to ride a seahorse. SpongeBob asked his seahorse if it was gentle on beginners, but the seahorse was not gentle at all. The crowd started shouting for them to fight. SpongeBob accidentally hit Patrick with his lance so hard that Patrick flew completely out of the stadium. Then SpongeBob's seahorse threw him out of the stadium too. But something magical and unexpected happened. As they flew through the air, SpongeBob and Patrick didn't just land outside the restaurant. They traveled backward through time. They landed in actual medieval times, in the real medieval version of Bikini Bottom called Bikini Bottomshire. This time-traveling event is significant because it shows that in SpongeBob's universe, time travel is possible. SpongeBob and Patrick didn't use a time machine or any technology. They simply got thrown so hard from the seahorses that they somehow broke through time itself and ended up in the past. Arriving in real medieval times, when Patrick landed, he thought everything was over. He said he was glad it was finished. But then SpongeBob landed right on top of him. They looked around and saw cavalry soldiers on horses riding toward them. SpongeBob still thought these were employees from the Medieval Moments restaurant coming to help them. He didn't realize yet that they had actually traveled to real medieval times. But these were not actors. These were real medieval soldiers. The horsemen accused them of witchcraft. In medieval times, people believed in magic and witches. The soldiers said that SpongeBob and Patrick committed witchcraft by falling from the sky. Falling from the sky was not normal, so the soldiers thought they must be witches or demons. SpongeBob touched the sharp point of a spear and complimented them on their authenticity, thinking it was all still part of the show. He greeted them as fellow knights. But the horsemen yelled at him to be silent and sliced SpongeBob's helmet in half with a real sword. This is when SpongeBob started to realize that maybe this wasn't just acting anymore. The soldiers arrested SpongeBob and Patrick and threw them into a dungeon. A dungeon master locked them in and laughed evilly, telling them they would spend many nights in that cell. Meeting Squidly in the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, SpongeBob still thought the props were very convincing. Then they heard someone playing a clarinet badly. They looked and saw a creature who looked exactly like Squidward, but dressed in medieval clothing. This was Squidly Tentacles, who is Squidward's ancestor from medieval times. Squidly was frustrated with his clarinet playing. He said that if he never learned to play well, his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson would be cursed tenfold. This is a funny reference to the fact that modern-day Squidward also plays clarinet badly and is always miserable. According to this joke, Squidward's bad luck and misery were actually caused by a curse from his ancestor Squidly. SpongeBob called out to him, thinking he was Squidward, but Squidly was confused and asked if SpongeBob was talking to him. SpongeBob laughed, thinking Squidly was pretending. But Squidly insisted he was not the person SpongeBob thought he was. He introduced himself as Squidly, the king's royal fool. A fool was a job in medieval times. The fool's job was to entertain the king by telling jokes, singing songs, and making people laugh. Squidly said he used to be the king's favorite fool, but then he messed up. He explained that he made merry mirth and laughter, but then he told one bad joke and the king had a stroke. Because of this, Squidly was thrown in the dungeon. Patrick's stomach rumbled. He was hungry and wanted some mutton. Squidly told him not to hold his breath, waiting for food. He said they would be lucky if they got fed again by the 12th century. This was Squidly's way of saying they might never get fed, but it also confirmed to the audience that they were actually in the 12th century, around the year 1100 to 1199. The evil wizard and his dragon. SpongeBob still thought this was all just very serious role-playing from the Medieval Moments restaurant. Then they heard a loud explosion outside. Patrick asked what it was. Squidly explained through another song that the evil wizard's dragon had arrived and was attacking the kingdom. Squidly sang about how the dragon would torch everything in the valley, including hospitals, schools, retirement homes, and even the old bowling alley. One citizen watching from outside screamed that not the bowling alley should be destroyed, but the dragon zapped the bowling alley into dust anyway. The citizen started crying. This detail about the bowling alley is important to SpongeBob lore. It confirms that in the medieval era, Bikini Bottomshire had the same types of places that modern Bikini Bottom has. They had hospitals, schools, retirement homes, and bowling alleys. This shows that even in medieval times, the society was quite advanced and organized, similar to how Bikini Bottom is in modern times. After seeing the dragon attack, SpongeBob finally understood. Knights, jesters, dragons, medieval bowling alleys, 12th century. Don't you see, Patrick? We really are in medieval times, SpongeBob exclaimed. But Patrick, being Patrick, completely missed the importance of this realization. "Oh no, I think I left the water running at home," Patrick said, worried about his house in modern times. Meeting King Krabs. The Dungeon Master came to get SpongeBob and Patrick. He said the king wanted a word with them. Patrick was happy about this, but SpongeBob insisted they wouldn't leave without Squidly. The Dungeon Master asked why he should take Squidly too. SpongeBob made up a quick lie. He said that Squidly had thought of some brilliant songs for the king and the king just had to hear them. Squidly agreed and started to play his clarinet. But SpongeBob quickly stopped him, suggesting maybe Squidly should wait for the king to hear that music. The three of them were brought before King Krabs. This character is the medieval ancestor of Mr. Krabs from modern Bikini Bottom. King Krabs looked very similar to Mr. Krabs, but he wore a crown and royal robes. He was crying and upset. "Oh, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me, what to do, what to do," King Krabs said, very distressed. His daughter, Princess Pearl, asked what he was upset about. Pearl in medieval times was the same as modern Pearl. She was Mr. Krabs' daughter, and she was a whale. King Krabs explained that the wretched wizard Planktonomer had dragons that destroyed half his kingdom. Soon there would be no citizens left to tax. None of his best knights had been able to defeat the wizard. As King Krabs got more upset, he had a stroke. Pearl reminded him to watch his blood pressure. She warned him he wouldn't want another leech treatment. A leech appeared and meowed. In medieval times, doctors actually used leeches to suck blood from patients, thinking this would cure various illnesses. The prophecy. When SpongeBob saw King Krabs, he called out happily, recognizing him as Mr. Krabs. But King Krabs was furious. He yelled at SpongeBob for barking at him in that disrespectful tone. King Krabs said he was the feared ruler of the kingdom and must be addressed properly. King Krabs was also angry that the guards brought Squidly back into the throne room. He called Squidly a fool. Squidly asked if he could sing a song that would answer all the king's questions. King Krabs agreed but warned this was Squidly's last chance. Squidly sang a song, but it was not a good song for his situation. He sang about how the king was the greatest at everything, but then the song turned insulting. He sang about how it was all the king's fault that the dragon burned down the city. He sang that the king was bad and should hang his head in shame. SpongeBob and Patrick, not understanding the danger, started singing along with Squidly. King Krabs was furious. He ordered the guards to send these slanderers to the guillotine. A guillotine was shown cutting a pineapple in half. A guillotine is a device with a sharp blade that drops down to cut off someone's head. This was a real method of execution used in history. SpongeBob tried to explain that they didn't understand, that they weren't from this time. King Krabs accused them of being witches sent by Planktonomer to destroy him. SpongeBob said they were time travelers. King Krabs got even angrier. SpongeBob asked Patrick to help explain, but Patrick said he didn't think there was anything he could add. King Krabs was done playing around. He gave the signal for their heads to be cut off. But then Princess Pearl stopped him. She asked if he had forgotten about the prophecy. "What prophecy?" King Krabs asked. Pearl pointed above his head. There was a prophecy written on the wall right above the throne. King Krabs asked how long that had been there. Pearl said the story tells of two brave knights who fall from the sky. These knights would be sent by the king to rid the town of the evil dragon controlled by the one-eyed wizard. Pearl explained that SpongeBob and Patrick were the ones from the prophecy. They had fallen from the sky, just like the prophecy said. They were meant to rescue the kingdom. This prophecy is an important piece of SpongeBob lore. It suggests that SpongeBob and Patrick's time travel to medieval times was not random. It was destined to happen. The prophecy knew hundreds of years in advance that two heroes would fall from the sky and save the kingdom. This means their journey through time was meant to be. The dragon attacks. Just as they were discussing the prophecy, the evil dragon burst through the wall of the throne room. King Krabs yelled at the dragon for defiling his house. The dragon zapped King Krabs with magic and grabbed Princess Pearl. "Princess Pearl!" King Krabs shouted. He said he was coming to save her and told the dragon to prepare to meet its maker, but the dragon simply flicked King Krabs away with one claw. At that moment, SpongeBob and Patrick were at the guillotine, about to have their heads cut off. SpongeBob said he guessed this was it. Patrick agreed. They both started crying, saying they would miss each other. But then King Krabs came flying through the air, screaming. He crashed into the guillotine, breaking it and accidentally saving SpongeBob from being executed. The dragon took Pearl away and flew off. "Oh, Daddy, help!" Pearl cried as she was carried away. King Krabs cried and asked if no one could stop this madness. Then sunlight shone down on SpongeBob and Patrick, making them look heroic. King Krabs suddenly realized they were the chosen ones from the prophecy. He kissed their feet and apologized to them. He called them the most noble and valued warriors. "I guess this is what you call the royal treatment," Patrick said. King Krabs explained that they must go on a perilous journey to the evil wizard's castle. He said no one had ever escaped from that castle alive. SpongeBob was surprised they were going on such a dangerous journey. King Krabs said of course they were the chosen ones. Then King Krabs found another lost piece of the prophecy. SpongeBob asked if it contained more praise for their heroic stature, but King Krabs said actually, it said he was supposed to kick them out of the castle. SpongeBob said they didn't need to be told twice. Being manly knights, they would kick themselves out. SpongeBob kicked himself out of the castle, and Patrick did the same. Squidly started playing his clarinet again. The king decided that Squidly should go with SpongeBob and Patrick. They could use the entertainment on their journey. The journey begins. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidly walked down the road together. SpongeBob said that even though they were the chosen ones from a prophecy, he didn't think they could stop a dragon with their bare hands. "Yeah, we need some gloves," Patrick said, completely missing the point. Squidly suggested they visit the blacksmith. A blacksmith is someone who makes metal objects like swords, armor, and horseshoes by heating and hammering metal. They entered the blacksmith's shop. SpongeBob tried to speak in an old-fashioned way to the blacksmith, calling him Iron Man and saying he was Sir SpongeBob of Bikini Bottom. But before he could finish, the blacksmith grabbed SpongeBob with his tongs. The blacksmith yelled that he already told them he would have the rent when he had it. He thought SpongeBob was there to collect rent money. SpongeBob quickly explained they just wanted to buy some armor. The blacksmith immediately calmed down and said he had just the thing for them. Patrick found a helmet and put it on over the helmet he was already wearing. SpongeBob came out wearing special armor. He was standing on tall metal legs and wearing a big protective helmet. Patrick said SpongeBob looked incredible. The blacksmith presented the final piece, a sword. He said it was hand-forged from anodized dragon skin and was truly a weapon worthy of a knight of SpongeBob's stature. But when SpongeBob tried to hold it, he struggled with the weight. The sword was too heavy. SpongeBob dropped it, and the sword pierced through the blacksmith's chest. The blacksmith just laughed and said that would need some stitches. He searched through a chest of weapons for something lighter. Unfortunately, all he had in the way of light weaponry was a jellyfish net. He gave the net to SpongeBob. SpongeBob was happy with this. In modern Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob loves jellyfishing and is an expert with a jellyfish net. So this was actually the perfect weapon for him. Planktonamore the evil wizard. Later, SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidly were walking toward the castle of Lord Planktonamer. This character is the medieval ancestor of Plankton from modern Bikini Bottom. Just like modern Plankton, Planktonamore was very small and very evil. He wanted to take over the kingdom. Squidly said they had a long journey ahead of them. SpongeBob pulled out a brown bag from his pocket. He said it was a good thing he packed them a lunch of delicious Krabby Patties. He had somehow brought Krabby Patties from modern times with him. This detail is important because it shows that Krabby Patties existed in modern times, and SpongeBob brought them to the past. Later in the episode, these Krabby Patties would play a crucial role in defeating the dragon. Planktonamore was looking at SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidly through a crystal ball. He laughed evilly when he saw them. He said these were the legendary heroes from the prophecy, and he found it almost insulting that they looked so weak and silly. His crystal ball was named Karen. She spoke to Planktonomer and said he was being cocky and overly confident. This is a medieval version of Karen the computer from modern times. In modern Bikini Bottom, Karen is Plankton's computer wife, who often tells him his plans won't work. Here in medieval times, Karen was a talking crystal ball who gave Planktonomer advice. The Dark Knight. As the three heroes headed to the bridge leading to Planktonomer's castle, a dark knight blocked their path. The Dark Knight spoke in a dark male voice and demanded to know who was there. Squidly recognized the Dark Knight immediately. He sang a song begging the Dark Knight to spare them and let him go free. He even offered cheese to the Dark Knight. A cow mooed in the background. The Dark Knight asked again who they were, threatening to rip them limb from limb. SpongeBob introduced himself and Patrick. He explained they were sent to rescue Princess Pearl from Planktonomer. The Dark Knight said that if they wished to get across the bridge, they would have to get through her first. The Dark Knight removed her helmet and revealed herself to be Medieval Sandy. She spoke in a female voice now. SpongeBob gasped. He recognized her as the medieval version of Sandy Cheeks. He said he knew how to handle this with karate. SpongeBob and Medieval Sandy started fighting. SpongeBob accidentally swallowed Sandy and then spit her out into a rock. Medieval Sandy was impressed. She said by the hammer of Odin, this was a new fighting style she had never seen before. SpongeBob celebrated, saying he was bad. But Medieval Sandy took offense at this. She asked if he was trying to insult her. She said he would drink from the fountain of shame. She attacked SpongeBob, destroying his armor and throwing him into a rock. When SpongeBob got up, his legs and arms had switched places. He laughed at this. SpongeBob said Medieval Sandy had made a good move, but asked if she could handle his feet of fury. He attacked her with his feet, but she jumped out of the way. SpongeBob bounced off a rock and into Medieval Sandy, sending her into another rock. SpongeBob attacked again, but this time the Dark Knight pinned him against the rock. She asked if he would like a rubdown. As she rubbed SpongeBob, he turned into dust, causing her to cough. But then SpongeBob appeared normal again, and karate chopped the Dark Knight. Medieval Sandy admitted that SpongeBob had bested her. She told him to strike quick and true, but SpongeBob didn't understand what she meant and just laughed. Then Medieval Sandy turned into a real live-action squirrel with crosses for eyes, appearing to be dead. SpongeBob became worried. He said she didn't look good. Patrick threw water on Medieval Sandy to revive her. It started working. SpongeBob told Patrick to do it again. Patrick gathered spit in his mouth and spit it on her. Medieval Sandy woke up, confused about where she was. SpongeBob explained that they had spared her life. Medieval Sandy said she owed them a debt of gratitude. She would follow them on their quest to defeat Planktonomer and learn about karate. SpongeBob got excited about karate and accidentally karate chopped Squidly in half. Squidly said, "Oweth." Infiltrating the castle. Back at King Krabs' castle, an advisor rushed in with urgent news. A scroll had arrived from Planktonomer. King Krabs read it out loud. It demanded that he hand over his village and his throne, or his daughter would be dipped in a cauldron of lava. Princess Pearl screamed from the tower where she was being held prisoner. Squidly heard the scream and sang that it was the princess screaming from the tower. By the sound of her shrieks, this was her final hour. Medieval Sandy said time was of the essence. She asked if everyone remembered the plan. Patrick said no, then quickly changed his answer to yes. They arrived at Planktonomer's castle. Medieval Sandy announced herself as the Dark Knight and demanded entrance. A guard asked what her business was. Medieval Sandy explained that these village idiots were conspirators against Master Planktonomer. She needed to know which form of torture the Master wanted. She described two horrible torture methods, either having their limbs tied to horses and yanked apart, or plucking each of their eyelashes one by one. SpongeBob started screaming and crying in genuine fear at these descriptions. The guard believed Medieval Sandy's story and granted them entrance. As they walked in, one guard actually plucked one of SpongeBob's eyelashes, and SpongeBob screamed for him to wait so he could make a wish first. Once inside, Medieval Sandy complimented SpongeBob's acting. She said his performance as a frightened baby made it very believable. SpongeBob asked if she really thought they fooled the guards, still shaken from the experience. They heard Princess Pearl scream again. SpongeBob said he must fulfill the prophecy while the others untied Patrick and Squidly. Squidly corrected him, saying he was the royal fool, not the royal doofus. The final battle. SpongeBob ran up the many stairs to the top of the tower, followed by the rest of the group. He was panting and out of breath when he finally reached the top. Pearl was tied up there. Planktonomer was standing nearby. laughing about how soon the king's village would be his. "Unhand her, fiend," SpongeBob said, still panting and out of breath. "The prophecy is nigh," Pearl announced, recognizing SpongeBob as the hero from the prophecy. SpongeBob said they were there to rescue her. Then he asked if he could get a glass of water because he was so tired from climbing all those stairs. Planktonamore asked if he wanted sparkling or regular water, but then threw both glasses away before SpongeBob could answer. "Psyche, Eth," Planktonamore said, tricking him. SpongeBob said Planktonamore was truly the nastiest wizard in all of Bikini Bottomshire and told him to prepare to be vanquished. Planktonamore told him to bring it on. SpongeBob ran forward to attack, but he accidentally stepped on Planktonamore without even noticing. He looked around confused, wondering where the wizard went. He looked down and saw the squashed Planktonamore. SpongeBob laughed and said he didn't see him because he was so tiny. Planktonamore got up and used his magic on SpongeBob. But instead of hurting him, the magic just tickled SpongeBob. SpongeBob laughed, calling them tiny powers. While Planktonamore was using his magic, the rest of the group freed Pearl. But Pearl crashed through the top of the tower. She said she was okay. Then Planktonamer's dragon appeared. The dragon zapped SpongeBob. Planktonamer cheered, telling his dragon to attack them all. Squidly tried to calm the dragon with a song about how handsome and smart the dragon was. But the dragon zapped him. Medieval Sandy attacked the dragon with karate, but the dragon zapped her too. Patrick tried to help, but he also got zapped. Planktonamore laughed, saying it was a dead end for them, but then SpongeBob remembered his jellyfish net. He pulled it out and captured the dragon in the net, just like he would catch a jellyfish back in modern Bikini Bottom. The dragon screamed with anger. "Wow, the boys back home will never believe this," SpongeBob said proudly. "I'm right here and I don't believe it," Patrick replied. But then the dragon zapped its way out of the net. SpongeBob and Patrick screamed as the dragon came toward them. They were cornered. SpongeBob said he guessed this was it. Patrick asked if they could eat the Krabby Patties now. SpongeBob agreed. He took out a Krabby Patty, but the dragon saw the Krabby Patty, sniffed it, and took it from Patrick. "Hey!" Patrick yelled, angry that the dragon took his food. But then something amazing happened. The dragon ate the Krabby Patty and loved it. SpongeBob pointed this out to Patrick. The dragon was purring like a cat, showing that it loved the taste. This is a crucial moment in SpongeBob lore. King Krabs invented the Krabby Patty in medieval times, specifically in the year 1199, according to SpongeBob's timeline. But this episode shows that SpongeBob brought Krabby Patties from modern times to the past, and the dragon loved them. This creates an interesting question. Did King Krabs invent the Krabby Patty, or did SpongeBob actually introduce it to medieval times? Planktonamore was confused about what was happening. He ordered his dragon to destroy them, but SpongeBob offered to make more Krabby Patties for the dragon. The dragon, loving the taste, turned against Planktonamer and zapped him. "Curses! You win," Planktonamore said, defeated. The celebration and return home. The kingdom held a celebration for the heroes. Squidly led a parade, singing about how the bell should ring because everything ended well. The dragon was vanquished, the princess was returned, and only a few people got badly burned. King Krabs was at a grill, cooking Krabby Patties. He flipped a patty and the dragon caught it in the air and ate it happily. King Krabs wondered if he could sell these Krabby Patties. He laughed at the idea. This moment is significant because it shows the exact moment when King Krabs got the idea to sell Krabby Patties. SpongeBob brought them from the future, the dragon loved them, and King Krabs realized they could be sold. This is how the Krabby Patty business started in medieval times. Squidly started playing his clarinet to entertain everyone. But just like modern Squidward, his playing was terrible. One citizen said it was horrible noise. Another begged for it to stop. The first citizen threw a rock through Squidly's clarinet. This caused Squidly to fall down. The commotion scared the seahorses that SpongeBob and Patrick were near. The seahorses launched SpongeBob and Patrick into the air, screaming. They flew up, through time, and came back down to the present day, landing back at Medieval Moments restaurant. SpongeBob woke up. The medieval queen from the restaurant asked if he was okay. She said that was quite a fall he had. SpongeBob realized he must have agitated the seahorse at the joust. He turned to Patrick and said that was some dream. But Patrick corrected him. "Try telling that to Squidly," Patrick said. He had squished Squidly into an accordion shape, and Squidly's clarinet was broken. This ending reveals something important. Squidly somehow came back to the present with them. This means the time travel was real. It wasn't just a dream. SpongeBob and Patrick really did travel to medieval times, meet their friends' ancestors, save Princess Pearl, defeat Planktonomor's dragon, and accidentally introduce Krabby Patties to the past. The Dunces and Dragons episode is one of the most important episodes for SpongeBob's timeline because it establishes that Bikini Bottom existed in medieval times as Bikini Bottomshire. The ancestors of Mr. Krabs, Plankton, Squidward, Sandy, and Pearl all lived during this time. King Krabs ruled the kingdom. Planktonomor was an evil wizard, Squidly was the royal fool, Medieval Sandy was the Dark Knight, and Princess Pearl needed rescuing. The episode also shows that time travel is possible in SpongeBob's universe and that events can be prophesied hundreds of years in advance. Most importantly, it suggests that SpongeBob himself may have played a role in introducing the Krabby Patty to the past, creating a time loop where the Krabby Patty's invention is connected to SpongeBob bringing them from the future. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the Wild West, Pest of the West. In SpongeBob's timeline, there was a period in the 1800s when Bikini Bottom was known by a different name. It was called Deadeye Gulch, and it was a Wild West town. This era is revealed in the episode Pest of the West from Season 5, which aired on the 11th of April 2008. This episode is important to SpongeBob lore because it shows that SpongeBob had a famous ancestor who lived during the Old West days and saved the entire town from a villain. SpongeBob discovers his famous relative. The episode begins in modern-day Bikini Bottom at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob was walking backward, and making beeping sounds. He delivered a Krabby Patty to a customer. The customer asked if SpongeBob always served food this way. SpongeBob said yes, with a smile. Then Patrick walked in, pretending to ride a horse. He was shouting about mollusks coming. He rode around the Krusty Krab, yelling that the mollusks were coming over and over again. SpongeBob got worried and asked if mollusks were really coming. Patrick explained that he was only pretending to be his famous great-great-great-uncle, Patrick Revere. Patrick told a story about how his ancestor rode through the streets, warning Bikini Bottom about ravenous man-eating mollusks that were coming to attack. In a flashback, we saw Patrick Revere riding through town shouting his warning, but nobody listened to him. One fish asked what the deal was with the old nutcase. Then real mollusks came and attacked. The flashback ended. SpongeBob was amazed. He said he didn't know Patrick had a famous relative. Patrick explained that the best part about having a famous relative was that he didn't have to accomplish anything in his own life because his uncle already did it for him. Patrick said it really took the pressure off. Mr. Krabs overheard this conversation. He said that was nothing. His great-great-grandpappy Krabs invented something called the Spendthrift Billfold System. Mr. Krabs demonstrated how it worked. He pulled out what looked like a dollar bill in a wallet and offered SpongeBob a raise. When SpongeBob reached for it, a steel trap snapped shut on Mr. Krabs' finger. Mr. Krabs explained that's how the billfold system prevented people from spending money. SpongeBob asked if that hurt. Mr. Krabs said it hurt every time. After hearing about Patrick's famous uncle and Mr. Krabs' famous grandpappy, SpongeBob felt sad. He said he didn't have anyone famous in his family. Patrick told SpongeBob that it was lucky SpongeBob had Patrick as a famous friend, or SpongeBob's life would be a hollow shell. SpongeBob stood by a statue that was covered in jellyfish poop. He looked at it and said he bet it was someone's famous poop-covered ancestor. He sighed and said he never realized how sad and empty his life was until his friends pointed it out. Sandy appeared and noticed SpongeBob was upset. She said he looked sadder than a bullfrog full of soda pop. SpongeBob asked Sandy if she had any famous relatives. Sandy said she sure did. Her great-aunt Rosie Cheeks was the first squirrel to discover oil at Spindletop, Texas. She showed a flashback of the oil discovery. SpongeBob said it seemed like everybody in town had a famous relative except him. Sandy suggested they do some digging around SpongeBob's family tree to see if he had any famous ancestors. SpongeBob mentioned his uncle Sherm, who could stick an entire watermelon up his nose. He showed Sandy a picture, but Sandy said that wasn't the kind of famous she meant. Discovering SpongeBob at the library. Sandy and SpongeBob went to the Bikini Bottom library. Sandy pulled out a book called Family Histories of Bikini Bottom. She looked through it, reading names like Squarehead, Squareshirt, and finally Squarepants. Then she found something exciting. She pointed to a picture of a statue. SpongeBob gasped when he saw it. Sandy said it was a statue of SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob had never even heard of him before. He was shocked that SpongeBob had his own statue. Sandy read from the book. It said SpongeBob saved the entire town of Deadeye Gulch. That was what Bikini Bottom was called back in the Old West days. The book explained that Deadeye Gulch was a town that lived under the tyranny of a nasty crook until a mysterious stranger came to town. At this point, the episode showed a flashback to the Old West. This was the story of SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob arrives in Deadeye Gulch. A train came into the scene, pulling into Deadeye Gulch. SpongeBob got off the train. He looked around and said, "Wow, the big city. Well, time to make my fortune." SpongeBob walked through the town, amazed by everything he saw. He said the place was big and fancy. He saw a building that said, Deadeye Funeral Parlor and Ice Cream Parlor. This was a building that sold both coffins and ice cream in the same place. SpongeBob walked up to the front and asked for 1 scoop of vanilla ice cream. A fish working there asked if SpongeBob was new to town. SpongeBob said yes, he just got off the train. The fish said, "You don't say," then licked his ice cream cone. While SpongeBob wasn't looking, the fish measured SpongeBob's body and built a coffin for him right then and there. This was the fish's way of saying he expected SpongeBob to die soon. SpongeBob noticed some people looking at him strangely. He kept walking and heard music coming from a building called the Krusty Cantina. This was the Old West version of the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob was wearing a bell that rang as he walked. When he entered the Krusty Cantina, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at him. "Howdy do, y'all," SpongeBob said cheerfully. Inside the Krusty Cantina was Hopalong Squidward Tentacles, who was the Old West ancestor of Squidward. He said sarcastically, "Great, another hayseed," meaning another country person. The owner of the Krusty Cantina was Pappy Krabs, the ancestor of Mr. Krabs. Pappy Krabs whispered to charge SpongeBob double for his drinks. SpongeBob sat down at the bar and asked if the stool was taken. A fish sitting next to him made a joke, saying yes, some fancy dude just sat in it. SpongeBob didn't understand the joke and just smiled. Hopalong asked what SpongeBob wanted to drink. SpongeBob asked for a shot of milk. Hopalong was surprised and asked, "Milk?" SpongeBob clarified that he wanted 2% milk. Hopalong asked if SpongeBob could handle it. SpongeBob said he drank milk every day and made a joke about a tapeworm. He drank the milk, but it spilled everywhere and he fell off the stool. He said smooth, as if the milk was very strong like alcohol. Pappy Krabs asked what brought SpongeBob to Deadeye Gulch. SpongeBob said his name was SpongeBob and that he left home to make his way in the big city. He was there for a job. He held up a paper that said, "Sheriff Wanted." Pappy Krabs was excited. He said SpongeBob was hired and immediately gave him a sheriff's badge. He announced to everyone that they had a new sheriff. Everyone cheered. But SpongeBob was confused. He said he wasn't there for the sheriff job. He was there for the fry cook job. He pointed to a different part of the paper that said, "Fry Cook Wanted. Low pay, no benefits." SpongeBob explained that back home, he was known for his rootin' tootin' never pootin' chili. He said it was the spiciest chili west of the Old West farm. Pappy Krabs tried the chili and immediately spit it out. He told SpongeBob that his chili tasted terrible. SpongeBob asked if it was terrible in a good way. Pappy Krabs said no, it was terrible in a terrible way. But Pappy Krabs said they already gave SpongeBob the badge. He made up a rule, saying the law of the West says no takebacks. Hopalong questioned when that became a law, but Pappy Krabs shushed him. So SpongeBob was now the new sheriff whether he wanted to be or not. SpongeBob asked what happened to the old sheriff. Pappy Krabs said he was at Boot Hill. Boot Hill was a cemetery. SpongeBob gasped and asked why the old sheriff was at the cemetery. Pappy Krabs said it was because the other cemetery, Old Dead Tree Hill, was totally full. He showed pictures of both cemeteries. Meeting Deadeye Plankton. Suddenly, a character named Pecos Patrick burst into the Krusty Cantina. He was the Old West version of Patrick. He shouted that Deadeye was coming. Everyone in the saloon reacted with fear, repeating the name Deadeye in terror. SpongeBob asked who Deadeye was. Pecos Patrick said he would explain through a song. He asked for music, and Hopalong sat at a piano to play. Pecos Patrick put a coin in the piano like it was a jukebox, and music started playing. The song explained the story of Deadeye Plankton. It told how Bikini Gulch was once a pretty place with sweet water and blue sky, but then a beast came riding from the east named Old Deadeye. The song described how Deadeye robbed the town and pulled down Patrick's pants. It said Deadeye made all the pretty girls cry. Pappy Krabs sang about how Deadeye wanted his saloon and that the payment was due tomorrow at noon. If they didn't get help soon, they would lose everything they owned to Deadeye. The song emphasized that everyone was too scared to stop Deadeye. After the song finished, Deadeye Plankton himself appeared. He was a very small villain, the Old West ancestor of Plankton. He said, "That's me, Deadeye Plankton." Pecos Patrick asked, "Who?" as if he didn't know who Deadeye was, even though they just sang a whole song about him. Hopalong pointed this out, saying they just sang an entire song about Deadeye. Deadeye asked what everyone was looking at. Everyone immediately hid. Deadeye demonstrated his power by knocking down a chair with a person in it and pulling off Pecos Patrick's clothes with his whip. Patrick said, "Aw, again?" suggesting this happened to him regularly. Deadeye used his whip to fling checker pieces into the air. He then used his whip to hit milk glasses, showing off his skill. Hopalong and Pappy Crabs ducked to avoid being hit. Deadeye told them to get up. He said he was there for his money. He dipped a coin in milk and bit on it to test if it was real gold. Pappy Crabs complained, asking how he was supposed to keep the deed to his saloon if Deadeye kept taking all the mortgage payments. He said he was going broke. Deadeye bent the coin with his bare hands and said, "That's the idea." He laughed and said he thought they were all clear on that. This meant Deadeye's whole plan was to make Pappy Crabs go broke so Deadeye could take over the saloon. Pappy Crabs handed Deadeye a bag of money. Deadeye said he would be back at high noon tomorrow for the deed to the saloon. SpongeBob, being brave but naive, spoke up. "Hey, that's not your money," he said to Deadeye. Deadeye asked who said that. Pappy Crabs pointed at SpongeBob, and everyone ran away to hide. Deadeye insulted the town, calling it Yokelberg instead of Deadeye Gulch. He laughed at his own joke. Then he asked who SpongeBob was. SpongeBob introduced himself as the new sheriff and offered Deadeye some chili. Deadeye knocked down SpongeBob's chili bowl. He said that around these parts, they called sheriffs coffin jockeys. This meant sheriffs usually ended up dead in coffins. SpongeBob was shocked. He ran over to Pappy Crabs and complained that nobody told him about the danger. Deadeye pulled out a pocket watch and said, "That must be a new record for scaring off a sheriff so quickly." SpongeBob was already trying to leave. He was pretending to ride a horse, but he was actually sitting on a coffin. The coffin even neighed like a horse when SpongeBob said, "Whoa, girl." Deadeye asked Pappy Crabs where he kept finding these sheriffs. Pappy Crabs just shrugged. Deadeye said he would make it simple for SpongeBob. He explained that he was a villain. SpongeBob said he understood. Deadeye said the town wasn't big enough for both of them. SpongeBob said he understood that too. Deadeye said SpongeBob had to leave, or they would have to settle things Western style at high noon. SpongeBob said that sounded great. Deadeye realized SpongeBob had no idea what he was talking about. SpongeBob admitted he didn't understand. Deadeye sighed, then cracked his whip at SpongeBob, making him run away. Deadeye yelled, "And stay out." He noted that he scared SpongeBob away in only 3 seconds off his record time. Everyone looked at Deadeye in fear. He asked what they were looking at and cracked his whip again, making everyone scream and run away. One young fish asked his father what would happen to the town now. The other fish said he wasn't the first fish's father, and they both screamed and ran away. Deadeye said he loved this town and laughed evilly. He cracked his whip at the camera, ending the first part of the story. SpongeBob in the desert. The second part of the story began with SpongeBob riding the coffin through the desert like a horse. He was lost and in bad shape. He said they were out of food, water, and lip balm. His hand had disappeared, and when his lip balm turned to dust, his lips cracked and broke off completely. SpongeBob apologized to the coffin, which he called old paint like it was his horse. He said he had to put the coffin out of its misery. He was about to saw the coffin in half when Buffalo Skulls started talking to him. The heat was making SpongeBob hallucinate. The Buffalo Skulls were having a conversation with him, and SpongeBob was talking back to them. He was laughing with the skulls. Then Pecos Patrick appeared, also laughing. Pecos Patrick told SpongeBob that those Buffalo Skulls were funny, but lazy. Then he got serious. He told SpongeBob that he had to get back and save the town as sheriff. SpongeBob said he wasn't a sheriff, or a fry cook, or even a coffin jockey. He said he was no match for Deadeye Plankton and that he was nothing. Pecos Patrick slapped him across the face. Pecos Patrick gave SpongeBob a speech. He said that out west, a man gets right back up on his coffin and faces his problems with the help of his idiot sidekick friend. He pointed to himself and said, "That's me." He showed a badly drawn picture of himself looking stupid. SpongeBob said he didn't know if he could do it. Pecos Patrick slapped him again. SpongeBob said okay, he would do it, just stop hurting him. SpongeBob agreed that Pecos Patrick was right. It was time he stepped up and looked Deadeye in the eye. He said he would go back to Deadeye Gulch, defeat Plankton, and save the town at high noon. Pecos Patrick told SpongeBuck to hop on. SpongeBuck thanked his idiot friend, but said he didn't know how they would get back to Deadeye Gulch by noon. Pecos Patrick said he knew a shortcut. He started riding the coffin and rode right over a cliff. Both of them landed on a cactus, which launched them flying through the air toward Deadeye Gulch. Deadeye's victory. Back in Deadeye Gulch, things had gotten worse. Pauline Puff, who was the Old West version of Mrs. Puff, was riding in a carriage with Pappy Krabs. She asked why they were going so fast. Pappy Krabs said that without a sheriff, Deadeye wouldn't stop until he had the clothes off their backs. Deadeye appeared in the road and said that was a great idea. The next scene showed Pappy Krabs, Pauline Puff, and Hopalong wearing only their underclothes. Deadeye had taken all their clothes. Deadeye was checking items off a list. He said he had taken their personal possessions and the clothes off their backs, so that should do it. He said he was going to drop off all his new stuff at the bank. He would be back at high noon to rub his victory in their faces with a little dance. He did a silly dance saying, uh-huh, wah-wah. Hopalong admitted that Deadeye had dance skills. Deadeye said that was right. When he took the deed to Pappy Krabs' saloon, he would own every building in town. Everyone would have to work for him for the rest of their miserable lives. Deadeye laughed evilly, but then started coughing. He said he swallowed a bug and that it totally ruined his evil laugh. The townspeople felt defeated. Pappy Krabs said he guessed that was it. Pauline Puff said they had lost. Hopalong said he didn't know how it could get any worse. At that moment, SpongeBuck and Pecos Patrick came falling from the sky. SpongeBuck said he was back in the nick of time. Pecos Patrick said they were heroes, but Hopalong called them morons. Pauline Puff said it was too late because Plankton had taken everything. SpongeBuck pointed out that it was only 11:55. He said the final showdown always took place at high noon. Pauline Puff said the early bird gets the worm. Hopalong added that the early bird also got all their stuff. Pappy Krabs cried about his money. SpongeBuck's speech. SpongeBuck tried to inspire everyone. He said they couldn't give up. He said that before he came to Deadeye Gulch, he would have given up too. But in the short 20 minutes he had known them, he had come to love Deadeye Gulch. Pappy Krabs, standing in his underwear, asked if SpongeBuck could get to the point because they were freezing. SpongeBuck said that if they all teamed up together, they could stand up to Deadeye Plankton and run him right out of town for good. He asked what they thought. Pappy Krabs said they all knew the answer. Everyone said together, "Forget it, SpongeBuck." They refused to help. Pecos Patrick, not understanding the situation, asked why everyone was standing in their pajamas. He guessed they were throwing a slumber party and started a pillow fight. He hit Hopalong with a pillow, then hit SpongeBuck. SpongeBuck said the pillow packed quite a wallop. Pecos Patrick explained it was made out of wood, like all pillows in the Old West. He pulled out a wooden log from inside the pillowcase. He asked if SpongeBuck wanted round 2 of the pillow fight. SpongeBuck said he would sit this one out. Pecos Patrick said it was just him and the kid, then hit himself with the wooden log. SpongeBuck kept trying to convince everyone. He said they could do this if they worked together, but Pappy Krabs said that SpongeBuck's advice was as terrible as his chili. SpongeBuck said he didn't blame them for losing faith. He had lost faith too, but then he discovered the love of his new idiot friend. He said if they all worked together in idiot friendship, they could beat Deadeye and save the town. He suggested they huddle up and make a plan together. SpongeBuck started making buzzing sounds as if he was whispering a plan. Pecos Patrick said, "Uh-huh," as if he understood. But then Hopalong asked why SpongeBuck kept making buzzing sounds. He asked if SpongeBuck even had a plan. SpongeBuck admitted he didn't have a plan. He said, honestly, he didn't think he would get this far. Everyone groaned. But SpongeBuck insisted he knew they could beat Deadeye if they just worked together. Then Deadeye Plankton's voice came from behind them. "Oh, I am terrified," he said sarcastically. Everyone gasped that Deadeye was there. Deadeye said that SpongeBuck had come back and he was all alone. SpongeBuck said Deadeye was wrong and that they were united. But then he looked around and said, "Hey." All of his friends had run away and were hiding in the Krusty Cantina. Pappy Krabs called out from inside that they were right behind SpongeBuck, way, way behind him. Deadeye said it had come to this. Mano-y-mano, meaning hand-to-hand combat. SpongeBuck said Deadeye could hold the hand part because it was just between the two of them. Deadeye looked at the time and announced it was high noon. The final showdown. A clock struck 12 p.m. Deadeye and SpongeBuck walked toward each other, ready to fight. As the clock continued chiming, the two got closer and closer to each other. The rest of Deadeye Gulch watched from their hiding spots in anticipation. At the final chime of the clock, something unexpected happened. SpongeBob heard a squelching sound and stopped walking. "Ow," Deadeye said. SpongeBob looked confused. He lifted his shoe. Underneath his shoe was Deadeye Plankton, squished flat and sticking to the bottom of SpongeBob's shoe. SpongeBob had accidentally stepped on Deadeye without even realizing it. Because Deadeye was so small, SpongeBob just walked normally and stepped on him. This defeated Deadeye completely by accident. Everyone who was hiding saw what happened. They came out of the Krusty Cantina and cheered for SpongeBob. Deadeye said he hated all of them. Pappy Krabs asked if he could try stepping on Deadeye too. Deadeye said they couldn't do this, but Pappy Krabs joyfully stepped on Deadeye over and over again. Pecos Patrick led everyone in 3 cheers for SpongeBob. All the citizens of Deadeye Gulch yelled "Yeehaw" 3 times. The celebration. The scene cut to later at the Krusty Cantina. Pappy Krabs was running a business where people paid $1 to stomp on Deadeye Plankton. There was a line of people waiting to step on him. Pauline Puff was stomping on Deadeye repeatedly. The bottom of her shoe was covered in green stains from squishing him so many times. Deadeye kept saying, "Ah, ouch, ooh," in pain. Pauline Puff called him a no-good little varmint. Deadeye said he had a lot of money, trying to bribe her, but she just twisted her foot and smeared him into the floor. Pecos Patrick congratulated SpongeBob. He said SpongeBob had beaten Deadeye Plankton and saved the town. Both of them drank glasses of milk. SpongeBob said Pecos Patrick forgot the most important part. Patrick asked what that was. SpongeBob said he discovered the power of idiot friendship. He showed another badly drawn picture of them both. Pecos Patrick said he wanted to show SpongeBob something. Pappy Krabs thanked Sheriff SpongeBob for saving their town and for stepping on the little varmint. Deadeye said history would vindicate him, but then he shrieked in pain because Pecos Patrick stepped on him. Pappy Krabs explained that they melted down Plankton's gold and made a statue in SpongeBob's honor. He pulled off a sheet, revealing a golden statue of SpongeBob sitting on a coffin. All the citizens said, "Ooh," in amazement. Hopalong said he liked his own design better and showed a piece of paper with a drawing of himself instead of SpongeBob. Pappy Krabs apologized for tricking SpongeBob into being sheriff. To make it up to him, he had a new badge. He asked if SpongeBob would take it. The badge said, "Fry Cook." SpongeBob was excited because he had wanted to be a fry cook all along. Everyone started clapping. SpongeBob thanked the good people of Bikini Gulch. He said the statue was truly amazing, though maybe a little too heavy in the hindquarters. He said if he ever had a great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson, he would want him to look at the statue and be proud. Everyone said, "Ah." A fish said, "Say seaweed," and took a picture, ending the story. Back to modern day. The story ended, and we returned to modern-day Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob was amazed. He said his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa SpongeBob saved the town of Bikini Gulch and everyone in it. He wondered what happened to the statue. Sandy and SpongeBob walked out of the library. SpongeBob said the statue was much better than the one they had now. They walked by the poop-covered statue that SpongeBob had been looking at earlier. Sandy agreed, saying it was covered in jellyfish poop. Then SpongeBob said, "Wait a minute." He went over and started picking at the jellyfish poop. Sandy was grossed out and told him not to touch it. She asked what he was doing. SpongeBob wiped the poop off the statue. Underneath all the jellyfish poop was gold. It was revealed to be the actual SpongeBob statue from the Old West. SpongeBob said SpongeBob had been there all along. He apologized to his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa, saying he didn't recognize him all covered in poop. Sandy was amazed. SpongeBob said he had a lot to live up to. He said maybe one day people would know the name SpongeBob SquarePants. Sandy told him to keep dreaming. The jellyfish floated back toward the statue, and the episode ended. The importance of Pest of the West to SpongeBob lore. This episode is significant to SpongeBob's timeline because it establishes several important facts. First, it confirms that Bikini Bottom existed in the Old West era during the 1800s. At that time, it was called Deadeye Gulch. The date given in various SpongeBob timelines places these events around 1895, when SpongeBob defeated Deadeye Plankton and became sheriff. Second, it shows that SpongeBob's family has a history of heroism. SpongeBob SquarePants saved the entire town from a villain, just like modern SpongeBob often saves Bikini Bottom from various threats. Third, the episode shows that the ancestors of modern characters all lived in the same town during the Old West era. Pappy Krabs owned the Krusty Cantina, which was the predecessor to the Krusty Krab. Hopalong Squidward worked as the bartender. Pecos Patrick was SpongeBob's best friend, just like modern Patrick is SpongeBob's best friend. Pauline Puff lived in the town. And Deadeye Plankton was the villain trying to take over, just like modern Plankton tries to steal the Krabby Patty formula. Fourth, the episode establishes that the golden statue of SpongeBob still exists in modern Bikini Bottom. For years, it was covered in jellyfish poop, so nobody recognized it. But SpongeBob discovered the truth. His ancestor's statue had been there all along, hiding in plain sight. The episode also shows important character traits that run in SpongeBob's family. SpongeBob was optimistic, friendly, and brave. Even when he was scared, he believed in the power of friendship. He accidentally defeated the villain not through skill or strength, but simply by being himself. These are all traits that modern SpongeBob shares with his ancestor. The Wild West era of Deadeye Gulch is an important part of Bikini Bottom's history, showing how the town survived and thrived even in the dangerous days of the Old West. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Mr. Krabs and Plankton origins, friend or foe? In the SpongeBob timeline, one of the most important relationships is the rivalry between Mr. Krabs and Plankton. These two characters are enemies in modern-day Bikini Bottom. Mr. Krabs owns the successful Krusty Krab restaurant, and Plankton owns the failing Chum Bucket across the street. Plankton spends his life trying to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula from Mr. Krabs. But this rivalry wasn't always the case. The episode Friend or Foe from Season 5, which aired on the 13th of April 2007, reveals the origin of their conflict. This episode is extremely important to SpongeBob lore because it shows that Mr. Krabs and Plankton were once best friends. The present-day conflict. The episode begins in modern-day Bikini Bottom at the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs sensed that something wasn't right. Then a two-tiered pink birthday cake rolled in on a cart. The icing on the cake read, "Happy Birthday, Krabs." Mr. Krabs asked if it was for him. Squidward pointed out that this seems suspicious, but Mr. Krabs said that suspicion doesn't hold a candle to birthday wishing. He was about to blow out the candle on the cake when Plankton suddenly popped out from underneath it. "Surprise!" Plankton shouted. SpongeBob and Squidward screamed. Plankton smiled deviously and took out the candle. He used it to release balloons that were actually bombs. The balloon strings burned up like dynamite fuses, and the balloons popped. Confetti went everywhere. The light from the popping balloons blinded the customers, and confetti got into their eyes. Plankton's cart had a jetpack attached to it. The cart launched itself into the kitchen while Plankton laughed wickedly. SpongeBob yelled "duck" to warn everyone. Plankton released the bottom part of the cake onto the safe in the kitchen where the secret formula was kept. The cake part landed on the floor. Plankton hit a button on his control panel, and the cake exploded. Icing went all over SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs, and Squidward's faces. Plankton grabbed the secret formula and flew out of the kitchen. "Me secret formula," Mr. Krabs yelled. Plankton said, "Happy birthday, Krabs," as he tried to escape. SpongeBob told Plankton not to forget his condiments. He squirted Plankton's cake ship on the windshield with ketchup and mustard, blocking Plankton's view. Mr. Krabs turned on the ceiling fan. Plankton's machine bounced off the spinning fan blades and broke into pieces on the floor. SpongeBob used his tongue to snatch the secret formula and swallowed it to keep it safe. SpongeBob announced. Plankton was angry. He yelled that Mr. Krabs would rue the day they were born. He said he would be back. Plankton activated his jetpack to fly away, but then he realized it was upside down. He said, "Oh, barnacles," and flew into the floor instead, crashing and screaming. Everyone was groaning and moaning from the chaos. SpongeBob started crying and asked Mr. Krabs why Plankton hated them so much. Mr. Krabs said SpongeBob might as well blame him. He sat down on a barrel seat and revealed something shocking. "There was a time when Plankton and I were best friends," Mr. Krabs said. Everyone gasped and ran up to hear the story. "Best friends?" SpongeBob asked in disbelief. "Born on the same day." Mr. Krabs explained that he and Plankton were friends at birth. He said you might even say they were born friends. The flashback began, showing Mr. Krabs and Plankton as babies. The transcript states they were both born on the 30th of November 1942. This is an important date in SpongeBob lore because it establishes exactly when these two characters were born. In the flashback, Baby Plankton said "goo." Baby Krabs laughed and then put Plankton on the mobile hanging above his crib. Everyone watching in the present day said, "Aw," at how cute this was. The flashback continued to show Krabs and Plankton's third birthday. There was a birthday cake that read "Big Boys" on it. Toddler Krabs inhaled, then stuck out his tongue so toddler Plankton could walk on it to blow out the candles. Plankton blew out the candles, then dove off Krabs' tongue into the cake as if he was jumping off a diving board into a swimming pool. Mr. Krabs narrated that things were all peaches and cream until they hit grade school. The scene showed Poseidon Elementary School after several years had passed. School days and bullying. In a classroom, kids were in science class. They were chattering and doing chemistry experiments while the teacher read at his desk. Young Eugene Krabs was writing on paper. Young Plankton was holding up 2 test tubes in his gloved hands. "Hey Planky, what you doing?" young Krabs asked. Plankton said he was just trying out a little something. Then a spitball hit Plankton in the back of his head. The other students in class laughed at him. "Idiots! I'll show you with science," Plankton said angrily. He said his concoction was going to blow everyone away, but there was a muffled explosion. Plankton's container blew up all over his table and covered him in ashes. The classmates laughed even harder. A bully named Billy grabbed Plankton. Billy said, "How's this for a science experiment, Mr. Brainatron 5000? Billy stuffed Plankton into his straw and blew him out like a spitball. Well, Plankton splattered into Mr. Krabs' eye. Plankton was moaning in pain. He said they would pay for this one day. Young Krabs peeled the squished Plankton off his eye. He said, "Darn tootin'." He told the bullies that he thought they owed Plankton an apology. Billy pretended to feel guilty. "You're right, Plankton, I'm sorry," he said. Then he switched back to being mean and cruel. "Sorry ya, have to hang out with Rag Boy," Billy said. The bullies all laughed. A girl named Anna joined in the bullying. "Yeah, where'd you do your clothes shopping? The trash can," she asked. The class laughed again. Young Krabs looked like he was on the verge of breaking down into tears. Mr. Krabs narrated that it was true. He did get his clothes from the trash. He explained that when he was growing up, times were tough. His mother had to fashion his clothes from rags. He sniffled as he explained this sad fact. The flashback showed Krabs' mother sewing up clothes. "There you go, son. Your outfit's all finished. It's a good thing Old Man Jenkins was kind enough to spare his last washcloth," she said. Old Man Jenkins appeared and said, "Oops." He ripped the clothes right off Mr. Krabs' body and used the washcloth to dry his boat. "I missed a spot," he said. This left young Krabs with no clothes at all. Mr. Krabs discovers money. The flashback continued. Young Krabs and Plankton were walking through carnival grounds. Plankton was talking with Krabs, but Krabs had a box around his body so he wouldn't be naked after Old Man Jenkins took his washcloth clothes. Mr. Krabs narrated that one day, while Plankton and he plotted their revenge against the bullies, he met the love of his life. Young Mr. Krabs suddenly spotted something on the ground. "What in Neptune's name is that?" he said. He picked up a penny off the ground. "It's the most beautiful thing me eyes have ever seen. What is it?" "It's money," Kid Plankton explained. "Money?" Mr. Krabs asked, amazed. He was holding the coin and staring at it. "Yeah, you can buy things with it," Plankton said. "Buy things?" Mr. Krabs repeated, his mind blown by this concept. Mr. Krabs narrated that he spent that money on a gift for his best pal Plankton. The flashback showed Mr. Krabs buying a balloon for Plankton. But when he gave the balloon to Plankton, Plankton was so small and light that he flew up into the sky because of the balloon. Krabs reached up desperately, trying to grab his friend. The flashback returned to the present day at the Krusty Krab. "Wow!" everyone in the restaurant said, impressed by the story. SpongeBob took out the secret formula from his body and said he got Mr. Krabs' secret recipe back. He said, "Mr." Krabs had no idea what that formula went through to get there. Mr. Krabs said he had a pretty good idea and pushed it away with a pencil. A customer named Sandals asked that if they were such great friends, what happened to end the friendship? SpongeBob asked the same question. Squidward sarcastically said he really wanted to know. Mr. Krabs told Squidward to listen up because this was where the story got juicy. Stinky Burgers. Mr. Krabs said it all began in a place called Stinky Burgers. This was the only place to get a burger in town. The kids loved Stinky, and Stinky loved the kids. A group of kid regulars, including Billy and his gang, ran up to the burger stand. A character named Stinky appeared with a laugh and a fart. The kids cheered. "Now what can I do for ya, youngins?" Stinky asked. Billy ordered one burger. Another kid named Jimmy said he wanted one too. Stinky said there were plenty of burgers for everyone, and the kids cheered. A kid named Big Johnny said that was why they liked Stinky so much. Stinky always delivered the goods. Another kid named Ron said they didn't like Stinky. They respected him. Stinky asked which one it was. Did the kids like him or respect him? Big Johnny said like, and Ron said respect. They went back and forth arguing. Stinky suggested they meet in the middle and say they lispected him. The kids cheered again at this made-up word. Young Mr. Krabs and Plankton approached the burger stand. Mr. Krabs said, "Excuse us." Plankton added that valuable customers were coming through. Big Johnny, speaking in Billy's voice, asked what those dorks were doing there. "2 Stinky burgers, please," Mr. Krabs requested. Stinky made weird faces in shock. He asked if their brains had dribbled out all over the sidewalk they slept on last night. He said if they wanted burgers, they should go around back. All the kids agreed, saying, "Yeah, Stinky." Billy thanked Stinky for keeping the nerds out. Anna said Stinky was the best. Stinky told the kids that was enough. He gathered the children around and said he had something important to tell them. He said if they remembered just one thing for the rest of their lives, they should remember that without their kind patronage, he would be a penniless loser like Ragboy. He sniffled as he said this. Mr. Krabs was knocking on the door at the back of the building. Stinky opened the door and made weird, shocked faces again. He asked if the 2 of them had kelp for brains. He said they didn't understand if they kept coming around, they would drive away all the normal customers. He said he had worked too long and too hard to make this a respectable business. He said he could barely afford the essential things in life. Then Stinky's watch beeped. He said it was quitting time already. He ripped off his work clothes to reveal nicer clothes underneath. He was actually a millionaire. He said he was off to enjoy some of life's essentials. He got in his limousine and moved a stack of cash over on the seat. As the limo door closed and drove off, a dollar bill flew into Mr. Krabs' hand. Plankton said to Krabs, "Did you hear that, Krabs? By cooking burgers for those cretins, he was able to gain their lispect." Mr. Krabs was more focused on the money. He said he saw that fat stack of loot. He said if someone made a better burger, they would have a fatter stack of loot. A cash register sound played, and Mr. Krabs' eyes turned into dollar bill signs. Mr. Krabs asked who had the ability to make such a burger. Who had the skill? Plankton said, "Skill, schmill, Krabs, baby. Who needs skill when science is on your side?" He said they would make that burger. When they did, they would rule the school. Both of them laughed evilly. Creating the first burger, Mr. Krabs narrated that they went back to their secret hideaway at the dump to prove to those people that a burger could be semi-edible and easy to swallow. They made sure to keep careful records of their progress. The flashback showed Mr. Krabs and Plankton working together to make a burger. They went through various steps of the process. "Gently, gently," Plankton said as he held up the finished burger on a platter. Mr. Krabs said they finally emerged with the best-looking burger under the sea. They went back to Stinky's to show off their burger to the kids. But when they arrived, Stinky's had been shut down by order of the health department. Mr. Krabs said they seized the opportunity and converted their hideout into a restaurant. The flashback showed Mr. Krabs and Plankton turning a trailer in the dump into a restaurant. Mr. Krabs cut the grand opening tape while Plankton pushed a button to signal for customers. A line of customers lined up in front of the restaurant. Our adventure into capitalism began. $1, please, Mr. Krabs said as a kid gave his dollar for a burger. Plankton handed the kid his burger. Mr. Krabs narrated that this was the first dollar he had ever earned. It was also the beginning of a beautiful, romantic relationship with money. A kid named Ronnie spoke up. He said their burgers were even worse than Stinky's. He said they could barely keep them down. He said if it weren't for Stinky's shutting down, no one would eat there. But he was still hungry, so he demanded a burger anyway. The friendship fractures. 3 different stories. This is where the story gets complicated. Mr. Krabs, Plankton, and Karen Plankton's computer wife each told different versions of what happened next. Mr. Krabs' version. In Mr. Krabs' version of events, Plankton was looking at all the customers eating their burgers. Plankton said the very people who ridiculed him were now feasting on his recipe. "I thought it was our recipe," Mr. Krabs pointed out. Plankton said he was ruling their stomachs, and soon he would be ruling their minds. He laughed evilly as dark clouds appeared with thunder striking. Mr. Krabs asked about satisfying the customer. Plankton said, "Barnacles to the customer. I'm talking about ruling the world." He laughed evilly again with more thunder. He said with this secret recipe, nothing would stop him. "Gimme that," Mr. Krabs said, grabbing for the recipe. "Stop! You're gonna bust it," Plankton warned. But the recipe tore in half. Mr. Krabs said burgers weren't for ruling worlds. Plankton apologized sarcastically and asked Mr. Krabs to come closer. He asked if Krabs would stand on the tile in front of him. Mr. Krabs asked which one, the one that said eject or the one that said trapdoor. Plankton said either one would do. Mr. Krabs started to say something, but Plankton pulled a string. The eject tile launched Mr. Krabs out of the restaurant. Mr. Krabs yelled that Plankton would regret this one day as he landed in the trash. Back in the present day, Mr. Krabs said Plankton always did regret it. Plankton's version. Plankton suddenly popped out of the pepper shaker on the table. "Lies!" he shouted. SpongeBob was about to swallow the formula again to protect it, but Mr. Krabs took it and put it in his back pocket. Plankton said Mr. Krabs' story was very touching but completely false. Mr. Krabs said he didn't know what Plankton meant. Plankton said Mr. Krabs should tell them the truth. SpongeBob asked if it really did happen the way Mr. Krabs said. Plankton admitted that most of Mr. Krabs' story was true, except for what really happened. In Plankton's version, they had created the tastiest burger. But then things became unsavory. In this flashback, Mr. Krabs was the one laughing evilly. "First, I'll rule their stomachs, and then their money," Mr. Krabs said with an evil chuckle. He laughed evilly as dark clouds appeared with thunder striking. In this version, it was Plankton who asked about satisfying the customers, and it was Mr. Krabs who said, "Barnacles to the customers." Plankton gasped in horror. Mr. Krabs said he was talking about coins, cash, wallets, and bank accounts. With this secret recipe, nothing would stop him. "Gimme that," Plankton said, trying to take the formula. Both tried to grab it. "Stop! You're gonna bust it!" Mr. Krabs warned. The recipe tore in half again. In Plankton's version, Plankton said this wasn't about money. Mr. Krabs called this malarkey. Mr. Krabs put Plankton in a straw and spit him out. Plankton yelled that Mr. Krabs would regret this one day as he landed in a pile of trash. Plankton narrated that their little squabble only got him part of the recipe. He looked at his half, which said, "and a pinch of chum." Back in the present, SpongeBob said that didn't sound like Mr. Krabs' story at all. Karen's version, the truth. Then Karen spoke up. "That's because it isn't," she said. SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs, and Plankton all said, "Karen?" in surprise that she was there. Karen said they were both liars. That's not how it happened at all. She explained that in those days, she was just starting out as a security system. Plankton and Karen met when he installed her. Plankton added that it was only their third date. Karen said she had recorded the whole thing in her databanks. A new flashback appeared on Karen's computer screen. This was the true version of what happened. Plankton said the burger they made was handsome looking. Mr. Krabs agreed, calling Plankton old chum. Mr. Krabs announced over an intercom for people to get their Plankton and Krabs patties right there, but a tumbleweed rolled by. No customers came. Mr. Krabs asked if it was a good idea to open their restaurant in the dump. Then they heard music playing. Plankton asked what the music was. Mr. Krabs said he would know that theme song anywhere. It was Old Man Jenkins. They saw Old Man Jenkins putting a tire in his boat. Old Man Jenkins said he had just been searching for some new shoes for his boat, which he called Ol' Bessie. Mr. Krabs said Old Man Jenkins had helped his mother and him through some tough times. It would be an honor if Old Man Jenkins would be the first to try their delicious burgers. Old Man Jenkins said he would be happy to. He bit into the burger, then smiled. Mr. Krabs and Plankton both said, "Yeah," excitedly. But then Old Man Jenkins fell down, unconscious. They had accidentally poisoned him with their burger. Later, a newspaper appeared on screen. Mr. Krabs read the headline out loud. "Plab Patties KO Old Man J." Mr. Krabs said he couldn't believe they poisoned that sweet old guy. "Well, he is old," Plankton said, trying to make excuses. Mr. Krabs said that guy was like family to him. Plankton said it was Mr. Krabs' fault the patty was tainted. Mr. Krabs said Plankton was the one who put too much seaweed sauce in the burger. Plankton said Mr. Krabs let it sit out too long, and that's what did it. Plankton said he was taking the recipe and fixing it. Mr. Krabs said no way, that recipe was his. Both fought over the recipe one last time. "Stop, you're gonna." Plankton started to warn, but the recipe tore in half. This sent both of them flying into opposite sides of the restaurant. Plankton walked toward the door as dark clouds appeared one last time. "You want to fight over this recipe? I'll give you a fight you'll never forget," Plankton said. He slammed the door. This caused a shelf above the boiling patty meat to shake. Jars on the shelf spilled their contents into the cauldron below. Mr. Krabs looked at the pot and said the patty mix was ruined, but he said there was no use letting it go to waste. He said the kids would eat anything. He licked some of the patty mix from the pot. "I've done it! I've discovered the perfect patty batter," Mr. Krabs announced. This was the accidental creation of the Krabby Patty formula. The rivalry begins. Karen continued narrating. She said that meanwhile, Plankton was back at the elementary school, but this time, he was going it alone. The flashback showed Plankton setting up a chum bucket with meat in it. Mr. Krabs wheeled in his own stand with Krabby Patties written on it and knocked Plankton over. "Oh, no you don't. This is my turf," Mr. Krabs said. "I think not, Rag Boy," Plankton replied. Mr. Krabs said he should squash Plankton right then. Plankton told him to get out of his face. Both growled at each other. A kid named Jimmy said to look, there was a nerd fight. Billy said he bet $5 on Rag Boy. Plankton said they would let the customers decide whose burger was better. He told people to step right up and get a delicious chum burger. Billy said Big Johnny would eat anything. Big Johnny walked over to Plankton's side. Plankton gave him a chum burger. Karen narrated that Plankton had pieced together his own creation using memory and science. Plankton told Big Johnny to tell his buddies what he thought, but Big Johnny spit the burger out onto both his friends. It was disgusting. Billy said he was going to try one of Rag Boy's burgers. Mr. Krabs handed him a patty. He said Billy was the first to taste a Krabby Patty. Billy took a bite and instantly enjoyed it. "Flavor," Billy said. Another kid said edible. Ron and Ronnie said they could actually hold it down. A girl named Abigail Marge said this was the most flavortastic sensation her still-developing taste buds had ever experienced. All the kids cheered for Rag Boy. Mr. Krabs had won. Plankton said he would show Krabs. "I'll steal that cursed recipe from you one day, and I won't stop till I do." Plankton vowed. The flashback ended. Back to the present. In the present day, at the Krusty Krab, Mr. Krabs celebrated. He said his recipe was, is, and always would be the best. Plankton said Mr. Krabs wouldn't have that recipe if it weren't for him. Mr. Krabs asked if Plankton was calling him a liar. Karen told them to stop yelling at each other. She said she couldn't believe they let a recipe ruin such a wonderful friendship. Both Mr. Krabs and Plankton started to tear up. Mr. Krabs said Plankton was his only true friend that didn't have a president printed on him. But money doesn't hug back. Plankton said his life had been nothing but a long line of disappointments since they became enemies. All these years he had been trying to steal the formula, but he was really just trying to steal back their friendship. "Really?" Mr. Krabs asked. Plankton said it was all he ever really wanted to get back to the way it used to be, with the two of them against the world. He asked for a hug. Mr. Krabs said he would like that and called Plankton Planky, old chum. Both hugged and cried. SpongeBob asked if this didn't warm Karen's heart. Karen said she supposed it would if she had one. Plankton said he was sorry. Mr. Krabs said he was sorry too. But then Plankton grabbed the formula from Mr. Krabs' back pocket. "Now, Karen!" Plankton shouted. Karen grabbed the formula from Plankton. "Back off, Rag Boy," Plankton said, laughing as he jumped on the formula. Karen wheeled off with both Plankton and the formula. SpongeBob gasped and said, "Sabotage." Plankton told Karen to go. Everyone chased after them outside, and the episode ended. The importance of friend or foe to SpongeBob lore. This episode is one of the most important in the entire SpongeBob series, because it establishes the origin of the central conflict of the show. Several key facts are revealed. First, Mr. Krabs and Plankton were born on the exact same day, the 30th of November 1942. This makes them the same age and establishes them as childhood friends from birth. Second, the Krabby Patty formula was created by accident. When Plankton slammed the door in anger, it caused jars to fall into the patty batter. This accidental mixture created the perfect burger formula that Mr. Krabs still uses today. Third, Plankton's chum bucket recipe came from his half of the torn recipe paper, which said, "and a pinch of chum." This is why his burgers are terrible. He only had half the recipe and added chum to it. Fourth, their rivalry began over a misunderstanding and hurt feelings after they accidentally poisoned Old Man Jenkins. If they hadn't fought and torn the recipe, they might still be best friends and business partners today. The episode shows that the entire conflict between the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket stems from a childhood friendship that went wrong. This adds depth to their rivalry and shows that Plankton's constant attempts to steal the formula aren't just about business, they're about trying to reclaim what he lost when the friendship ended. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have SpongeBob's early life, Camp Coral, and first dreams. In the SpongeBob timeline, there is a period when SpongeBob was a young child attending summer camp. This era is shown in the spin-off series Camp Coral, SpongeBob's Underyears, which premiered on Paramount Plus on the 4th of March 2021 and later on Nickelodeon on April 2, 2021. This series is important to SpongeBob lore because it acts as a prequel, showing SpongeBob's childhood and how he first met many of the characters from the main series. What is Camp Coral? Camp Coral. SpongeBob's Underyears is an animated series that takes place before the events of the main SpongeBob SquarePants show. The series is animated using CGI, which is computer-generated imagery, making it look three-dimensional. This is different from the main SpongeBob series, which uses traditional 2D animation. The show is set at a summer sleepaway camp called Camp Coral. This camp is located in the Kelp Forest, an underwater forest area. According to the series information, SpongeBob SquarePants is a 10-year-old camper who wears a red cap. This establishes that during the Camp Coral period, SpongeBob is specifically 10 years old. The camp is run by Mr. Krabs, who serves as the camp director. He stays in a cabin with his baby daughter Pearl. In this series, Pearl is just a baby, which is very different from the main series where she is a teenager. Other campers at Camp Coral include SpongeBob's friends Patrick, Sandy, and Squidward. Squidward is slightly older than the other campers and works as a junior counselor at the camp. Mrs. Puff has an important role at the camp. She is the teacher of arts and crafts, and she also serves as the scoutmaster who keeps an eye on the kids. Plankton and Karen work at the camp as the chefs. This is significant because in the main series, Plankton is Mr. Krabs' enemy who constantly tries to steal the Krabby Patty formula. But at Camp Coral, Plankton works for Mr. Krabs as a cook. Gary the snail also appears in the series. According to the show's premise, Gary is a former stray snail who becomes SpongeBob's pet during the camp period. The gang spends the summer catching jellyfish, building campfires, and swimming in a lake of goo called Lake Yucky Muck. The series had 2 seasons and officially ended on Nickelodeon on the 26th of September 2025. The second and final season was released in full on Paramount Plus on the 10th of July 2024. How Camp Coral connects to the movies. The characters and locations in Camp Coral are based on scenes from the third SpongeBob movie, the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run. In that movie, a place called Camp Coral is featured in several flashbacks showing the characters as children. The spin-off series expanded these flashback scenes into a full show. According to the production information, all main characters that appear in the movie flashbacks are aged up by 1 year in the spin-off series. Some character designs, like SpongeBob, Patrick, and Mrs. Puff's camp outfits, remained mostly the same as they appeared in the movie. Other character designs, such as Squidward and Sandy's appearances, were heavily updated for the series. In the movie, Mrs. Puff was the only camp counselor shown in the flashbacks. But in the series, she is joined by Mr. Krabs as the camp director. This change was made to give Mr. Krabs a role in the show and to establish his connection to the camp. An important piece of timeline information is revealed in the Camp Coral episode Camper Gary. This episode confirms that the Camp Coral series takes place 1 year after the events of the flashbacks shown in the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run. This means the series and the movie flashbacks happen at slightly different times in SpongeBob's childhood. Voice cast and production. One notable aspect of Camp Coral is that all the original voice actors from SpongeBob SquarePants returned to voice the younger versions of their characters. This includes Tom Kenny as SpongeBob, Bill Fagerbakke as Patrick, Roger Bumpass as Squidward, Clancy Brown as Mr. Krabs, Carolyn Lawrence as Sandy, Doug Lawrence as Plankton, Mary Jo Catlett as Mrs. Puff, Jill Talley as Karen, and Lori Allen as Pearl. This is different from the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run, where the characters' young selves in the flashback scenes were voiced by child actors. For the series, the decision was made to keep the familiar adult voice actors that fans know, even though they were playing younger versions of the characters. 2 new characters were created specifically for Camp Coral. These characters are Nobby and Narlene, who are twin narwhals that live in the woods around the campsite. Nobby is voiced by Carlos Alazraqui, and Narlene is voiced by Kate Higgins. These are the only 2 completely new main characters created for the series. The series was animated by the Bangalore branch of Mikros Animation. This is the same animation company that previously provided the animation for Sponge on the Run under its Paris and Montreal branches. Executive producer Vincent Waller explained that the main challenge was finding a crew capable of building a new world from scratch at a very fast speed so the show could premiere in March 2021. The controversy around Camp Coral. The creation of Camp Coral was controversial among some fans and former SpongeBob crew members. The main issue was that series creator Steven Hillenburg had reportedly been opposed to the idea of showing SpongeBob as a child. Steven Hillenburg created SpongeBob SquarePants and wanted the character to be what he called a childlike adult. This means SpongeBob would have a child's optimistic personality, but an adult's responsibilities, like having a job. When Hillenburg first pitched the show in the 1,990 seconds, Nickelodeon wanted to send SpongeBob to school. Hillenburg was strongly opposed to this idea. He felt that a show about child-aged SpongeBob went against his creative vision. As a compromise, Hillenburg created the character of Mrs. Puff and her boating school. This allowed SpongeBob to go to school for driving lessons while still being an adult with a job. This way, SpongeBob could have school-like experiences without actually being a child. Former series showrunner Paul Tibbitt, who worked closely with Hillenburg, tweeted when Camp Coral was announced that Hillenburg would not have approved of a younger SpongeBob spin-off. Tibbitt called the spin-off greedy, lazy executiving. According to Tibbitt, Hillenburg would always say to him, "You know, one of these days, they're going to want to make SpongeBob babies. That's when I'm out of here." Rob Renzetti, another former Nickelodeon employee and creator of My Life as a Teenage Robot, also said he disapproved of the spin-off idea and retweeted Tibbitt's statement. In response to the negative backlash, Vincent Waller, who is an executive producer on Camp Coral, asked fans not to jump to conclusions about the spin-off series. He stated that he hoped the show would speak for itself when it was released. An important clarification needs to be made about Steven Hillenburg's awareness of the project. Steven Hillenburg passed away on the 26th of November 2018 before Camp Coral premiered. There was an incorrect rumor that Hillenburg's family was working on Camp Coral, but this was revealed to be false. None of Hillenburg's family members have ever worked on any SpongeBob SquarePants media. Vincent Waller made statements in 2021 addressing Hillenburg's knowledge of the project. On the 4th of February 2021, Waller wrote, "Steve was aware it was being developed. Sadly, he did not get to see it completed. I think it would have made him smile." However, Waller followed up the next day with 2 additional statements clarifying his memory. He wrote, "When I said that last night, I was feeling it was right, but full disclosure, that time period has so much traumatic scar tissue for me," he continued. "I had lost 2 friends to death in a short time, and it has kinked up my chronological memories of events into a bit of a slippery jumble for that entire block of time." These statements show that while Hillenburg may have been aware the project was being developed, it's unclear exactly how much he knew or what his feelings were about it before his death. How Camp Coral changes the timeline. Camp Coral creates some significant changes and contradictions to the established SpongeBob timeline and backstory from the main series. The show acknowledges that it adjusts the timeline of the main show in several ways. According to information from the episodes Kitchen Sponge and the main show episodes Something Narwhal This Way Comes, Friendiversary, and Creepaway Camp, the show changes when active Devity Axide, and how certain events happened. One major change involves Sandy Cheeks. In Camp Coral, Sandy explains that she sent her younger self to summer camp to stop Plankton from stealing the Krabby Patty secret formula. This explains how the story of Sandy and SpongeBob meeting for the first time changed from what was shown in the main series episode Tea at the Tree Dome. Another major contradiction involves the origin of the Krabby Patty. In the main series episode Friend or Foe, which we discussed earlier, the Krabby Patty formula was created by accident when Mr. Krabs and Plankton were young and fought over their recipe. But in the Camp Coral episode Kitchen Sponge, SpongeBob invents the Krabby Patty while he was cooking for Plankton at the camp. This creates a completely different origin story for the famous burger. Additionally, Camp Coral shows that SpongeBob is the one who influences Plankton to start making chum instead of other food. This contradicts what was shown in Friend or Foe, where Plankton's chum recipe came from his half of the torn recipe that said, "and a pinch of chum." The series also contradicts the timeline of how SpongeBob first met Patrick and Gary. In the main series episode The Secret Box, it was revealed that SpongeBob has known Patrick since they were babies. But in Camp Coral, they meet for the first time at camp when they are 10 years old. This is a direct contradiction. Similarly, in the main series episode Treats, SpongeBob is shown to have adopted Gary from a pound. But in Camp Coral, the story of how SpongeBob got Gary is told differently. with Gary being a former stray snail at the camp. References to Camp Coral in the main series. Despite these contradictions, the main SpongeBob SquarePants series has acknowledged that Camp Coral exists within its universe. In the main series episode Friendiversary, which is about celebrating SpongeBob and Squidward's friendship anniversary, there is a direct reference to Camp Coral. In Friendiversary, SpongeBob has a memory book that shows pictures from their past. One picture shows SpongeBob and Squidward at camp, and SpongeBob says, "Here's us at camp." This confirms that the events of Camp Coral are part of SpongeBob's memories in the main series. Another reference in Friendiversary happens when screen caps of episodes flicker through SpongeBob's eyes. Two Camp Coral episodes, The Jellyfish Kid and Painting with Squidward, are shown flickering through his eyes. This visual reference further connects Camp Coral to the main series timeline. The main series also had an episode called Creepaway Camp that directly references the camp setting. These references show that even though Camp Coral contradicts some earlier episodes, Nickelodeon considers it part of SpongeBob's official backstory. The camp setting and activities. Camp Coral features a variety of new locations that didn't exist in the main series. The campsite itself is the central location where most episodes take place. There is a camp office where Mr. Krabs works as the director. Mrs. Puff has her own lighthouse at the camp where she lives. The camp has a dining area called the Krusty Canteen, which is the predecessor to the Krusty Krab restaurant from the main series. This is where Plankton and Karen work as chefs. Plankton and Karen also have their own lab at the camp. Mrs. Puff has a garden at the camp as well. For entertainment and gatherings, the camp has a location called the Clamphitheater, which appears to be an amphitheater for performances. There is also a general store where campers can buy supplies. The natural areas around the camp include Lake Yucky Muck, which is described as a lake of goo where the campers swim. There is an area called Jelly Meadows where jellyfish can be found. The camp is located in the Kelp Forest, which is a large underwater forest. There is also a mountain or hill called Porpoise Peak. The campers live in different cabins. The cabins have names like Dinghy Cabin, Barge Cabin, Yacht Cabin, Pontoon Cabin, Frigate Cabin, and Trawler Cabin. All these names are types of boats or ships, which fits with the nautical theme of SpongeBob. Nobi and Narlene, the twin narwhals, live in their own shack in the woods around the campsite. According to the show's premise, the gang spends the summer catching jellyfish, building campfires, and swimming. These activities show that SpongeBob's love of jellyfishing started when he was very young at camp. His friendship with Patrick and the others also developed during this summer camp period. SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship. Because Camp Coral's setting puts many of the regular SpongeBob characters in much closer proximity to each other since they all work or play at the same summer camp, SpongeBob and Patrick appear in every single episode of the series. This is different from the main show, where not every character appears in every episode. The series shows how SpongeBob and Patrick became such close friends. They are both campers at Camp Coral, and they spend all their time together doing camp activities. Most of the other characters appear more frequently than in the main show, with the exception of Gary, who appears less often than the other main characters. The friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick that viewers know from the main series is shown developing at camp. They go on adventures together, get into trouble together, and support each other through their camp experiences. This establishes the foundation for why they are best friends as adults in the main series. Production history. The idea for Camp Coral came from Brian Robbins, who became the president of Nickelodeon in October 2018. According to Robbins, on his second or third day at Nickelodeon, he was asked to go to a SpongeBob season 12 or 13 pickup meeting. He asked a lot of questions at this meeting, which made him realize that SpongeBob had basically stayed the same throughout its run. This inspired him and others to come up with ideas for spin-off shows and new characters. On the 14th of February 2019, it was announced that an unnamed spin-off of SpongeBob SquarePants was in development at Nickelodeon. On the 4th of June 2019, it was officially announced that a CG animated spin-off under the working title Camp Coral was greenlit with a 13-episode order. On the 19th of February 2020, the show's official title was revealed as Camp Coral, SpongeBob's Under Years. The voice cast was also announced at this time, confirming that all the original voice actors would return. On the 8th of January 2021, a 6-minute sneak peek of the episode The Jellyfish Kid was uploaded as an unlisted video on the SpongeBob SquarePants official YouTube channel. This same footage was shown on the 10th of January 2021, during an NFL wildcard game playoff that aired on Nickelodeon. This was an unusual way to premiere the show, as Nickelodeon broadcast the football game with SpongeBob-themed commentary and graphics. The series officially premiered on Paramount Plus on the 4th of March 2021. This made Camp Coral the first Nicktoon to be released exclusively on Paramount Plus before airing on Nickelodeon. The show premiered on Nickelodeon itself on the 2nd of April 2021, about a month after the streaming premiere. On the 11th of August 2021, less than 6 months after the series premiered, Camp Coral was renewed for a 13-episode second season. This showed that Nickelodeon was committed to continuing the series. The second and final season was released in full on Paramount Plus on the 10th of July 2024. The series ended its run on Nickelodeon on the 26th of September 2025. Reception and reviews. The series received mixed reviews from critics. Much of the criticism was attributed to what reviewers called juvenile humor, unpolished animation, and the inclusion of things that conflicted with the original show's continuity. Ali Leatherman of Legacy Press argued that the series was overplaying slapstick comedy in ways that children would not even find funny. She criticized the animation, saying, "The shadows are extremely harsh, the color palette is ugly, and the backgrounds are boring and lifeless. The animation makes it unclear if it even takes place underwater. The character design is alright other than Patrick, who just looks like pink mush in the shape of a star." Jessica Kearney of the Michigan Daily felt the series was not needed and lacked the same spark as the first 3 seasons of the original show. Many critics and fans felt that the series did not capture the same magic that made the original SpongeBob SquarePants so beloved. Despite the mixed critical reception, the show did find an audience. It aired on multiple Nickelodeon channels, and episodes were viewed on Paramount Plus. The show even aired on the Nick Jr. channel, making it the only SpongeBob SquarePants series to air on that younger children's channel. 4 episodes aired on Nick Jr. on the 13th of November 2022. Other media appearances. Camp Coral has appeared in other media beyond just the television series. A promotional short titled "I'm Urchin You to Leave" was included as a bonus feature on the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run DVD and Blu-ray that were released on February 2, 2021 inches Canada, and on the 13th of July 2021 in the United States. An in-game event based on Camp Coral appeared in the Roblox experience, SpongeBob Tower Defense, from August 22 to the 5th of September 2025. This event introduced a new story map, as well as 7 new units, mounts, and a pet based on the spin-off series. Camp Coral was also featured in the Nick Jr. coloring book from Crayola, further expanding its presence in SpongeBob-related merchandise and media. The importance of Camp Coral to SpongeBob lore. Despite the controversy and timeline contradictions, Camp Coral is officially recognized by Nickelodeon as part of SpongeBob's backstory. It establishes several important facts about SpongeBob's early life. First, it confirms that SpongeBob was 10 years old when he attended Camp Coral. This gives us a specific age for this period of his childhood. Second, it shows that SpongeBob knew Patrick, Sandy, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, Plankton, Karen, Mrs. Puff, and eventually Gary during his childhood at camp. Even though this contradicts some earlier episodes about when they first met, Nickelodeon considers this the current version of events. Third, it establishes that SpongeBob's love of jellyfishing, which is one of his main hobbies in the main series, started at camp. His optimistic personality and love of fun were already present when he was 10 years old. Fourth, according to the episode Kitchen Sponge, SpongeBob has a connection to the invention of the Krabby Patty from a very young age, even though this contradicts the friend or foe origin story. Fifth, it shows that Mr. Krabs has been in charge of food establishments since SpongeBob was young, as he runs the camp and the Krusty Canteen. This establishes his long history as a business owner. Camp Coral. SpongeBob's underyears represents a significant addition to SpongeBob's timeline, showing his early life at age 10 and establishing the childhood origins of his friendships, hobbies, and dreams that would define who he becomes as an adult in the main series. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the far future SB-129 and Spongehenge. In the SpongeBob timeline, there are 2 episodes that show what happens in the distant future, thousands of years after the present day. These episodes are SB-129 from Season 1, which aired on the 31st of December 1999, and Spongehenge from Season 5, which aired on the 23rd of November 2007. Both episodes reveal important information about SpongeBob's world far into the future and are significant to understanding the complete timeline of the SpongeBob universe. SB 129, Squidward's Journey Through Time. Sunday morning in Bikini Bottom. The episode SB 129 begins on a Sunday morning in Bikini Bottom. The narrator announces that it is about time for Squidward to practice his clarinet, and people should get their earplugs ready. This is a joke about how bad Squidward's clarinet playing sounds to others. Squidward kissed his clarinet and said he thought he would treat Bikini Bottom to some real music. But just as he was about to play, SpongeBob's alarm horn went off. The sound was so loud that it sent Squidward's clarinet straight into his throat. SpongeBob called out cheerfully, "Good morning, Squidward. Want to go jellyfishing?" Squidward tried to yell back, but every time he tried to talk, his clarinet made sounds instead of his voice because the instrument was stuck in his throat. SpongeBob, not understanding the problem, said, "Great. We'll be right over." Squidward pulled the clarinet out of his throat. Then he heard knocking at his door. He wondered who that could be, even though it was obvious. When he opened the door, SpongeBob was standing there asking if he was ready to go jellyfishing. "No, I'm not ready to go," Squidward yelled and slammed the door. Patrick, who was with SpongeBob, said that Squidward didn't want to play with them. But SpongeBob said no. Patrick was wrong. Squidward just wasn't ready yet. The endless knocking. What followed was a long sequence of SpongeBob and Patrick knocking on Squidward's door over and over again. Each time, Squidward would open the door, SpongeBob would ask if he was ready, and Squidward would yell no and slam the door. This happened many, many times in a row. The knocking pattern went, "Ready now? No. Slam. How about now? No. Slam. Now? No. Slam." This continued repeatedly. At one point, Squidward opened the door before anyone even knocked and yelled, "No!" Then he opened it again and yelled, "No!" again. Finally, Squidward noticed that both SpongeBob and Patrick were gone. He felt relieved, but then someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was SpongeBob asking, "Ready yet?" Squidward yelled that he wasn't ready, would never be ready, and asked if they understood. "Sure we do," SpongeBob said happily. Squidward said, "What?" and shut his door. But then he realized something terrible. He was now outside his house, and SpongeBob and Patrick were inside. He had accidentally pushed himself out instead of them. He had to knock on his own door, and SpongeBob opened it and asked, "Ready?" Squidward pushed both of them out of his house. Squidward's plan. After getting SpongeBob and Patrick out, Squidward asked if SpongeBob shouldn't be at work today. SpongeBob said he would love to be at work, but it was Sunday and the Krusty Krab was closed. This gave Squidward an idea. He told them to hold on a second and that he would be right out. He closed the door. But instead of coming back out, Squidward secretly tiptoed out the other way from his house. He headed straight to the Krusty Krab. When he got there, he said, "Hello," into the empty restaurant. There was silence. "Ah, alone at last," Squidward said happily. He tried to play his clarinet. But then SpongeBob and Patrick entered the Krusty Krab, calling out, "Squidward! Squidward!" They were looking for him. Squidward panicked and ran into the kitchen. SpongeBob and Patrick came into the restaurant and searched for Squidward, calling his name. Squidward ran into the freezer and closed the door behind him. He peeked out and watched as SpongeBob and Patrick looked for him. SpongeBob said, "Well, he's not here. I'll bet that eager beaver's already down at Jellyfish Fields." This meant they thought Squidward had gone to the jellyfishing area without them. SpongeBob and Patrick left the Krusty Krab to look for Squidward there. Trapped in the freezer. Inside the freezer, Squidward felt victorious. "Aha! They're finally gone," he said. He tried to open the freezer door, but it wouldn't budge. He said, "What the? Locked?" He realized with horror that the freezer door was locked from the inside, and he couldn't get out. "Oh no!" Squidward said. But then he tried to stay calm. He told himself that someone would realize he was gone and come looking for him. He said he would be out of there in no time. Then the narrator's voice came back. 2,000 years later, the narrator announced. This revealed that Squidward was trapped in that freezer for 2,000 years. Nobody came to look for him. He was completely forgotten. The year 4017, the scene showed Squidward still inside the freezer, completely frozen solid in a block of ice. The freezer looked very old and rusty. The hinges were rusty and fell off. The door fell forward with Squidward frozen behind it. A character flew past on what appeared to be some kind of flying device. He flew back to look at Squidward more closely. This character looked like SpongeBob, but was made of shiny chrome metal. He said, "Holy Krabby Patties, a frozen cephalopod." A cephalopod is the type of animal that Squidward is an octopus or squid. The chrome SpongeBob grabbed a chrome hammer. From the hammer came a red laser beam. The laser melted the ice that Squidward was frozen in. Unfortunately, it also melted part of Squidward's behind. Squidward screamed in pain. Squidward, still in a daze from being frozen so long, said, "I'll be out of here in no time," repeating what he had said 2,000 years earlier. The chrome SpongeBob greeted him, saying, "Greetings, Primitive." Squidward looked at the strange metal creature and stammered, SpongeBob? Is that you?" The chrome character said, "SpongeBob? No." Then in a robot voice he said, "I am Spongetron." Switching back to a normal voice, he said, "Welcome to the future." "What?" Squidward asked, confused. Spongetron repeated, "Welcome to the future." Squidward said, the future? Huh? Okay. What's going on here? Why is everything chrome?" Spongetron explained with enthusiasm, "Everything is chrome in the future." This was the answer in the year 4017, which is 2,000 years after the year 2017, when Squidward got frozen. Everything in the world had become chrome and shiny. The chrome future. Squidward was having trouble believing this. He said, "Wha? He looked outside the window of the Krusty Krab. "Oh my, impossible. He's lying," Squidward said. But then he saw something that proved Spongetron was telling the truth. A flower popped up from underground. A man came up to the flower with a spray can and sprayed the flower with chrome paint, making it shiny and silver like everything else. "He's right," Squidward realized with shock. Spongetron said, "Of course I'm right, Squidward. Just ask my clones. Spongetron X, Y, and Z." 3 more chrome SpongeBobs appeared. They all looked exactly the same. Squidward gasped. "Are the other letters of the alphabet involved here?" Squidward asked nervously. Spongetron said, "Sure. All 486 of them." This meant there were 486 different SpongeBob clones in the future, one for each letter and number combination. Squidward started doing sit-ups while talking, as if he was trying to wake himself up from what he hoped was a nightmare. "Future, future, future," Squidward kept saying, hoping this would wake him up. But it didn't work because this wasn't a dream. Spongetron dropped a brick on Squidward's head. "Thanks," Squidward said sarcastically. Then he spoke to all the Spongetrons. "Now listen, all of you. I don't belong here. This is all a horrible mistake. Please, we've got to do something." The 3 Spongetron clones pulled out jellyfishing nets and said, "Jellyfishing." Then a 2-headed Patrick appeared out of nowhere. This was the future version of Patrick, and he had 2 heads instead of 1. "Did somebody say jellyfishing?" Patron asked. That was his name, Patron, not Patrick. Spongetron greeted him by saying, "Hi, Patron." "The time machine." Squidward pleaded with them to listen. He said he wasn't supposed to be here, and he had to get home to his own time period. He said he had to go. Spongetron said, "Well, why didn't you just ask? Time machine is down the hall, to the left." Squidward ran to the door Spongetron pointed to, but when he opened it, they heard the sound of a can opener being used. Squidward stepped out of the room, torn into pieces like he had been through a can opener. "Whoops! Oh yeah, that one's the can opener," Spongetron said. "But try the one on the right." Squidward, now reassembled, tried the door on the right. He entered a room that had a machine that looked like a slot machine. It had options for past and future on it. Squidward looked around and said, "Well, I wouldn't have chosen this interior." This was Squidward's way of criticizing the design of the time machine room. He noticed the controls and said, "Oh, what's this?" "Well, if SpongeBob exists in the future, I'd better go to the past." Squidward's logic was that if SpongeBob existed in the future, maybe he didn't exist in the past. So Squidward turned the key and put the lever on past. A siren went off as the time machine disappeared from the Krusty Krab in the year 4017. The prehistoric past. After a brief moment, the time machine appeared in a very different-looking Bikini Bottom. Everything looked primitive and ancient. Squidward looked out and saw a strange creature swim by. "Wow, primitive," Squidward said. "Has sort of an old-world charm." Then another creature swam very close to Squidward's face, startling him. "Whoa, I guess this is before manners were invented," Squidward said. He felt relieved, though. "Well, at least there's no sign of SpongeBrat," Squidward said. He thought maybe now he could finally be alone with his clarinet. But then he heard a noise. He turned around, but some shadow quickly hid. He heard another noise and checked again, but a different shadow hid from view. Squidward kept seeing shadows moving around him. One shadow figure swung from tree to tree. Another hid behind a tree. Another hid behind a ledge. Squidward kept walking and then noticed something on the ground. It was a primitive version of SpongeBob, a caveman SpongeBob. This character is called Primate Sponge or SpongeGar. "SpongeBob?" Squidward said with dread. The primate sponge screamed. Squidward screamed back. "Ah, stay back." The primate sponge reached out and touched Squidward's arm, then sniffed his finger from what he touched. He tried to offer some to Squidward. No thanks," Squidward said, disgusted. Then Squidward felt breathing on him. He turned around and saw a prehistoric version of Patrick breathing on him. This was prehistoric starfish, or patar. The prehistoric starfish smiled, showing nasty, rotten teeth. Hi there. Well, I better be going now," Squidward said nervously. Teaching jellyfishing. The primate sponge grabbed Squidward's tentacle and wouldn't let go. "Yes, that's my arm," Squidward said. The primate sponge put Squidward's arm on his head. Then the prehistoric starfish licked Squidward's hand. "Oh, that's sweet," Squidward said sarcastically. Then the prehistoric starfish got scared and ducked. "What? Is it time for your flea bath now?" Squidward asked. But it wasn't that a jellyfish was swimming by, and the prehistoric starfish was afraid of it. "Oh, it's just a little jellyfish," Squidward said. But both the primate sponge and prehistoric starfish started running around screaming in fear of the jellyfish. "Well, I'm going away now," Squidward said. He walked away from them and found a nice, shady spot away from what he called those fools. Squidward tried to play his clarinet, but each time he tried to play a note, either the primate sponge or prehistoric starfish would holler because the jellyfish was stinging them. They were taking turns holding the jellyfish, and each time one held it, the jellyfish would sting them and they would scream. "What are you simpletons doing?" Squidward yelled. "You're supposed to catch these things, not torture yourself with them." But the primate sponge and prehistoric starfish looked confused. They didn't understand what Squidward meant. "Give me those loincloths," Squidward demanded. The primate sponge and prehistoric starfish each tore off a piece of their loincloth clothing. Squidward said, "I can't believe it. This ought to make things go a little smoother." He gave the pieces of cloth to the primate sponge and prehistoric starfish, showing them they could use these as nets. But the primitive creatures put the nets on their lips instead of using them to catch jellyfish. Squidward grabbed the nets back. "Give me those things. You're supposed to catch them, like this," he said. Squidward caught the jellyfish in one of the loincloth nets. "It's called jellyfishing," he told them. This is a very important moment in SpongeBob lore. Squidward had just invented jellyfishing and taught it to the prehistoric ancestors of SpongeBob and Patrick. This means that in the SpongeBob timeline, Squidward is actually responsible for creating the activity that he hates so much in modern times. The primate sponge and prehistoric starfish grabbed the nets and started chasing the jellyfish happily. "Ah, finally," Squidward said, satisfied. He sat on the ground and started playing his clarinet. Escaping to nowhere. But when the primate sponge and prehistoric starfish heard Squidward's clarinet playing, they went absolutely insane. The terrible sound of the clarinet drove them crazy, and they started chasing Squidward. Squidward ran away from them, heading straight for the time machine. The primate sponge and prehistoric starfish tried to get into the time machine by climbing on top of it. "Ah, get me out of here," Squidward screamed. He grabbed the lever and moved it up and down really fast, trying to escape. But he pulled too hard, and the lever broke off in his hand. "Uh-oh," Squidward said. The time machine started spinning like a slot machine. It stopped on 2 lemons and a bar symbol. The time machine said "loser" in a mechanical voice, like Squidward had lost at a slot machine game. The primate sponge and prehistoric starfish were still banging on the time machine, trying to get to Squidward. But then the time machine disappeared into thin air, taking Squidward with it. The time machine went through all sorts of dimensions and colors, traveling through time and space. Finally, the time machine vanished completely, and Squidward appeared in a very strange place. It was a blank, white space with nothing in it. There was no ground, no sky, no objects, just whiteness everywhere. Squidward saw some colored tiles floating around. He lifted one up, and it floated away and vanished. "He's not here. No more SpongeBob. No more," Squidward said happily. "I may finally have found a place where I can be all." Suddenly, Squidward became tiny and far away. "Alone," he said. Then something very strange happened. The word "alone" started appearing everywhere in different voices. Alone, 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 alone. The voices said over and over. This place, which had no name, was driving Squidward crazy. I gotta get out of here, Squidward yelled. He tried to run, but when he ran, he would run off one side of the scene and appear on the other side, like he was stuck in a loop. Where's the time machine? Where's anything? Where? Squidward jumped up and down angrily. When he jumped, he accidentally busted a hole through the ground. The hole led back into the time machine. Squidward fell through the hole and landed inside the time machine. I want to go home! 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 Squidward cried desperately. I miss Bikini Bottom. I miss my Easter Island head. I even miss SpongeBob. Returning home, the moment Squidward said the word SpongeBob, the time machine responded. It disappeared from the nowhere place and reappeared in present-time Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob and Patrick were still standing in the exact same spot where they had been waiting for Squidward at the very beginning of the episode. SpongeBob! Patrick! Squidward cried out happily. Hi, Squidward, SpongeBob and Patrick said together calmly. To them, no time had passed at all. They had just been waiting outside the Krusty Krab for Squidward to come back. Oh, I'm back! I can't believe this, Squidward said with joy. I was in space, and then I went to the future, and then I went to the past, and then I was nowhere, but now I'm back, and you don't know how happy I am to see you guys. SpongeBob started to ask, does this mean you want to go? Both SpongeBob and Patrick finished together. Jellyfishing? Squidward immediately yelled, no. He paused, then said, oh, who's the barnacle head who invented that game anyway? SpongeBob and Patrick both laughed and said, you are Squidward. This was the punchline of the episode. Squidward had traveled back in time and accidentally taught jellyfishing to prehistoric SpongeBob and Patrick, so Squidward himself was responsible for creating the activity he hated most. The screen cut to black, and they heard Squidward say one final thing, I'm going back. This meant Squidward would rather go back to being frozen, or to the future, or to the past, or even to nowhere anywhere was better than having to go jellyfishing with SpongeBob and Patrick. Spongehenge, the wind that changed everything. The storm begins. The episode Spongehenge shows a different vision of the far future. The episode begins with a shot of Bikini Bottom during a terrible windstorm. The wind was blowing wildly and violently. A fish named Nat said, Neptune stirred up quite a gale tonight. He must be mad about something. Neptune is the Roman god of the sea. Another fish named Shuby laughed and said, that's silly. Everyone knows Poseidon is ruler of the undersea. Poseidon is the Greek god of the sea. As Shuby said this, the wind blew so hard that a bag of food flew out of Shuby's hand. Oh, my leftovers, Shuby said. Nat became very emotional and sobbed, no! Why, dear Neptune? The bag of leftovers that blew away was a bag of goulash. The wind carried it through Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob was sleeping in his bed, snoring peacefully. The bag of goulash broke through SpongeBob's window and landed right on his face. Goulash, SpongeBob said, still half asleep. He woke up and opened his window. Hey, out there, you dropped your goulash. Hello? He called out to whoever had lost their food, but there was no response. Then something strange happened. The wind blowing through SpongeBob's pores made a musical whistling sound. My pores are whistling in the wind, SpongeBob noticed. He jumped outside to experience this interesting phenomenon. SpongeBob's body made music as the wind blew through the holes in his sponge body. He laughed with delight. Then a jellyfish came towards SpongeBob, attracted by the musical sound. The jellyfish problem. Ha 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 ha, that tickles, SpongeBob said as the jellyfish buzzed around him. The jellyfish made buzzing sounds in rhythm with the music coming from SpongeBob's pores. Aw, the little critter likes my whistling pores, SpongeBob said sweetly. Then the jellyfish went inside SpongeBob's head, entering through one of the holes. SpongeBob laughed uncontrollably because it tickled so much. SpongeBob kept laughing until a voice attracted his attention. He looked up and saw the moon in the sky, but this moon had a real human face on it. The moon yawned and said, my shift's over. The scene cut to daytime, with the sun also having a human face. Time for work, SpongeBob, the sun announced. All right, Jelly, out you go, SpongeBob said to the jellyfish. He took a deep breath and shot the jellyfish out from one of the holes in his head. It's been real fun, but I gotta get to work, SpongeBob told the jellyfish. But the jellyfish followed SpongeBob. Quite a wind this morning, eh, Jelly? SpongeBob said. The wind suddenly blew SpongeBob away. Whoa! He yelled. More jellyfish started coming toward him. "Hey, Sparky, can you tell your friends I don't have time to play right now?" SpongeBob asked the jellyfish. But the jellyfish didn't listen. They tickled SpongeBob and he laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha! No, please! Stop it! Please stop!" SpongeBob begged while laughing. He continued laughing until he let go of the rocks he was holding onto. "Whoa!" SpongeBob yelled as the wind blew him back home. He landed back in his bed. "Oh, I'm going to be late!" SpongeBob realized. He had to get to work. SpongeBob ran out his door, but the jellyfish picked him up. "I told you guys, I don't have time to play," SpongeBob said, but the wind blew him back again. "I have not been tardy one time in my career as a fry cook, and I'm not going to start today," SpongeBob declared. This is an important fact about SpongeBob's work record. He had never been late to work even once. SpongeBob got slung out of his home and blown back again. The jellyfish were laughing. SpongeBob's door closed on his hands, and he screamed. His fingers swelled up and became huge. Calling for help. "I need to call in some help," SpongeBob said. He tried to use the phone, but his swollen fingers were too big. "My fingers are too big for the buttons," he realized. So SpongeBob had to dial the phone with his nose instead. He called the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs answered, "Hello, this be the Krusty Krab." SpongeBob said, "Mr. Krabs, I need you." Mr. Krabs asked where SpongeBob had been. He said customers were blowing into the restaurant like nobody's business. The episode showed a fish named Nat literally flying through the door because of the wind. He landed on his face and then got in line to order food. "I am sorry, Mr. Krabs, but these jellyfish don't want me to go to work," SpongeBob explained. Mr. Krabs said, "Jellyfish?" SpongeBob tried to explain further. "They're attracted to my whistly holes." Mr. Krabs said, I'll never understand what you just said, but if it's transportation you need, I know just the thing." Mr. Krabs cast a fishing rod out his window. The hook on the fishing line hooked onto SpongeBob by one of his pores. "Gotcha," Mr. Krabs said. He started reeling SpongeBob in like a fish. Ooh, this one's putting up a fight," Mr. Krabs said. The episode showed SpongeBob being dragged on the ground. "It's fighting too hard," Mr. Krabs said. SpongeBob was being tossed in the air. Mr. Krabs narrated his own fishing technique. "If you're gonna reel him in, Krabs, you gotta wear him down. Give him a little slack." SpongeBob blew back a little, then yank. SpongeBob was pulled hard. "Give a little slack, then yank." Mr. Krabs repeated this technique until he pulled a beaten-up SpongeBob into the restaurant. "There he is, ready for work," Mr. Krabs said. He put SpongeBob's hat on his head. But then, one by one, SpongeBob's teeth fell out of his mouth from all the abuse. "Draw back the point. Now get in there and start pushing out them patties," Mr. Krabs ordered. "Aye, aye, sir," SpongeBob said dazedly while saluting. But then his left arm fell off from the damage. Working in the storm. In the kitchen, SpongeBob walked over to his grill. "Let's get these patties started right." "Woo!" he said enthusiastically. But the wind blew so hard that it blew the patties right onto the walls. "That gives me an idea," SpongeBob said. He let all the ingredients blow from his hands onto the patties that were stuck on the walls. "Order up!" SpongeBob announced, humming happily. But then the window opened, and sound came through SpongeBob's pores again from the wind. "Oh no, they found me," SpongeBob said with dread. The jellyfish came in through the chimney, heading straight toward SpongeBob. No, guys, please. Would you mind coming back after business hours?" I'm trying to work here," SpongeBob pleaded. As the wind continued blowing at hurricane force, something terrible happened. The entire Krusty Krab building got blown off into the sky. The whole restaurant flew away, leaving only the green floorboards behind. SpongeBob held onto his spatula while standing on the remaining floorboards. Squidward slid past him in his wooden boat. Mr. Krabs stepped backward, protecting his cash register. SpongeBob lost his grip on the floorboards and went launching through the air. He landed on Patrick's rock and grabbed onto the weather vane on top of it, hanging on for dear life as the heavy wind continued blowing. Hiding at Patrick's rock. Inside Patrick's rock home, Patrick was watching television. A weatherman on TV said, "The weather situation is much worse across the country." Another reporter named Bob said, "And this doesn't look like the winds are going to stop anytime soon." But then the TV reporter got blown away by the wind. Patrick laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, fishy go bye-bye." He was eating kelp cream ice cream. SpongeBob fell into Patrick's home and landed on the floor. A reporter named Barbara appeared on TV saying, "And that's the way it is in your world today." Patrick threw his ice cream cone at the TV. boring. I don't want to watch any of this boring stuff. I want to watch something decent like, Patrick started to say. But SpongeBob interrupted. Sorry, Patrick. I need a place to hide from those jellyfish. What jellyfish? Patrick asked. SpongeBob explained ever since the wind started, a sound whistles through my holes that the jellyfish seem to love. At that moment, Patrick's rock opened and jellyfish came flying in. Hey, pal, Patrick said to one of the jellyfish. But the jellyfish stung Patrick. Ow, Patrick yelled. He got angry. SpongeBob, get out of here, he demanded. But the jellyfish blew Patrick away with the wind. I'm sorry, SpongeBob, but you've become a negative influence, Patrick yelled, as he was blown away. At least the wind stopped, SpongeBob said, laughing nervously. But then the jellyfish stung SpongeBob. SpongeBob ran and hid in a cave. I think I lost them, he said. Alone in the cave. Inside the cave, SpongeBob tried to convince himself everything would be okay. Well, I guess I should just stay here, where it's safe and quiet and dark. It's okay. I'll only hide out here for a second. Yeah, it shouldn't take long, behind these rocks. These sedentary, lifeless rocks, SpongeBob said to himself. The French narrator announced later. This indicated that time passed. When the scene returned, SpongeBob was sitting together with an exact stone replica of himself that he had built. SpongeBob had been alone in the cave so long that he made a stone friend to talk to. Hey, buddy, just thought I'd spruce you up a little. Ah, what's that? Oh, you don't say. Well, guess what? You're my best friend too. Come on, let's have some fun, SpongeBob said to the stone replica, pretending it was talking back to him. SpongeBob was clearly going insane from loneliness. Look, buddy, dinner's ready. Here, let's have some tea. Want some sugar, buddy? 1 lump or 2? Oh, you can have it all, SpongeBob said, putting all the sugar in the tea. He continued talking. I feel comfortable around you. Can I confess something? 'Cause I know you'll understand. I have this problem. I seem to attract jellyfish. Ha 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 ha. How do you handle a thing like that? The stone SpongeBob stayed completely still, of course. Yeah, I'm in a loss too. Oh, barnacles. I'm gonna be stuck in this cave forever. SpongeBob sighed sadly. The discovery. Then something happened that changed everything. The wind blew through the pores of SpongeBob's stone replica, and it made music just like real SpongeBob's pores did. Of course, buddy. Brilliant idea, SpongeBob said excitedly. SpongeBob took the stone outside the cave. We'll see what happens this time, he said. The jellyfish came toward them. Whoa, here they come. Go get 'em, buddy. SpongeBob encouraged his stone friend. But the jellyfish hated the music that the stone was making. They buzzed angrily and headed toward real SpongeBob instead. Hey guys, long time no see. What do you think about my little friend's song? SpongeBob asked nervously. The stone SpongeBob continued to play foul, unpleasant notes. Something wrong? SpongeBob asked. But yes, something was very wrong. The jellyfish stung SpongeBob viciously. SpongeBob ran back to his cave screaming. Inside the cave, SpongeBob had a realization. I created one stone SpongeBob that uttered a note in a foul key. But if I were to craft another in a different size, SpongeBob pulled down an extremely complicated mathematical equation on a blackboard. The dimensions of that hollow center, multiplied by the number of holes, may offer another tune. One that could soothe those jellyfish. But which one is the right size? Hey, I guess I'll just have to make a bunch of them. This showed that SpongeBob understood the science of sound. Different sizes of stone, SpongeBob's with different numbers and sizes of holes would produce different musical notes when the wind blew through them. If he made enough of them in the right sizes, he might create a melody that the jellyfish would like. Creating the statues. SpongeBob worked hard creating stone statues. The episode showed SpongeBob making 8 large musical stone statues of himself. Okay, that should do her, SpongeBob said when he finished. The stone SpongeBobs stood in a row. When the wind blew through them, they produced melodious, beautiful notes. Unlike the first statue that made ugly sounds, these statues together created a pleasant tune. Whoa, it actually worked, SpongeBob said in amazement. The jellyfish came to the statues and circled around them peacefully, enjoying the music. Ah, they're finally leaving me alone. I can go back to work now, SpongeBob said happily. He laughed with joy and ran back toward Bikini Bottom. Krusty Krab, here I come, he shouted. The shocking discovery. But then SpongeBob gasped and stopped running. He saw something that horrified him. How long was I gone? He asked in shock. The Krusty Krab was partially buried in sand. It looked ancient and abandoned, like it had been buried for a very, very long time. No! No! SpongeBob cried desperately. He had been gone so long that the Krusty Krab had been abandoned and buried. This meant he had been in that cave for much longer than he thought. Perhaps years, or even decades, had passed while he was hiding and making his stone statues. 3,000 years later. The French narrator returned with a shocking announcement. 3,000 years later. The scene showed 3 alien creatures and their tour guide floating down to SpongeBob's stone statues. These were not fish or sea creatures, they were actual aliens visiting Earth. The statues still stood exactly where SpongeBob had placed them, but they were now 3,000 years old. The alien tour guide spoke to the other aliens. To this day, no one knows why these mysterious statues were created, or by whom. One of the aliens took a picture with its mouth. The guide continued, "All we know is the genius of their design has caused the annual migration of jellyfish to their wondrous tune." The scene showed jellyfish coming and going, swimming in and out of the pores of the stone, SpongeBob statues. The wind still blew through the statues, still making music after 3,000 years. The jellyfish were still attracted to the sound and visited the statues every year. Off in the distance, SpongeBob could be heard laughing. The camera panned into one of the statues' mouths, and the episode ended with that mysterious laugh echoing. The importance of these episodes to SpongeBob lore. Both SB-129 and SpongeHenge are extremely important to understanding the complete timeline of SpongeBob's universe because they show different possible futures. SB-129 establishes several key facts. First, it shows that 2,000 years in the future, around the year 4017, everything in Bikini Bottom is chrome. Second, SpongeBob has been cloned 486 times, and all the clones exist together. Third, Patrick has evolved to have 2 heads. Fourth, time travel is possible in the SpongeBob universe using a time machine. Fifth, and most importantly, Squidward himself invented jellyfishing by teaching it to prehistoric SpongeBob and Patrick, creating a time loop. SpongeHenge presents a different timeline. It shows that 3,000 years in the future, SpongeBob's stone statues still exist and are considered mysterious artifacts by alien visitors. This suggests that SpongeBob may have disappeared or died during the storm period, leaving only his statues behind. The episode implies that Bikini Bottom was abandoned or destroyed, as the Krusty Krab was buried and nobody came looking for SpongeBob. These 2 episodes cannot both be the true future since they contradict each other. In SB-129, life continues normally in Bikini Bottom 2,000 years later. In SpongeHenge, civilization seems to have ended sometime before 3,000 years passed. This suggests that SpongeBob's universe may have multiple possible timeline branches, or that these episodes should be viewed as what-if scenarios rather than definite predictions. Regardless of which future actually happens, both episodes expand the SpongeBob timeline to show that the universe extends thousands of years into the future, and both highlight important themes: Squidward's relationship with jellyfishing, SpongeBob's connection to jellyfish, the power of music, and the lasting impact that characters can have on their world, whether through inventing games or creating mysterious monuments that last for thousands of years. Now we have SpongeBob Mysteries lore to fall asleep to. We're starting it off with the Krabby Patty secret formula. The Krabby Patty secret formula is the biggest mystery in the entire SpongeBob SquarePants series. For over 25 years, fans have been trying to figure out what makes these burgers so special. The formula is the recipe for the highly popular Krabby Patty burger sold by the famous Bikini Bottom restaurant, the Krusty Krab. The mystery has lasted through hundreds of episodes, 3 movies, and countless attempts by the villain Plankton to steal it. There are many variations of the Krabby Patty, but all have one secret ingredient, which is yet to be identified or revealed. This one mysterious ingredient is what makes the Krabby Patty different from every other burger in Bikini Bottom. It's what makes customers line up at the Krusty Krab every single day, and it's what drives Plankton absolutely crazy with jealousy. The secret formula lives in a very specific place. The Krabby Patty secret formula is written in ink on a paper and kept in a transparent blue glass bottle with a cork on top to keep its opening secure. In early episodes, the location of this precious bottle changed. In Plankton's army, Squidward reveals that the secret formula can be found at Mr. Krabs' house, under his mattress. For the rest of the series, it is present in the safe in the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs takes the security of this formula very seriously. He keeps it locked away where only the most trusted people can access it. The main villain of SpongeBob SquarePants, Plankton, has made stealing this formula his life's mission. Throughout the series, there is a gag where Plankton tries to steal the formula, hoping to sell Krabby Patties at the Chum Bucket and run Krabs out of business. Plankton owns the Chum Bucket, a restaurant directly across the street from the Krusty Krab. His restaurant gets almost no customers because his food tastes terrible. Plankton believes that if he can just get his hands on the secret formula, he'll finally be successful and popular. He's been trying to steal it for decades, using everything from giant robots to sneaking in disguised as food items. We actually know quite a bit about what goes into a regular Krabby Patty. In the season 1 episode, Pickles, it's revealed that the burger comprises 2 buns, with the patty, lettuce, cheese, onions, tomatoes, ketchup, mustard, and pickles between them in that order. These are the ingredients you can see when SpongeBob makes a Krabby Patty. There's nothing special about most of these ingredients. They're the same things you'd find in any regular burger at any restaurant, but there's more to the story. Over the years, various episodes have revealed additional ingredients that go into making a Krabby Patty. In the Great Patty Caper, the following ingredients are confirmed: flour, barnacle shavings, and turmeric. These ingredients were shown being delivered to the Krusty Krab with heavy security, proving they're part of the actual recipe. There's another ingredient that several episodes mention. Another confirmed ingredient is love, which is revealed in the episodes Plankton's Army, Growth Spout, and the movie The SpongeBob Movie, Sponge Out of Water. Yes, love is literally listed as an ingredient in the Krabby Patty formula. This seems like a joke at first, but the show treats it as a real ingredient. SpongeBob puts love into every patty he makes, and that's supposedly part of what makes them taste so good. However, there's a contradiction here. In the episode Momageddon, it is mentioned that there is no love in Krabby Patties, so even this ingredient is up for debate. Salt is another ingredient we know about. In SpongeBob on Parade, Plankton learns that salt is one of the ingredients in the Krabby Patty. This was a big moment for Plankton because it was one of the few times he actually learned something real about the formula. Now here's where things get really interesting. The origin story of the Krabby Patty was revealed in a special episode called Friend or Foe. This episode aired on the 13th of April 2007, and it told the backstory of Mr. Krabs and Plankton's relationship. The episode reveals that Mr. Krabs and Plankton were actually best friends during their childhood. Through a series of flashbacks, Mr. Krabs tells the story of how that friendship deteriorated and how the Krabby Patty sandwich was created in the process. In the episode, young Mr. Krabs and young Plankton were bullied at school. They were outcasts who got picked on by other kids. Mr. Krabs was extremely poor and had to wear clothes made from old rags. Plankton was viewed as a nerd because of his intelligence and small size. Despite being different, they became best friends and did everything together. One day, Mr. Krabs finds a penny at the carnival. This is actually the first time Mr. Krabs ever encounters money in his life. Plankton explains to him what money is and tells him you can buy things with it. Mr. Krabs becomes fascinated with this shiny coin. He uses the penny to buy Plankton a balloon, showing that he cared about his friend. The two friends decide they want to start their own burger business. There was a restaurant called Stinky Burgers that all the local children ate at, even though the food was terrible and the owner was mean. The restaurant was located in a landfill and served horrible burgers that made people sick. When Stinky refuses to serve Mr. Krabs and Plankton, calling them freaks and saying they're bad for business, the two friends decide to create their own burger that would be better. The local health department eventually closes down Stinky Burgers because of food poisoning. This gives Mr. Krabs and Plankton their chance. They open a restaurant called Plab's Burgers at the dump. The name Plab is a combination of plankton and crabs. Now the children are forced to eat at their restaurant since Stinky's is closed, but there's a problem. Their first burger, called the Plab Patty, is absolutely terrible. In fact, it's even worse than Stinky's burgers. Their very first customer, Old Man Jenkins, tries the burger and immediately collapses. He's been poisoned by their patty. This causes a huge problem for the two friends. Mr. Krabs and Plankton start arguing about whose fault it was that the patty was so bad. During their fight, they begin to show their true personalities. Plankton says they should use their burgers to rule over the children and control people's minds. Mr. Krabs argues that they should care about satisfying the customers rather than seeking power. This fundamental disagreement leads to a huge fight between the two former best friends. During the argument, they fight over the recipe and end up tearing it in half. The fight gets so intense that Plankton storms out of the restaurant, telling Mr. Krabs that if he wants to fight over the recipe, then he will give Krabs a fight he will never forget. After Plankton slams the door in anger, something important happens. A shelf gets knocked down by the force of the door slamming. Various ingredients fall from the shelf and dump into the patty batter. This is the moment the Krabby Patty is born. The ingredients that fell from the shelf mixed together by accident, creating an entirely new recipe. Mr. Krabs is left with this new formula, while Plankton storms off with nothing. The Krabby Patty was created completely by accident during a fight between former best friends. The two go their separate ways after this, each trying to open their own restaurant. Mr. Krabs opens the Krusty Krab and starts selling Krabby Patties. People absolutely love them. The restaurant becomes incredibly successful and popular. Meanwhile, Plankton opens the Chum Bucket and serves Chum Burgers. His burgers taste horrible and nobody wants to eat them. His restaurant becomes a complete failure. This origin story explains why Plankton is so obsessed with stealing the formula. He believes that the formula should be partly his, since they were working together when it was created. In his mind, Mr. Krabs stole his chance at success. Plankton vows that he will steal Mr. Krabs' secret formula someday, and he will not stop until he has done so. This is why every episode features Plankton coming up with new schemes to get the formula. But here's an important detail about the origin story. The episode Friend or Foe shows 3 different versions of what happened. First, Mr. Krabs tells his version, where he's the good guy, and Plankton is the villain. Then Plankton tells his version, where their roles are reversed. Finally, Karen, Plankton's computer wife, reveals the true story. She was a security camera back then and recorded the whole thing. This means we can trust Karen's version as the real truth. According to Karen's true version, the original Plab Patty recipe contained a pinch of chum. Chum is a real thing used for fishing. It's made of fish parts and fish meat, and fishermen use it to attract bigger fish. In the real ocean, chum is considered bait, or fish food. This is likely where Plankton got the idea for his Chum Bucket restaurant and his chum burgers. Even though the original recipe had chum in it, the accidental Krabby Patty recipe that Mr. Krabs ended up with is completely different. Now, you might wonder if the Krabby Patty contains any meat. This has been a huge topic of debate among fans for years. Many people created theories that the secret ingredient was something dark or disturbing, like crab meat, meaning Mr. Krabs was serving his own species, or plankton, meaning the burgers contained Plankton's relatives. But the show's creators have actually answered this question. Vincent Waller, who works on SpongeBob SquarePants, said in a Twitter reply that there was no meat whatsoever in a Krabby Patty. He confirmed that the Krabby Patty is completely vegetarian. Stephen Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob SquarePants, also confirmed that the Krabby Patty contained no animal products. This means all those dark fan theories about crab meat or plankton being in the burgers are completely wrong. The Krabby Patty is a veggie burger. However, there's a confusing contradiction here. The episode Friend or Foe reveals that chum is part of the original formula. Chum is made of fish meat and animal products. So how can the Krabby Patty be vegetarian if chum was in the original recipe? The answer is that the original Plab Patty and the final Krabby Patty are 2 different recipes. When the shelf fell and the ingredients mixed by accident, it created a completely new formula that replaced the chum with other ingredients. There have been many fake reveals of the secret formula throughout the series. In the episode Plankton's Army, Plankton celebrates the 25th anniversary of his first attempt to steal the formula by trying again. This time, he brings his entire family with him. Thousands of Plankton's relatives invade the Krusty Krab all at once. The plan works, and Plankton finally gets to read the secret formula. When Plankton reads through the list of ingredients, he gets more and more excited. He thinks he's finally won after all these years. But then he gets to the very last ingredient. The formula says that each Krabby Patty contains plankton. This means that Plankton himself and all his relatives are part of the recipe. This scares Plankton and his entire family away. They run out of the restaurant in horror. But here's the twist. This formula was fake. Mr. Krabs had created a decoy formula to trick Plankton. The real secret formula was hidden under Mr. Krabs' mattress the whole time. This means Plankton's big victory was actually another failure. Even after getting his hands on the formula, he still doesn't know what the real secret is. There was another episode where viewers almost learned the secret. In the episode Krabby Road, there's a scene where the secret formula can be seen on screen. The paper with the formula is clearly visible, and fans could read what it said. But when people looked closely, they found that the ingredients were written as complete gibberish. Random letters and nonsense words filled the page. Vincent Waller explained on Twitter that this was done on purpose. The writers specifically made the ingredients gibberish so the audience would never know the true recipe. They wanted to keep the mystery alive. This shows that the creators of the show are committed to never revealing what the secret formula actually is. In the episode Spy Buddies, the formula appears as a literal math equation. The paper shows x2 plus 1 equals Krabby Patty. This is obviously a joke and not the real formula. It's just another way the show teases fans about the mystery without actually revealing anything. The show even pokes fun at this mystery. In the episode Krusty Krab Training Video, the episode builds up to revealing the formula. It acts like it's finally going to tell viewers what the secret is. SpongeBob is about to explain the formula when suddenly the episode just ends. It cuts off right before the reveal, leaving everyone hanging. This was a hilarious joke that frustrated fans who thought they were finally going to learn the answer. One popular theory about the secret formula spread on the internet for years. When people Googled Krabby Patty secret formula, the search results would say, a pinch of King Neptune's Poseidon powder. Many fans believed this was the real answer. Some people even thought Poseidon powder was a code word for cocaine, making it a dark adult joke hidden in a kids' show. But this was never confirmed by anyone who works on the show. It was just an internet rumor that got out of control. Google's search results were pulling this information from fan websites and theories, not from any official source. The Poseidon powder answer is not canon and should not be trusted. Another brilliant theory suggests that there actually is no secret ingredient at all. Some fans believe the secret formula is nothing more than a clever marketing trick by Mr. Krabs. According to this theory, Mr. Krabs invented the idea of a secret formula to make his restaurant seem special and exclusive. The real genius is that he's convinced everyone in Bikini Bottom that his burgers are special, even though they're just regular burgers. This theory also suggests that the whole secret formula thing is a distraction for Plankton. By keeping Plankton obsessed with stealing a formula that doesn't exist, Mr. Krabs prevents Plankton from focusing on making his own restaurant better. Plankton spends all his time and energy trying to steal something that might not even be real. Meanwhile, Mr. Krabs faces no real competition because his rival is too distracted. There's some evidence for this theory. In the episode Patty Caper, when the secret ingredient is stolen, Mr. Krabs hires SpongeBob to investigate. But throughout the episode, we never actually see what the secret ingredient looks like. The container is always obscured or hidden. Some fans think this is because there's nothing actually in it. Additionally, in one episode, when Plankton's restaurant gets a great slogan and advertising, the Chum Bucket actually starts outselling the Krusty Krab. This suggests that the Krabby Patties aren't really that special. It's all about marketing and perception. If Plankton just focused on running his business instead of stealing the formula, he might actually succeed. However, the episode Patty Caper does show that there truly is a secret ingredient being delivered to the restaurant with high security. So this no secret formula theory probably isn't true, but it's a clever idea that some fans really believe. Another very dark theory that became popular is the whale theory. Some fans noticed that Mr. Krabs has a daughter named Pearl, and Pearl is a whale. But Mr. Krabs is a crab. How does a crab have a whale for a daughter? Pearl's mother has never appeared in the series, and nobody knows what happened to her. This led to a disturbing theory. In real life, when a whale dies and sinks to the ocean floor, its body can provide food for an entire ecosystem of sea creatures for years or even decades. The theory suggests that Mr. Krabs found Pearl's mother's dead body and used it to create the Krabby Patty formula. He then adopted baby Pearl out of guilt. This theory is extremely dark and disturbing, but the creators have shut it down. Vincent Waller, an animator on the show, confirmed that there are no animal products in the Krabby Patty at all. So this whale theory is definitely false. The Krabby Patty does not contain whale meat. There's also a disturbing theory that the secret ingredient is crab meat, meaning Mr. Krabs is serving burgers made from his own species. This would explain why the burgers are called Krabby Patties. It would also explain why crabs are almost never seen in Bikini Bottom. Maybe Mr. Krabs has been catching and cooking all the other crabs. In the episode Midlife Crustacean, Mr. Krabs eats a Krabby Patty and says, "So that's what I taste like." This seemed to confirm the crab meat theory for many fans. They thought Mr. Krabs had just realized he'd been serving his own species all along. But once again, the creators have denied this theory. Steven Hillenburg and Vincent Waller both confirmed that there is absolutely no meat in the Krabby Patty. The "so that's what I taste like" line was just a joke, not a confirmation of the secret ingredient. Tom Kenny, the voice actor for SpongeBob, was once asked about the secret formula in an interview. He joked, "Krabby Patties are hummus." This was clearly a joke and not a serious answer, but some fans took it literally. Hummus is made from chickpeas, which are vegetarian. This would fit with the confirmed information that Krabby Patties contain no meat. The show has also revealed some information about who knows the formula. In the episode Friendiversary, it is revealed that SpongeBob is the only one who knows the combination that unlocks the safe containing the formula. He attached the combination to one of his memories with Squidward so he wouldn't forget it. When that memory was accidentally erased from SpongeBob's memory, he forgot the combination as well. This caused a major crisis at the Krusty Krab. Interestingly, there's another contradiction about who created the Krabby Patty. The movie The SpongeBob Movie, Sponge on the Run, and the spin-off series Camp Coral, SpongeBob's Underyears, reveal that SpongeBob is the true creator of the Krabby Patty formula. This completely contradicts the Friend or Foe episode, which showed Mr. Krabs accidentally creating it. In these newer versions of the story, baby SpongeBob makes his first Krabby Patty, and it's perfect on the first try. This suggests that SpongeBob has always had a natural talent for making the perfect burger. Some fans accept this as canon, while others prefer the Friend or Foe origin story. There's also a contradiction with Mr. Krabs' mother. In the episode Enemy In-Law, it's stated that the Krabby Patty formula is an old Krabs family recipe that's been passed down through generations. But this directly contradicts Friend or Foe, which shows Mr. Krabs accidentally creating the formula as a teenager. So which story is true? The show has never clarified this contradiction. Throughout the entire series, Plankton has temporarily gotten his hands on the formula several times. In the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the first movie, Plankton successfully steals the formula and uses it to take over Bikini Bottom. In the SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, the second movie, a pirate named Burger Beard steals the formula to start his own restaurant on land. But every single time Plankton gets the formula, something goes wrong. He either loses it before he can use it, or the formula turns out to be a fake, or SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs manage to get it back. The formula always returns to the Krusty Krab by the end of the episode or movie. The status quo always resets. Karen, Plankton's computer wife, actually has the ability to analyze a Krabby Patty and extract the formula herself. In the episode Single Cell Anniversary, Karen gets the formula and is about to tell Plankton what it is, but she explodes before Plankton can learn the secret. In another episode, For Here or To Go, Karen tries again to analyze a Krabby Patty after Plankton eats one, but the analysis fails because Plankton's body had already started digesting it. The Krabby Patty is treated as extremely important in the world of SpongeBob SquarePants. In the SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, Mr. Krabs states, "The Krabby Patty is what ties us all together. Without it, there will be a complete breakdown of social order." This shows that the Krabby Patty isn't just a popular burger. It's somehow essential to the functioning of their entire society. The Krabby Patty has become so iconic that it's crossed over into the real world. In 2024, Wendy's restaurants offered a limited-time Krabby Patty burger as part of a collaboration celebrating SpongeBob's 25th anniversary. The burger was available from October 8 to the 11th of November 2024 and came with fries and a pineapple vanilla frosty. This was the first time people in real life could try something close to a Krabby Patty. Various merchandise has featured the Krabby Patty over the years. There have been Krabby Patty toys, makeup palettes, dog toys, and even a life-size Krabby Patty costume that Katy Perry wore on the red carpet at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The SpongeBob musical featured the Krabby Patty portrayed by an actual actor on stage. So after all this information, what do we actually know for sure about the Krabby Patty secret formula? Here's what is 100% confirmed. The formula exists and is kept in a blue glass bottle. It's usually kept in a safe at the Krusty Krab. The formula contains flour, barnacle shavings, turmeric, and salt. The burger also contains love as an ingredient, though one episode contradicts this. The Krabby Patty is completely vegetarian with no animal products. The formula was accidentally created when a shelf fell and ingredients mixed together. Mr. Krabs and Plankton were best friends who created a restaurant together before becoming enemies. Here's what remains a mystery. What is the actual secret ingredient that makes Krabby Patties special? What ingredients fell from the shelf that created the formula? Why do the burgers taste so good if they're just vegetarian ingredients? Why can't anyone else replicate the Krabby Patty even though they know some of the ingredients? The writers and creators of SpongeBob SquarePants have made it very clear that they will never reveal the complete secret formula. They believe that keeping it a mystery is more fun and interesting than revealing the answer. The chase is more entertaining than the catch. As long as the secret remains unknown, Plankton can keep trying to steal it, and fans can keep guessing what it might be. The Krabby Patty secret formula represents something bigger than just a burger recipe. It represents ambition, obsession, friendship turned to rivalry, and the idea that some mysteries are better left unsolved. For over 25 years, this mystery has kept fans engaged and talking about the show. It's become one of the most famous unsolved mysteries in television history. The beauty of the Krabby Patty secret formula mystery is that everyone has their own theory. Some people think it's a real secret ingredient that we'll never know. Some think it's nothing at all and just clever marketing. Some believe it's something simple and obvious that we're all overlooking. The mystery means different things to different people. And perhaps that's the real secret. The Krabby Patty secret formula doesn't need to be revealed because the mystery itself is what makes it special. Just like how SpongeBob puts love into every patty, the secret formula has captured the love and imagination of millions of fans around the world. That's the real magic ingredient that can never be stolen or replicated. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Pearl's mother, the Mrs. Krabs mystery. One of the strangest things about SpongeBob SquarePants is the relationship between Mr. Krabs and his daughter Pearl. Mr. Krabs is a crab, a small red crab with claws and a hard shell. But his daughter Pearl is a whale, a massive teenage sperm whale who towers over everyone in Bikini Bottom. How does a crab have a whale for a daughter? Where is Pearl's mother? What happened to Mrs. Krabs? These questions have puzzled fans since Pearl first appeared in the show. Pearl Krabs made her first appearance in the episode Squeaky Boots, which aired on the 17th of September, 1999. This was during the very first season of SpongeBob SquarePants. From the moment Pearl appeared on screen, fans immediately noticed something odd. She looks nothing like her father. She's enormous compared to Mr. Krabs. She has blonde hair tied in a ponytail, big blue eyes, and wears a pink cheerleader outfit. Meanwhile, her father is a tiny crab who barely comes up to her fin. Pearl is a typical teenage girl in many ways. She loves going to the mall. She listens to a boy band called Boys Who Cry. She gets embarrassed by her father. She cares about being popular at school. She wants nice things and gets upset when her dad is too cheap to buy them for her. In most ways, she acts like any normal teenager, but the question of her species compared to her father's species has always hung over the show like a dark cloud. The answer to how a crab could have a whale daughter was actually revealed in official SpongeBob materials. A trivia book was written by David Fain in the year 2000. David Fain was a former episode writer for SpongeBob SquarePants, so this information comes from someone who actually worked on the show. In this official trivia book, Mr. Krabs explains that Pearl is a whale because she takes after her mother that way. This confirms several important things. First, Pearl is the biological daughter of Mr. Krabs. She's not adopted, even though many fans theorized she might be. Second, Mrs. Krabs exists and was married to Mr. Krabs at some point. Third, Mrs. Krabs is also a whale just like Pearl. This means Mr. Krabs, a crab, was married to a whale and somehow they had a daughter together. The show uses cartoon logic where different species can apparently have relationships and children together. The official British Nickelodeon magazine had a section called Briny Buddies that featured fact sheets for SpongeBob characters. Both Pearl's fact sheet and Mr. Krabs' fact sheet list Mrs. Krabs as part of their family. Pearl's fact sheet says Mum Mrs. Krabs and Mr. Krabs' fact sheet says Wife Mrs. Krabs. This official material confirms that Mrs. Krabs is a real character who exists in the SpongeBob universe. But here's the mystery. Mrs. Krabs has never appeared in a single episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. Not once in over 25 years and hundreds of episodes has she shown up. We don't know what she looks like. We don't know where she is. We don't know if she's alive or dead. We don't know if she and Mr. Krabs are still married or if they got divorced. The show has given us absolutely zero information about her fate or whereabouts. This wasn't an accident or an oversight by the writers. The absence of Mrs. Krabs was a deliberate decision made by Stephen Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob SquarePants. Stephen Hillenburg was strongly against revealing the identity of Pearl's mother. He wanted this to remain a mystery throughout the entire series. He established this as one of his rules for the show during the start of production. Vincent Waller is the executive producer and creative director of SpongeBob SquarePants. He worked closely with Stephen Hillenburg for many years. According to Vincent Waller, Stephen Hillenburg received many letters from fans requesting an origin story for Pearl. People wanted to know how Mr. Krabs and a whale got together. They wanted to know what happened to Pearl's mother. Fans sent letter after letter asking these questions, but Hillenburg refused to answer them. Vincent Waller explained on Twitter that Stephen Hillenburg was very much against solving the mystery of how Pearl joined the Krabs family. Hillenburg believed it was funnier if Pearl's mother never appeared on the show. He thought the mystery added something special to the series. By leaving it unexplained, it created an ongoing joke and gave fans something to wonder about. The writer's room actually pitched an episode about Mrs. Krabs during season 5 of the show. According to Vincent Waller, a complete plot outline was written for a special double-length episode that would reveal Pearl's origin story. This episode would have explained who Mrs. Krabs was, how she and Mr. Krabs met, how they had Pearl, and what happened to her. The episode started early development stages, and the writers were ready to produce it. But Stephen Hillenburg shut it down. He disapproved of the concept entirely. He argued that it was better for Pearl's mother to never appear in the show. The episode was shelved and has never been finished. Even after Hillenburg passed away in 2018, the production team has honored his wishes. The rule about never showing Mrs. Krabs continues to this day. Mrs. Krabs hasn't appeared in the main SpongeBob series. She hasn't appeared in any of the movies. She hasn't even appeared in the spin-off shows like Camp Coral, SpongeBob's Under Years, or The Patrick Star Show. Camp Coral is a prequel series that shows the characters as children at summer camp. This would have been the perfect place to introduce Mrs. Krabs since it takes place in the past. But even in this show, she doesn't appear. The creators continue to respect Stephen Hillenburg's wishes even years after his death. There are small hints about Mrs. Krabs scattered throughout the series, but they're very subtle. In the episode Selling Out, there are photos of Pearl's early life. These photos show Mr. Krabs taking care of baby Pearl all by himself. Mrs. Krabs is not in any of the pictures. This suggests that Mrs. Krabs was not around when Pearl was a baby. Either she left before Pearl's birth, she died during childbirth, or she abandoned the family shortly after Pearl was born. The episode Bossy Boots shows another interesting detail. Mr. Krabs had to teach Pearl important whale skills like breaching all by himself. Breaching is when a whale jumps out of the water. This is something a whale mother would normally teach her baby, but Mr. Krabs, despite being a crab, had to figure out how to teach his whale daughter whale behaviors. This suggests he's been a single father for most of Pearl's life. In the episode Goons on the Moon, Sandy says to SpongeBob, Pearl, and Squidina that their mamas won't save them now. This line acknowledges that Pearl does have a mama, even though we never see her. The show doesn't pretend Mrs. Krabs doesn't exist. The characters know she exists, they just never talk about her or explain what happened to her. There's an interesting detail about Pearl's name. Pearl was named after the phrase, mother of pearl. Mother of pearl is the shiny inner layer of some sea-dwelling mollusk shells. It's used to make jewelry and decorative items. Mr. Krabs often says the phrase, mother of pearl, when he's surprised or scared. This phrase is a reference to the absence of Pearl's mother. Since he only uses this phrase when he's scared or shocked, many fans believe something tragic happened to Mrs. Krabs. The voice actors for the show have occasionally joked about Mrs. Krabs. In 2015, Roger Bumpass, who voices Squidward, and Lori Allen, who voices Pearl, stated that Mrs. Krabs' whereabouts are secret. They joked that Mrs. Krabs was taken to SeaWorld. This was obviously a joke and not a serious answer, but it shows that even the voice actors know the mystery of Mrs. Krabs is a big deal to fans. In 2008, the British Nickelodeon magazine ran a design contest for Mrs. Krabs in their Briny Buddies section. They asked readers to come up with a possible design for what Mrs. Krabs might look like. This is the only time fans have ever been officially asked to imagine Mrs. Krabs. The winning designs were featured in later installments of the magazine, but these fan designs are not canon. They're just fun ideas from fans, not the real Mrs. Krabs. The web series Bikini Bottom Mysteries did a fake-out reference to Mrs. Krabs in episode 18. At the end of the episode, the narrator introduces another bonus mystery about the identity of someone connected to Pearl. Fans thought they were finally going to get information about Mrs. Krabs, but it turned out to be about something else entirely. This shows that even the modern SpongeBob content team likes to tease the Mrs. Krabs mystery. Steven Hillenburg created Pearl as the second main character when he was developing SpongeBob SquarePants. He was inspired to design a whale character while working as a supervisor for whale watches at the Ocean Institute in Dana Point, California. Hillenburg had a background in marine biology and had worked as a marine biology teacher. His experience watching real whales inspired him to include a whale in his cartoon. When people asked Hillenburg why Pearl is a whale while her father is a crab, he gave a simple answer. He wanted each member of the main cast to be a different animal. SpongeBob is a sponge, Patrick is a starfish, Squidward is an octopus, Sandy is a squirrel, Mr. Krabs is a crab, Plankton is plankton, and Pearl is a whale. Having different species made the character designs more interesting and varied. It also made sense for an underwater show to feature many different types of sea creatures. As for why specifically a whale, no official explanation has ever been given, but many people believe it's because the idea of a tiny crab having a giant whale for a daughter is funny. Comedy often comes from unexpected combinations. The extreme size difference between Mr. Krabs and Pearl creates natural humor. Scenes where they hug or interact physically are automatically funny because of how different they are. In Hillenburg's first sketch of Pearl, she had flukes on her tail and wore her hair in pigtails. These design elements were dropped from her final look. Originally, Pearl's full name was going to be Pearl Krabs, and she would live at the Krusty Krab with her father. But Hillenburg decided it would be funnier to change the C's to K's, making her name Pearl Krabs. He also figured it would be more practical for the Krabs family to live in a house instead of their restaurant, so he designed an anchor home for them. When Hillenburg was first developing the characters, he wanted Pearl and Mr. Krabs to travel around town in a caravan boat with a whale-sized trailer connected to it. This trailer did appear in some early episodes like Squeaky Boots, but it was only used rarely. The anchor house became their permanent home instead. The original map of Bikini Bottom that Hillenburg showed to Nickelodeon executives in 1997 didn't include an anchor house. It labeled the Krusty Krab as both Mr. Krabs and Pearl's residence. Hillenburg originally planned for Pearl and Mr. Krabs to be mostly separate characters. He wanted specific episodes dedicated to each character individually. This happened in several early episodes like The Chaperone, which focused on Pearl, and other episodes that focused on Mr. Krabs alone. But the writers eventually found it more natural to include Mr. Krabs and Pearl-focused stories and vice versa. Hillenburg later said this was one of the biggest differences between how he originally envisioned the show and how it actually turned out. Pearl's personality was outlined in her original character biography from when Hillenburg first pitched SpongeBob to Nickelodeon. The original plan was for Pearl to have a large brain, high intelligence, and insecurity about liking stereotypically nerdy hobbies. These traits were mostly phased out as the show progressed. But the episode Mall Girl Pearl brought these characteristics back, particularly her insecurity about liking things that aren't cool. Lori Allen provides Pearl's voice in the series, both feature films and the video games. When Allen first auditioned for the role, she was shown an early drawing of the main characters. Her first reaction was noticing how much taller Pearl was compared to everyone else. She wanted Pearl's voice to reflect her large size. She made the voice deep and full in tone. She also aimed to make the voice invoke the sound of Whale's low vocalizations while also sounding spoiled and lovable. Allen said Pearl had to sound somewhat like a child, but also needed an abnormally large voice. The mystery of Mrs. Krabs adds an interesting layer to Mr. Krabs' character. Mr. Krabs is usually portrayed as greedy and obsessed with money. He's often the villain in episodes because he's so cheap and selfish. But when it comes to Pearl, Mr. Krabs shows a softer side. He loves his daughter deeply. He tries to make her happy, even though he hates spending money. He works hard to give her nice things, even when it goes against his nature as a cheapskate. The absence of Mrs. Krabs makes Mr. Krabs more sympathetic. He's a single father raising a teenage daughter from a different species. He has to deal with Pearl's expensive tastes and her teenage drama all by himself. He doesn't understand teenage girls or whale culture, but he tries his best. This gives Mr. Krabs a quietly tragic backstory that contrasts with his usually comedic role. There's an underlying sadness to his character when you think about the fact that he's raising Pearl alone. Some fans have created dark theories about what happened to Mrs. Krabs. One popular theory suggests that Mrs. Krabs died and Mr. Krabs is a widow. This would explain why he never talks about her and why Pearl doesn't have a mother figure in her life. The fact that Mr. Krabs says, "Mother of Pearl," when he's scared, might indicate that her death was traumatic. However, this is just a fan theory and has never been confirmed. Another theory suggests that Mrs. Krabs left Mr. Krabs and they got divorced. Maybe she couldn't handle being married to someone so obsessed with money. Maybe she wanted to leave Bikini Bottom and Mr. Krabs refused. Maybe they simply grew apart. If Mrs. Krabs is still alive somewhere, Pearl might have complicated feelings about her absent mother. But again, this is pure speculation. The show has never addressed this. Some fans wondered if Pearl was adopted after all, despite what the trivia book says. Maybe Mr. Krabs found baby Pearl after her real parents died. Maybe he rescued her from whale hunters or from a dangerous situation. This would make Mr. Krabs a hero and explain why he loves Pearl so much despite them being different species. But this theory is contradicted by the official statement that Pearl takes after her mother, implying biological relation. The most disturbing fan theory involves whale carcasses. In real life, when a whale dies and sinks to the ocean floor, its massive body can provide food and shelter for an entire ecosystem of deep-sea creatures for decades. Some fans theorize that Mr. Krabs found Mrs. Krabs' dead body, and somehow that's connected to the Krabby Patty formula or his success. This theory is very dark and has been completely debunked by the show's creators, but it shows how wild fan speculation can get. The decision to keep Mrs. Krabs a mystery was ultimately a smart creative choice. It adds depth to the show without needing to explain everything. Not every question needs an answer. Sometimes the mystery is more interesting than any explanation could be. Fans can imagine their own versions of what happened. Everyone has their own theory. This keeps people talking about the show and thinking about the characters. The mystery also serves as a form of representation. Many children watching SpongeBob come from single-parent households. Pearl growing up with just her father mirrors the reality of many viewers' lives. The show doesn't treat this as a big deal or a problem. Pearl is happy and healthy. Mr. Krabs is doing his best as a parent. The absence of Pearl's mother doesn't define their family. They make it work. Animation historian Jerry Beck stated that Pearl's breakout role was in the episode Bossy Boots. He considers this the episode that best established Pearl as one of the series' stars. In this episode, Pearl gets a summer job at the Krusty Krab and completely renovates it to appeal to teenagers. She changes the name to the Cuddly Crab and makes it look like a trendy restaurant. This episode showed that Pearl could carry her own storylines and wasn't just a side character. Pearl's relationship with SpongeBob is interesting too. SpongeBob works for her father, so he's technically an employee of the family business. SpongeBob is always nice to Pearl and often gets dragged into her schemes. In The Chaperone, SpongeBob takes Pearl to her junior prom when her original date stands her up. This episode shows SpongeBob's kind nature and his willingness to help Pearl even when it's awkward for him. Pearl wants to inherit the Krusty Krab when she grows older, though she's not interested in running a restaurant. She dreams of being famous and having an exciting life. She loves boys, shopping, and her favorite boy band, Boys Who Cry. She's a cheerleader at her school. She's part of the most frequently pictured in the yearbook committee. She can play the tuba. She's a pretty typical teenage girl in most ways, just much larger than everyone else. The anchor house where Pearl and Mr. Krabs live is specially designed to accommodate Pearl's massive size. It has a large bedroom for Pearl, decorated in pink with posters of Boys Who Cry on the walls. There's a normal-sized area for Mr. Krabs. The house shows the practical challenges of a small crab and a giant whale living together under one roof. Sometimes, Pearl accidentally breaks things just by moving around because she's so much bigger than her father. Mr. Krabs' mother, Betsy Krabs, is Pearl's grandmother. Betsy has appeared in several episodes, but even Grandma Krabs never mentions Mrs. Krabs or explains what happened to her. This is notable because grandmothers usually love to talk about their family members. The fact that even Betsy Krabs doesn't bring up Mrs. Krabs suggests that whatever happened might have been painful for the family. Steven Hillenburg established several rules and restrictions when production began on SpongeBob SquarePants. These rules were meant to keep the show consistent and protect its core identity. The rules included SpongeBob would never get his boating license, the Krabby Patty formula would remain secret, Pearl's mother would never be revealed, SpongeBob would have no love interests, and there would be no spin-offs. Some of these rules have since been broken after Hillenburg's death, but the Mrs. Krabs rule has been strictly maintained. The fact that the Mrs. Krabs mystery has been protected even after Hillenburg's passing shows how much the current creative team respects his vision. They could easily create an episode revealing Mrs. Krabs now that Hillenburg is gone. They could explain everything and give fans the answers they've been asking for, but they choose not to. They understand that some mysteries should stay mysterious. They recognize that Hillenburg's instinct was correct and that the show is better with Mrs. Krabs remaining unseen. In conclusion, here's what we know for certain about Mrs. Krabs. She exists. She's a whale like her daughter Pearl. She was married to Mr. Krabs at some point. Pearl is their biological daughter. Mrs. Krabs hasn't been around for most or all of Pearl's life. She will never appear in the show because Steven Hillenburg didn't want her to. That's it. That's all the confirmed information that exists. Everything else is speculation, theories, and imagination. We don't know what she looks like beyond being a whale. We don't know if she's alive or dead. We don't know if she left voluntarily or died tragically. We don't know if Pearl remembers her or if she left when Pearl was too young to remember. We don't know if Mr. Krabs still loves her or if he's bitter about her absence. These are all mysteries that will probably never be solved. And maybe that's okay. Maybe not knowing is part of what makes SpongeBob SquarePants special. The show has always mixed silly cartoon logic with surprising emotional depth. The mystery of Mrs. Krabs represents both of these qualities. It's funny that a crab somehow married a whale, but it's also a little sad that Pearl grew up without her mother. Life doesn't always have neat explanations. Sometimes people are just absent from our lives, and we never get the full story. Mrs. Krabs will likely remain SpongeBob SquarePants' most protected mystery forever. As long as the show continues and new content is created, fans will keep wondering about her. They'll keep creating theories and having debates. They'll keep hoping that maybe one day an episode will reveal the truth. But based on how seriously the creators take Hillenburg's wishes, that day will probably never come. Mrs. Krabs will stay hidden in the depths of mystery, forever unseen but always remembered as one of television's greatest unanswered questions. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the fact that there's fire, underwater, and SpongeBob. One of the strangest things about SpongeBob SquarePants is that fire exists underwater. Real fire cannot burn underwater. Water puts out fire immediately. Everyone knows this. It's basic science. But in Bikini Bottom, campfires burn, candles glow, explosions happen, and kitchen fires spread just like they would on land. How is any of this possible? The answer is simple. It's not possible, and the show knows it. Fire appears in SpongeBob SquarePants all the time. It's been an episode since the very beginning of the series. The first time fire appeared was in the episode Tea at the Tree Dome. This was the second episode ever produced. Fire has shown up in dozens of episodes since then. Characters light campfires, use candles, start kitchen fires, carry torches, and even roast marshmallows over open flames. All of this happens at the bottom of the ocean where fire should be impossible. The most famous example of underwater fire comes from the episode Life of Crime. This episode aired on the 5th of May 2001 during Season 2. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick think they've stolen a balloon and become criminals. They run away from home and decide to live in the wilderness as outlaws. As night falls, they sit next to a campfire to stay warm. Patrick and SpongeBob are sitting by the fire having a sad conversation about never being able to go home again. SpongeBob says, "At least it's warm around the fire." Then Patrick suddenly realizes something. He starts to say, "Hey, if we're underwater, how could there be a..." But before he can finish his sentence, the fire instantly goes out. An owl hoots in the darkness. Patrick cries out, "I'm scared, SpongeBob." This moment became one of the most famous scenes in SpongeBob history. Patrick points out the obvious problem that fire cannot exist underwater. The second he questions it, the fire disappears, as if the universe suddenly remembered the rules of physics. It's a brilliant joke that acknowledges how ridiculous it is to have fire at the bottom of the ocean. The show is making fun of itself. But here's the interesting part. Even though Patrick pointed out that fire shouldn't exist underwater, fire continues to appear in many other episodes. The show doesn't stop using fire just because one character questioned it. Fire keeps showing up again and again throughout the series. Sometimes the characters use fire and nobody says anything about it being weird. Other times, the show makes jokes about the impossibility of underwater fire. Another famous fire scene happens in the camping episode. This episode aired on the 3rd of April, 2004, during Season 3. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward go camping in SpongeBob's front yard, just 10 feet away from their houses. They set up a campfire and sit around it roasting marshmallows. Nobody questions how the fire is burning underwater. They just accept it as normal. In this episode, SpongeBob sings the Campfire Song while sitting around the campfire. This became one of the most popular songs in SpongeBob history. The song goes, "Let's gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song." Our CAMPFIRESONG song. SpongeBob sings it faster and faster while Patrick struggles to keep up. The whole scene takes place around a burning campfire that shouldn't be able to exist. The Campfire Song became so popular that it was used in commercials and other media. A scene from this episode was even parodied in the TV show Family Guy. The episode was directed by Dan Povenmire, who also wrote the Campfire Song for SpongeBob. Because he created the song, he was able to get the rights to use it in Family Guy. The fact that this campfire scene became so iconic is funny because the entire premise is physically impossible. There's another great moment involving underwater fire in the episode Party Pooper Pants. In this episode, SpongeBob receives a party invitation from Patchy the Pirate. But because the invitation was sent underwater, the ink has run and become unreadable. SpongeBob looks at the smudged invitation and says something about the physical limitations of life underwater. He's acknowledging that things don't work the same way underwater as they do on land. But here's the joke. Right after SpongeBob talks about the physical limitations of being underwater, he and Patrick throw the ruined invitations into a small campfire nearby. The show just made a joke about how things can't work normally underwater, and then immediately showed a campfire burning underwater. It's the writers being clever and pointing out their own absurdity. They know fire shouldn't work underwater, and they're having fun with that fact. Fire appeared even earlier in the show's timeline. In the episode Ugh, which aired during Season 3, we see prehistoric versions of SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward. These caveman versions are called Spongegar, Patar, and Squog. The episode shows how they discovered fire for the first time. A lightning bolt strikes a log and creates fire. The prehistoric characters are amazed by this discovery. Spongegar, Patar, and Squog use the fire to roast everything in the area. They fight over who gets to keep the fire. Eventually, rain comes and puts out the fire. This episode takes place millions of years in the past, but it's still underwater. The entire episode treats fire as if it works normally, even though they're at the bottom of the ocean. Lightning strikes, fire burns, and rain puts it out just like it would on land. Kitchen fires appear in several episodes. In one episode, SpongeBob falls asleep while working at the Krusty Krab and causes a kitchen fire. The fire expands and grows larger, as SpongeBob fails to put it out. Eventually, a firefighter fish arrives and sprays SpongeBob with water to extinguish the flames. But wait, they're already underwater. Everything is already surrounded by water. How can adding more water put out a fire that shouldn't be able to exist in the first place? This is one of the funniest contradictions in the show. Fire needs to be put out with water, even though fire shouldn't be able to burn underwater to begin with. The characters treat water as a special firefighting tool, even though water is literally everywhere around them. They could just let the ocean put the fire out naturally, but instead they use water from a hose or a bucket. It makes no sense, and that's part of the joke. Candles appear in many episodes. In the episode Procrastination, SpongeBob lights a candle to see in the dark while working on an essay. The flame on the candle becomes sentient and actually burns his essay paper. This happens underwater. A candle flame not only exists but becomes a living character with its own personality. The show takes the impossibility of underwater fire and makes it even more ridiculous. Grandma SquarePants has a fireplace in her house that appears in the background of several episodes. A fireplace underwater is completely absurd. Fireplaces are specifically designed for homes on land where you need to create fire to stay warm. Underwater creatures don't need fireplaces because they're cold-blooded and adapted to ocean temperatures. But Grandma has a cozy fireplace burning in her living room anyway. Explosions happen frequently in SpongeBob SquarePants. Bombs explode, things blow up, and fire erupts from these explosions. In real life, most explosions wouldn't work underwater because they require oxygen. Fire needs oxygen to burn, and there's no breathable oxygen underwater for fire to use. But in Bikini Bottom, explosions work just fine. Characters use dynamite, things spontaneously explode, and fire shoots out in all directions. In several episodes, angry mobs carry torches. The citizens of Bikini Bottom will grab torches when they're upset and want to protest something. They march through the streets with flaming torches held high. This is a classic image from old movies where villagers grab pitchforks and torches. But in SpongeBob, the villagers are fish, and the torches are burning underwater. The show is copying a familiar visual from land-based stories without worrying about whether it makes sense underwater. The episode SpongeBob SquarePants vs. the Big One shows characters sitting around a campfire on a remote island. Jack Kahuna Laguna, SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick all gather around the fire. Sandy even makes her own fire. This is notable because Sandy is from Texas and knows how to make fires the traditional land way, but she's doing it underwater, and it works perfectly fine. During the Bikini Bottom Summer Shindig, there's a campfire visible in the background. Nobody at this event questions why there's a fire at an underwater summer party. They just accept it as normal decoration or atmosphere. The fire is treated like it would be at any regular outdoor event on land, even though they're at the bottom of the ocean. One time, Bikini Bottom actually burns down during chaos in an episode. The entire city catches fire and burns. An underwater city burning down is one of the most impossible things in the show. Not only does fire exist, but it spreads and destroys buildings just like a real fire would on land. The citizens panic and run away from the flames. Eventually, the fire is put out and Bikini Bottom is rebuilt. But the fact that an entire underwater city can catch fire and burn is completely insane. The show has acknowledged the fire problem multiple times, but it never solves it. The writers know that fire underwater doesn't make sense. They've made jokes about it. Patrick questioned it in Life of Crime. SpongeBob talked about physical limitations underwater in Party Pooper Pants. These are moments where the show breaks the fourth wall and winks at the audience. The writers are saying, "We know this is impossible, but we're going to keep doing it anyway because it's funny." Some fans have tried to come up with explanations for how fire could work underwater in SpongeBob. Some people suggest that Bikini Bottom has special properties that allow fire to exist. Maybe there are pockets of air or oxygen somehow trapped at the bottom of the ocean. Maybe the fires are actually some kind of chemical reaction that looks like fire but isn't real fire. Maybe it's magic or cartoon logic where physics simply don't apply. But the real answer is much simpler. Fire exists in SpongeBob because the writers want it to exist. The show is a cartoon, and cartoons don't have to follow the rules of reality. SpongeBob SquarePants takes place in a world where sea creatures live in houses, drive boats, go to school, work jobs, and have adventures. In this world, fire just works. The writers decided that fire was useful for stories and funny for jokes, so fire exists. This is part of what makes SpongeBob SquarePants such a unique show. It creates an underwater world but gives that world many elements from life on land. The characters need fire for certain activities, like camping or cooking. They need fire for certain jokes and visual gags. So the show just includes fire and doesn't worry too much about explaining it. The genius of SpongeBob is that it knows when to follow rules and when to break them. Most of the time, the show remembers that it takes place underwater. Characters swim instead of walk. Fish breathe water instead of air. The environment looks like the ocean floor. But when following the underwater rules would make something less funny or less interesting, the show breaks those rules without apologizing. Fire is just one example of many things that shouldn't work underwater, but do anyway. The show also has characters using paper that doesn't get soggy, pencils that write underwater, books that don't fall apart, and machines that operate normally. There's even a beach called Goo Lagoon, where characters go swimming in water while already being underwater. SpongeBob SquarePants creates its own logic and expects viewers to just accept it. What makes the fire jokes even funnier is that the show is inconsistent about them. Sometimes fire works perfectly fine and nobody questions it. Other times, characters point out that fire shouldn't exist and it immediately goes out. The show can't decide whether fire is normal or impossible in Bikini Bottom. This inconsistency is part of the charm. The writers use whichever option is funnier for that particular joke or scene. The fire in SpongeBob has become such an iconic part of the show that fans frequently reference it. Fire underwater has become a meme used to describe anything that doesn't make logical sense. When people want to point out something absurd or impossible in a story, they might say, "That's like fire in SpongeBob." The phrase represents the idea that some things in fiction don't need to make sense if they're entertaining. Children watching SpongeBob generally don't question the fire. Young kids accept the cartoon logic and enjoy the show without worrying about whether fire could really burn at the bottom of the ocean. It's only when people get older that they start noticing these impossible elements. But by then, the fire has become such a normal part of SpongeBob's world that it feels wrong to imagine the show without it. The campfire song wouldn't work if there wasn't a campfire. The scene where Patrick questions the fire in Life of Crime wouldn't be funny if fire never appeared in other episodes. Many cooking scenes at the Krusty Krab involve fire on the grill. Romantic scenes use candlelight. Adventure scenes use torches for light. Fire serves so many purposes in the show that removing it would fundamentally change what SpongeBob is. Fire is also important for the show's visual style. Fire provides light in dark scenes. It creates warm orange and yellow colors that contrast with the cool blues and greens of the ocean. Fire adds movement and energy to scenes through flickering flames and rising smoke. From an animation perspective, fire makes episodes more visually interesting and dynamic. The sound design of fire in SpongeBob is also interesting. The fires in the show make the same crackling and whooshing sounds that fire makes on land. This adds to the illusion that the fire is real and normal. If the fires were silent or made weird underwater sounds, it would constantly remind viewers that something is wrong. By giving the fire normal fire sounds, the show helps audiences forget they're watching something impossible. So what's the final answer to the mystery of fire underwater? There is no answer. Fire exists in SpongeBob SquarePants simply because the creators decided it should exist. It doesn't make scientific sense. It violates the laws of physics. It's completely impossible in real life. But this is a cartoon about a talking sponge who lives in a pineapple and works at an underwater restaurant. Scientific accuracy was never the goal. The beauty of the underwater fire mystery is that it doesn't need to be solved. It's a deliberate choice by the writers to include impossible elements for comedy and storytelling. When Patrick questions the fire and it goes out, that's the show acknowledging its own absurdity. When fire appears in other episodes without comment, that's the show asking audiences to suspend their disbelief and just enjoy the story. SpongeBob SquarePants has been running for over 25 years. Throughout all those years and hundreds of episodes, fire has remained a constant presence. New episodes continue to feature campfires, candles, explosions, and cooking flames. The writers have never felt the need to explain how fire works underwater or to stop using fire in their stories. It's become an accepted part of Bikini Bottom's reality. This is what makes SpongeBob such a creative and fun show. It takes the underwater settings seriously when it wants to, but it also breaks the rules whenever breaking them makes things more entertaining. Fire underwater is impossible, ridiculous, and completely unnecessary, but it's also funny, useful for storytelling, and now an iconic part of one of television's most beloved cartoons. Sometimes the best mysteries are the ones that don't need solving. Sometimes it's better to just accept the absurdity, laugh at the jokes, and enjoy a campfire at the bottom of the sea. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Gary's secret language. Gary the snail is SpongeBob's pet. Gary is a sea snail, but in the upside-down world of Bikini Bottom, snails act like cats. This means Gary doesn't make snail sounds. Instead, Gary meows just like a cat would. Every time Gary appears in an episode, all you hear from him is meow. But here's the mystery. SpongeBob always seems to understand exactly what Gary is saying. What is Gary actually communicating? What do those meows really mean? Gary has been meowing since the very first episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. He appeared in Help Wanted, which aired on the 1st of May 1999. From the beginning, Gary has been SpongeBob's loyal pet and companion. Gary lives with SpongeBob in his pineapple house. SpongeBob feeds him, walks him, and talks to him every day. And every single time, Gary responds with meows. The strange thing is that SpongeBob always acts like he understands Gary perfectly. When Gary meows, SpongeBob responds as if Gary just spoke a complete sentence. SpongeBob will have full conversations with Gary, where Gary only says meow, and SpongeBob replies with specific answers. It's clear that SpongeBob believes he knows what Gary is trying to communicate. But the show never actually tells us what Gary is saying. We hear the meows, but we don't get translations. The audience has to guess what Gary means based on context and how SpongeBob reacts. Sometimes it's obvious. If Gary meows and SpongeBob fills his food bowl, we can assume Gary was saying he was hungry. If Gary meows and SpongeBob follows him somewhere, Gary was probably asking SpongeBob to come with him. but other times, the meaning is completely unclear. The big question is whether Gary is actually saying something meaningful, or if SpongeBob is just imagining that Gary is talking to him. Does Gary's meow actually contain language that SpongeBob can understand, or does SpongeBob just interpret Gary's meows however he wants to? The show gave us an answer in one special episode. In Season 11, an episode called Chatterbox Gary aired on the 12th of February 2018. This episode reveals the truth about Gary's language. SpongeBob is reading a magazine and sees an advertisement for a product called a Chatterbox translation collar. This is a special collar that can translate a snail's meows into English words. SpongeBob immediately orders the collar for Gary. He calls the company and asks for the fastest delivery option, which is called Time Warp. The salesperson tells SpongeBob that his package was delivered last Thursday, meaning it arrived before he even ordered it. SpongeBob turns around and finds a huge box in his living room. He opens it and pulls out the translation collar. SpongeBob puts the collar around Gary's shell. The collar has a speaker on the front. Gary meows to test it, and the collar immediately translates his meow into words. The collar says, "Check, check. 1, 2, ah, that's more like it. Hello there, Papa Bob." This is the first time in the entire series that the audience gets to hear what Gary is actually saying. Gary calls SpongeBob Papa Bob, which is an affectionate nickname. SpongeBob starts crying tears of joy when he hears Gary call him this. It shows that Gary has deep love and affection for SpongeBob. With the translation collar, Gary's personality is revealed. Gary speaks in a sophisticated and intelligent way. He uses proper grammar and complex vocabulary. He's polite but also honest. Gary is much smarter than anyone realized. He has opinions about art, design, and culture. He's not just a simple pet making random noises. Gary has been communicating complex thoughts through his meows this entire time. SpongeBob shows Gary and his new collar to his friends. When they meet Squidward, Gary's true feelings come out. Gary says, "Greetings and salutations, grouchy man," when talking to Squidward. The collar reveals that Gary doesn't like Squidward very much. Gary visits Squidward's house and comments on the walls and carpet. SpongeBob explains that Gary has a very sophisticated sense of design. Squidward shows Gary his art gallery. Gary looks at Squidward's paintings and the collar translates, "Ah, the naive cephalopod style. Not very sophisticated." Gary is essentially insulting Squidward's art. He calls Squidward naive and says his work isn't sophisticated. Squidward gets extremely angry about this. His face turns red. He's furious that Gary insulted his artwork. The collar also gives Gary nicknames for SpongeBob's friends. Gary calls Patrick Stinky Man. He calls Sandy Hairy Astronaut Lady. These nicknames show that Gary has specific thoughts and opinions about everyone around him. He's been observing everyone and forming judgments about them all along. This episode confirms something important. Gary really is communicating meaningful information when he meows. Gary isn't just making random cat sounds. Every meow contains actual words, sentences, and ideas. The problem is that nobody except SpongeBob can understand what Gary is saying without the translation collar. This raises another question. How does SpongeBob understand Gary without the collar? SpongeBob has been having conversations with Gary for years before the translation collar was invented. SpongeBob always acted like he knew what Gary meant. Was SpongeBob actually understanding Gary's language, or was he just guessing? The episode doesn't answer this directly, but it suggests that SpongeBob has a special connection with Gary. SpongeBob has lived with Gary for so long that he's learned to understand Gary's meows. Maybe different tones of meows mean different things. Maybe Gary uses body language along with his meows to communicate. Maybe SpongeBob just knows Gary so well that he can figure out what Gary wants or needs. This is similar to how real pet owners often claim they can understand their pets. Dog owners say they know what different barks mean. Cat owners say they know what their cat wants based on different meows. SpongeBob and Gary have this same kind of relationship. They're so close that they've developed their own way of communicating. But the translation collar proves that Gary's actual words are much more complex than SpongeBob probably realizes. When SpongeBob talks to Gary normally, he treats Gary like a simple pet. He asks Gary basic questions like, "Are you hungry?" or "Do you want to go for a walk?" But Gary's actual thoughts are way more sophisticated than that. Gary has opinions about art and philosophy. He notices details about interior design. He has clever nicknames for people. Gary is basically a genius trapped in a snail's body. There are other episodes that hint at Gary's intelligence. In the episode Sleepy Time from Season 1, SpongeBob enters Gary's dream. Inside the dream, Gary lives in a massive library filled with books. Dream Gary can speak perfect English. He's reading literature and discussing complex topics. Gary even says, "Did you think my shell was full of hot air?" This dream sequence suggests that Gary has always been intelligent and thoughtful, even though he can only meow in the real world. Gary has also spoken real words a few times outside of dreams. In the secret box, Gary says meow no to answer SpongeBob's question. It's a clear combination of his meow and the word no. In the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, Gary says plankton to warn SpongeBob about the villain. These moments show that Gary can say real words when it's really important, even though he mostly sticks to meowing. Gary can also make other sounds besides meowing. In several episodes like Your Shoes Untied, Frozen Face Off, Squid Defense, and the SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, Gary roars like a wild animal. This happens when Gary is angry or feeling aggressive. Gary also yowls like a cat in some episodes. From season 4 onward, Gary makes cat sound effects when he's startled or scared. The show keeps adding more cat-like behaviors to Gary to emphasize the connection between snails and cats in Bikini Bottom. One of the funniest Gary moments happens in the episode Culture Shock. In this episode, Squidward organizes a talent show at the Krusty Krab. Many characters perform different acts. Then Squidward announces that Gary will perform poetry. The curtain opens and Gary is on stage wearing a beret and standing at a microphone like a beatnik poet. Gary's entire poem consists of him saying meow, 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 meow. After Gary finishes his poetry performance, Sandy says, "He had such a way with words." This is a joke because Gary didn't use any actual words. He just meowed over and over. But Sandy acts like Gary just recited beautiful poetry. This scene plays with the idea that Gary's meows might contain deep meaning that we just can't understand. Or maybe it's making fun of pretentious poetry, where people claim to find meaning in sounds that don't actually mean anything. In the episode Have You Seen This Snail?, Gary runs away from home because SpongeBob forgot to feed him. Gary leaves a note for SpongeBob, but we don't see what the note says. This suggests that Gary can write, which means he definitely understands language. Gary isn't just a pet who makes sounds. He's fully literate and can communicate through writing when necessary. Gary shows his intelligence in many other ways throughout the series. He solves problems, makes clever decisions, and even works jobs. In some episodes, Gary has worked as a waiter at the Krusty Krab. In Gary's Got Legs, Gary gets temporary legs and works as a fry cook. Gary can do complex tasks that require understanding instructions and thinking ahead. This wouldn't be possible if Gary was just a simple animal. Gary's shell is also mysterious. His shell acts like a storage space that can hold unlimited items. In various episodes, Gary has stored a house, SpongeBob's Krabby Patty t-shirt, a record player, a diamond, and many other pieces of junk inside his shell. How Gary controls what goes in and out of his shell is never explained. But it shows that Gary has some kind of special abilities beyond just being a normal pet. The biggest mystery is how much SpongeBob actually understands. In most episodes, SpongeBob talks to Gary like Gary is a regular pet. But in Chatterbox Gary, when SpongeBob gets the translation collar, he's not surprised by how smart Gary is. SpongeBob seems happy to finally hear Gary's voice, but he's not shocked that Gary has complex thoughts. This suggests that SpongeBob always suspected Gary was intelligent. There's also the question of whether other characters can understand Gary. Most characters treat Gary like a normal pet who just meows. But SpongeBob always acts like he knows exactly what Gary means. This special connection between SpongeBob and Gary is one of the sweetest parts of the show. They're best friends who have their own way of communicating that others don't understand. The tragedy of Gary's situation is that he's stuck in a body that can only meow. Gary is clearly brilliant and has so much to say. But without the translation collar, nobody except SpongeBob can understand him. Gary must get frustrated being unable to communicate properly. He has opinions, feelings, and ideas, but he can only express them through meows that most people don't understand. In Chatterbox Gary, Squidward actually uses the translation collar to trick SpongeBob. Squidward steals the collar at night and replaces it with a walkie-talkie. Then Squidward uses the walkie-talkie to make Gary seem like he's saying mean things to SpongeBob. SpongeBob believes the fake collar and thinks Gary wants him to do ridiculous things. SpongeBob ends up losing his house because he follows the fake Gary's instructions. Gary eventually figures out that Squidward stole his collar. In revenge, Gary throws the walkie-talkie into Squidward's throat. Now Squidward can only meow like a snail. This attracts all the sea worms in the area, because in Bikini Bottom, snails are like cats, and worms are like dogs. The worms chase and attack Squidward as punishment for what he did. Meanwhile, SpongeBob's house magically returns and everything goes back to normal. This episode is one of the few times in the entire series where we get direct access to Gary's thoughts. For 10 seasons before this, Gary's inner voice was a complete mystery. We could only guess what he was thinking. Chatterbox Gary finally answered the question, what is Gary actually saying? The answer is that Gary is saying everything. Gary has thoughts about every person, place, and thing around him. He has preferences, dislikes, and strong opinions. Gary loves SpongeBob deeply and thinks of him as his father figure. Gary finds Patrick smelly but tolerable. Gary thinks Squidward is grouchy and has bad taste in art. Gary appreciates good design and can comment on architecture and decoration. But here's what makes it still mysterious. We only heard Gary's voice for one episode. In all the other episodes before and after Chatterbox Gary, Gary goes back to just meowing. We never hear the translation caller again. SpongeBob apparently doesn't keep using it. Maybe it broke, or maybe SpongeBob decided he preferred just talking to Gary the normal way. Either way, Gary's voice went silent again, and his meows remained mysterious. So what is Gary actually saying when he meows? Based on Chatterbox Gary, we know that every meow represents a real thought or statement. Gary isn't making random sounds. He's speaking a language that only SpongeBob can understand. Each meow might be a word, a sentence, or even a whole idea. Gary uses his meows to express hunger, happiness, annoyance, affection, warnings, requests, and observations. The real answer to the mystery is this. Gary is saying exactly what you'd expect, an intelligent, caring, thoughtful pet to say. He loves his owner. He has opinions about the people and things around him. He gets hungry and wants food. He enjoys going places with SpongeBob. He notices when things are wrong and tries to warn SpongeBob. Gary is a fully conscious being with his own personality, trapped in a body that can only meow. SpongeBob understands Gary because they have a special bond. After living together for so long, SpongeBob has learned to read Gary's tone, body language, and context to figure out what Gary means. SpongeBob might not get every word exactly right, but he understands the general meaning. And really, that's all that matters. Gary and SpongeBob communicate through love and trust, not just through words. The mystery of Gary's language is both solved and unsolved. We know Gary is smart and has complex thoughts. We know SpongeBob understands him. We know that Gary loves SpongeBob and calls him Papa Bob. But we still don't know what Gary is saying in most episodes. We still don't know how SpongeBob learned to understand meows. And we still don't know if Gary is frustrated by his inability to speak normally. Maybe that's the point. Gary's language is meant to stay mysterious. It represents the special connection between pets and their owners that can't be fully explained in words. It's the bond that exists beyond language. SpongeBob and Gary don't need a translation caller to understand each other. They have something deeper than that. They have love, trust, and years of friendship. And sometimes, that's all the translation you need. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Rock Bottom's raspberry language. Rock Bottom is one of the strangest places in SpongeBob SquarePants. It's a city located in a deep-sea trench far below Bikini Bottom. Everything about Rock Bottom is dark, creepy, and weird. But the weirdest thing about Rock Bottom is how the people talk. Every single resident of Rock Bottom speaks by blowing raspberries between their words. The episode Rock Bottom aired on the 15th of March 2000 during Season 1. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick are coming home from Glove World, an amusement park. They get on the wrong bus by accident. The bus takes them down a steep cliff that drops 90 degrees straight down. They end up in Rock Bottom, a place they've never been before. Rock Bottom is completely different from Bikini Bottom. The city is pitch black because sunlight doesn't reach that deep in the ocean. The only light comes from a few dim street lamps. The buildings look strange and twisted. The signs are written in weird ways, with letters facing different directions. The ground is covered in green living sludge that can talk. Everything feels wrong and uncomfortable. But the strangest thing is the people. The residents of Rock Bottom are bizarre-looking fish with glowing body parts. Many of them are anglerfish or other deep-sea creatures. They look scary and alien compared to the friendly fish from Bikini Bottom, and they all talk in a very specific way. When Rock Bottom residents speak, they blow a raspberry sound between every few words. A raspberry is that sound you make by sticking your tongue out and blowing air so your lips vibrate. It sounds like PB 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 PB. So when a Rock Bottom resident talks, it sounds like, "Hello Raspberry, how are Raspberry you today, Raspberry?" SpongeBob tries to talk to people in Rock Bottom using normal speech. He walks up to a fish at the bus station and tries to ask a question. The fish stares at SpongeBob with a confused look. The fish responds with raspberries between his words. SpongeBob doesn't understand what the fish is saying. The fish can't understand SpongeBob's accent either. This is when SpongeBob realizes that Rock Bottom residents speak a completely different dialect of language. They use the same words as Bikini Bottom residents, but they add raspberries between those words. If you don't blow raspberries while talking, Rock Bottom residents can't understand you. It's like a completely different way of speaking. SpongeBob tries to communicate by starting to blow raspberries between his words too. Once he does this, the bus station worker can finally understand him. The raspberries are required for communication in Rock Bottom. Without them, you're speaking a foreign language that locals can't understand. This creates a big problem for SpongeBob. He's stuck in rock bottom trying to get home. Patrick accidentally got on a bus and left without him. Now SpongeBob is alone in this dark, scary city where he can barely communicate with anyone. He tries to catch buses back to Bikini Bottom, but he keeps missing them. Every time he gets close to a bus, something goes wrong and the bus leaves without him. SpongeBob goes to the bus station to ask when the next bus to Bikini Bottom will arrive. He waits in an extremely long line. By the time he gets to the front of the line, he learns that the last bus of the night already left. He's stuck in rock bottom until morning. The ticket seller shuts off all the lights and leaves SpongeBob alone in the dark station. SpongeBob is terrified. He takes out a flashlight shaped like a glove balloon from Glove World, but the battery dies immediately, leaving him in complete darkness. SpongeBob gives himself a pep talk, trying to stay brave. Then he hears a sound. It's the raspberry sound that rock bottom residents make when they talk. The raspberry sound gets closer and closer. SpongeBob panics. He can hear it but can't see what's making the noise. The raspberry sound echoes through the dark bus station, getting louder. SpongeBob runs away in fear. He dashes back toward the cliff where he first arrived. The raspberry sounds keep following him. SpongeBob stands at the bottom of the cliff, shaking with fear. The raspberry sounds are right behind him. Then he sees a light approaching through the darkness. At first, SpongeBob thinks it's something dangerous, but then the light reveals an anglerfish. This anglerfish is friendly looking and is holding SpongeBob's glove balloon that he lost earlier. The anglerfish had found SpongeBob's balloon and brought it back to him. This is a kind gesture. SpongeBob realizes the anglerfish isn't dangerous. But SpongeBob sarcastically thanks the anglerfish, saying the balloon doesn't help with his real problem of being stuck in rock bottom. SpongeBob starts rambling about how he needs to get home but doesn't know how. The anglerfish doesn't say anything with words at first. He just takes the balloon and starts blowing air into it. SpongeBob makes another sarcastic comment about how the balloon already has enough air. He closes his eyes and blows a raspberry sound as he talks. When SpongeBob opens his eyes, he realizes something amazing. He's floating in the air. The balloon has lifted SpongeBob off the ground. The anglerfish blew it up with enough air to make SpongeBob float. This is how SpongeBob can get back up the cliff to Bikini Bottom. The anglerfish tied the balloon to SpongeBob's wrist so he won't lose it. The balloon carries SpongeBob upward through the water, back toward home. SpongeBob is amazed and grateful. He thanks the anglerfish for helping him. He blows raspberries as he speaks to show his appreciation in the rock bottom way. And here's where the mystery happens. The anglerfish responds by saying, "You're welcome." He doesn't blow any raspberries. He speaks in perfect, clear English with no speech impediment at all. Just two simple words, "You're welcome." Then the anglerfish waves goodbye as SpongeBob floats away. SpongeBob travels back up to Bikini Bottom using the balloon and lands safely in front of his pineapple house. The balloon pops when he touches the ground. This ending creates a huge mystery. Why did the anglerfish speak perfect English? Every single other resident of Rock Bottom spoke exclusively with raspberries between their words. The bus drivers, the ticket seller, the people walking around, all of them used raspberries. None of them could understand SpongeBob until he started using raspberries too. But this anglerfish just said, "You're welcome" in normal English, no raspberries at all. And he clearly understood SpongeBob, even though SpongeBob was speaking with raspberries. This means the anglerfish can understand both languages. He can understand rock bottom raspberry speak and regular English from Bikini Bottom. So why can the anglerfish speak both ways? There are several possible explanations, but the show never tells us which one is correct. One theory is that the anglerfish isn't originally from Rock Bottom. Maybe he's from Bikini Bottom or somewhere else, and just happens to live in Rock Bottom now. This would explain why he can speak normal English. He learned both languages because he moved to Rock Bottom from somewhere else. Another theory is that the anglerfish can speak both languages but chooses to use raspberries most of the time to fit in with the other Rock Bottom residents. When he's talking to a visitor from Bikini Bottom, he switches to normal English to be helpful. This would mean the anglerfish is bilingual and code switches depending on who he's talking to. A third theory is that all Rock Bottom residents can actually speak and understand normal English. Maybe the raspberry speaking is just a cultural choice or accent. They can understand visitors who speak normal English, but they prefer to communicate with raspberries because that's their local custom. The anglerfish dropped the raspberries at the end to show kindness to a scared visitor. There's also a possibility that the writers just made a mistake. Maybe they forgot that the anglerfish should have been speaking with raspberries. Or maybe they decided it would be funnier or more touching if the anglerfish spoke normally for the ending. Sometimes in cartoons, consistency gets sacrificed for emotional impact or comedy. The most interesting theory is that the anglerfish represents something different. Throughout the episode, Rock Bottom is portrayed as a scary, alien place where SpongeBob can't communicate or function. The raspberry language barrier makes SpongeBob feel isolated and alone, but at the very end, when SpongeBob is at his lowest point, a resident of this scary place shows him unexpected kindness. The anglerfish speaking normal English might symbolize breaking down barriers. It shows that even in the strangest, scariest places, you can find help and kindness. The anglerfish chose to speak SpongeBob's language to comfort him and show that they're not so different after all. It's a moment of connection that transcends the cultural and language barriers that separated them. From a storytelling perspective, having the anglerfish speak normally makes the ending more emotionally powerful. If the anglerfish had said, "You're raspberry, welcome raspberry," it would be consistent with the episode's rules, but less touching. The clear "you're welcome" feels like a gift. It's the anglerfish making an extra effort to communicate with SpongeBob in the way that's easiest for him to understand. The mystery also adds to Rock Bottom's overall strangeness. Rock Bottom is a place where normal rules don't apply. Fire burns underwater. Physics work differently. The angle of the road is impossible. Signs don't make sense, so maybe language works differently there too. Maybe some residents choose to use raspberries and others don't. Maybe the rules aren't as strict as SpongeBob thought. It's also worth noting that this isn't the only language mystery in the episode. Patrick points out that there's fire burning underwater in Rock Bottom, which shouldn't be possible. After he questions it, the fire immediately goes out. But earlier in the episode, nobody questioned the fire and it burned normally. This shows that Rock Bottom has inconsistent rules. Maybe the raspberry language is similarly inconsistent. Rock Bottom appears in other episodes and media after this, but the raspberry language isn't always present. Sometimes Rock Bottom residents speak normally. Sometimes they use raspberries. Sometimes they use other strange speech patterns. The show isn't consistent about the rules of Rock Bottom's language. This makes it even more mysterious. The anglerfish character himself is interesting. He's the only truly helpful character SpongeBob meets in Rock Bottom. Everyone else either ignores SpongeBob or can't communicate with him properly. The anglerfish goes out of his way to help a lost stranger. He tracks down SpongeBob's balloon, figures out a solution to SpongeBob's problem, and sends him safely home. The fact that this kind stranger speaks perfect English at the end might not be a mystery at all. It might just be one final act of kindness. The anglerfish wanted to make sure SpongeBob understood his response. He wanted SpongeBob to know that he's welcome, and that people in Rock Bottom aren't all scary or unwelcoming. One clear "you're welcome" says all of that. SpongeBob seems to accept the anglerfish's English without questioning it. He doesn't look confused or surprised that the anglerfish suddenly dropped the raspberries. He just accepts the help gratefully and floats home. Maybe SpongeBob understood that this was a special moment where the normal rules didn't matter. The episode ends with a funny twist. Patrick realizes he left SpongeBob behind and takes a bus back to Rock Bottom to find him, but by this time, SpongeBob has already made it home safely. Patrick is going to Rock Bottom to rescue SpongeBob, while SpongeBob is actually fine. This shows that Patrick cares about his friend, even though he's too late to help. The Rock Bottom episode is considered one of the best SpongeBob episodes ever made. It's creepy, funny, and surprisingly emotional. The raspberry language adds to the episode's unique atmosphere. It makes Rock Bottom feel like a truly foreign place where SpongeBob doesn't belong. The language barrier increases SpongeBob's isolation and fear. So what's the final answer? Why does the anglerfish speak perfect English while everyone else uses raspberries? We don't know for certain. The show never explains it. It might be an intentional mystery, or it might be an inconsistency that the writers didn't worry about. Either way, it's become one of the memorable quirks of this classic episode. The mystery reminds us that SpongeBob SquarePants doesn't always follow strict rules. The show changes its own logic whenever it makes for better storytelling. Sometimes fire burns underwater. Sometimes characters acknowledge impossible things, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes Rock Bottom residents speak with raspberries, and sometimes they don't. The show does what works best for each scene. The anglerfish saying, "You're welcome," works better than if he'd used raspberries. It's clearer, more touching, and more satisfying as an ending. That's probably the real reason it happened. Not because of some deep lore about Rock Bottom's language rules, but because it made for a better final moment. And in the end, that's what matters most in a cartoon telling a good story, even if it means bending your own rules. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the Flying Dutchman's conflicting origin. The Flying Dutchman has one of the strangest backstories in all of SpongeBob SquarePants. Not because his origin is particularly complex or mysterious, but because it directly contradicts itself. The show gives us two completely different versions of what happened to the Dutchman after he died, and both versions come straight from the show's canon. This creates a genuine mystery that fans have been trying to solve for over a decade. The first version of the Flying Dutchman's origin appears in the Season 1 episode called Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost. This episode aired way back in September 1999, making it one of the earliest episodes of the entire series. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally melt Squidward's wax sculpture and think they killed him. When Squidward emerges from his bathroom covered in talcum powder and wearing a white bathrobe, the two think he's a ghost. Squidward decides to take advantage of this situation and pretends to be a ghost to make them do all his chores and wait on him hand and foot. At one point, Squidward commands SpongeBob and Patrick to clean out his messy back room. While they're tearing down wallpaper and sorting through junk, SpongeBob finds a comic book lying on the floor. The comic book is called The Origin of the Flying Dutchman. The cover is yellow, and inside are pictures showing the Flying Dutchman's story. SpongeBob reads part of it out loud to Patrick. According to the comic book, when the Flying Dutchman died, people who worked at a clothing store used his body as a window display. The store was called Kid World. Because his body was used as a mannequin instead of being laid to rest properly, the Flying Dutchman became angry. This anger drove him to haunt the bottom of the ocean forever. This origin story makes sense within the logic of ghost stories. Many ghost tales follow the idea that spirits can't rest if their bodies weren't treated with respect after death. The Flying Dutchman's body being used as a store mannequin is pretty disrespectful. Imagine dying and then having your corpse propped up in a shop window to sell clothes to children. That would make anyone angry enough to haunt the seas for eternity. The comic book specifically states that he was never put to rest. This is the key phrase. Never put to rest means he was never buried. His body went straight from death to the clothing store display window. This origin story appeared in the show's first season and seemed to be the official explanation for why the Flying Dutchman haunts Bikini Bottom. For years, this was the backstory that fans accepted. The show referenced this origin multiple times, and it fit with everything else we knew about the character. The Flying Dutchman is angry, vengeful, and obsessed with scaring people. All of this makes sense if he's furious about what happened to his body after death. But then, 8 years later, something strange happened. In October 2009, a Season 7 episode called The Curse of Bikini Bottom aired on Nickelodeon. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick are riding Squidward's lawnmower through a cemetery. Underground, beneath the cemetery, the Flying Dutchman is getting ready for a blind date. He's going through his closet trying to find a good shirt to wear. The Dutchman pushes aside a skeleton labeled Davy Jones and starts looking through his clothes. He holds up one shirt and says it's too torn. Then he says something that completely contradicts his established origin story. The Flying Dutchman looks at the torn shirt and says, "It's a little torn. Of course, this was the shirt I was buried in." Ah, memories. Wait a second. The shirt he was buried in? But according to the origin story from Season 1, the Flying Dutchman was never buried. His body was used as a store mannequin. You can't be buried and also be a window display at the same time. These two things cannot both be true. Either he was buried in a shirt in the ground, or his body was never laid to rest and was used as a mannequin in Kid World. There's no way to make both stories work together. This creates a genuine continuity error, but it's more interesting than most continuity errors because it involves such a specific detail. The show didn't just vaguely contradict itself. The Flying Dutchman directly mentions being buried in a specific shirt, and he even keeps that shirt in his closet. He's sentimental about it. He sniffs the shirt and says, "Blia!" because it smells terrible, but he clearly cares about this shirt because of its connection to his burial. This isn't some throwaway line. The Dutchman is actively looking through his closet of clothes that he's had for centuries. He specifically pulls out the burial shirt and comments on it. So what actually happened to the Flying Dutchman after he died? Was he buried or not? Fans have come up with several theories to try and explain this contradiction, though none of them are confirmed by the show. The first theory is that both events happened, just in different order. Maybe the Flying Dutchman was originally buried in a cemetery wearing his favorite shirt. Then, sometime after the burial, people dug up his body and took it to Kid World to use as a mannequin. This would technically allow both stories to be true. He was buried in a shirt, and then later his body was used as a display. The problem with this theory is that it requires a lot of extra steps that the show never mentions. It also makes the people at Kid World seem incredibly dark and disturbing. Digging up a grave to steal a corpse for your store display is way more sinister than the show usually gets. The second theory is that the Flying Dutchman was buried, but not in a traditional way. Maybe he died at sea, and his crew gave him a burial at sea while he was wearing his shirt. Then his body washed ashore and ended up at Kid World. This would explain how he has a burial shirt but also ended up as a mannequin. The problem here is that the comic book in Season 1 doesn't mention anything about a sea burial or his body washing up somewhere. It presents the mannequin situation as what happened directly after his death. The third theory is that the Flying Dutchman is simply lying or misremembering in The Curse of Bikini Bottom. He's been dead for thousands of years. He's mentioned that he hasn't worn shoes in 5,000 years, and he's won the fancy knotting contest for 3,000 years straight. Maybe after all that time, his memory of his own death has gotten fuzzy. He might genuinely believe he was buried in that shirt, even though he actually wasn't. Ghosts probably don't have perfect memories. The problem with this theory is that the Dutchman seems pretty confident when he mentions the burial shirt. He's not hesitating or unsure. He specifically says, "the shirt I was buried in," like it's a fact he clearly remembers. The fourth theory is that the comic book from Season 1 is wrong or incomplete. Maybe that comic book only told part of the story. Comic books in the SpongeBob universe are written by someone, and that someone might not know the full truth about the Flying Dutchman. Perhaps the comic book author heard the story about the mannequin and wrote it down, but didn't know that the Dutchman had been buried first. This theory has some merit because the comic book is just a comic book, not a historical document. SpongeBob finds it in Squidward's messy back room among a bunch of random junk. It's not exactly a reliable source. The fifth theory, and probably the most likely one, is that this is simply a mistake by the show's writers. SpongeBob SquarePants has been on the air for over 2 decades and has had many different writers working on it over the years. The Curse of Bikini Bottom was written by Casey Alexander, Zeus Servas, and Stephen Banks. Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost was written by Aaron Springer, Eric Wiese, and Meriwether Williams. With different writing teams working 8 years apart, it's completely understandable that they might not have remembered or checked every small detail about the Flying Dutchman's backstory. The burial shirt line was probably just meant to be a quick joke about how old and worn out the Dutchman's clothes are. The writers likely weren't thinking about the Season 1 origin story when they wrote that line. But here's what makes this contradiction so interesting. SpongeBob SquarePants doesn't usually care much about continuity. The show has always been more focused on comedy than maintaining a consistent universe. Characters forget things between episodes all the time. The layout of Bikini Bottom changes depending on what the episode needs. Sometimes fire burns underwater and sometimes it doesn't. Patrick's house is sometimes shown with furniture inside and sometimes it's just an empty rock. The show operates on cartoon logic, where the rules bend and change to serve whatever joke or story is happening in that particular episode. Given this flexible approach to continuity, it's actually kind of perfect that the Flying Dutchman's origin story contradicts itself. The Flying Dutchman is a character defined by mystery and contradiction. He's supposed to be scary, but he often comes across as incompetent or silly. He's supposed to be an ancient evil spirit, but he acts like a regular guy who just happens to be dead. He escorts souls to Davy Jones's locker, but he also just wants to go on dates and have a normal social life. He's terrifying one minute and pathetic the next. Having 2 contradictory origin stories actually fits his character pretty well. The contradiction also highlights something interesting about how SpongeBob SquarePants handles its recurring characters. The Flying Dutchman has appeared in many episodes over the years, but the show rarely digs deep into his backstory or tries to develop him as a consistent character. He's more like a tool that the writers use when they need a ghost character for a story. Sometimes he's the villain, sometimes he's just a nuisance, sometimes he's almost sympathetic. His personality and motivations change depending on what the episode needs from him. With that approach to the character, it makes sense that his backstory would also be flexible and contradictory. There's also something poetic about a ghost having an uncertain past. Ghosts in stories are often connected to unresolved mysteries and unclear histories. Maybe it's actually fitting that we don't know for sure what happened to the Flying Dutchman. The uncertainty adds to his ghostly nature. He's been haunting the ocean for so long that even his own death has become unclear and contradictory. The truth has been lost to time, replaced by conflicting stories and fading memories. What we do know for certain is that both versions appear in actual episodes of the show. The origin comic book from Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost is real. SpongeBob actually reads it on screen, and we see the pictures showing the Flying Dutchman's body as a mannequin. And the burial shirt scene from The Curse of Bikini Bottom is also real. The Flying Dutchman clearly says those exact words while holding up a specific shirt from his closet. Both of these things happened in the show. They're both canon. The contradiction exists. Fans on various SpongeBob forums and wikis have documented this contradiction extensively. The SpongeBob wiki specifically calls it out as an inconsistency. Multiple fan sites list it as one of the show's continuity errors. Some fans try to reconcile the 2 versions with complex theories. Other fans simply accept it as a mistake and move on. But everyone agrees that these 2 origin stories cannot both be true as presented. The burial shirt scene is particularly interesting because of how specific it is. The Flying Dutchman doesn't just vaguely reference his death, he's looking through his actual clothes from when he was alive. He has a whole closet full of old garments that he's kept for thousands of years. He keeps them in Davy Jones' coffin, which he uses as a wardrobe. This level of detail makes the contradiction even more noticeable. If the writers were going to give the Flying Dutchman a closet full of old clothes, you'd think they might check whether he was supposed to have been buried or not. But again, this assumes the writers were thinking about continuity, which they probably weren't. The Curse of Bikini Bottom needed a scene where the Flying Dutchman is preparing for a date and looking through old clothes. The burial shirt line was probably just meant to emphasize how old these clothes are and add a slightly morbid joke. It's the kind of throwaway line that works fine in isolation, but creates problems when you compare it to earlier episodes. This is actually a common issue with long-running cartoon shows. When a series runs for years or even decades, maintaining perfect continuity becomes nearly impossible. Writers come and go. New people join the team who might not have seen every single episode from years ago. Sometimes lines are added during the animation process or changed in the recording booth. Small details get lost or forgotten. What seems like a simple joke in the moment can accidentally contradict something from 8 years earlier. The Flying Dutchman's burial contradiction is far from the only continuity error in SpongeBob SquarePants, but it might be one of the most clear-cut examples. There's no ambiguity here. These are two direct statements about the same event that completely contradict each other. You can't interpret your way out of this one. Either he was buried or he wasn't. The show says both. And honestly, that's okay. SpongeBob SquarePants has never been a show that demands you track every detail and maintain a complex canon in your head. It's a comedy show about a talking sponge who lives in a pineapple under the sea. The point is to be funny, not to create an airtight fictional universe with perfect internal logic. Sometimes the jokes matter more than the consistency, and that's fine. But for fans who love diving deep into the lore and noticing these contradictions, the Flying Dutchman's burial mystery remains one of the show's most fascinating unsolved questions. Was he buried or not? Did his body end up in a clothing store or in the ground? Does he even remember what really happened to him? We may never get an official answer. The show has continued for years since The Curse of Bikini Bottom aired, and no episode has tried to clarify or resolve this contradiction. It just exists, floating out there like the Flying Dutchman himself, never quite finding rest. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Bikini Atoll radiation theory. One of the most persistent theories about SpongeBob SquarePants is that Bikini Bottom exists because of nuclear radiation. Fans have been debating this idea for years. The theory suggests that SpongeBob and his friends are mutated sea creatures who gained human intelligence and abilities because of nuclear bomb testing at Bikini Atoll. This sounds dark and disturbing for a cheerful cartoon about a talking sponge, but is any of it actually true? The answer is complicated, and it requires separating what's definitely canon from what's just fan speculation. Let's start with what we know for certain. Bikini Bottom is located beneath Bikini Atoll. This is confirmed canon. Steven Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob SquarePants, named the fictional underwater city after a real place. Bikini Atoll is a coral reef in the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean. The atoll consists of 23 islands surrounding a large lagoon. It's located roughly halfway between Hawaii and Papua New Guinea. The name comes from the Marshallese word pikini, which means surface of coconuts or land of coconuts. Tom Kenny, the voice actor for SpongeBob, confirmed in a 2015 interview that Bikini Bottom is named after Bikini Atoll. This isn't a secret or a hidden detail. The show has always been clear about where Bikini Bottom is located. In the opening theme song, we see a small tropical island with 3 palm trees. That island is meant to represent the area above Bikini Bottom. The camera then descends underwater to show us the city where SpongeBob lives. This island appears throughout the series during transitions between scenes. Now here's where things get darker. Bikini Atoll isn't just a random tropical location. Between 1946 and 1958, the United States government conducted nuclear weapons testing at Bikini Atoll. 23 nuclear devices were detonated at this location during the Cold War era. Some of these tests happened on the islands themselves. Others happened in the air above the atoll. One particularly significant test happened underwater in the lagoon. These weren't small explosions. These were massive thermonuclear weapons, including hydrogen bombs. The most powerful test was called Castle Bravo, which happened on the 1st of March 1954. This explosion was equivalent to 1,000 Hiroshima bombs. It was much more powerful than scientists expected. The nuclear testing at Bikini Atoll had devastating consequences for the people who lived there. Before the tests began in 1946, the United States government forced 167 Bikinians to leave their home. They were told it was temporary and they could return after the testing was complete. That promise was broken. The islands became so contaminated with radiation that they remain uninhabitable even today, nearly 80 years later. The displaced people were moved to different islands where they struggled with starvation and inadequate resources. In the 1,970 seconds, some Bikinians were allowed to return home. But in 1978, they had to be evacuated again because tests showed they had ingested dangerous levels of radioactive cesium. The United States eventually paid over $300 million in compensation to the Bikinians and their descendants for the damage caused. So Bikini Bottom is named after a real place where real nuclear testing happened. That part is absolutely true and confirmed. But does this mean SpongeBob and his friends are mutated creatures? That's where canon gets fuzzy and fan theories take over. The mutation theory originated on Reddit around 2012. A user named Catmaster pointed out the connection between Bikini Bottom and Bikini Atoll. The theory suggested that the talking sea creatures in the show are the result of radiation exposure from the nuclear tests. This would explain why they can talk, walk, drive cars, play instruments, build elaborate structures, and basically act like humans. Under normal circumstances, sea sponges don't flip burgers, or starfish don't wear shorts. According to the theory, radiation from the bombs mutated ordinary sea creatures into the anthropomorphic characters we see in the show. Fans found several pieces of evidence to support this theory. First, the show has a distinct 1,940 seconds and 1,950 seconds aesthetic. Many characters dress in styles from that era. The music often has a retro feel. This matches the time period when nuclear testing was happening at Bikini Atoll. Second, there's a famous scene in the episode Dying for Pi where a massive explosion destroys Bikini Bottom. The explosion is shown using actual historical footage from Operation Crossroads, one of the real nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll. Specifically, it's footage from the Baker test, which was the first underwater nuclear detonation ever. This footage shows a massive mushroom cloud rising from the ocean. The show uses this exact same footage when the bomb pie explodes at the end of the episode. The Dying for Pi episode aired in 2001. In this episode, Squidward accidentally gives SpongeBob a pie that's actually a bomb. At the end of the episode, SpongeBob trips and the pie hits Squidward in the face, causing a nuclear explosion that levels the entire city. The show cuts to actual archival footage of a nuclear test explosion. This is real historical footage from Bikini Atoll. The same explosion shape appears in other episodes too, like the Krusty Plate and Frozen Face-Off. Whenever there's a major explosion in SpongeBob, it often looks like a mushroom cloud from a nuclear test. Fans also pointed to other clues in the show. Sandy Cheeks is a squirrel from Texas who lives underwater in a protective dome and wears a special suit. Some fans theorize that Sandy represents animals that were kept on Navy ships during the nuclear tests. Chipmunks and other small mammals were indeed present on some vessels during these operations. Sandy's full body suit could represent protection against radiation. Her incredible strength during hibernation might be explained by mutation. Even her last name, Cheeks, might reference the vast amounts of sand created by the nuclear explosions. Then there's Rock Bottom, the creepy underwater city from Season 1 where SpongeBob and Patrick get lost. The creatures there are even stranger and more mutated looking than the citizens of Bikini Bottom. They speak with raspberries between words and look genuinely bizarre. According to the fan theory, Rock Bottom is located in a nuclear crater, which would explain why everything there is even weirder. The radiation would be stronger in the crater, causing more extreme mutations. For years, this remained purely a fan theory. It was popular on internet forums and YouTube videos, but it had no official confirmation. Steven Hillenburg, the show's creator, never publicly commented on whether he intended this connection. Hillenburg had a background in marine biology and taught about ocean life before becoming an animator. He created an educational comic book called The Intertidal Zone in 1989, featuring a character named Bob the Sponge. This eventually evolved into SpongeBob SquarePants. Given Hillenburg's education background and love of marine science, it seems unlikely he would create a show specifically about nuclear mutation. But he also might have found it interesting to set his show in a location with such a complex history. In 2015, Tom Kenny addressed the theory directly in an interview. He was asked if SpongeBob and his friends are mutations from nuclear testing. Kenny responded that Bikini Bottom is kind of named after Bikini Atoll, where they did nuclear testing decades ago, but then he said he doesn't think SpongeBob and his friends are mutations. This seemed to shut down the theory, at least from one official source. Many fans took this as confirmation that the nuclear radiation explanation was just a fan creation with no basis in the show's actual lore. But the story doesn't end there. In 2021, an anonymous Nickelodeon staffer who works in the creative promotions department spoke to the website Cracked about the theory. This person chose to remain anonymous because they feared professional consequences for speaking about it. According to this staffer, the Bikini Atoll theory is more or less considered canon by people who work on or adjacent to SpongeBob SquarePants. The staffer described it as well-accepted fanfic that often comes up during internal discussions about the show. They said the theory felt legitimate, and they personally believe Bikini Bottom is connected to Bikini Atoll. The staffer specifically mentioned that Rock Bottom being a nuclear crater really sold them on the theory. However, when Cracked contacted Nickelodeon officially for a statement, a representative gave a very neutral response. They simply said the show is set in Bikini Bottom. This didn't confirm or deny anything. It was basically a non-answer. The anonymous staffer suggested that it's not in the best interest of the show to officially confirm the theory. They said it's more fun to imagine it's true than to know for sure. If the show ever addressed it directly in an episode, that would be different and newsworthy. Then in December 2024, everything changed. During an interview with Esquire magazine featuring the main cast members of SpongeBob SquarePants, the nuclear theory came up again. Roger Bumpass, who voices Squidward, mentioned that he always liked the theory about the show being related to atomic testing at Bikini Atoll. Then Mr. Lawrence, who voices Plankton and has written multiple episodes of the show, made a shocking statement. He said that is absolutely true. When Bumpass expressed surprise, Lawrence doubled down. He confirmed that the Bikini Atoll nuclear testing connection is real and was part of the fun of creating the show. Lawrence went even further. He said that during the first season's development, they were considering how far to take the concept. He revealed that the original plan was for the show to take place after a post-apocalyptic war. According to Lawrence, the idea was that the whole world upstairs is gone and Bikini Bottom is what's left. This would mean that the human world was destroyed, possibly by nuclear war, and only the mutated sea creatures at the bottom of the ocean survived. This is an incredibly dark premise for a children's cartoon. However, Lawrence's comments create some problems with the show's actual content. If the human world is completely destroyed, how do we explain the many times humans appear in the show? In the episode Frankendoodle from Season 2, an artist in a rowboat is drawing sketches when his pencil falls into the ocean. SpongeBob and Patrick find the magic pencil underwater. There are numerous other episodes where humans appear or where the surface world clearly still exists. The SpongeBob movies feature extensive scenes with humans, including the famous moment in the first movie where David Hasselhoff appears. If humanity was wiped out, these scenes wouldn't make sense. The most likely explanation is that the post-apocalyptic concept was discussed early in development, but then abandoned. Lawrence himself said they were sort of developing it in the first season and questioning whether they were going to play off this apocalyptic thing. The key phrase is sort of developing. This suggests it was an idea they considered but didn't fully commit to. As the show evolved, they clearly moved away from this darker premise and allowed humans to exist in the show's universe. So what's the final verdict? Is Bikini Bottom the result of nuclear testing, or is it just a fan myth? The answer is both. Here's what we can say for certain. Bikini Bottom is definitely located beneath Bikini Atoll. That's confirmed canon. Bikini Atoll was definitely used for nuclear testing. That's historical fact. The name of the city is absolutely a reference to this real location. Steven Hillenburg deliberately chose this name. Whether the characters are meant to be mutated creatures is less clear. Tom Kenny said no in 2015, but Mr. Lawrence, who actually wrote for the show, said yes in 2024. Lawrence's confirmation carries significant weight because he was directly involved in creating episodes and developing the show's early concepts. He specifically said it was part of the fun, and they discussed how far to take the concept. This suggests that at minimum, the creators were aware of the implication and found it amusing. The show includes multiple visual references to nuclear testing. The explosion footage from Operation Crossroads appears repeatedly throughout the series. The mushroom cloud shape is the standard explosion effect used in many episodes. These aren't accidents. Someone made the deliberate choice to use that specific visual language. Whether it's meant to confirm the mutation theory or just a visual joke, it creates a clear connection between the show and nuclear history. The darkest interpretation, that the human world is destroyed and Bikini Bottom is post-apocalyptic, seems to be abandoned canon. It might have been discussed in early development, but it doesn't match the actual show. Humans appear too frequently for this to work. The show clearly exists in a world where both humans and talking sea creatures coexist, even if they rarely interact. The most reasonable interpretation is this. Bikini Bottom is located at the site of real nuclear testing. The creators were aware of this dark history and found it interesting or amusing. They included visual references to nuclear explosions throughout the show. Whether the characters are literally mutated by radiation or just happen to be anthropomorphic sea creatures living in that location is left intentionally ambiguous. The show doesn't explicitly say either way, which allows fans to interpret it however they choose. This ambiguity might be intentional. As the anonymous Nickelodeon staffer said, it's more fun to imagine it's true than to know for sure. The theory adds an extra layer of meaning to the show for adult viewers who understand the historical context. Children can enjoy SpongeBob as a simple cartoon about funny sea creatures. Adults can appreciate the darker undertones and historical references. This multi-layered appeal is part of why SpongeBob has remained popular with audiences of all ages for over 25 years. It's also worth noting the real human tragedy behind this theory. The Bikinians were forcibly removed from their homeland and can never safely return. The nuclear testing at Bikini Atoll represents a dark chapter in Cold War history where indigenous people were displaced for military purposes. Their suffering is real and ongoing. Some fans have criticized the nuclear theory for making light of this tragedy by turning it into a fun cartoon premise. Others argue that any attention to Bikini Atoll's history, even through a cartoon, helps people learn about what happened there. Before SpongeBob, many Americans had never heard of Bikini Atoll or knew about the nuclear testing that happened there. In conclusion, the Bikini Atoll radiation theory exists in a gray area between canon and fan myth. The location is canon. The visual references are canon. The nuclear testing is historical fact. The mutation explanation has been confirmed by at least one writer but denied by the main voice actor. The show itself never explicitly states that radiation caused the characters to evolve. But it also doesn't deny it. The creators seem to enjoy the ambiguity and the hidden darkness beneath the show's cheerful surface. Whether you choose to believe SpongeBob is a mutated sponge or just a talking sponge who happens to live at a former nuclear test site is ultimately up to you. Both interpretations are supported by evidence from the show. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to how SpongeBob affords a pineapple. SpongeBob SquarePants lives in a fully furnished 3-story pineapple house at 124 Conch Street in Bikini Bottom. He drives a boat car, goes on adventures, buys karate gear, pays for boating school, takes care of a pet snail, and seems to live a comfortable life. Yet he works as a fry cook at the Krusty Krab, a fast food restaurant where his boss, Mr. Krabs, is famously the cheapest character in all of television. So how exactly does SpongeBob afford this lifestyle on a minimum wage salary? The answer is complicated, confusing, and reveals one of the show's biggest mysteries. Let's start with the most important question. How much does Mr. Krabs actually pay SpongeBob? The show has given us many different answers to this question over the years, and none of them make sense together. The truth is that SpongeBob's salary changes depending on what the joke needs it to be in that particular episode. There is no consistent canon answer. Each episode treats his wages differently. In the episode Dying for Pie from Season 2, Squidward mentions that he gets paid minimum wage. This seems like a reasonable answer. Many fry cooks at fast food restaurants earn minimum wage in the real world. If we accept this as true, then SpongeBob is making whatever the underwater equivalent of minimum wage would be. However, other episodes completely contradict this. In the episode Squid on Strike from Season 2, Mr. Krabs actually charges SpongeBob and Squidward for various things while they work. He deducts money from their paychecks for breathing, standing, existing, and other ridiculous reasons. At one point in the episode, Mr. Krabs makes them pay for the damage they caused to the restaurant. The episode ends with SpongeBob and Squidward reduced to skeletons, still working at the Krusty Krab to pay off their debt. This implies they're not actually making any money at all. They might even owe Mr. Krabs money just for the privilege of working there. In the episode Big Pink Loser from Season 2, SpongeBob makes a shocking statement. When Patrick starts working at the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob mentions Patrick's salary. He says, "Wow, and $100 an hour. When Mr. Krabs hired me, he only made me pay him $50 an hour." This is presented as a joke, but it's canon dialogue from the show. According to this line, SpongeBob originally paid Mr. Krabs $50 per hour just to work at the restaurant. If we take this literally, SpongeBob is not an employee. He's essentially a customer who pays for the experience of making Krabby Patties. In the episode Skill Crane from Season 4, Mr. Krabs gives SpongeBob and Squidward their paychecks. SpongeBob receives an envelope of money. Squidward receives a huge bag of quarters. This suggests they are paid differently, though we don't know the actual amounts. At least in this episode, they're definitely receiving some form of payment. In the episode Bummer Vacation from Season 4, there's another shocking revelation about SpongeBob's salary. Mr. Krabs holds up a single dime. SpongeBob looks at it and says, "That's more than I make in a year." A dime is 10 cents. If SpongeBob makes less than 10 cents per year, then he's making almost nothing. This would explain why he seems unbothered by his job. Money clearly isn't his motivation for working. In the episode One Course Meal from Season 7, the show reveals that Mr. Krabs pays SpongeBob with wacky bucks. These are fake currency that have no actual value. They look like play money from a board game. SpongeBob doesn't seem to realize that wacky bucks aren't real money. He happily accepts them as payment. If this is true, then SpongeBob makes literally $0. He works for free and doesn't even know it. In the episode Food Truck from Season 11, we learn that Mr. Krabs pays SpongeBob in Krusty Cash, another form of fake currency that can only be spent at the Krusty Krab. This means even if SpongeBob is getting paid, the money is worthless anywhere except at his own workplace. So which of these is true? Does SpongeBob make minimum wage, less than a dime per year, $50 per hour that he has to pay Mr. Krabs, or $0 because he's paid in fake money? The answer is that all of these are technically canon because they all appear in actual episodes. The show's creators have never cared about maintaining consistent financial logic. Each episode treats SpongeBob's salary as whatever makes the funniest joke in that moment. The most likely explanation is that SpongeBob does receive some form of real payment most of the time, but the amount is extremely low. Mr. Krabs is established as incredibly cheap throughout the entire series. He's stolen the change from wishing wells. He's charged people to breathe air inside his restaurant. He's sold Squidward's belongings without permission. He's made SpongeBob and Squidward work overtime without pay. He's the kind of boss who would absolutely pay minimum wage or below if he could get away with it. But here's where things get interesting. Even if SpongeBob makes almost no money at the Krusty Krab, he doesn't actually need much income to maintain his lifestyle. Why? Because his biggest expense, his house, cost him absolutely nothing. SpongeBob didn't buy his pineapple house. He didn't inherit it. He didn't build it. He didn't rent it. He simply found it and moved in. The house's origin is explained in the TV movie Truth or Square from Season 6. According to this episode, a cargo ship was sailing above the ocean carrying fruit. A pineapple fell off the ship, sank down through the water, and landed right next to Squidward's house on Conch Street. When the pineapple landed, a door and windows suddenly appeared on it, instantly turning it into a livable home. SpongeBob saw this free house sitting there and decided to move in. That's it. No purchase, no mortgage, no rent. The pineapple literally fell from the sky and became his house. This is the key to understanding SpongeBob's finances. He is a debt-free homeowner because his house was free. He never had to save up for a down payment. He never had to qualify for a loan. He never had to pay closing costs or property taxes. The pineapple just appeared and he claimed it. In terms of real estate, SpongeBob essentially squatted in a piece of fruit and nobody stopped him. Even better, when the house gets destroyed, it grows back for free. In the Season 1 episode Home Sweet Pineapple, nematodes eat SpongeBob's entire house. He's devastated and thinks he'll have to move away. His parents show up to take him back home. SpongeBob sadly buries a small pebble where his house used to be. He doesn't realize that the pebble is actually a seed. One of his tears falls on the seed and waters it. Instantly, a massive vine grows, sprouts a new pineapple, and drops it exactly where the old one was. The new pineapple is identical to the original, complete with all the furniture and rooms inside. SpongeBob gets his house back without spending a single dollar. This happens again in the Season 8 episode Home Sweet Rubble. SpongeBob's pineapple starts wilting and falling apart. His friends try to build him a new house, but their attempts fail. SpongeBob is about to be homeless again. Then Gary reveals that he's been trying to show SpongeBob a can labeled "Furnished Pineapple in a Can." SpongeBob opens it, a new pineapple pops out, and his housing problem is solved. Once again, he gets a fully furnished house without any cost. The implication is clear. Pineapple houses in the SpongeBob universe are either very cheap or completely free. They might grow naturally underwater. They might fall from ships regularly. They might be available in cans at stores. Whatever the reason, SpongeBob never has to worry about housing costs. He lives in a 3-story fully furnished home without paying rent or a mortgage. This alone eliminates his biggest potential expense. What about utilities? Surely SpongeBob must pay for electricity, water, and other bills. Well, here's another bizarre revelation from the show. SpongeBob doesn't pay his electric bill. Gary does. In the episode Jellyfish Hunter from Season 2, the power goes out in SpongeBob's house. SpongeBob says, "I guess Gary forgot to pay the electric bill." This line is easy to miss, but it's definitely there in the episode. Gary the Snail is responsible for paying the electricity bill, not SpongeBob. How does Gary have money? The show never explains this. Gary is a pet. He doesn't have a job. He can't work because he's a snail. Yet, apparently Gary has enough income to cover the electric bill every month. Maybe Gary has savings. Maybe Gary has investments. Maybe underwater snails have their own economy that we never see. The show doesn't care about making this make sense. It's just a joke. But it's canon. Gary pays the electric bill. What about other expenses? SpongeBob needs to feed himself and Gary. He needs to buy clothes, though he only ever wears the same shirt and pants. He needs to pay for boating school with Mrs. Puff. He needs to maintain his boat car. He buys karate equipment to train with Sandy. He goes to Glove World and other entertainment venues. He buys gifts for his friends. Where does the money for all of this come from? The most logical answer is that SpongeBob's expenses are extremely low because everything in Bikini Bottom is cheap. The show takes place underwater, where normal economic rules don't apply. When characters buy things, the prices are usually absurd. In one episode, a Krabby Patty costs less than $1. In another episode, Mr. Krabs charges someone hundreds of dollars for a single patty. The prices change constantly. The entire underwater economy seems to operate on cartoon logic, rather than real financial principles. SpongeBob also doesn't seem to have expensive tastes. He's happy with simple pleasures. He plays with bubbles. He goes jellyfishing with a net. He watches TV. He hangs out with Patrick. Most of his hobbies are free, or nearly free. He doesn't buy expensive gadgets or luxury items. His furniture is modest, his decorations are simple. He lives well below his means, whatever those means might be. There's also evidence that SpongeBob sometimes makes money outside of his Krusty Krab salary. In the episode Patty Hype from Season 2, SpongeBob starts selling pretty patties, colorful versions of Krabby Patties, from his own stand outside his house. He makes a huge amount of money doing this. Customers line up and pay him directly. For a brief time, SpongeBob is actually wealthy. Of course, this doesn't last, and he ends up giving the money to Mr. Krabs. But it shows that SpongeBob has the ability to earn extra income when he wants to. In other episodes, SpongeBob wins contests, finds treasure, or receives unexpected windfalls. These occasional bursts of income might help explain how he covers his expenses. Maybe he doesn't need a steady high income because he gets lucky often enough to stay afloat. This fits with his optimistic personality. He trusts that things will work out, and somehow they always do. Another possibility is that SpongeBob simply doesn't understand money. He might not realize how little he makes. He might not realize that wacky bucks and Krusty Cash are worthless. He might accept whatever Mr. Krabs pays him without question because he loves his job and doesn't care about wages. SpongeBob is portrayed as naive and childlike throughout the series. Financial literacy is probably not his strong point. He works because he enjoys it, not because he needs the money. There's also the theory that SpongeBob might have family money. In the episode Home Sweet Pineapple, SpongeBob's parents show up driving a nice car. They seem comfortable financially. They don't live in Bikini Bottom, suggesting they might live in a more expensive area. It's possible that SpongeBob's parents help him out financially when he needs it. They might send him money. They might pay for certain expenses. They might have set up a trust fund for him. The show never addresses this, but it would explain how SpongeBob survives on such low wages. Patrick Star lives under a rock next door and has no visible source of income at all. He's unemployed for most of the series, yet he also seems to get by just fine. His needs are even simpler than SpongeBob's. His furniture is made of sand, which is free. He wears the same shorts every day. He doesn't seem to pay rent on his rock. The Bikini Bottom economy apparently allows characters to survive with little to no money as long as they keep their expenses minimal. The real answer to how SpongeBob affords his lifestyle is that the show doesn't care about realistic economics. SpongeBob SquarePants is a cartoon, and it operates on cartoon logic. Characters have money when the plot needs them to have money. Characters are broke when that makes for a funnier joke. Mr. Krabs is simultaneously incredibly rich and incredibly cheap. SpongeBob is simultaneously poor and comfortable. These contradictions exist because the show prioritizes comedy over consistency. Steven Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob, was a marine biologist before he became an animator. He understood ocean life. He understood how sea creatures actually behave. But he deliberately chose to ignore realism in favor of humor and heart. SpongeBob lives in a pineapple because it's funny and visually interesting, not because it makes economic sense. He works for a boss who barely pays him because it creates comedic conflict. He maintains a nice lifestyle despite low wages because the show wants him to be happy, and the audience doesn't want to watch SpongeBob struggle with poverty. If we absolutely had to create a realistic explanation, here's the most plausible scenario. SpongeBob found a free house that fell from a ship. He claims it as his own, and nobody challenges his ownership. His pet Gary has some mysterious source of income that covers utilities. SpongeBob works at the Krusty Krab for very low wages, possibly minimum wage on good days. His parents occasionally help him with expenses. He has extremely low costs because he doesn't buy much. Occasionally, he earns extra money through side hustles or lucky finds, and the overall cost of living in Bikini Bottom is much lower than in the human world. Combine all of these factors, and SpongeBob can survive comfortably without a high income. But ultimately, asking how SpongeBob affords his house is like asking how he makes fire underwater or how he drives a boat on the ocean floor. The show doesn't worry about these things making sense. It's not meant to be realistic. It's meant to be fun. SpongeBob is happy, optimistic, and surrounded by friends. He has a job he loves and a home he adores. Whether that's financially possible doesn't matter. In the world of Bikini Bottom, joy and friendship are more valuable than money. And maybe that's the real lesson. SpongeBob doesn't need much money to be rich in the ways that count. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to 7 Deadly Sins cast theory. The 7 Deadly Sins theory is one of the most popular and enduring fan theories about SpongeBob SquarePants. According to this theory, each of the 7 main characters in the show represents one of the 7 deadly sins from Christian theology. Patrick is sloth, Squidward is wrath, Mr. Krabs is greed, Plankton is envy, Sandy is pride, Gary is gluttony, and SpongeBob himself is lust. At first glance, this seems like a dark and disturbing interpretation of a children's cartoon. But fans have found so much evidence to support these connections that many people believe the theory must be true. So is it? Did Steven Hillenburg deliberately create each character to represent a deadly sin? Or is this just fans reading too much into a silly cartoon? The answer is clear, and the creators have shot down this theory. Let's start by explaining what the theory actually claims. The 7 deadly sins come from Christian theology and are described in Proverbs chapter 6 and Galatians chapter 5 inches the Bible. These sins are sloth, gluttony, pride, lust, greed, envy, and wrath. They represent the worst aspects of human nature. According to Catholic teaching, these sins lead people away from God and toward evil. They're called deadly because they can lead to spiritual death if left unchecked. For centuries, artists, writers, and theologians have used the 7 deadly sins as a framework to explore human behavior and morality. The SpongeBob 7 Deadly Sins theory suggests that Steven Hillenburg used this same framework when creating his underwater cartoon. Fans claim that each main character embodies one of these sins through their personality traits and behavior throughout the series. The connections seem surprisingly obvious once you start looking for them. Patrick Star represents sloth. This is probably the easiest connection to make. Sloth is defined as laziness or unwillingness to act. Patrick lives under a rock and does absolutely nothing most of the time. He has no job, he has no furniture, except pieces of sand that he occasionally shapes. He spends his days sleeping, eating, and lounging around. In the episode Big Pink Loser, Patrick literally wins an award for doing nothing longer than anyone else. His entire lifestyle revolves around avoiding effort. Even when Patrick does try to do something productive, he fails spectacularly because he puts in minimal effort. His speech is slow and slurred. His thoughts are slow and simple. Everything about Patrick screams laziness. Squidward Tentacles represents wrath. Wrath involves uncontrollable feelings of anger and hatred toward everything. Squidward hates his life. He hates his job at the Krusty Krab. He hates his neighbors SpongeBob and Patrick. He hates Bikini Bottom. He hates most things in general. Squidward is constantly angry and bitter. He snaps at SpongeBob over the smallest things. He takes cruel pleasure in ruining SpongeBob's happiness. In the episode Dying for Pie, Squidward's malice leads to him unknowingly giving SpongeBob a bomb disguised as a pie. In the first Christmas special, Squidward delights in SpongeBob's disappointment when Santa doesn't arrive. His default emotion is rage. Even when good things happen to him, Squidward finds reasons to be angry. Mr. Krabs represents greed. This might be the most obvious connection of all. Greed is an excessive love of money and material possessions. Mr. Krabs is completely obsessed with money. Every single decision he makes revolves around profit. He underpays his employees, he overworks them, he charges customers ridiculous prices, he puts people's lives in danger over loose change. In one episode, Mr. Krabs sells SpongeBob's soul to the Flying Dutchman for 62 cents. In another episode, he tries to pull a dime out of a garbage disposal and seriously injures himself. He refers to customers in terms of money, saying things like, "That's my money walking out the door." His entire personality is defined by greed. He even has nightmares about having to give refunds. Plankton represents envy. Envy is wanting what someone else has. Plankton's entire existence revolves around being envious of Mr. Krabs' success. The Chum Bucket is a complete failure while the Krusty Krab thrives. Plankton cannot accept this. Almost every episode featuring Plankton involves him trying to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula because he envies Mr. Krabs' successful restaurant. He constantly complains to his wife Karen about how unfair it is that Mr. Krabs does better than him. Even in the episode The Algae's Always Greener, where Plankton magically switches places with Mr. Krabs, he's still not satisfied. Envy consumes him. He can't enjoy his own life because he's too busy wanting what Mr. Krabs has. Sandy Cheeks represents pride. Pride is excessive satisfaction with oneself and one's achievements. Sandy is extremely proud of being from Texas. She reminds everyone constantly about her Texas heritage. She's proud of being a mammal and a land creature. In the episode Pressure, Sandy tries to prove that land critters are better than sea critters. She takes enormous pride in her intelligence and her scientific achievements. Sandy is the smartest character in Bikini Bottom, and she knows it. When people make fun of her or question her abilities, Sandy becomes furious and defensive. In the episode Squirrel Jokes, Sandy is outraged when SpongeBob makes jokes about squirrels. Her pride won't let her tolerate any perceived insult. Gary represents gluttony. Gluttony is overindulgence in food and drink. Gary is a pet snail, so eating is naturally a big part of his life. But there's a running gag throughout the series about Gary needing to be fed. SpongeBob constantly says, "Don't forget to feed Gary," or "I gotta go feed Gary." In the episode Have You Seen This Snail?, Gary literally runs away from home because SpongeBob forgets to feed him for 10 days. Gary cannot tolerate missing meals. He's obsessed with food. When Gary dreams in the episode Sleepy Time, he's shown in a fancy library, but even in his intellectual dreamscape, food is important to him. In another episode, Gary stays with Patrick for days just because Patrick has a cookie in his pocket. Gary's entire existence seems to revolve around eating. SpongeBob represents lust. This is the most confusing part of the theory because SpongeBob is clearly not lustful in a sexual way. Stephen Hillenburg confirmed that SpongeBob is asexual. So how does SpongeBob represent lust? Fans explain this by using an alternate definition of lust. According to Merriam-Webster, lust can also mean enthusiasm or eagerness for something. In this interpretation, SpongeBob's lust is his excessive love for life, his job, and his friends. SpongeBob loves everything with intense passion. He greets every day shouting, "I'm ready." He loves his job at the Krusty Krab more than anything. He loves his friends deeply. He loves his home. He loves jellyfishing. He loves Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob's enthusiasm for life is so extreme that it could be considered excessive. This interpretation makes SpongeBob's sin the least troublesome of the 7. It's basically just loving things too much. So there's the theory. 7 characters, 7 sins. The connections seem almost too perfect. Many fans believe this theory because it fits so well. Mr. Krabs being greed seems intentional. Patrick being sloth seems obvious. Squidward being wrath makes complete sense. The theory works because the characters do actually display these qualities consistently throughout the show. This has led many people to assume that Stephen Hillenburg must have designed the characters this way on purpose. But here's the problem. The creators have never confirmed this theory. In fact, they've done the opposite. They've explicitly stated that this theory is not true. Stephen Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob SquarePants, never once mentioned the 7 deadly sins in connection with his show before his death in 2018. He gave many interviews about SpongeBob over the years. He discussed his creative process. He explained his inspirations. He talked about marine biology and his background as an educator. He never said anything about basing his characters on the 7 deadly sins. In a 2016 interview with The Guardian, Stephen Hillenburg explained how he created SpongeBob SquarePants while working on Rocko's Modern Life. He talked about pitching the show to Nickelodeon. His explanations were straightforward and simple. There was no mention of any hidden meanings or biblical allegories. Hillenburg was always clear that SpongeBob was meant to be absurd for absurdity's sake. He wanted to make a funny cartoon. That was it. He wasn't trying to hide deep moral messages or complex metaphors. Multiple sources confirm that Hillenburg never intended the show to have hidden meanings. One article states plainly, "Not only is there no evidence that SpongeBob had any hidden biblical messaging behind it, creator Stephen Hillenburg regularly discussed the show's humble creative beginnings. SpongeBob is undoubtedly a weird cartoon, but the strangeness isn't a way to mask deeper meaning." Another source echoes this. The show's creator, Stephen Hillenburg, never commented on the theory before his death, but he did state that he simply wanted the character of SpongeBob to love his job. Hillenburg's intention was to create a fun kids show, and he did not intend for there to be any hidden subliminal messages or complex themes. But wait, some fans claim they heard Mr. Lawrence, a writer and voice actor on the show, confirm the theory in a DVD commentary. According to this claim, Mr. Lawrence said on the Season 1 DVD commentary that Stephen Hillenburg based the 7 main characters on the 7 deadly sins. This claim has spread widely online. Many YouTube videos and articles repeat it. But there's a problem. Nobody can actually verify this claim. No one can point to the specific DVD commentary where this was supposedly said. No one has a clip of Mr. Lawrence saying it. The claim exists, but the evidence doesn't. What we do have is recent comments from Mr. Lawrence that directly contradict this claim. In December 2024, the cast of SpongeBob SquarePants reunited for a video with Esquire magazine. During this video, they discussed various fan theories, including the 7 deadly sins theory. This is what actually happened in that conversation. Roger Bumpass, the voice actor for Squidward, noted that there are similarities between Patrick and Sloth and between Mr. Krabs and Greed, but he didn't claim it was intentional. He just acknowledged that the parallels exist. Mr. Lawrence, who voices Plankton and has written many episodes of the show, addressed the theory directly. Here's what he said. I think the idea was, it's like the 7 deadly sins. It's like Gilligan's Island, where each character represents something, and I think all of us represent a specific kind of thing that's sort of not as tangible as saying, it's lust, it's this, it's that. This quote is important. Mr. Lawrence is saying that yes, each character represents something distinctive. But no, it's not as simple or concrete as assigning each character to a specific deadly sin. He's saying the characters have individual traits that make them unique, but those traits aren't meant to be matched one-to-one with the 7 deadly sins. He's acknowledging the theory while simultaneously saying it's not that straightforward. Multiple articles covering this Esquire video came to the same conclusion. One stated, despite parallels between SpongeBob SquarePants characters and their theoretical deadly sin, these comments by Lawrence and other cast members suggest the idea wasn't considered when writing the series. Another said, Lawrence's comments indicate that it was unintentional, but can still be something for audiences to have fun with, especially when looking back on the show. The cast members acknowledged that the theory is interesting. They didn't deny that there are parallels, but they made it clear that this was not intentional. Stephen Hillenburg did not sit down and say, I'm going to create 7 characters based on the 7 deadly sins. That's fan interpretation, not creative intention. Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob, specifically addressed SpongeBob being lust. He seemed confused by this assignment and explained that SpongeBob would just want to work more at the Krusty Krab. Kenny's comments show that even the main voice actor doesn't understand how SpongeBob represents lust. If it had been intentional, surely Tom Kenny would know about it. So why has this theory become so popular if it's not true? There are several reasons. First, the connections genuinely work on a surface level. The characters do display these traits. Mr. Krabs really is greedy. Patrick really is lazy. Squidward really is angry. These aren't coincidences. They're just character traits that happen to align with the 7 deadly sins. But that doesn't mean they were designed that way intentionally. Second, the number 7 is a coincidence that makes the theory seem more plausible. There happen to be 7 main characters. There happen to be 7 deadly sins. People love patterns. When you have 7 of something and 7 of something else, humans naturally try to match them up. It feels satisfying. It feels meaningful. But sometimes a coincidence is just a coincidence. Third, people want cartoons to have deeper meanings. Viewers, especially adult viewers, enjoy finding hidden messages in children's entertainment. It makes watching cartoons feel more intellectual and less guilty. If SpongeBob is secretly about the 7 deadly sins, then adults can feel smart for watching it instead of childish. This desire for deeper meaning drives people to create and believe theories even when those theories aren't true. Fourth, the theory has been repeated so many times that people assume it must be true. Once a theory spreads widely enough online, it takes on a life of its own. People share articles about it. YouTubers make videos about it. It appears on fan wikis and discussion forums. After seeing the theory mentioned dozens of times, people start to believe it's confirmed even when it's not. The repetition creates false confidence. The truth is that SpongeBob SquarePants is exactly what it appears to be. It's a funny cartoon about a talking sponge who works at a fast food restaurant under the sea. Stephen Hillenburg was a marine biologist who loved ocean life and wanted to create an educational yet entertaining show for children. He designed memorable characters with distinct personalities. Those personalities happen to align somewhat with the 7 deadly sins, but that's unintentional. The characters have moments throughout the series that contradict their supposed sins. Patrick is lazy most of the time, but he can be extremely energetic and driven when he wants to help SpongeBob. Squidward is usually angry, but he has moments of kindness and even affection for SpongeBob. Mr. Krabs is greedy, but he genuinely loves his daughter Pearl and occasionally shows generosity. If the characters were truly meant to embody specific sins, they would display those sins consistently without exception, but they don't. They're complex characters with multiple traits. Stephen Hillenburg created a fun, weird, absurd show that happened to resonate with millions of people. He didn't need hidden meanings or complex allegories to make SpongeBob successful. The show works because it's genuinely funny, creative, and heartfelt. The characters are memorable because they have strong, exaggerated personalities. Mr. Krabs is memorably greedy, Patrick is memorably lazy, Squidward is memorably grumpy. These are just good character writing choices, not biblical references. The 7 deadly sins theory is a perfect example of a fan theory that seems true but isn't. It's creative. It's interesting. It adds an extra layer to the show. But it's not canon. The creators did not intend it. Stephen Hillenburg never confirmed it. Mr. Lawrence has explicitly said it's not that concrete. The theory exists purely in the minds of fans. And that's okay. Fan theories don't have to be true to be fun. People can enjoy thinking about SpongeBob characters as representations of the 7 deadly sins. It's a clever observation, even if it's unintentional, but we should be honest about what it is. It's fan interpretation. It's not the creator's vision. When people claim that Steven Hillenburg based his characters on the 7 deadly sins, they're stating something as fact that is actually fiction. The creators have shot this theory down, even if they did it politely. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the Goo Lagoon paradox. Goo Lagoon is one of the strangest locations in SpongeBob SquarePants. It's an underwater beach where characters go swimming, surfing, and sunbathing. There's sand, beach umbrellas, lifeguard towers, a juice bar, and even an amusement pier. Characters spread out towels, build sandcastles, and play volleyball. Larry the Lobster works as a lifeguard. SpongeBob and Patrick surf the waves. Everything about Goo Lagoon looks and functions exactly like a regular beach, except for one massive problem. Goo Lagoon exists at the bottom of the ocean. The entire show takes place underwater. So how can there be a beach underwater? How can there be water inside water? This is the Goo Lagoon paradox. For years, this seemed like cartoon logic that didn't need explaining. SpongeBob SquarePants is full of impossible things. Characters start campfires underwater. They take showers and baths even though they're already submerged in water. They drive boats across the ocean floor as if it were a road. The show operates on its own internal rules, where physics doesn't always apply. Goo Lagoon seemed like just another example of the show ignoring reality for the sake of comedy and storytelling. But here's the surprising truth. Goo Lagoon actually makes scientific sense. The show might have stumbled onto this by accident, or the creators might have known about it all along. Either way, Goo Lagoon is based on a real phenomenon that exists in Earth's oceans. Underwater lakes and lagoons are not fictional. They're real places that scientists have discovered and studied. The paradox isn't really a paradox at all. Goo Lagoon is a brine pool. A brine pool is a body of water with an extremely high concentration of salt that exists on the ocean floor. The water in a brine pool is so much saltier than regular seawater that it becomes significantly denser. This density difference prevents the brine from mixing with the surrounding ocean. Instead of dissolving into the seawater above it, the brine settles into depressions on the seafloor and forms what looks like a separate lake or pool. The boundary between the brine and the regular seawater is so distinct that you can actually see it. It creates what scientists call a halocline, which is a visible interface between two different water masses. According to the SpongeBob SquarePants wiki, Goo Lagoon is confirmed to be a brine pool. One source mentions that this was stated in the official SpongeBob podcast. The show's own official resources acknowledge that Goo Lagoon is made of goo, which is another word for brine. Since SpongeBob SquarePants takes place underwater, the characters swim and surf in brine since they are already surrounded by regular seawater. This isn't just fan speculation, it's canonical to the show. So, what exactly is a brine pool in real life? How do they form? And why do they look so much like underwater lakes? Brine pools form through several different geological processes, but they all result in the same outcome: extremely salty water that doesn't mix with normal seawater. One common way brine pools form involves ancient salt deposits. Millions of years ago, some areas that are now ocean floor were once shallow seas or basins that got cut off from the rest of the ocean. When these isolated seas evaporated, they left behind massive deposits of salt. Over time, these salt deposits got buried under layers of sediment. Eventually, the area reconnected to the ocean. Seawater began seeping down through cracks in the sediment and dissolved the buried salt. This created brine that was much saltier than regular seawater. Because brine is denser than seawater, it couldn't rise back up and mix with the ocean. Instead, it oozed out onto the seafloor and collected in depressions and basins, forming brine pools. The Gulf of Mexico has many brine pools that form this way. During the Jurassic period, the Gulf of Mexico was a shallow sea that dried up, creating an enormous layer of salt up to 8 kilometers thick. When the Gulf refilled with water, this salt layer got preserved under sediments. As more and more sediment piled on top from the erosion of mountains, the weight became so great that it began squeezing and deforming the salt layer below. Salt is less dense than the sediment above it, so in certain places, the salt pushed up through the overlying layers and extruded onto the seafloor through a process called salt tectonics. Seawater infiltrated these salt deposits and dissolved them into brine about 4 to 5 times saltier than regular seawater. This brine was too dense to mix easily with seawater, so it puddled on the ocean floor, creating underwater lakes. Another way brine pools form is through a process called brine rejection during sea ice formation. When seawater freezes, salt doesn't fit into the crystalline structure of ice, so the salt gets expelled. This expelled salt forms cold, dense brine that sinks to the seafloor. On a localized scale, this rejected brine can collect in seafloor depressions and form brine pools. A third way involves geothermal heating at tectonic spreading centers, where plates are moving apart. Seawater seeps down into fractures in the seafloor, where it comes in contact with hot rocks and dissolves minerals. This superheated, mineral-rich water then rises back up and can form brine pools in certain locations. The Red Sea has brine pools that form this way. Regardless of how they form, all brine pools share certain characteristics. The water is extremely salty, often 5 to 8 times saltier than regular seawater. This makes the water incredibly dense. The brine is so dense that it doesn't easily mix with the overlying seawater. Instead, it creates a distinct boundary called a halocline. This boundary is visible to cameras and creates optical distortions similar to heat waves on a hot day. The halocline shimmers and dances, making it look like you're peering into another world. Brine pools also tend to be anoxic, meaning they contain little to no oxygen. The dense, salty water doesn't mix with the oxygen-rich water above, and chemical processes within the pool consume any available oxygen that might be present. Many brine pools also contain high levels of toxic gases like hydrogen sulfide and methane. These conditions make brine pools incredibly hostile to most forms of life. In fact, brine pools are often called death traps. When a fish or crab accidentally enters a brine pool, the results are catastrophic. The extreme difference in salt concentration causes the organism's cells to immediately start losing water. The creature experiences toxic shock from the hypersalinity and cerebral hypoxia from the lack of oxygen. Most organisms die within seconds. When scientists explore brine pools with submarines and remotely operated vehicles, they find the bottoms littered with the corpses of creatures that wandered too far into the brine. These dead organisms don't decay in the normal way because the anoxic conditions preserve them for years. One particularly famous brine pool in the Gulf of Mexico has been nicknamed the Hot Tub of Despair. The brine is up to 4 times more salty than surrounding seawater and reaches temperatures of 66 degrees Fahrenheit. It contains high levels of hydrogen sulfide and methane. The pool is surrounded by steep walls encrusted with red, yellow, and white mineral flows, along with mussel beds. Dead and embalmed crabs and other creatures litter the interior. It truly looks like a hellish landscape at the bottom of the ocean. Despite these deadly conditions, life does exist around brine pools. A thin area along the rim of a brine pool can support unique ecosystems. The methane and other chemicals seeping from brine pools provide energy for chemosynthetic bacteria. These bacteria convert the chemicals into energy without needing sunlight. The bacteria then support other organisms like mussels, tube worms, and shrimp. These creatures live right at the edge of the brine, taking advantage of the nutrients while avoiding the deadly interior. Eels and shrimp have been observed darting briefly into brine pools to grab small creatures that have been stunned by the brine, then quickly retreating to safety. Scientists find brine pools fascinating for multiple reasons. They represent extreme environments that can teach us about how life adapts to harsh conditions. Some researchers believe brine pools might be similar to conditions where life first appeared on Earth billions of years ago in anoxic deep-sea environments. Studying brine pool ecosystems might give us clues about the origins of life. Brine pools might also help us understand how life could exist on other worlds. Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus are believed to have subsurface oceans that might contain similar extreme environments. If life can survive in Earth's brine pools, perhaps similar life forms could exist on these distant moons. Brine pools also preserve important geological and climatological information. Because they're anoxic and isolated, brine pools trap sediments that settle into them. These sediments remain largely undisturbed by biological activity. Scientists can drill into the floor of a brine pool and extract cores that contain layers of sediment, representing hundreds or even thousands of years of history. These sediments preserve records of ancient tsunamis, flash floods, earthquakes, and other geological events. By studying these sediment layers, scientists can reconstruct the past and better predict future seismic activity in certain regions. Brine pools have been discovered in only 3 major locations on Earth. The Gulf of Mexico contains many brine pools, some covering over 120 square kilometers. The Mediterranean Sea has brine pools, and the Red Sea has brine pools, particularly in the Gulf of Aqaba. In 2020, scientists discovered new brine pools in the Gulf of Aqaba that lie only about 2 kilometers from the coast, making them the closest to shore of any known Red Sea brine pools. These pools sit over 1,700 meters below the surface and were discovered using remotely operated vehicles during an Ocean X expedition. When submarines and ROVs encounter brine pools, the effect is remarkable. The vehicles can actually float on the surface of the brine pool, unable to penetrate without significant force. It's like trying to punch through jelly. The vehicles create ripples and waves on the surface of the brine that look identical to waves on a normal lake or ocean surface. In videos from these explorations, you can see the brine pool surface rippling and moving exactly like water exposed to air, even though everything is already underwater. The walls around the pool look like a shoreline. The whole scene appears exactly like a beach or lake, just at the bottom of the ocean. This is exactly what we see at Goo Lagoon in SpongeBob SquarePants. Characters surf on waves. The goo has a visible surface that they can dive into. There's a distinct shoreline where the goo meets the sand. SpongeBob and his friends can swim through the goo just like swimmers at a regular beach. All of these details match what actually happens at real brine pools. The show accurately depicts, whether intentionally or accidentally, how an underwater lake would look and function. Of course, SpongeBob takes significant artistic liberty with one major aspect. Real brine pools are deadly to almost all sea life. But in SpongeBob, characters swim and play in Goo Lagoon without any problems. They don't die from toxic shock or hypersalinity. SpongeBob even works as a lifeguard at Goo Lagoon in one episode, despite the fact that he cannot swim, which is another paradox entirely. The show makes Goo Lagoon safe and fun, whereas real brine pools are toxic death traps. This is the one major difference between Goo Lagoon and actual brine pools. According to the SpongeBob wiki, one actually cannot drown in goo since the water is just made out of goo. The show's official YouTube channel has stated that drowning in goo breaks the laws of physics. The creators acknowledge that Goo Lagoon doesn't follow normal rules. Characters can sink in the lagoon, as we've seen in various episodes, but they don't experience the deadly effects that real creatures would experience in a brine pool. It's a family-friendly version of a scientifically real phenomenon. The existence of Goo Lagoon actually makes SpongeBob SquarePants slightly more scientifically accurate than many people realize. Yes, the show has campfires underwater and other impossible elements. But Goo Lagoon is based on genuine oceanography. Brine pools really exist. Underwater lakes really exist. They look exactly like how Goo Lagoon is depicted in the show. The creators of SpongeBob, whether through research or coincidence, managed to include a real scientific phenomenon in their cartoon. Steven Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob, had a degree in marine biology. Before becoming an animator, he worked as a marine biology teacher. He created educational materials about intertidal zones and ocean life. His scientific background heavily influenced SpongeBob SquarePants. Many details in the show reflect actual marine biology. The fact that Goo Lagoon is a brine pool fits perfectly with Hillenburg's educational background. He likely knew about brine pools and deliberately incorporated this concept into the show. It's one of many ways that real marine science appears in SpongeBob, hidden beneath the silliness and humor. So the Goo Lagoon paradox isn't really a paradox. It's an accurate representation of a rare but real oceanographic phenomenon. Water can exist inside water when the salinity and density are different enough. Underwater lakes and beaches do exist at the bottom of the ocean. They have visible surfaces, shorelines, and waves. They look exactly like regular lakes, just submerged. SpongeBob SquarePants took this real science and made it into a recurring location where characters could have beach adventures. The next time you watch an episode featuring Goo Lagoon, remember that what you're seeing isn't pure fantasy. Somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico, the Mediterranean Sea, or the Red Sea, there are real underwater lakes that look remarkably similar to Goo Lagoon. They're surrounded by strange life forms adapted to extreme conditions. They contain secrets about Earth's geological past. They might even hold clues about the origins of life itself. Goo Lagoon might be a simplified, sanitized, cartoon version of these places, but the basic concept is scientifically sound. That's not something you can say about most elements of SpongeBob SquarePants. And it's pretty amazing. At last, SpongeBob's inconsistencies lure to fall asleep to. Mr. Krabs and Plankton were revealed as lifelong best friends who built a restaurant together. Yet another episode claims they were always enemies from their very first interaction 25 years ago. Patrick created wildly successful marketing slogans that brought massive crowds to eat terrible chum, but in a different episode, getting even one customer for that same terrible chum required literal bribery because marketing apparently doesn't exist. Mr. Krabs willingly spent tens of thousands of dollars on Pearl's 16th birthday party, including hiring the most expensive band in Bikini Bottom, yet later forced SpongeBob to pay an entire year's salary to cover Pearl's business expenses because Mr. Krabs couldn't tolerate any financial loss. And those are just 3 of the mind-bending SpongeBob inconsistencies in this video. Can you imagine all the contradictory stuff there is to uncover when we dive deep into 3 hours of SpongeBob inconsistencies to fall asleep? to over the next 3 hours, I was certainly shocked by some of the stuff I found when I made this video. So if you're ready to be blown away by what's about to come, sit back, relax, maybe check if your best friend is secretly your arch nemesis, and let's begin. Let's start with SpongeBob's driving ability. SpongeBob SquarePants has one of television's longest-running failures, getting a driver's license. The yellow sponge has dedicated his entire existence to flipping patties and attempting to pass his boating exam, making his complete inability to drive one of the show's core running gags. His failures have become so legendary that they've essentially defined his character arc across multiple seasons. The whole premise of SpongeBob's relationship with Mrs. Puff revolves around his catastrophic driving skills. Season after season, episode after episode, we watch this absorbent fry cook demolish property, traumatize his instructor, and turn simple driving tests into apocalyptic disasters. Mrs. Puff has been sent to prison, suffered countless injuries, and presumably developed severe PTSD from teaching this particular student. The show has built an entire comedy foundation on the fact that SpongeBob will never ever get his license. In Driven to Tears, we get the full scope of SpongeBob's failure. He's taken the test 57 times, 57 attempts at passing a basic driving exam. That's more attempts than most people make at anything in their entire lives, except maybe trying to cancel a gym membership. Patrick, his best friend who stores his thoughts in a literal rock and once forgot how to eat, takes the test on a whim while wearing his underwear and passes with a perfect score. A perfect score, Patrick Star, the same starfish who needed instructions on how to open a jar, becomes a licensed driver before SpongeBob can even complete attempt number 58. The kicker comes when Patrick wins a brand new boat mobile for being the 1 millionth person to pass the test. 1 million people have successfully obtained their licenses while SpongeBob continues to fail. The entire population of Bikini Bottom has apparently mastered the skill that eludes him. Even the Flying Dutchman probably has a valid license at this point, and he's been dead for centuries. Sleepy Time throws a wrench into this established incompetence. When SpongeBob enters his own dream, a driver's license literally materializes for him. The dream sequence shows him behind the wheel, cruising along with his precious laminated card in hand. Sure, he immediately crashes and drives off-road, like he's auditioning for a Fast and Furious reboot, directed by someone who's never seen a road before, but the license exists in his dream world. His subconscious conjured up the one thing he desperately wants, handed it to him on a silver platter, and let him drive. Mrs. Puff shows up to tear the license into pieces. Even in his dreams, she can't escape him, delivering the brutal line, "Not even in your dreams, Mr. SquarePants," which is hilariously ironic because he literally was having the dream until she dream crashed it. The dream logic here creates a fascinating paradox. SpongeBob's mind can imagine himself with a license, can visualize himself driving, can create an entire fantasy where he's achieved his life's goal, yet even in that fantasy, Mrs. Puff appears to shut it down. The inconsistency cuts deeper than just dream versus reality. If SpongeBob has failed 57 times by season 4, and the show treats his inability to drive as absolute gospel, why does his dream in season 1 show him with a license at all? His subconscious should be as traumatized as Mrs. Puff's actual conscious. His dreams should feature him running away from boats, or taking the bus, or having nightmares where the boat mobile turns into a giant Mrs. Puff who's screaming about proper turn signals. The dream sequence suggests that somewhere in SpongeBob's mind, he genuinely believes he can drive. He's created a mental image where possessing a license is possible, where he can operate a vehicle, albeit poorly, where the thing he wants most actually exists. This contradicts the Patrick situation entirely. When your best friend passes on his first try while you're deep into double-digit failures, that kind of trauma should rewire your brain. SpongeBob should be dreaming about burning down the DMV, starting a petition to eliminate driving entirely, or opening a successful business that provides personal chauffeurs to boating school dropouts. The aftermath of Patrick's success makes the dream even more baffling. SpongeBob completely snaps, tears up Patrick's license, and ends up in jail for 90 days. This is a man who has been psychologically destroyed by his repeated failures. His criminal record now includes littering and evading police, because he couldn't handle his friend's success. Yet back in Sleepy Time, his dream self was cruising around with a license like it was the most natural thing in the world. No psychological scars, no trauma. Just a yellow sponge living his best dream life before Mrs. Puff showed up to reality check him. The other characters' dreams in Sleepy Time make sense. Patrick dreams about a kiddie ride because Patrick's brain operates on a toddler's wavelength. Squidward dreams about being a classical musician because he's delusional about his own talent. Plankton dreams about being giant and destroying the Krusty Krab because he's a villain with straightforward goals. SpongeBob's dream should logically feature him as the world's greatest fry cook, or living in a pineapple made of gold, or having his own spatula museum. The driver's license appearing suggests his subconscious prioritizes driving success over literally everything else in his life, including his actual successful career. The show's writers clearly didn't think viewers would analyze dream logic. This deeply jokes on them. We absolutely would. But the inconsistency reveals something accidentally profound. SpongeBob's dream shows us what he wants most. And apparently, that's not just passing the test through hard work or skill development. His dream gives him the license through magic. It just appears. His subconscious has given up on earning the license legitimately and has resorted to supernatural intervention. By the time Driven to Tears rolls around, SpongeBob has completely lost any semblance of dream optimism. He's bitter, resentful, and ready to commit crimes over someone else's success. The journey from "my dream gave me a license" to "I'm literally tearing up my best friend's license and going to jail" represents character development in the worst possible direction. SpongeBob went from hopeful dreamer to criminal because the universe, and the show's writers, decided he would never achieve this one specific goal. The real tragedy lives in the math. SpongeBob has failed 57 times. Patrick passed once. 1 million other residents have passed. Mrs. Puff has taught countless students successfully. The Bikini Bottom DMV has probably processed hundreds of thousands of licenses. Everyone except SpongeBob has figured out the basics of operating a boat mobile. Even in his dreams, where physics can be ignored and reality can be whatever he wants, Mrs. Puff still shows up to crush his hopes. That's some aggressive narrative consistency about his driving inconsistency. The license in Sleepy Time represents what might be the cruelest joke the show ever played on SpongeBob. It gave him exactly what he wanted in the one place where anything is possible, then immediately took it away. His dream became a nightmare because even his own imagination couldn't protect him from his fundamental incompetence. The dream sequence accidentally predicted his future. SpongeBob will get close to having a license, will hold it in his hands, will experience that moment of pure joy, and then reality, or Mrs. Puff, will snatch it away. The inconsistency between these episodes highlights how the show treats SpongeBob's driving as both a character-defining trait and a flexible plot device. When the writers need SpongeBob to be optimistic about driving, they'll show him dreaming about success. When they need him to be pathetic and desperate, they'll have Patrick pass effortlessly, while SpongeBob fails his 58th attempt. The license exists in his dreams, but dissolves in his reality, creating a loop where hope and failure chase each other across 20-plus seasons of television. SpongeBob's relationship with that driver's license has caused more emotional damage than most people experience in therapy. He's watched his best friend succeed immediately, spent 90 days in jail over that success, and continues showing up to Mrs. Puff's boating school like a glutton for punishment. Yet way back in Season 1, his dream casually handed him a license like it was ordering a Krabby Patty. That's the inconsistency that keeps giving. The show can't decide if SpongeBob's failure is absolute, or if somewhere in some dimension, even a dream one, he deserves a chance at success. The dream sequence in Sleepy Time gives us a glimpse of a universe where SpongeBob has a license. It exists. It's real within the dream. Mrs. Puff has to actively intervene to destroy it. This implies that in SpongeBob's natural state, without external interference, he would have his license. The universe has to work against him to maintain his failure. That's either really deep commentary about how society holds back the ambitious, probably not, or it's just the writers forgetting that they were building toward 57-plus failures and counting. Definitely this one. The whole driving ability inconsistency boils down to one question. Can SpongeBob actually drive, or can't he? His dream says maybe. His reality says absolutely not. Patrick's perfect score says the test is passable. Mrs. Puff's trauma says SpongeBob specifically cannot be trusted near anything with a motor. The show wants SpongeBob to be simultaneously capable enough to dream about driving and incompetent enough to fail forever. That's some Schrodinger's driver's license situation where SpongeBob both can and cannot drive until Mrs. Puff observes him and everything explodes. SpongeBob's driving disaster tees us up for Patrick's dream reveal, where things get weird enough to pull you even deeper in. Patrick Star has one of the most revealing dream sequences in television history. When SpongeBob jumps into Patrick's dream during Sleepy Time, he discovers something genuinely disturbing about his best friend's inner mind. Patrick is sitting on a 25-cent kiddie ride in a completely blank white void. Just Patrick, a mechanical horse, and infinite nothingness. SpongeBob tries desperately to show Patrick what's possible in dreams. He transforms into a skyscraper. Patrick responds with, "Yep." SpongeBob creates 1 million copies of himself. Patrick says, "Yep," again. The starfish demonstrates zero imagination, zero curiosity, and zero ability to conceptualize anything beyond his immediate reality. When his quarter runs out and the ride stops, Patrick just sits there with a blank stare, completely defeated by the loss of his last coin. Dreams are supposed to be windows into your deepest thoughts, desires, and imagination. Patrick's subconscious can't conceive of anything more complex than a kiddie ride that costs a quarter. The blank white void surrounding him suggests his mind has no stored memories, just emptiness and the vague desire to ride a mechanical horse. Every other character has elaborate dreams reflecting their personality. Gary dreams about reading poetry in a library. Squidward performs as Mozart for royalty. Sandy skydives from planes. Patrick sits on a mechanical ride in a white void. Driven to Tears completely contradicts this mental simplicity. Patrick walks into Mrs. Puff's boating school wearing only his underwear and passes the driving test with a perfect score on his first attempt. 0 mistakes. The boating exam has defeated SpongeBob 57 times, traumatized Mrs. Puff into regular therapy, and caused countless accidents. Patrick breezes through it like he's ordering a Krabby Patty. The driving test requires reading comprehension, spatial awareness, understanding traffic laws, hand-eye coordination, and the ability to follow complex instructions. Patrick Star, whose dream world consists of absolutely nothing, somehow possesses all these skills naturally. He wins a brand new Bass Blaster 3000 boat mobile for being the 1 millionth person to pass the test. 1 million other residents figured this out before SpongeBob, and Patrick joins that club on attempt number 1. SpongeBob explicitly asks Patrick if he wants to see what you can do in dreams, implying you can imagine anything, create worlds, fly, transform reality itself. Patrick can't even imagine a second quarter for his ride. His cognitive limitations are so severe that he sits in despair staring at empty space rather than manifesting a new quarter through dream logic. SpongeBob literally just demonstrated this principle by creating a million versions of himself. Patrick watched this happen and still couldn't apply the concept to his quarter situation. Mrs. Puff gives Patrick 0 preparation. He walks in cold, takes the test, and achieves perfection. The show establishes that Patrick has no apparent knowledge of how basic society functions. He thought his parents were SpongeBob's parents in Driven to Tears. They have to correct him. He doesn't understand that you need to stop at red lights. He makes illegal U-turns through orphanages. Yet somehow this walking disaster aced a test that specifically covers all these concepts. Patrick's dream void suggests he has no background thoughts processing information. When Patrick isn't actively engaged with external stimuli, his brain just stops. The mechanical ride represents the most basic possible desire. Simple, repetitive motion that requires 0 brain activity. His subconscious can't generate anything more complex than a horse that moves when you feed it quarters. The driving test measures knowledge retention, decision-making ability, and understanding of abstract concepts like right-of-way and speed limit. Patrick's dream proves he can't retain anything. The ride stops, he loses his quarter, and he immediately forgets he could just imagine more quarters despite SpongeBob demonstrating this exact principle moments earlier. His brain has no framework for learning, yet he gets a perfect score. Patrick shows up, takes the test, and beats every other student Mrs. Puff has ever taught. The 1 millionth person to pass the test demonstrates 0 preparation, 0 study time, and 0 mental capacity based on his subconscious baseline. Luck doesn't get you a perfect score. Luck might help you guess a few answers correctly. Luck doesn't manifest comprehensive knowledge of traffic laws and driving mechanics in someone whose dream life consists of a kiddie ride in White Void. SpongeBob's dream shows him driving a boat mobile, getting a license, and experiencing complex emotions about his achievements. Patrick's dream shows him unable to conceive of anything beyond immediate physical sensation. SpongeBob has failed 57 times despite clearly understanding what driving means. Patrick succeeds instantly despite his subconscious revealing he can't even imagine a second quarter appearing in his pocket. The show wants Patrick to be both completely stupid and randomly competent depending on what's funnier for that specific episode. His dream commits to the stupidity angle so hard that it becomes canon. Patrick's inner mind is literally empty space with a mechanical ride. You can't walk that back. Patrick's dream reveals that when you strip away external input, there's nothing inside. Just a starfish sitting on a ride waiting for it to move. Then, he passes a driving test perfectly on his first try, wins a luxury vehicle, and spends the rest of the episode competently operating that vehicle while SpongeBob watches in despair. Patrick's subconscious says he can barely handle a kiddie ride. Reality says he can handle comprehensive examinations measuring multiple forms of intelligence without any visible effort, preparation, or understanding of what he just accomplished. The void in his head somehow produced a perfect test score. The quarter that rolled away somehow predicted Patrick would have everything SpongeBob desperately wanted. Patrick's dream world emptiness sets up something even stranger, because the next inconsistency hits SpongeBob's entire origin story. In episode Help Wanted, SpongeBob SquarePants has built his entire identity around one singular goal, making Krabby Patties at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob describes the restaurant as the finest eating establishment ever established for eating, the Krusty Krab, home of the Krabby Patty. He stares at the building with reverence, announcing that for years, he's been dreaming of this moment. Years, plural, multiple years of his life, dedicated to fantasizing about flipping patties at this specific restaurant. Patrick reinforces this obsession during his motivational speech. He asks SpongeBob, whose first words were, "May I take your order?" SpongeBob confirms they were his. His literal first words as a baby involved taking food orders. He came out of the womb ready to work customer service at a fast food restaurant. Patrick continues, "Who made a spatula out of toothpicks in woodshop? SpongeBob did. The guy has been training his entire existence for fry cook duties. His childhood, his education, his first spoken sentence all revolved around this career path." The episode treats Krabby Patties and the Krusty Krab as long-established institutions in Bikini Bottom. When the anchovy crisis hits, SpongeBob makes hundreds of perfect Krabby Patties without any training whatsoever. He knows the recipe instinctively. He chops vegetables, adds condiments, assembles the burgers with expert precision. The implication is clear. SpongeBob has spent his whole life preparing for this because Krabby Patties have existed his whole life. In episode Friend or Foe, this timeline completely falls apart. The episode shows the origin of the Krabby Patty through an extended flashback narrated by Mr. Krabs himself. We see Krabs and Plankton as babies born on the same day, November 30th, 1942. We watch them grow up together through childhood, getting bullied in elementary school, discovering money, and eventually deciding to open a restaurant together as teenagers or young adults. The flashback shows them creating their burger recipe from scratch at a dump. They experiment, take notes, and emerge with the best-looking burger under the sea. They convert a trailer into a restaurant and start selling their creation. This is explicitly the first time Krabby Patties exist. Mr. Krabs and Plankton invented them together. Before this moment, the recipe didn't exist. The product didn't exist. The Krusty Krab didn't exist because it came later after they split up. Karen's computer shows the actual moment of creation. Old Man Jenkins tries their burger and gets poisoned because they messed up the recipe. During their argument over whose fault it was, Plankton slams a door that causes jars to fall into their cooking pot. Mr. Krabs tastes the new mixture and declares, "I've done it! I've discovered the perfect patty batter." Right there. That's when the Krabby Patty was born. Within Mr. Krabs' young adult lifetime. The math doesn't work. If Mr. Krabs invented the Krabby Patty as a teenager or young adult, and SpongeBob appears to be an adult in Help Wanted, then the Krabby Patty has only existed for maybe 20 years maximum. SpongeBob's first words were supposedly, "May I take your order?" But there was no established restaurant culture around Krabby Patties when he was a baby. The product literally didn't exist yet. The Friend or Foe flashback shows the pre-Krabby Patty world of Bikini Bottom. Kids went to Stinky Burgers, which served terrible food from a guy named Stinky who farted a lot and treated poor kids like garbage. That was the burger landscape. No Krusty Krab. And no beloved fast food empire for young SpongeBob to dream about. When baby SpongeBob was supposedly saying, "May I take your order?" as his first words, Mr. Krabs was still wearing rags made from Old Man Jenkins' washcloth and getting bullied at school. SpongeBob's woodshop spatula project makes even less sense. He crafted a spatula out of toothpicks specifically for Krabby Patty preparation. This suggests he was already obsessed with the product during his school years. But if Krabs and Plankton were still figuring out their recipe during their school years, how could SpongeBob be preparing for a job that didn't exist yet? The timeline becomes a pretzel of impossibility. Help Wanted treats the Krusty Krab like McDonald's, an institution so ingrained in the culture that aspiring to work there makes sense. SpongeBob wants the job at the restaurant making the legendary burger. This only works if the Krusty Krab has been around long enough to achieve legendary status. Restaurants don't become cultural touchstones overnight. Patrick's motivational questions accidentally expose the timeline problem. Whose first words were, "May I take your order?" works if there's an established restaurant culture. Who made a spatula out of toothpicks in woodshop? Works if Krabby Patties are already famous enough that a kid would dedicate a school project to them. These questions fall apart when you realize Mr. Krabs was still getting bullied and wearing rag clothes while SpongeBob was supposedly building toothpick spatulas in preparation for his future career. The anchovy feeding frenzy shows SpongeBob's natural talent. He makes hundreds of perfect Krabby Patties without any training or instruction. The recipe is somehow hardwired into him. This makes sense if Krabby Patties have been around forever and SpongeBob has been studying them obsessively. This makes zero sense if they were invented recently by Mr. Krabs accidentally spilling ingredients into a pot. The inconsistency reveals the challenge of running a show for multiple seasons. Help Wanted established SpongeBob's lifelong dream without explaining when that dream started. Friend or Foe wanted to tell an origin story about Mr. Krabs and Plankton's friendship without considering that pushing the Krabby Patty's invention into recent history makes SpongeBob's backstory impossible. Now we're stuck with a protagonist whose first words referenced a product that hadn't been invented yet when he was a baby. That's some time-traveling toddler situation. Or SpongeBob is a prophet who saw the future and dedicated his life to preparing for a burger that destiny told him would eventually exist. SpongeBob's timeline issues are wild enough, but things get even messier once you look at Patrick's family tree and how the show can't decide who he actually is. But before we get into that, subscribe to our channel. In episode Rule of Dumb, Patrick Star receives the surprise of his lifetime when a well-dressed starfish from the royal ministry shows up at his rock. The official carries a family tree that traces back centuries, starting with the marriage of King Amoeba and Queen Mildew, then working through a few inbred generations. The show's words, not mine, until landing directly on Patrick. According to this ancient genealogical document, Patrick is descended from royalty. He's a king. The royal ministry representative places a crown on Patrick's head and bows before departing to be at His Majesty's service. The episode treats this royal lineage as legitimate family history. Patrick has actual royal blood running through his starfish veins. The family tree is an official document maintained by the royal ministry, complete with generations of ancestors connecting Patrick to ancient underwater monarchs. SpongeBob explains that being king means Patrick can have anything he wants, and Patrick immediately starts exercising his newfound royal privileges. He takes food from customers, steals comic book collections, confiscates jewelry, and even moves Squidward's entire house to make room for a royal Ferris wheel. The power goes to Patrick's head, spectacularly shocking, I know. He becomes tyrannical, demanding eternal loyalty treaties, and threatening to imprison anyone who questions his authority. The episode shows Patrick transforming from lovable idiot to power-hungry monarch who sees himself as fundamentally different from regular Bikini Bottom citizens. His royal blood apparently justifies taking whatever he wants from whoever he wants. The crown and lineage give him an identity beyond guy who lives under a rock. The royal ministry representative returns at the end to deliver crucial news. He discovered a coffee stain on the family tree that, upon removal, reveals the truth. Gary the snail is the actual heir to the king's crown. Patrick wasn't royalty after all. The coffee stain had been covering Gary's picture on the parchment. Patrick immediately gives back the crown, relieved to return to his normal life after experiencing what power and responsibility feel like. Spoiler, he hated the responsibility part. In episode I'm with Stupid, Patrick receives a completely different kind of family visit. His parents are coming for Starfish Day, and Patrick is terrified because they think he's dumber than a sack of diapers. When Janet and Marty arrive, they treat Patrick like he has the intellectual capacity of kelp. They congratulate him for recognizing them, praise him for putting drinks in something this time, and act like basic motor functions are major achievements. These are regular starfish parents dealing with their regular starfish son who happens to be exceptionally dim. Janet and Marty show zero indication of royal connections. They live normal lives, visit their son on holidays, and worry about his intelligence level like typical middle-class parents. There's no mention of castles, kingdoms, or ancient monarchical bloodlines. They don't carry themselves with royal bearing or reference any family history beyond Patrick's tendency to forget things. When they compliment Patrick, it's for basic life skills like remembering where his house is and holding hands properly. Not exactly the concerns of a royal dynasty. The episode's twist reveals that Janet and Marty aren't even Patrick's real parents. They're random starfish who got lost looking for their actual son. Patrick's real parents are Herb Star and Margie Star, who show up at the end after standing outside Squidward's house all day asking, "Where's Patrick?" Herb and Margie are also completely ordinary starfish. Herb congratulates Patrick for recognizing them this time, and Margie praises him for remembering to get dressed. These are the people who actually raised Patrick, and they're as far from royalty as you can get. Here's where the inconsistency crystallizes. Rule of Dumb establishes that Patrick has a documented family tree going back centuries to literal underwater royalty. Even though the coffee stain revelation shows Patrick isn't the heir, the family tree still existed and connected him to that royal lineage closely enough that the royal ministry thought he was the legitimate king. The ministry did extensive genealogical research tracing Patrick's ancestry back through generations. That level of official documentation doesn't appear out of nowhere. I'm with Stupid shows Patrick's actual family. Herb and Margie Star, regular folks, they're starfish who visit their son on holidays and struggle with his severe intellectual limitations. When Herb and Margie show up, there's no mention of, oh, by the way, we're descended from King Amoeba and Queen Mildew. They're just Patrick's parents who are relieved when he remembers basic things like getting dressed. The royal ministry's family tree had to come from somewhere. Genealogical records require documentation, birth records, historical archives. You can't accidentally create a multi-generational family tree that traces someone back to ancient royalty unless there's some legitimate connection in their ancestry. Even if Patrick himself wasn't the direct heir, thanks to that convenient coffee stain, his family had to be in the royal lineage close enough that a professional genealogist would make that mistake. But Herb and Margie Star are about as royal as a Krabby Patty. They're working-class starfish raising a son who can barely function. There's no forgotten palace in their past. They're dealing with Patrick forgetting which house is his and congratulating him for basic recognition skills. These are not people descended from royalty, even distantly. The show wants Patrick to be both connected to ancient royal bloodlines and the son of completely average parents. Rule of Dumb needed Patrick to have legitimate royal ancestry even if mistaken for the plot to work. I'm with Stupid needed his parents to be regular folks worried about their dumb son. The royal ministry's centuries-old family tree somehow connected Patrick to King Amoeba and Queen Mildew through documented generations. Herb and Margie Starr are just trying to get their son to remember pants. Either Patrick is descended from ancient underwater monarchy with official genealogical records proving it, or he's the son of two regular starfish who have zero connection to royalty. The coffee stain excuse doesn't fix this because the family tree still had Patrick in it before the stain was removed. His family was close enough to the royal line that professionals believed he was the heir. That doesn't happen to the children of Herb and Margie Starr, average starfish couple from regular Starfish Town. Patrick's family contradictions are already wild, but things jump to a whole new level once you look at how the show handles Sandy, because her very first appearance flat out can't coexist with what the series later claims about her. In episode Tea at the Tree Dome, SpongeBob meets Sandy for the first time at Jellyfish Fields. After she fights off a giant clam using karate moves, they bond over their shared interest in martial arts. Sandy invites SpongeBob over for tea and cookies the next day, giving him a map to her tree dome. When SpongeBob arrives and Sandy lets him inside her dome, nearly killing him by draining all the water, she tells him something significant. You're the first sea critter to ever visit. The first. Ever. Sandy explicitly states that in all her time living underwater in Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob is the very first underwater creature to enter her tree dome. She's been living in this dome with her air bubble, her oak tree, her bird bath, and her treadmill, completely isolated from the local population. No squids have knocked on her door. Just Sandy, alone in her plastic dome, with zero sea creature guests until SpongeBob shows up with flowers. This isolation makes sense in context. Sandy is a land mammal living underwater in a specialized environment. She needs air to breathe, which means she's fundamentally incompatible with the water-breathing residents of Bikini Bottom. Her tree dome is a sealed environment specifically designed to keep water out and air in. The locals probably see this weird dome structure and think, that's not for us, and keep their distance. Sandy's been living in her own private Texas bubble, separated from the community. When she says, you're the first sea critter to ever visit, there's a tone of genuine appreciation. She likes SpongeBob. She thinks they could be tighter than bark on a tree. This moment marks Sandy's first real friendship with an underwater resident. Before SpongeBob, she's been completely alone in terms of sea creature companionship. She has her science, her karate, her Texas tea, but no underwater friends. In episode Chimps Ahoy, Sandy faces a crisis. Her bosses from Tree Dome Enterprises Limited are coming for an inspection, and if she doesn't impress them with her inventions, they'll cut her funding and she'll have to leave Bikini Bottom. Sandy is devastated by this prospect, which makes sense if she's built a life in this community. SpongeBob tries to comfort her, and in doing so, he makes a remarkable claim to Sandy's bosses: why everyone in town has benefited from Sandy's scientific knowledge. Before Sandy showed up, I used to be a scrawny weakling. Everyone in town has benefited from Sandy's scientific knowledge. SpongeBob is claiming that Sandy has had widespread positive impact on the entire Bikini Bottom population. He positions her as someone who has integrated into the community, shared her expertise, and improved the lives of countless residents. Patrick backs this up by saying, and I used to be dumb debatable, but okay, Patrick, implying Sandy somehow helped with that too. The chimps are evaluating Sandy's work, which suggests she's been conducting research and developing inventions with the community for a while. She's apparently become a scientific resource for the entire town. Everyone knows about her. Everyone has benefited from her. She's become an established member of Bikini Bottom society to the point where the thought of leaving makes her sing a sad song about all the things she'll miss. But how did everyone in town benefit from Sandy's scientific knowledge if SpongeBob was the first sea critter to ever visit her dome? Did Sandy conduct all her community science work without anyone ever entering her living space? Did she set up office hours outside the tree dome where fish could come ask questions? Did she publish papers that everyone read but never followed up with a house visit? SpongeBob being the first sea critter to ever visit suggests total isolation. Nobody has been inside, nobody has seen her setup, nobody has experienced her environment. She's been a hermit in a bubble, yet somehow, according to later episodes, she's been helping everyone in town with scientific matters. She's made such an impact that SpongeBob credits her with transforming him from a scrawny weakling into whatever he is now, still pretty scrawny, honestly. The show wants Sandy to be both the isolated scientist in her dome and the beloved community member who helps everyone. Tea at the Tree Dome emphasizes her separation from sea creatures. SpongeBob is special because he's breaking that barrier as the first visitor ever. Chimps Ahoy emphasizes her integration into Bikini Bottom. Everyone knows her, everyone has benefited from her, she's devastated at the thought of leaving. These are fundamentally different versions of Sandy's relationship with Bikini Bottom. Either she's been isolated in her dome with zero sea creature visitors until SpongeBob showed up, or she's been an active participant in the community helping everyone with science. She can't be both the hermit scientist who has never had a sea creature guest and the community resource that everyone in town has benefited from. Maybe Sandy conducted all her community outreach without ever inviting anyone inside. Maybe she held science fairs outside the dome. Maybe she published research papers in the Bikini Bottom Gazette. Maybe she taught karate classes at the local gym. But none of that changes her explicit statement. SpongeBob is the first sea critter to ever visit her dome. Not the first this week. Not the first this month. The first ever. That's pretty definitive. By Chimps Ahoy, SpongeBob confidently tells 3 chimps in suits that everyone in town has benefited from Sandy's scientific knowledge. This requires Sandy to have had significant interaction with the Bikini Bottom population. You can't help everyone in town while maintaining complete isolation. Those two realities don't coexist. The inconsistency reveals how the show treats Sandy's integration into the community. The pilot episode needed to establish her as different and isolated a land creature in a SeaWorld, alone in her dome. Later episodes needed her to be an established community member with deep connections to Bikini Bottom, so her potential departure would have emotional weight. The show chose whichever version of Sandy worked better for each individual episode's story, leaving us with a squirrel who was simultaneously the town hermit and the town's favorite scientist. Patrick's family mess is wild, but Sandy's intro gets even crazier, because the show can't decide if she's a total newcomer or someone who already reshaped Bikini Bottom before anyone met her. In episode Scaredy Pants, Mr. Krabs settles in to tell SpongeBob his annual scary story about the Flying Dutchman. He explains the legend with chilling detail. Every year on Halloween night, the Flying Dutchman descends on Bikini Bottom in a pirate ship. Every year, Halloween night, that's the schedule. The Flying Dutchman has a specific date circled on his ghost calendar when he makes his appearance to terrorize the town and steal souls. Mr. Krabs treats this as established fact, an annual tradition as reliable as Christmas or tax day. The Flying Dutchman shows up on Halloween, steals souls with his soul bag, and presumably goes back to wherever ghost pirates spend the other 364 days of the year. This isn't presented as rumor or speculation. Mr. Krabs states it with the confidence of someone who has seen this pattern repeat year after year after year. The Flying Dutchman himself confirms this schedule when he crashes Mr. Krabs' Halloween party. He's furious, shooting flames and threatening everyone, but one complaint stands out. Every year, people dress like me, turning the Flying Dutchman name into a laughingstock. Every year. The Dutchman acknowledges his annual Halloween appearance as routine. People have had enough time to establish costume traditions around him. Squidward even shows up to the party dressed as the Flying Dutchman, suggesting this is common enough that you can buy the costume or make it yourself. The episode establishes clear rules about the Flying Dutchman's visits. He comes once per year. He comes on Halloween specifically. He comes to haunt and steal souls. This is the pattern. Bikini Bottom residents can plan around it. They throw Halloween parties knowing the Flying Dutchman might show up. They dress as him because his annual visits have made him a recognizable figure in local culture. The timing is consistent, predictable, and limited to one specific night. In episode Shanghaied, SpongeBob wakes up on what appears to be a completely normal morning. He's eating Kelpo cereal in his pajamas, looking for prizes in the box, living his regular breakfast routine. There's no indication this is Halloween. No decorations, costumes, jack-o'-lanterns, or trick-or-treaters. Just SpongeBob having cereal on a regular day when suddenly a giant anchor crashes through his house. The anchor belongs to the Flying Dutchman's ship, which is just hovering above Bikini Bottom, dropping anchors wherever it feels like. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward climb the anchor rope and board the ship. The Flying Dutchman is home, hanging out on his vessel, not on any special mission or soul-stealing spree. He's just there, on a random day, above Bikini Bottom, during regular breakfast hours. The Flying Dutchman acts surprised when they board, pulling out his ghost rulebook to explain the consequences. Whosoever sets foot on the Flying Dutchman's ship, uninvited or otherwise, shall become members of his ghostly crew forever. He treats this as standard procedure, suggesting people board his ship regularly enough that he needs official rules written down. He makes them swab the deck and takes them on a haunting spree that same night, trying to scare random Bikini Bottom residents like it's just another evening. Nothing about Shanghai suggests this is Halloween. The Flying Dutchman's ship is simply present above Bikini Bottom on an ordinary day, accessible to anyone who climbs the anchor rope. He's conducting regular business, maintaining his ship, going about his ghostly routine. When he takes SpongeBob and Patrick on a haunting mission, he targets a little kid named Billy who's just playing outside. Billy even says, "I had 4 biscuits and I ate one. Then I only had 3, in a cheerful sing-song voice, completely unaware it's supposed to be a special scary night. The inconsistency is glaring. Scaredy Pants establishes that the Flying Dutchman only visits Bikini Bottom once per year on Halloween night. It's an event. It's predictable. Residents know it's coming and throw parties around it. The Dutchman himself acknowledges this annual tradition, but Shanghai shows his ship casually hanging out above the town on what's clearly not Halloween, dropping anchors on houses during breakfast time, with the Dutchman just going about his normal routine. If the Flying Dutchman only descends on Bikini Bottom once per year on Halloween, his ship shouldn't be parked above SpongeBob's pineapple on a random Tuesday morning. The anchor shouldn't crash through the roof while SpongeBob is eating cereal in his pajamas. The whole premise of Shanghai requires the Flying Dutchman to be present and accessible outside of his designated annual Halloween visit. Mr. Krabs' story in Scaredy Pants makes the Flying Dutchman sound like a seasonal phenomenon, something that appears according to a schedule. The actual Flying Dutchman at the party acts like Halloween is his designated haunting night, the one time per year he makes his rounds. But in Shanghai, he's just hanging around whenever, running a ship above Bikini Bottom like it's his permanent parking spot, ready to conscript anyone who climbs aboard into eternal crew servitude. The show wants the Flying Dutchman to be both a special Halloween-only ghost and a regular fixture of Bikini Bottom who can show up in any episode regardless of season or holiday. Scaredy Pants needed him to be scary and rare, an annual tradition that makes Halloween dangerous. Shanghai needed him to be accessible and present so SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward could board his ship and have an adventure. The Ghost Rule book in Shanghai implies people board the Flying Dutchman's ship regularly enough that he has written rules about it. He even says "and ever," like he needs to emphasize the permanence, because so many people have tried to argue their way out of eternal crew membership. This suggests frequent encounters. But if he only visits once per year on Halloween, how are people boarding his ship often enough that he needs an official rulebook? Billy the Kid in Shanghai is just playing outside at night, counting his biscuits, acting like it's a normal evening. He's not in a Halloween costume or trick-or-treating. When the Flying Dutchman tries to scare him, Billy calls SpongeBob and Patrick dorks and walks away unimpressed. If this were Halloween night, if this were the one annual appearance of the terrifying Flying Dutchman, Billy would probably be more concerned about the soul-stealing ghost pirate than whether SpongeBob can do finger tricks. The Flying Dutchman's entire operation in Shanghai suggests regular business hours. He has a crew schedule, daily duties, routine haunting missions. He complains about SpongeBob and Patrick being bad employees, like he runs a normal workplace with performance standards. He plans to eat them tomorrow and writes about it in his diary, suggesting he has a multi-day schedule planned out. None of this fits with only showing up one night per year. Either the Flying Dutchman is an annual Halloween phenomenon who descends on Bikini Bottom once per year to steal souls, or he's a regular fixture whose ship hangs around town, drops anchors on houses, and conscripts random passersby into his crew. The show chose both versions depending on which episode needed what kind of ghost pirate. Scaredy Pants got the scary annual visitor. Shanghai got the everyday supernatural neighbor with a ship problem and a crew shortage. The Flying Dutchman's broken once-a-year schedule is wild enough, but things get even messier when you look at Patrick's own backstory and how the show can't decide whether he built his home or got kicked into it. And if you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to our channel. In episode Home Sweet Pineapple, SpongeBob's pineapple house gets completely destroyed by nematodes. They drink it with straws until nothing remains except a small seed. SpongeBob is devastated, saying he doesn't know where he'll live. He sadly declares he'll have to move back with his mom and dad. Patrick sees his friend in distress and tries to help. SpongeBob protests that they can't build a house. Patrick responds confidently, telling SpongeBob it's easy. He declares with pride that he built his house all by himself. To emphasize this achievement, the camera shows Patrick's rock. However, the antenna immediately falls off, suggesting perhaps his construction skills aren't as impressive as he claims. Still, Patrick's statement is clear. He personally built his rock dwelling from the ground up with his own hands. SpongeBob and Patrick attempt to construct a new pineapple house together. They work as construction workers, with Patrick holding a hammer and repeatedly hitting himself. They nail boards, paint fences, and assemble various parts. Eventually, they complete a tiny pineapple house that sparkles. When SpongeBob tries it on his head like a hat, his nose sticks out the door and the whole structure breaks into pieces. The construction project fails completely. With nowhere else to go, Patrick offers SpongeBob and Gary the chance to stay with him under his rock. He excitedly announces they'll be rockmates. That night proves disastrous. Patrick snores loudly, drools excessively, and has nightmares about spiders that cause him to violently smash SpongeBob with the rock. After a terrible night, SpongeBob tries asking Squidward if they can stay with him instead. Later in the same episode, after Squidward rejects them and SpongeBob is preparing to leave with his parents, Patrick makes a different statement about his living situation. He tells SpongeBob he can't move back in with his parents. When SpongeBob asks why not, Patrick explains his own situation. When his parents kicked him out of the house, he never went back. He says this as if it's the obvious reason why SpongeBob shouldn't return to his parents either. This creates an immediate contradiction within the same episode. Earlier, Patrick claimed he built his rock house all by himself, implying he chose this location and constructed his dwelling from nothing. But now he's saying his parents kicked him out of their house and he never returned. If Patrick's parents kicked him out, then he didn't build his rock from scratch as an independent construction project. He was forced to leave his parents' home and had to find somewhere to live. He found a rock and moved under it. The two stories don't align. Either Patrick is a self-sufficient builder who constructed his own dwelling as an act of independence, or he's someone whose parents kicked him out and he had to scramble to find shelter under the nearest rock. Building a house implies planning, effort, and choice. Being kicked out implies rejection, urgency, and making do with whatever's available. In episode Pizza Delivery, which aired immediately before Home Sweet Pineapple on the same night, Patrick's living situation isn't directly addressed. However, the episode does show Patrick's rock as an established part of the Bikini Bottom landscape. When SpongeBob mentions his house or going home, it's treated as normal and stable. Patrick exists in this episode but doesn't discuss his housing history. The inconsistency reveals the show's casual approach to character backstories. Patrick's rock is sometimes portrayed as something he built through his own capabilities, suggesting he has construction skills and made an active choice about where to live. Other times, it's portrayed as just where he ended up after his parents kicked him out, suggesting it was a desperate fallback option rather than a deliberate project. If Patrick truly built his rock dwelling himself, that would indicate a level of planning, capability, and independence. He would have surveyed locations, gathered materials, and constructed a livable space. The falling antenna could be seen as a humorous comment on his building skills, but the fact remains he claims to have built the entire structure. If Patrick's parents kicked him out and he never went back, that's a completely different narrative. That suggests family conflict, rejection, and Patrick having to survive on his own, not by choice, but by necessity. Finding a rock and living under it would be making the best of a bad situation, not a construction achievement. You don't build a rock by living under it any more than you build a bridge by sleeping underneath it. The show wants Patrick to be both a capable builder who constructed his own home and a victim of circumstances who had to find emergency shelter after being kicked out. These stories serve different purposes in different contexts. The builder story makes Patrick seem more capable and gives credibility to his offer to help SpongeBob build a new house. The kicked out story creates sympathy and explains why Patrick is so adamant that SpongeBob shouldn't return to his parents' home. But both stories cannot be simultaneously true on the same timeline. Patrick either built his rock or moved under it after being kicked out. The show chose both versions in the same episode, creating an obvious internal contradiction about something as fundamental as where and how Patrick came to live where he lives. Patrick's home story is already a mess, but the contradictions get even bigger once you look at Plankton and Karen, because their relationship jumps from lab equipment to full-on marriage, with no explanation at all. In episode Plankton, Karen exists as Plankton's computer analyzer. When Plankton tries to steal a Krabby Patty and bring it to his lab for analysis, Karen performs her function. A robotic arm drops seaweed into the giant funnel analyzer, and Karen's screen displays the results. Seaweed, 50% sea, 50% weed. A picture of the seaweed appears. Plankton asks if SpongeBob is impressed, demonstrating Karen's capabilities as his scientific equipment. Karen operates as laboratory machinery. She analyzes samples, displays data on her screen, and provides technical readouts. When the analyzer zaps Plankton after he accidentally falls into it, Karen reads out his composition. Plankton, 1% evil, 99% hot gas. She's a tool, a very advanced computer system that happens to have a voice and a name, but functionally she serves as Plankton's lab assistant. There's no indication of anything beyond a user-machine relationship. The episode treats Karen the same way it treats Plankton's other lab equipment. She's mounted to the wall, connected to the analyzer system, speaks in a robotic monotone, and exists solely to help Plankton with his schemes. When she delivers the analysis results, it's purely informational. No jokes, personality, or relationship dynamics. Just data output from a sophisticated computer. Plankton never addresses Karen with affection or familiarity beyond, "Look at my analyzer," and showing off what it can do. He's proud of his technology, the way someone might be proud of a really good microscope or a powerful telescope. Karen is impressive equipment. She tells the ingredients of whatever gets put into her. That's her role in Plankton's operation. In episode Single Cell Anniversary, everything changes. The episode opens with Plankton coming home from work, and Karen greets him. "Plankton, is that you? Welcome home, honey." Honey. She calls him honey. She asks about his day like a concerned spouse. When Plankton smells terrible from the stench of failure, Karen refuses to let him inside smelling like that and forcibly cleans him up, scrubbing him, drying him, and getting him fresh skin from a rack. Karen reminds Plankton about their wedding anniversary. She mentions the moment he asked a certain someone to spend the rest of her life with you and shows off their wedding rings. When Plankton doesn't remember, Karen sobs, "You forgot, and I got you the perfect gift." She's hurt emotionally. She has feelings about their anniversary being forgotten. She calls him a selfish green twit and cries when he acts dismissive about their special day. The episode reveals they have a wedding anniversary they celebrate annually. They exchanged vows, they wear rings. Karen even obtained the Krabby Patty formula as an anniversary gift for Plankton, going to the Krusty Krab herself, somehow now mobile, when she was wall-mounted in Plankton, to get a patty, analyze it, and print out the formula. She did this because she loves him and wanted to give him something he'd treasure. Plankton sings Karen a romantic song. "Oh my Karen, oh my Karen, oh my computer wife Karen, computer wife." He built her, according to the lyrics, "Oh, I built you, yes I built you," and married her. The song describes her beautiful diodes, her cathode ray, her vacuum tubes. Karen cries tears of joy from how beautiful and romantic the gesture is. She tells Plankton, "I love you," and he responds, "I love you too." Karen even has an emergency mother-in-law program that activates when she short-circuits. A mother-in-law, implying Karen has a mother who became Plankton's mother-in-law when they got married. The mother-in-law berates Plankton. "You made her cry. She could have been with an ATM, someone with money, but she chose you. This entire family dynamic exists." The show wants Karen to be both a laboratory computer that analyzes samples and provides data readouts, and Plankton's computer wife with whom he shares a romantic marriage complete with anniversaries, wedding rings, and mother-in-law drama. Plankton! He needed Karen to be scientific equipment that could analyze the Krabby Patty formula. Single Cell Anniversary needed Karen to be Plankton's wife so the episode could have a romantic anniversary plot. Plankton shows their first interaction in the series. Karen is wall-mounted, stationary, analyzing seaweed, providing technical readouts. She's called Karen Plankton in the display text, which could suggest marriage, but nothing in the episode treats them as married. No affection, relationship dynamics, or indication they're anything beyond inventor and invention. Just Plankton showing off his analyzer to SpongeBob. But if Single Cell Anniversary is accurate, they were already married during Plankton. They already had their wedding, exchanged rings, and became husband and wife. Karen should have been greeting him with, "Welcome home, honey," and asking about his day. Plankton should have been treating her like his spouse. The anniversary episode implies they've been married for years by that point, which would mean their marriage predates the events of Plankton. The inconsistency creates confusion about when they got married and what their relationship was like at the start of the series. Either Karen was always Plankton's wife, even in early episodes where she acted purely as laboratory equipment, or they got married sometime between Plankton and Single Cell Anniversary, which the show never depicts or mentions. The anniversary episode treats their marriage as long-standing, something that's been happening for years with multiple anniversaries already celebrated. Karen's mobility is another issue. In Plankton, she's mounted to the wall as part of the analyzer system. In Single Cell Anniversary, she's wall-mounted in some scenes, but somehow went to the Krusty Krab by herself in the flashback, rolling on wheels to order a Krabby Patty from Squidward. When did Karen get wheels? Why is she sometimes mobile and sometimes stationary? If she could move around in Single Cell Anniversary, why couldn't she move in Plankton? The show picked different versions of Karen depending on what the episode needed. Early episodes needed her to be a computer that analyzes things and provides scientific data. Later episodes needed her to be Plankton's wife with a complex emotional relationship, the ability to cry tears of joy, and even a mother who judges Plankton's adequacy as a husband. Both versions can't coexist on the same timeline without raising questions about when they got married and why their relationship seemed so different in the beginning. Either Plankton and Karen were married from the start, and Plankton just didn't show the affectionate side of their relationship, or they got married later, and Single Cell Anniversary is celebrating a recent wedding anniversary. The show never clarifies, leaving viewers with a computer assistant who somehow became a computer wife without any on-screen transition between those two relationship states. Plankton and Karen's contradictions are bad enough, but things get even weirder once you see how the show can't decide if SpongeBob is Squidward's friendly neighbor or someone who breaks into his house every single morning. In episode Breath of Fresh Squidward, Squidward wakes up to find SpongeBob and Patrick sitting in chairs beside his bed. He's startled and demands to know what they're doing. SpongeBob cheerfully explains, "Waiting to watch the sunrise with you." Squidward, already annoyed, checks his alarm clock. It's 3:47 in the morning. He asks for clarification about the location. "In my bedroom?" SpongeBob confirms with a simple, "Uh-huh." Then comes the revelation. Squidward asks in disbelief, "You sneak into my house every morning?" SpongeBob confirms this too. "Uh-huh." Patrick adds helpful context. "It's our favorite pastime. Not an occasional thing. Not a one-time occurrence. Their favorite pastime. something they do regularly, habitually, as part of their daily routine. SpongeBob pulls out a memory book to prove the point. He shows Squidward pictures documenting their bedroom visits. Here we are on the 4th of July, and Valentine's Day. Oh, you looked so cute on Easter. Multiple holidays. Different times of year. This has been going on for months, possibly years. They've been sneaking into Squidward's bedroom every single morning, sitting in chairs beside his bed, waiting for sunrise, and documenting these visits with photographs. The episode treats this as an established pattern. SpongeBob doesn't act like he's doing anything new or unusual. He's confused why Squidward would be upset since this is their normal routine. Patrick talks about the memories they've shared right in this room, as if Squidward's bedroom is a significant location in their friendship history. This is normal for them. This is what they do every morning. Squidward's reaction suggests he's aware of this pattern. He doesn't act shocked that they've been doing this. He asks them if they remember what happens to his brain every time he sees them, implying they've had this conversation before. SpongeBob eagerly asks to tell the story himself, then launches into a detailed explanation about storm clouds rolling into Squidward's brain and his happy gland getting the flu. They know this story well. They've heard it multiple times. This is routine. The French narrator even cuts in with 3 hours later, while Squidward is still ranting about never wanting to see them again. 3 hours of Squidward complaining while SpongeBob and Patrick sit in his bedroom waiting for sunrise. This happens every morning. They break in at 3:47 a.m., sit there while Squidward rants for 3 hours, watch the sunrise together, then presumably leave. Daily routine established. In episode Good Neighbors, Squidward wakes up to his neighbor's foghorn alarm. SpongeBob suddenly appears in his house, greeting him with, "Good morning, Squidward." Squidward immediately asks, "SpongeBob, what are you doing in my house?" Not, "Why are you here so early?" Not today, SpongeBob. Not get out like I told you yesterday. He asks what SpongeBob is doing in his house as if this is surprising, unexpected, or unusual. SpongeBob explains he came to make sure Squidward doesn't oversleep and miss work. Squidward responds sarcastically, "Oh gee, SpongeBob, that's very thoughtful of you." Then points out it's Sunday, a day off, and angrily kicks SpongeBob out of his house. He yells as SpongeBob flies through the air, "A good neighbor doesn't bother me on Sunday," and slams the door. The entire interaction treats SpongeBob being in Squidward's house as noteworthy. Squidward acts surprised, questions why SpongeBob is there, and kicks him out. There's no indication this is part of a daily pattern. Squidward's response suggests SpongeBob entering his house is an isolated incident worth questioning and stopping. Later in Good Neighbors, when SpongeBob and Patrick show up for their Good Neighbor Lodge activities, they're entering through doors and windows like visitors, not like people who regularly break in every morning at 3:47 a.m. Squidward keeps ordering them out of his house as if they don't belong there, as if they're intruders, as if this isn't something that happens every single day. The inconsistency is obvious. Either SpongeBob and Patrick break into Squidward's bedroom every single morning at 3:47 a.m., document these visits with photographs across multiple holidays, and have made this their favorite pastime for months or years, or SpongeBob entering Squidward's house is unusual enough that Squidward asks, "What are you doing in my house?" with genuine surprise. Breath of Fresh Squidward establishes that Squidward's bedroom is a regular hangout spot for SpongeBob and Patrick. They have chairs set up. They have a routine. They know exactly what time to arrive. They've been doing this long enough to fill a memory book with photographic evidence from different holidays. This is normalized, habitual behavior that Squidward is fully aware of and complains about every morning. Good Neighbors treats SpongeBob's presence in Squidward's house as surprising and inappropriate. Squidward questions it. SpongeBob explains his reasoning as if this is a special circumstance, making sure Squidward doesn't miss work. There's no indication that SpongeBob enters Squidward's house regularly, let alone every single morning for years. It's treated as an isolated incident of poor, neighborly boundaries. The show can't have it both ways. Either SpongeBob regularly invades Squidward's home as part of an established daily routine, or SpongeBob entering Squidward's house is unusual enough to warrant the question, "What are you doing in my house?" One episode needed SpongeBob and Patrick to have a long-standing habit of bedroom invasion to set up their memory book and established relationship with Squidward's morning routine. The other episode needed SpongeBob's home entry to be surprising so Squidward could lecture him about good neighbor behavior. The memory book in Breath of Fresh Squidward is particularly damning evidence. SpongeBob has photographs from 4th of July, Valentine's Day, and Easter showing him and Patrick in Squidward's bedroom. These are specific holidays spread across the calendar year. They didn't just start this routine last week. This has been ongoing for at least several months, more likely years. Yet in Good Neighbors, Squidward acts like SpongeBob being in his house requires immediate explanation and justification. Either Squidward is so used to finding SpongeBob and Patrick in his bedroom every morning that he barely reacts beyond his usual complaints, or he's so surprised by SpongeBob's presence that he demands an explanation and physically kicks him out. Breath of Fresh Squidward shows the former. Good Neighbors shows the latter. Both can't be true. SpongeBob's home invader routine is already wild, but things get even more confusing once you look at Patrick himself, because the show can't decide if he's a secret mastermind or someone who can't think past the number 5. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel. In episode The Card, Patrick enters the comic book store carrying a counting book. He's trying to count, saying numbers out loud. When SpongeBob asks if he's counting change for trading cards, Patrick reveals he's actually thinking about buying the counting book itself. He reads from it excitedly, amazed that after 3 and 4 comes 5. He declares the book is good and decides to purchase it. Patrick struggles to count out coins to pay for the book, slowly going through numbers one by one. When the comic book dealer shows off the ultra-rare card number 54, Patrick isn't paying attention or showing interest. He continues counting up to 100, then gets frustrated and shouts that he hates counting. Out of annoyance, he tells the dealer to just give him whatever SpongeBob is having. He randomly gets the last pack of cards. When Patrick opens his pack and asks if he got a good card, SpongeBob realizes it's the ultra-rare number 54. Patrick immediately starts using it carelessly. He flosses his teeth with it, having no concept of its value. When SpongeBob frantically explains it's really valuable and there are only 5 in existence, Patrick seems to understand and promises to take care of it. Throughout the rest of the episode, Patrick continues destroying the card. He picks his house lock with it, scrapes his dirty grill with it, lights it on fire to start his barbecue, flips burgers with it, and wipes his face with it like a napkin. By the end, the card is completely destroyed, disintegrating into black dust. SpongeBob cries that he'll never have that card now because Patrick bought the last pack. But then Patrick reaches into his pants and pulls out 4 more copies of card number 54. All of them are intact and functional. SpongeBob gasps in shock, asking where Patrick got them. Patrick casually explains that the 1 pack he bought was filled with them. He tells SpongeBob they're all his and walks away. This ending reveals something significant about Patrick's behavior throughout the episode. He knew all along that he had multiple copies of the rare card. He had 4 perfect copies stored in his pants while he spent the entire episode destroying 1 copy in front of SpongeBob. He never mentioned having additional cards. He let SpongeBob panic and worry. He accepted the destroyed card gift back from SpongeBob without revealing he had more. Only after SpongeBob was devastated did Patrick reveal the truth. This suggests Patrick engaged in strategic deception. He understood the card was valuable. He understood SpongeBob wanted it badly. He kept backup copies hidden while publicly destroying one. This requires forward planning, social manipulation, and the ability to maintain a secret over an extended period. In episode Patrick Smart Pants, Patrick and SpongeBob are playing in jellyfish fields when Patrick crashes through a danger sign and falls off a cliff. He lands hard enough that his head completely detaches from his body. SpongeBob pulls Patrick's head out of the ground, screams when he realizes it's just the head, then sees Patrick's headless body walking around. SpongeBob reattaches the head to Patrick's body. Inside Patrick's head, the connection is shown plugging in like an electrical outlet. Gears and cranks start up, sparks fly from Patrick's head. Suddenly, Patrick's personality completely changes. He speaks in sophisticated language, uses complex vocabulary, and rejects jellyfish catching as barbaric. SpongeBob notices Patrick is using big words he's never heard him use before. Patrick's intelligence increases dramatically. He draws detailed scientific sketches of jellyfish. He quotes statistics and discusses rendering hypotheses. He studies subspecies through microscopes. He recognizes classical music compositions by name and offers technical suggestions about performance. He solves complex mathematical equations. He reads advanced books and conducts experiments. His entire personality transforms from childish to intellectual. Sandy and Squidward both notice Patrick's sudden intelligence and interact with him on an intellectual level. But Patrick becomes arrogant about his intelligence, insulting others and eventually losing his friends because of his superior attitude. SpongeBob is heartbroken at losing his best friend to geniusness. Patrick eventually realizes he misses SpongeBob and wants their friendship back. He conducts research and experiments trying to figure out why they've grown apart. Finally, he decides to recreate the accident from the cliff to understand what changed him. SpongeBob helps Patrick investigate where his head landed. Patrick uses physics and trajectory calculations to determine his head should have landed 5 meters due north from where SpongeBob found it. They discover SpongeBob had attached the wrong head to Patrick's body. The head SpongeBob grabbed was actually brain coral from a nearby brain coral field. Patrick's real head is still on the ground covered in poisoned sea urchins. When they switch the heads back, Patrick immediately returns to his normal stupid self. His first action is to burp and say, "Hi, SpongeBob," in his usual simple manner. The episode explicitly establishes that Patrick's stupidity is biological. It's literally in his head. When his head is physically replaced with intelligent brain coral, he becomes smart. When his original head is reattached, he becomes dumb again. Intelligence is treated as a fixed property of Patrick's brain structure that cannot be changed without literally swapping his head for a different one. The inconsistency is clear. The card shows Patrick capable of strategic deception and forward planning. He understood the value of the cards enough to keep backup copies hidden while destroying one publicly. He maintained this secret throughout an entire episode, while SpongeBob panicked. This requires theory of mind, the ability to predict others' reactions, strategic thinking, and impulse control to not reveal the secret too early. But Patrick Smartpants establishes Patrick's stupidity as biologically fixed. Without brain coral literally replacing his head, he cannot be intelligent. His original brain makes him fundamentally incapable of sophisticated thought. When his real head is back on, he immediately returns to basic stupidity with no capacity for complex planning. Either Patrick can engage in strategic deception and maintain secrets for manipulative purposes, or his biological brain makes him incapable of such sophisticated thinking without a literal head transplant. The show chose both versions. The card needed Patrick to have a clever twist ending, where he reveals hidden cards. Patrick Smartpants needed intelligence to be impossible for Patrick without magic brain replacement. These two characterizations of Patrick's cognitive abilities cannot coexist logically. Patrick's mixed-up intelligence is already wild, but Mrs. Puff's history turns things even darker once you see how the show twists her entire past. In episode No Free Rides, Mrs. Puff faces a crisis. SpongeBob has failed his driving test again, scoring only 6 points when he needs 600 to pass. This means another whole year teaching him, another year of crashes and disasters, another year of SpongeBob SquarePants in her classroom. Mrs. Puff realizes she needs a way out. She gives SpongeBob fraudulent extra credit to pass him. He just needs to write a 10-word sentence about what he learned in boating school. After an excruciating struggle where SpongeBob can barely complete the assignment, Mrs. Puff rips the paper, pretends it's sufficient, and declares, "You pass! You pass!" She hands him his license and drags him out the door before he can question whether he really earned it. Immediately, Mrs. Puff's conscience kicks in. She has visions of SpongeBob destroying Bikini Bottom, running over pedestrians, crashing through birthday parties, causing mass destruction. A news reporter in her vision blames this negligent, selfish driving instructor. Mrs. Puff realizes the consequences of what she's done. When SpongeBob's parents surprise her at home with a thank you party and reveal they've bought SpongeBob a brand new boatmobile, Mrs. Puff panics completely. She says to herself, "What have I done? Everyone will know that I let him slide through school. I'll have to move to a new city, start a new boating school with a new name? No, not again. Not again." Those two words reveal everything. Mrs. Puff has done this before. She's been in a situation bad enough that she had to flee Bikini Bottom, or wherever she was previously, relocate to a new city, and restart her teaching career under a new identity. This is established pattern for her. When things go catastrophically wrong with her boating school, she runs away and starts over somewhere else with a new name. This suggests Mrs. Puff has fled from previous disasters multiple times. Not again implies at least one previous incident, possibly more. She's developed a standard escape plan. New city, new boating school, new name. She knows the drill. She's done this before when situations became untenable. But Mrs. Puff doesn't flee this time. Instead, she decides, "I've got to end this thing before it begins." She makes a choice that's completely out of character for a boating school instructor. She puts on a black ski mask, sneaks over to SpongeBob's house at night, breaks into his boat, and attempts to steal it. She's committing grand theft auto. She's become a criminal. When SpongeBob wakes up in the back of his own boat and confronts the masked figure, Mrs. Puff doesn't stop. She kicks him out of the moving vehicle. When he manages to grab onto the windshield, she deliberately drives through hazardous areas to shake him off. A field of giant clams, cheese graters, educational television. She's actively trying to harm, or at least seriously endanger, her student. SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff get into a physical brawl inside the moving boat. They fight violently while the vehicle goes completely out of control. The boat flies off a cliff and crashes into a police car. Mrs. Puff ends up arrested and jailed for her crimes. She calls SpongeBob from behind bars to apologize for fraudulently passing him. The episode establishes Mrs. Puff as someone willing to commit serious crimes when desperate enough. She fraudulently passes a student she knows is dangerous. She steals a vehicle. She endangers her student through reckless driving. She fights physically with SpongeBob. She destroys property, crashing into the police car. These are criminal acts that put her in jail. Yet Mrs. Puff is also portrayed as someone who has fled from bad situations before, rather than confront them. Not again suggests her pattern is escape and restart. not criminal action. When faced with disasters in the past, she apparently chose to run away and begin fresh somewhere else under a new identity. That's her established coping mechanism. These two responses to crisis don't align. Either Mrs. Puff's pattern is to flee when things go wrong, as Not Again suggests, or her pattern is to take drastic criminal action to fix the problem before fleeing becomes necessary. The episode wants her to be both, someone with a history of running away from disasters, and someone who commits felonies to prevent disasters. If Mrs. Puff has fled before from boating school catastrophes, why didn't she just flee again? Why choose this moment to become a car thief instead of following her established pattern of relocating and restarting? The Not Again line implies she's dealt with terrible situations in the past that forced her to flee. Whatever happened before was bad enough that she had to leave everything behind and assume a new identity. But nothing in this episode is worse than whatever happened before. SpongeBob failed his test, same as he's done many times. Mrs. Puff gave him fraudulent extra credit, which is unethical but not criminal. His parents bought him a boat. These circumstances, while worrying, don't seem catastrophic enough to justify either fleeing the city or committing grand theft auto. Mrs. Puff's previous disasters must have been severe enough to force complete relocation and identity change. Yet she never fled from SpongeBob before this episode, despite years of him failing tests, causing crashes, and destroying property. She stayed in Bikini Bottom teaching him repeatedly. Why was this the breaking point? Why did she choose crime over escape when escape is her established pattern? The show wants Mrs. Puff to have a dark past, implied by Not Again, to add weight to her desperation, but also wants her to take criminal action in this specific episode for the plot. These two aspects of her character pull in different directions. Someone who flees from problems doesn't usually become a car thief. Someone willing to steal vehicles and physically fight their students probably wouldn't run away from previous crises. Either Mrs. Puff is a career criminal who resorts to illegal acts when desperate, or she's someone who avoids confrontation by fleeing and restarting elsewhere. The episode shows both, but doesn't explain why she shifted strategies or what was different about her previous situations versus this one. Mrs. Puff's extremes and desperation make her look like a criminal mastermind, but the world of bubble blowing flips logic entirely in the next story. In episode Bubble Stand, SpongeBob sets up a business charging 25 cents to blow bubbles. Patrick walks up and asks to try. SpongeBob hands him the bubble wand, and Patrick inhales deeply and blows. Nothing happens. He pants, tries again, and still no bubble forms. After multiple failed attempts, SpongeBob puts up a sign advertising lessons. Bubble blowing isn't something Patrick can just do. It requires instruction. SpongeBob offers lessons for another 25 cents. He explains that bubble blowing is all about technique, then launches into an elaborate routine. He spins around, stops, does double takes, performs pelvic thrusts, stops on his right foot, brings it around town, and completes several more complex movements. The routine is lengthy, specific, and involves full-body choreography. Only after this complex routine can SpongeBob successfully blow bubbles. And they're not just any bubbles. He creates elaborate shapes: ducks, boxes, caterpillars, tugboats, elephants, butterflies. The technique enables artistic bubble creation. Patrick watches in amazement as SpongeBob demonstrates his mastery. Squidward overhears the commotion and comes out to investigate. When SpongeBob tries to explain they're making bubble art, Squidward scoffs at the idea. He picks up the bubble wand confidently, dismissing the concept that something as simple as bubble blowing could require payment or instruction. He questions why anyone would pay money for such a basic activity. Squidward inhales and blows. Nothing happens. He tries again. Still nothing. On his third attempt, a tiny bubble emerges and immediately falls to the ground, making a fart sound. Squidward's confidence evaporates. He keeps putting quarters on the stand, trying repeatedly, but he cannot blow a successful bubble. Every attempt results in failure or pathetic bubbles that fall and pop instantly. SpongeBob and Patrick try to help, repeatedly shouting about technique. They demonstrate the elaborate routine again, flailing around, doing pelvic thrusts, spinning, bringing it around town. Squidward watches them with an annoyed expression. They keep chanting about technique while standing on one foot and waving their arms wildly. Finally, Squidward gives in and performs the entire routine while mockingly imitating SpongeBob. He goes through every step, spinning, double takes, pelvic thrusts, stopping on his right foot, bringing it around town. Only after completing the full technique and screaming loudly into the wand does Squidward successfully blow a bubble. He creates a massive, misshapen bubble so powerful it lifts his entire house into the sky. The episode establishes clear rules. Bubble blowing requires technique. Patrick can't do it without lessons. Squidward can't do it without the technique despite his confidence that it's simple. The elaborate routine is the only way to successfully blow bubbles in this world. SpongeBob runs a legitimate business teaching this difficult skill. The episode dedicates significant time to showing how challenging bubble blowing is without proper training. In episode Bubble Buddy, SpongeBob wakes up disappointed that none of his friends can play with him. Patrick left a note saying he went to get supplies. Sandy went south for the winter. Squidward refuses to play. SpongeBob decides he needs to make himself a friend to play with. He tries several options: Stick Buddy, Rock Buddy, Sink Buddy. None of these work as companions. Then he gets an idea. He dips his bubble wand into bubble soap and blows a human-shaped bubble, which he names Bubble Buddy. He just dips the wand and blows. Instantly, he creates a perfect human-shaped bubble that maintains its form and structure throughout the entire episode. SpongeBob takes Bubble Buddy all over Bikini Bottom. They ride on a seesaw together. They visit the Krusty Krab, where Bubble Buddy supposedly orders an elaborate meal. They go to Goo Lagoon Beach. At no point does anyone comment that creating a living bubble is unusual or requires special technique. SpongeBob treats it as casually as making a sandwich. The bubble creation happens in seconds without any preparation or specialized movements. Later at the beach, Pearl has just met a famous surf celebrity and gotten her flipper dirty from shaking his hand. She's excited about this and declares she'll never wash that flipper again. SpongeBob approaches with Bubble Buddy and offers to have Pearl shake hands with his bubble friend. He rubs Bubble Buddy's bubble hands on Pearl's dirty flipper, which cleans it completely. Pearl breaks down sobbing because her special memento from meeting the celebrity is now gone. The moment reveals something crucial. Pearl herself demonstrates bubble blowing moments later. When the crowd discusses what they want to do with Bubble Buddy, Pearl blows a piece of bubble gum until it creates a bubble, then pops it to illustrate what should happen to SpongeBob's bubble friend. She creates the bubble casually, no technique required, just blows gum and makes a bubble instantly. Anyone can do it, apparently. At the end of the episode, when the angry mob surrounds SpongeBob and Bubble Buddy with needles ready to pop him, Bubble Buddy suddenly comes to life and speaks. He questions why he doesn't get a say in the matter, announces things are getting too weird, and declares he's leaving. Bubble Buddy then climbs into a bubble taxi and floats away into the distance. A bubble taxi, a vehicle made entirely of bubbles that exists as public transportation, implying bubble technology is common and accessible enough to support an entire industry. The inconsistency is glaring. Bubble Stand establishes that bubble blowing requires an elaborate, specific technique that must be taught through paid lessons. Patrick tries multiple times and cannot produce a single bubble. Squidward attempts it repeatedly and fails every time. Only after learning and performing the complete routine with all its specific movements can anyone successfully blow bubbles. The episode treats this as serious instruction for a genuinely difficult skill. Bubble Buddy shows SpongeBob blowing a perfect human-shaped bubble with no technique whatsoever. Just dip and blow, and instantly a complex bubble form appears. Pearl blows bubblegum casually, without any instruction or special movements. A bubble taxi exists, suggesting bubble creation is common enough to support an entire transportation industry with drivers and vehicles. No one struggles with the basic act of blowing bubbles. Bubbles are easy, accessible, and commonplace. Either bubble blowing is a difficult skill requiring specialized technique and professional instruction, or it's something anyone can do casually without training. Bubble Stand needed bubble blowing to be difficult so SpongeBob could teach it as a business and Squidward could fail humorously at something he assumed was simple. Bubble Buddy needed bubble creation to be easy so SpongeBob could quickly make a friend and the plot could progress without dwelling on technique or instruction. The show can't have both versions be true. If the technique from Bubble Stand is genuinely required for bubble blowing, then SpongeBob couldn't have casually blown Bubble Buddy into existence. Pearl couldn't have easily blown her gum bubble for demonstration purposes, and bubble taxis wouldn't exist as everyday transportation requiring constant bubble production. If bubble blowing is as easy as Bubble Buddy suggests, then Patrick and Squidward wouldn't have needed elaborate lessons with specific movements, and SpongeBob wouldn't have a legitimate business teaching people a skill they can apparently perform naturally. The routine in Bubble Stand shown as the basic requirement for any bubble blowing at all. Patrick and Squidward literally cannot produce bubbles without it. Yet Bubble Buddy treats bubble creation as something so simple and commonplace that it supports public transportation infrastructure, and children can do it with bubblegum without thinking twice. Bubble blowing is either a complex skill needing precise training or so simple anyone can do it, and the Krabby Patty formula is either priceless or worthless. Bikini Bottom refuses to be consistent. In episode Plankton, the entire plot revolves around protecting the Krabby Patty secret formula. Plankton infiltrates the Krusty Krab by hiding inside a dollar bill, knowing that Mr. Krabs would never distrust money. His goal is singular and obsessive: steal the secret formula. When he finally gets close to obtaining it, Mr. Krabs stops him and flushes him down the toilet. Plankton takes SpongeBob's brain hostage using a mind control device, forcing SpongeBob to bring a Krabby Patty to the chum bucket against his will. SpongeBob fights desperately to resist, physically struggling against his own controlled body. Even while being mind-controlled, SpongeBob declares his loyalty to Mr. Krabs and refuses to cooperate with the theft. The formula is precious, sacred, worth fighting for even when your own brain is working against you. Plankton has built an entire laboratory with an analyzer specifically designed to decode the secret formula. He's invested massive resources into this single goal. When SpongeBob delivers the Krabby Patty under mind control, Plankton celebrates like he's won the lottery. After years of failure, after countless schemes, he's finally going to discover what makes a Krabby Patty taste so good. The formula represents everything: success, wealth, power, victory over his rival. The episode treats the Krabby Patty formula as the most valuable thing in Bikini Bottom. It's kept in a safe. It's guarded constantly. Plankton's entire existence revolves around trying to steal it. Mr. Krabs would rather die than give it up. The formula is the foundation of the Krusty Krab's success. The reason customers choose it over the Chum Bucket, the secret that keeps Krabs wealthy and Plankton desperate. In episode Krusty Dogs, SpongeBob plays around with leftover Krabby Patty meat. He molds it into shapes: a top hat, Gary the Snail, a telephone. Then he shapes it into a hot dog form and cooks it. He brings the result to Mr. Krabs and announces that this hot dog tastes just like a Krabby Patty. Krabs isn't impressed until SpongeBob mentions he made it with leftover ingredients. Then Krabs becomes very interested. A customer notices the unusual shape and asks if it's for sale. Krabs immediately starts pricing it. He asks if the customer would pay the same as a Krabby Patty costs. When the customer agrees, Krabs doubles the price. The customer accepts enthusiastically. Other customers see this interaction and demand hot dogs too. They start chanting for them. Mr. Krabs climbs up to the menu board and writes Krusty Dogs on it, pricing them higher than Krabby Patties. The next day, orders for Krusty Dogs flood in. Krabs tells SpongeBob to forget about making Krabby Patties and just make hot dogs. SpongeBob is confused and concerned, asking about changes to the menu. Krabs grabs a ladder, climbs up, and crosses out Krabby Patties from the menu entirely. No more Krabby Patties, just Krusty Dogs. SpongeBob passes out from shock. When he wakes up, he discovers Krabs has thrown away the grill and replaced it with a small hot dog cooker. The entire kitchen has been reorganized around hot dog production. Later, when SpongeBob suggests going back to Krabby Patties because they gave the restaurant its name, Krabs responds by immediately changing the restaurant sign from the Krusty Krab to the Krusty Dogs. Here's the massive inconsistency. Krusty Dogs are made from Krabby Patty ingredients. SpongeBob explicitly states they taste just like a Krabby Patty. He creates them using the same meat, the same formula, just shaped differently and cooked in water instead of on a grill. These hot dogs contain the secret formula that Plankton has spent years trying to steal. The formula Krabs guards in a safe. The formula that represents the core value of the entire restaurant. Yet Krabs mass produces them, sells them to everyone, and makes them the restaurant's primary product. He's essentially distributing the secret formula to every customer who orders a Krusty Dog. Any food scientist could analyze a Krusty Dog and reverse engineer the Krabby Patty formula. Plankton could literally just buy one, take it to his analyzer, and finally discover the secret ingredients after years of elaborate schemes. The show wants the formula to be both priceless and worthless. In Plankton, the formula is so valuable that an entire episode revolves around protecting it from theft. Characters risk their lives, fight mind control, and dedicate their existence to either guarding or stealing it. The formula is the most important secret in Bikini Bottom, worth more than anything else. In Krusty Dogs, the formula is so unimportant that Krabs casually reshapes it into hot dogs and sells them to everyone without a second thought. He doesn't worry that he's giving away his secret. He doesn't consider that Plankton could simply purchase a Krusty Dog and analyze it. He doesn't care that the special formula that made him successful is now publicly available in slightly different form. Mr. Krabs' complete abandonment of the Krabby Patty makes no sense given how protective he is of the formula in other episodes. He spent years, possibly decades, building his reputation on Krabby Patties. The restaurant is named after them. His success comes from them. Plankton's entire villainy stems from wanting the Krabby Patty formula specifically. Yet Krabs throws away the grill, crosses Krabby Patties off the menu, and renames his entire restaurant without hesitation. He acts like Krabby Patties are disposable, replaceable, unimportant. This is the same man who keeps the formula locked in a safe, who has thwarted thousands of Plankton's theft attempts, who would rather close his restaurant than give up the secret. The Krusty Dogs episode needed Krabs to completely replace Krabby Patties so SpongeBob could feel sad and scheme to bring them back. The plot required Krabs to be so obsessed with profit that he'd abandon his signature item entirely. But this contradicts every other episode where the Krabby Patty formula is treated as sacred and irreplaceable. If Krusty Dogs taste exactly like Krabby Patties and use the same ingredients, then Plankton's entire quest becomes pointless. He could just buy a Krusty Dog, analyze it, and open his own hot dog restaurant serving the same product. The secret wouldn't be secret anymore. Yet the show continues treating the formula as mysterious and protected in future episodes, as if the Krusty Dogs episode never happened. Either the Krabby Patty formula is the most valuable secret in Bikini Bottom worth protecting at all costs, or it's so unimportant that Krabs will casually give it away in hot dog form to make slightly more profit. The show chose both versions depending on what each episode needed. Krabs guards a priceless secret one moment and gives it away the next. Just as Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's powers change origin stories with every retelling. In episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, the show opens with footage from their television program. Young Mermaid Man flies through the water with full superpowers already active. The announcer describes his abilities. He can assemble and charge the creatures of the deep. A hammerhead shark attempts to eat fish, but Mermaid Man stops it using his powers. Young Barnacle Boy joins him, and they work together as an established superhero team. The two heroes each wear rings on their right hands. They strike these rings together, creating a powerful whirlpool aimed at their enemy Clamhead Candy Cat. The whirlpool is one of their signature moves, a devastating attack they can summon at will. Mermaid Man also throws a water ball at the screen. These are their established powers: whirlpool creation, water ball throwing, and the ability to command sea creatures. The opening sequence presents them as fully powered superheroes from the beginning. There's no origin story, no explanation of how they got their abilities. They simply exist as champions of the deep, with fantastic powers they use to fight evil. The show treats their abilities as standard superhero fare without needing justification or backstory. Later in the episode, when old Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy attempt to recreate their signature move, they try to unite their rings together. After several failed attempts at synchronizing, they finally succeed and create a whirlpool. The rings are the source of their whirlpool power. They've always had these rings, always had these abilities. It's presented as their natural superhero equipment. In episode Mermaid Man Begins, SpongeBob and Patrick want to watch the origin special that explains how Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy became superheroes. When the power goes out, they visit the Mermalair and ask the heroes directly about their origin. Mermaid Man begins telling his version of events. According to Mermaid Man's memory, he was a young man surfing on the beach when he fell asleep and was dragged into the ocean by a wave. A violent whirlpool pulled him under and he began drowning. Before he died, mermaids rescued him and took him to the ocean floor. The mermaids gave him a magic sea star that allowed him to breathe underwater. This magical sea star gave him his first power, underwater breathing. Mermaid Man then encountered a young Barnacle Boy, who was scraping barnacles off a ship's hull underwater. Fearing the boy would drown, Mermaid Man used his telekinetic powers to draw barnacles into Barnacle Boy's body, where they replaced his lungs, allowing him to breathe underwater too. They became a team because Barnacle Boy was now stuck breathing water for the rest of his life. This version establishes a completely different origin: magic from mermaids, not technology or mutations. The sea star grants underwater breathing. Telekinetic powers somehow exist to manipulate barnacles. No mention of rings, whirlpools, or water balls. The powers come from magical ocean creatures, not from any other source. But then the television turns on and plays the actual origin episode. An announcer named Johnny narrates the true story. Two roommates named Ernie and Tim were having movie night in their apartment. Tim asked for popcorn, and Ernie put it in the microwave. At that exact moment, a scientist in the apartment above knocked over radioactive ants. One ant crawled down and bit Ernie. He screamed and stumbled backward. The announcer continues with an increasingly absurd sequence. Both men fell through their floor and landed in a factory full of acid vats. They fell into an acid vat that was tipped over by an alien spaceship. The acid wave carried them during a solar eclipse on a leap year onto a bomb testing site. A cataclysmic explosion exposed them to toxic radium gases. Magical storm clouds zapped them with neon-plaid lightning and rained radioactive ooze. An earthquake in the jungle 2,000 miles away unearthed a magical crystal with wings that flew to their location. The crystal piloted them through the sky until it clipped a billboard, flinging them back to their apartment completely unharmed. Then the microwave beeped. The popcorn was ready. They ate the slightly overcooked popcorn, which triggered an amazing reaction, hitting them with cosmic super energy. This metamorphosed Ernie into an incredibly strong sea star wearing superhero and Tim into a slightly less strong sailor-looking guy. They suddenly had an urge to breathe water instead of air, so they dove into the ocean and became Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. The television origin is completely different from Mermaid Man's memory. No mermaids, magic sea star given by ocean creatures, or telekinetic barnacle manipulation. Instead, radioactive ants, acid vats, alien spaceships, bomb testing, toxic gases, magical lightning, radioactive ooze, flying crystals, and overcooked popcorn. A ridiculous chain of impossible coincidences that somehow gave them superpowers through absurd pseudoscience rather than ocean magic. The show presents 3 completely incompatible versions of how they became superheroes. The first episode shows them already having powers with no explanation needed, just established heroes with rings that create whirlpools. Mermaid Man's memory says mermaids rescued him and gave him a magic sea star that granted underwater breathing and telekinesis. The television origin episode says they were ordinary roommates who got superpowers from a chain of bizarre accidents culminating in eating overcooked popcorn. Either they got their powers from ocean magic, or from scientific accidents and cosmic energy, or they always had them from the start. The mermaid version is mystical and ancient. The television version is comic book pseudoscience. The first episode treats their powers as just existing without needing origin explanation. The rings that create whirlpools appear in the first episode as their standard equipment, but neither origin story in Mermaid Man Begins mentions these rings or explains where they came from. The mermaid story gives him a sea star. The popcorn story gives him generic super strength and water breathing. The show wants Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy to have both a mystical ocean-based origin and a silly comic book accident origin. It wants them to have mysterious ancient powers from magical creatures and ridiculous modern superpowers from radioactive popcorn. It wants their origin to be simple and unexplained, and also elaborately detailed with absurd specifics. All 3 versions can't be true simultaneously. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy have 3 mutually exclusive origin stories, just as SpongeBob swings between absolute job security and instant panic over imagined termination depending on the episode. In episode Can You Spare a Dime?, SpongeBob demonstrates extensive knowledge of Krusty Krab company policy. When Squidward complains about having to stay late, Mr. Krabs asks if one of their more loyal workers can enlighten him on company policy. SpongeBob responds by citing the employee manual with incredible specificity, referencing the exact edition, page number, section, and clause that requires all staff to remain on premises until receipts are accounted for. When Squidward protests this is unfair, SpongeBob cites another clause, stating the proprietor reserves the right to be unfair. This level of detail shows SpongeBob as a deeply embedded, permanent employee who has studied the company manual thoroughly. He knows the rules inside and out. He's not worried about his position or status. He's comfortable enough to quote policy back to management and other employees. This is someone who feels secure in their role. When Squidward quits after Mr. Krabs accuses him of stealing, SpongeBob gasps in horror and catches Squidward's falling hat with a pillow, treating it as a sacred object. He tells Squidward he's making a big mistake. When Squidward insists he's leaving, SpongeBob warns him it's a cold world out there where no one will serve happiness on a silver platter. He tells Squidward that if he ever gets in trouble, he should come find SpongeBob because he'll take care of him. SpongeBob even demonstrates they're connected like brothers, revealing their hearts are somehow beating in unison. Throughout the entire episode, SpongeBob remains employed at the Krusty Krab. He never worries about his own job security. When Squidward becomes homeless and moves in with him, SpongeBob continues working his regular shifts without any concern about being replaced or fired. At the end, when the misunderstanding about the stolen dime is resolved, Mr. Krabs rehires Squidward, and everything returns to normal. SpongeBob's position was never threatened or questioned. In episode Model Sponge, SpongeBob overhears Mr. Krabs on the phone saying he's going to have to let the little guy go today. SpongeBob immediately panics. He frantically tries to figure out who the little guy is by comparing his height to Squidward's. He makes himself taller and shorter, desperately hoping he's not the one being fired. When he realizes he might be the little guy, he becomes devastated. SpongeBob walks through the kitchen doors flattened and sad, saying goodbye to the Krusty Krab and goodbye to life as he knows it. He goes home and tells Gary he's lost the will to go on. When Patrick shows up, SpongeBob explains he lost his job today and won't be able to buy food for anyone anymore. He's convinced his employment has ended. SpongeBob immediately begins job hunting. He reads the classified ads looking for new employment. He tries working as a bank teller but fails when he chops up money with his spatula and forms it into a Krabby Patty shape. He tries working as a carpenter but fails when he builds a house shaped like a sandwich instead of following the blueprints. He eventually auditions to be a sponge model for a cleaning product commercial. At the commercial shoot, SpongeBob is asked to clean bathroom fixtures. When asked where his cleaning utensil is, the director explains that SpongeBob himself is the cleaning utensil. SpongeBob must clean sinks, showers, and toilets by using his own body as the scrubbing tool. When faced with cleaning a toilet from the inside, SpongeBob refuses and walks off set, declaring he's not cut out for acting and that he's always been a fry cook. SpongeBob returns to the Krusty Krab crying and begging Mr. Krabs to let him back. He hugs Krabs and pleads desperately, saying he heard Krabs was going to let the little guy go, but he doesn't want to go. Mr. Krabs seems confused about what SpongeBob is talking about, eventually agreeing not to get rid of him on one condition. The episode ends with SpongeBob happily cleaning toilets at the Krusty Krab. The reveal is that Mr. Krabs was never talking about firing SpongeBob. He was talking about releasing a pet scallop that had grown too big for its cage. SpongeBob completely misunderstood the conversation and assumed he was being fired based on overhearing a few vague words. The inconsistency is stark. In one episode, SpongeBob is so secure in his employment that he can cite company policy by heart, including specific manual sections and clauses. He's comfortable enough to correct management and other employees about the rules. He never worries about his own job status even when a coworker quits dramatically. His position is rock solid and permanent. In the other episode, SpongeBob immediately assumes he's been fired from overhearing a single ambiguous phone conversation. He doesn't ask for clarification. He doesn't talk to Mr. Krabs directly. He just leaves, convinced his employment has ended, and starts looking for new work. When he returns, he's desperate and begging, acting like someone with no job security who could be terminated at any moment. Either SpongeBob is a permanent, secure employee who knows all the policies and never worries about being fired, or he's so insecure about his position that he'll assume he's been terminated based on misunderstanding a vague comment. The show chose both versions depending on what each episode needed. Can You Spare a Dime? Needed SpongeBob to be stable and employed so Squidward's unemployment could be the focus. Model Sponge needed SpongeBob to think he was fired so he could explore other jobs and ultimately reaffirm his identity as a fry cook. SpongeBob swings between job security and instant panic, just as Gary alternates between being a royal heir and an ordinary pet, showing the show reshapes character status entirely to fit each story's needs. And if you enjoyed our content, subscribe to our channel. In episode Rule of Dumb, a representative from the royal ministry arrives at Patrick's rock. He brings news that Patrick is descended from royalty and presents him with a crown. The starfish shows Patrick a family tree going back centuries, starting with King Amoeba and Queen Mildew, and through various generations ending at Patrick. This makes Patrick the king of Bikini Bottom. Patrick quickly abuses his power, taking things from citizens, demanding free food, and generally acting like a tyrant. He builds a Ferris wheel in Squidward's yard and moves Squidward's house out of the way. Eventually, Patrick becomes so terrible that even his best friend SpongeBob tells him he's being a jerk. Patrick looks in a mirror and sees himself as a monster, realizing what he's become. The Royal Ministry starfish returns with important news. He's discovered a coffee stain on the family history document. Upon removing the stain, new information is revealed. Patrick is not the true heir to the crown after all. The document shows that Sir Gary is the actual heir to the king's crown. Gary is descended from the royal line, making him the rightful king. The episode ends with Gary having a crown placed on his head. SpongeBob and Patrick dress in medieval clothes to honor their new king. SpongeBob excitedly tells Gary that he's royalty. Gary meows contentedly, now recognized as the legitimate heir to the royal throne. His royal bloodline has been officially confirmed and documented by the royal ministry. In episode Have You Seen This Snail?, SpongeBob receives a paddle ball set in the mail. He becomes obsessed with completing the Dirty Bubble Challenge, which requires hitting the paddle ball an absurd number of times in a row. He spends days attempting this challenge, forgetting everything else around him, including his responsibilities. Gary goes to his food bowl and finds it completely empty. He tries to get SpongeBob's attention, but SpongeBob is too focused on the paddle ball to notice. Gary keeps meowing, trying to remind SpongeBob about feeding time, but SpongeBob dismisses him repeatedly. When Gary becomes more insistent, SpongeBob tells him to leave so he can focus on his important challenge. Gary checks his bowl again and finds only a crumb with spiders crawling on it. Hungry and neglected, Gary packs his belongings and leaves home. He rides away on a raft, takes a bus out of town, and begins wandering as a homeless snail. Eventually, an elderly woman named Grandma mistakes him for her lost pet Miss Tuftsy and takes him in, feeding him constantly. SpongeBob eventually realizes Gary has been gone for over a week. He searches everywhere for his pet, finding a note Gary left, explaining he's gone to find a new owner who actually remembers to feed him. SpongeBob is devastated. He creates missing posters, flies an airplane with a message in the sky, and puts up billboards trying to find Gary. The entire episode treats Gary as SpongeBob's regular pet with a normal pet-owner relationship. There's no mention of Gary being royalty. No one refers to him as Sir Gary or treats him with any special status. When SpongeBob finally reunites with Gary at the end, he promises things will be different and that he won't neglect him again. It's a straightforward story about a pet running away because his owner forgot to feed him. The inconsistency is clear. Either Gary is descended from royalty with an official lineage documented by the royal ministry, making him the rightful king of Bikini Bottom, or he's SpongeBob's ordinary pet snail with no special heritage or royal status. If Gary is truly the heir to the throne, as established in Rule of Dumb, then his treatment in Have You Seen This Snail makes no sense. Why would the king of Bikini Bottom be living in SpongeBob's pineapple as a regular pet? Why would no one recognize or acknowledge his royal status? Why would Gary run away over something as mundane as not being fed, when he could presumably command anything he wants as king? The royal ministry officially confirmed Gary's lineage by removing the coffee stain and revealing the truth on the family tree document. This wasn't a joke or misunderstanding. The starfish specifically came back to correct the error about Patrick and crown the true heir. Yet this significant fact about Gary's identity never appears again or affects any future episodes. The show wants Gary to be both a royal heir with documented noble lineage and an ordinary pet snail with no special status. Rule of Dumb needed Gary to be the surprise twist ending where the true king is revealed. Have You Seen This Snail? Needed Gary to be a regular neglected pet for its runaway story to work. These two versions of Gary's identity cannot coexist on the same timeline. Gary's royal claim proves nothing when the real test of loyalty and ambition lands squarely in Plankton's hands. In episode Plankton's Army, Mr. Krabs gathers his crew for an important announcement. Today marks a special occasion, the 25th anniversary of the first time me archenemy Plankton ever tried to steal me secret Krabby Patty formula. 25 years ago, on this very day, Plankton made his initial move to obtain the recipe. Mr. Krabs is so proud of this milestone that he's turned it into an annual tradition, a day to remember when his rivalry with Plankton officially began. The episode shows a flashback to that first attempt. Young Plankton approaches young Mr. Krabs at a table. Plankton asks directly, "Can I have the secret formula?" Mr. Krabs responds with a flat no. Plankton accepts this sadly and walks away saying, "Okay." Then he immediately comes back and tries again. "Pretty please?" Krabs shuts him down with "uh-uh." This flashback establishes the dynamic. Krabs has the secret formula. Plankton wants it, and Plankton has been trying to get it for 25 years. The language in this flashback is crucial. Plankton asks for the secret formula as if it's an established thing that exists. He's asking for the secret formula, a specific item that Mr. Krabs possesses. Krabs responds by refusing to give it to him, confirming that yes, he has this formula, and no, Plankton cannot have it. This was the beginning of their rivalry. The episode continues showing Plankton's escalating attempts over 25 years. Disguises, super science, civil disobedience. Every method fails. Mr. Krabs always comes out on top because he guards the secret formula carefully. The entire premise rests on the idea that from day one, Krabs had something Plankton wanted, and Plankton has spent a quarter-century trying to steal it. In episode Friend or Foe, the origin story of the Krabby Patty formula gets told through multiple perspectives. Mr. Krabs tells his version, Plankton tells his version, and finally Karen reveals the truth from her security footage. All three versions agree on the basic timeline. Krabs and Plankton were best friends born on the same day. They grew up together, got bullied together, and eventually decided to open a restaurant together. The restaurant wasn't called the Krusty Krab. They ran it together as partners, serving burgers they created from scratch. Karen's footage shows them working at a dump, experimenting with ingredients, taking careful notes of their progress. They finally emerged with the best-looking burger under the sea. This was their joint creation. They made it together. Neither one had a secret formula before this moment because the formula didn't exist yet. Their partnership fell apart when they disagreed about how to use the recipe. The formula literally tears in half during their fight. Krabs gets one half, Plankton gets the other half. After the split, Karen's footage shows young Krabs discovering the perfected recipe by accident when Plankton slams a door, causing jars to spill into the cooking pot. Krabs tastes the new mixture and declares, "I've done it! I've discovered the perfect patty batter." Right then, that moment, that's when the Krabby Patty formula was finalized. After discovering the perfected formula, Krabs opened the Krusty Krab. Plankton opened the Chum Bucket. They became rivals. Kids at their school tried both burgers, and everyone preferred Krabs' Krabby Patties over Plankton's Chum Burgers. Plankton screams, "I'll show you, Krabs, I'll steal that cursed recipe from you one day, and I won't stop till I do." That's when the rivalry began. That's when Plankton started his quest to steal the formula. But here's the problem. Friend or Foe shows that the Krabby Patty formula only came into existence after Krabs and Plankton split up. The perfected recipe was created when Krabs accidentally spilled ingredients into a pot following their argument. Before that moment, there was no secret formula to steal. There was just their joint recipe that got torn in half. Plankton couldn't have been asking Krabs for the secret formula 25 years ago because the secret formula hadn't been invented yet. The Plankton's Army flashback shows young Plankton asking young Krabs, "Can I have the secret formula?" As if they were never partners. As if Krabs always had this formula, and Plankton was always an outsider trying to get it. The power dynamic is clear. Krabs owns something. Plankton wants it. Krabs refuses. This is presented as the first time Plankton ever tried to obtain the formula, the moment their rivalry began. Friend or Foe shows they were best friends who created a recipe together, split up over disagreements about that recipe, and only then did Krabs perfect it into the Krabby Patty formula. The rivalry began when Plankton saw kids choosing Krabs burgers over his and vowed to steal the recipe. That's the origin of their conflict. Former partners turned competitors, with Plankton trying to reclaim what he sees as partially his creation. These are fundamentally different origin stories. One has Plankton as an outsider who has always wanted Krabs' secret formula, asking politely at first before escalating to increasingly elaborate theft attempts. The other has Plankton as Krabs' former best friend and business partner who helped create the original recipe before they split, and Krabs perfected it alone. One shows rivalry from the beginning. The other shows friendship that turned into rivalry. The 25-year timeline in Plankton's army doesn't even necessarily work with friend or foe. If Plankton has been trying to steal the formula for 25 years, and the formula was only created when Krabs and Plankton were teenagers or young adults running their joint restaurant, then the current timeline has them in their 40s or 50s. Krabs acts old enough for that, but the friend or foe flashbacks show them as kids in school being bullied, then older opening a restaurant, then splitting up. The aging doesn't quite track with Plankton spending 25 years attempting theft. The show wants Plankton to be both the lifelong outsider who has always coveted Krabs' secret and the former best friend who was betrayed after they created something together. Plankton's army needed a simple villain origin. Plankton asks for formula. Krabs says no, rivalry begins. Friend or foe needed a complex friendship to rivalry arc with shared history and a recipe they invented together before their falling out. Plankton asking, "Can I have the secret formula?" implies he was never part of its creation. The formula existed, Krabs had it, Plankton wanted it, but friend or foe explicitly shows Plankton was part of the creation process. They made the original burger together. The formula became secret only after Krabs perfected it alone following their split. Plankton wouldn't ask for something that didn't exist yet, and he wouldn't phrase it as, "Can I have the secret formula?" if he'd been Krabs' partner in creating the predecessor recipe. Either Plankton has been an outsider trying to steal Krabs' formula for 25 years, or he was Krabs' best friend and business partner, who helped create the original recipe before they split and became rivals. The show picked both versions depending on which episode needed what kind of backstory. Plankton's obsession with the formula seems endless, but Mr. Krabs' hidden past might rewrite everything we thought we knew about his rise to power. In episode Shell of a Man, Mr. Krabs digs up a treasure chest from his hiding spot and explains its significance to SpongeBob. "It's me memory chest from my years in the Navy." Years. Plural. Not a brief stint, not a weekend warrior situation, but multiple years of dedicated military service. He's pulling out memorabilia from a substantial portion of his life spent serving in the armed forces. The chest contains his first tattoo, his manly toughness trophy won by being the toughest of the tough, and his Navy cadet uniform. SpongeBob asks about a photograph showing 5 sailors, and Mr. Krabs proudly identifies them. Old Iron Eye, Mutton Chop, himself, Torpedo Belly, and Lockjaw Jones. These were his shipmates, the toughest bunch to ever sail the briny deep. He earned the nickname Armor Abs Krabs for his legendary abdominal strength. The episode centers around Mr. Krabs' Navy reunion, an event where all his old military buddies gather to reminisce and award the trophy of manly toughness. These aren't casual acquaintances. These are men who served together, fought together, and formed bonds strong enough to maintain reunions years later. Mr. Krabs is so invested in this reunion that he's devastated when he molts his shell and fears his Navy buddies won't recognize him as the tough guy they remember. The Navy clearly represents a significant chapter of Mr. Krabs' life. He spent enough time in military service to form lasting friendships, earn trophies, develop a fearsome reputation for toughness, and accumulate enough memories to fill a treasure chest. His uniform still fits, sort of, suggesting this wasn't ancient history. His Navy buddies remember him well enough to give him awards and expect him to show up to reunions. This is real military service with real time invested. In episode Friend or Foe, the show provides a comprehensive timeline of Mr. Krabs' early life through extensive flashbacks. We see him and Plankton born on the same day, November 30th, 1942. We watch them grow up together as best friends. The flashback shows them as toddlers celebrating their 3rd birthday. We see them in elementary school at Poseidon Elementary, getting bullied by kids who mock Krabs for wearing clothes made from rags. The timeline continues with young Krabs and Plankton walking through carnival grounds. Krabs discovers money for the first time by finding a penny on the ground. This discovery changes his life. He buys Plankton a balloon with his first dollar, demonstrating their close friendship. The flashback then shows them deciding to open a restaurant together, converting a trailer at the dump into their joint business venture. Young adult crabs and plankton work together, creating their burger recipe. They experiment at the dump, taking careful notes, emerging with their best attempt at a good burger. They open their restaurant together. Karen's security footage shows all of this happening in sequence. Childhood friendship, school years, discovering money, opening restaurant together, Old Man Jenkins getting poisoned by their burger, the recipe argument, the split. After the split, Krabs discovers the perfected Krabby Patty recipe and opens the Krusty Krab. Plankton opens the Chum Bucket. Kids at school choose Krabs burgers over Plankton's, establishing Krabs as the successful restaurateur. This is where adult Mr. Krabs begins, running the Krusty Krab, guarding his secret formula, and fending off Plankton's theft attempts. The friend or foe timeline is thorough and detailed, showing Krabs' progression from baby to child to teenager to young adult restaurant owner. It covers his entire youth and early adulthood. At no point does anyone mention the Navy. At no point does young Krabs leave to serve in the military. Or is there a gap in the timeline where he could spend years in the Navy serving with Torpedo Belly and Lockjaw Jones? The flashback shows Krabs going directly from being a poor kid wearing rag clothes to discovering money to opening a restaurant with Plankton. His young adult years are accounted for. He was working at the dump, experimenting with burger recipes, running a restaurant with his best friend, then opening the Krusty Krab after their split. Where in this timeline did he serve multiple years in the military? Shell of a Man establishes that Mr. Krabs spent significant time in the Navy. Enough time to earn nicknames, win trophies, form deep friendships with shipmates, and accumulate years of service worth commemorating with reunions. This isn't something that happens during a summer break or a brief enlistment. The Navy was clearly a major part of his life. But Friend or Foe shows every major period of Krabs' youth. His childhood with Plankton, his school years being bullied, his discovery of money, his partnership with Plankton opening a restaurant, their split, and his opening of the Krusty Krab. The episode is specifically designed to explain the origin of their rivalry and the creation of the Krabby Patty formula. It covers the relevant years of Krabs' life in detail. Navy service would be relevant. It would explain where Krabs developed his toughness, his discipline, his leadership skills, but it's never mentioned. Krabs' Navy buddies remember him as Armor Abs Krabs, a legendary figure known for his physical toughness. This reputation takes time to build. You don't earn nicknames like Armor Abs during basic training. You earn them through years of service, through multiple deployments, through consistent demonstration of your abilities. Krabs spent enough time with these men that they formed a brotherhood strong enough to last into their current lives. The Friend or Foe flashbacks show young Krabs as a poor kid, wearing clothes made from Old Man Jenkins' washcloth, getting bullied at school, discovering his first penny with wonder and excitement. This kid goes on to open a restaurant with Plankton while still young enough that they're serving school kids as their customer base. When did he take a break from poverty and restaurant ownership to spend years in military service? The show needs Mr. Krabs to have both a Navy background for Shell of a Man and to explain his seafaring personality and toughness, and a lifelong connection to Plankton for Friend or Foe, and their origin story. These two histories don't fit together on the same timeline. Either Krabs spent years in the Navy developing his Armor Abs reputation, or he spent his young adult years working with Plankton at their joint restaurant before opening the Krusty Krab. Maybe Krabs served in the Navy before meeting Plankton as a baby, which is impossible. Maybe he served after opening the Krusty Krab, which contradicts the years in the Navy and the young appearance of his Navy buddies in the photo. Maybe he served during his childhood while also going to school with Plankton, which makes no sense. The timeline has no room for multiple years of military service. Shell of a Man treats Krabs' Navy service as foundational to his identity. His toughness, his manly reputation, his leadership abilities all come from his time serving with the toughest bunch to ever sail the briny deep. Friend or Foe treats his partnership with Plankton as foundational to his identity. His business, his secret formula, his rivalry, his success all come from his time working with and then competing against his former best friend. Both episodes position their respective backstories as the defining period of young Krabs' life, but they can't both be true simultaneously on the same timeline. Mr. Krabs' legendary Navy years show a life of discipline and toughness, but SpongeBob's timeless childhood proves that Bikini Bottom refuses to let time pass normally. In episode No Free Rides, SpongeBob is taking his driving test at boating school. The narrator explains this is the last test for the year, and if SpongeBob doesn't pass, it means another whole year of boating school. Mrs. Puff is desperate to pass him, so she doesn't have to teach him for another year. She gives him fraudulent extra credit, requiring him to write a 10-word sentence about what he learned. After an agonizing struggle where SpongeBob can barely complete the assignment, Mrs. Puff tears the paper, pretends it's acceptable, and declares that he passes. She hands him his driver's license and drags him out the door. SpongeBob celebrates getting his license, licking it and declaring it tastes just like he dreamed it would. The driver's license represents a legal age requirement. In the real world, and presumably in Bikini Bottom, you must reach a certain age before you're allowed to operate a vehicle. Boating school exists specifically to train students who have reached that minimum age threshold. The fact that SpongeBob has been attending for years, repeatedly failing and having to retake classes, suggests he's been of legal driving age for quite some time. Each year he fails adds another year to his age. Later, SpongeBob's parents surprise Mrs. Puff at her home with a thank you party. They present her with a cake, thanking her for being the greatest teacher. Harold expresses gratitude, saying they were starting to think SpongeBob would never get his license. He praises Mrs. Puff for never giving up, never quitting, and never taking the easy way out. This indicates SpongeBob has been pursuing his license for so long that even his parents had doubts about whether he'd ever achieve it. Then they reveal the big surprise, a brand new boatmobile with the license plate reading IMRDY. SpongeBob faints from excitement. His parents drive off with him unconscious in the back seat, saying he'll be driving by tomorrow. Getting his driver's license is treated as a major life milestone, something he's been working toward for years, a coming-of-age achievement that marks him reaching the appropriate age to drive. It's comparable to a teenager finally getting their driver's license after turning 16, a major step toward adulthood and independence. The episode's entire plot hinges on SpongeBob finally reaching this adult milestone. Mrs. Puff is willing to commit fraud because she can't bear another year teaching someone who should have graduated long ago. The celebration with cake, presents, and a new vehicle all emphasize this as a significant life achievement that recognizes SpongeBob's maturity and readiness for adult responsibilities. In episode Waiting, SpongeBob discovers that a cereal box offers a free toy prize if you send in 99 box tops. He eats massive amounts of cereal with Gary, collects the box tops, mails them in, and then waits by his mailbox for the toy to arrive. He becomes obsessed with waiting, refusing to leave the mailbox even when hungry or when friends want to spend time with him. Patrick shows up after SpongeBob has been waiting for a while. Patrick seems concerned and says he has something important to tell SpongeBob. He reveals that SpongeBob missed his surprise birthday party. Patrick brought him a present and some birthday cake because he missed the celebration. SpongeBob becomes emotional, asking in disbelief if he really missed his birthday party. Patrick confirms he did miss it and shows the present and cake. When Patrick accidentally eats the cake while trying to find a fork, SpongeBob is disappointed. When the present turns out to just be the fork, SpongeBob breaks down crying. He's devastated that he wasted his time waiting for a toy instead of attending his own birthday party. The episode treats this as just another birthday, not a particularly special or milestone birthday. There's no mention of his age, no candles showing a number, no discussion of how old he's turning. The birthday is presented as just another annual event, something that happens regularly without any significance beyond having a party with friends. SpongeBob's behavior throughout the episode is extremely childish. He obsesses over a free toy from a cereal box, the kind of prize that typically appeals to young children. He camps out by his mailbox like a kid waiting for Christmas morning. He cries when the toy breaks. Nothing about his behavior suggests the maturity of someone who holds a driver's license and works a full-time job. The inconsistency is about aging and time passing. In No Free Rides, getting his driver's license is a major achievement that presumably requires SpongeBob to be a certain age. Boating school has age requirements for licensing. Mrs. Puff has been teaching him for years, and finally passing represents him reaching driving age. His parents treat it as a huge milestone worthy of buying him an expensive new vehicle. This episode positions SpongeBob as someone who has aged into adulthood, finally achieving what teenagers typically accomplish. But in Waiting, which aired years later in the show's run, SpongeBob has another birthday, and this isn't treated as unusual or special. It's just another birthday party he happened to miss. The episode doesn't mention his age, doesn't treat him as any more mature than before, and doesn't reference his driver's license or any growing up that happened previously. He behaves exactly like a child excited about a toy prize, with no indication that years have passed since his license achievement. Throughout the series, SpongeBob celebrates multiple birthdays across various episodes, yet he never ages. He remains the same childlike character with the same level of maturity, the same job at the Krusty Krab, the same living situation with Gary. His personality doesn't evolve. His responsibilities don't increase. His appearance doesn't change. He doesn't develop adult concerns or interests beyond what he had in early seasons. If birthdays keep happening but he never gets older, then either time doesn't pass normally in Bikini Bottom, or birthdays are meaningless markers that don't correspond to actual aging. But if birthdays don't indicate aging, then the driver's license milestone makes no sense. You can't have SpongeBob old enough to legally drive while simultaneously having him remain perpetually the same age, despite celebrating multiple birthdays over the course of the series. The show wants SpongeBob to have milestone achievements like getting his driver's license that require him to be old enough for adult responsibilities, while also having him celebrate birthdays repeatedly without ever maturing or changing. No free rides needed him to finally reach driving age after years of trying. Waiting needed him to have a birthday so he could miss his party while obsessing over the toy. But these two concepts don't fit together logically on a consistent timeline. The driver's license episode treats age and maturity as important factors. You must be old enough to drive. You must pass tests and demonstrate competency. Years of classes matter because they represent time passing and age increasing. SpongeBob finally achieving this goal means he's finally reached the necessary age and maturity level, even if Mrs. Puff cheated to make it happen. But birthday episodes treat age as irrelevant. SpongeBob can have birthday after birthday without any of them meaning anything in terms of his actual age or development. He doesn't get a year older each time. He doesn't gain wisdom or maturity. He doesn't face new age-appropriate challenges. The birthdays exist only as plot devices for party-themed episodes, not as markers of genuine aging. Either SpongeBob ages with each birthday and should be noticeably older and more mature in later seasons, or birthdays happen without aging, and his driver's license achievement makes no sense as an age-based milestone. The show chose both versions depending on what each episode needed. It wants the emotional weight of aging milestones, like getting a license, while maintaining the frozen-in-time status quo, where SpongeBob never actually grows up. SpongeBob's endless birthdays clash with his driver's license milestone, just as Squidward's ultimate triumph mysteriously vanishes in his later memories. Bikini Bottom refuses to play by consistent rules. And remember to subscribe to our channel for more videos like these. Now let's back to the video. In episode Band Geeks, Squidward receives a phone call from his wealthy rival Squilliam Fancison, who was in band class with him years ago. Squilliam brags about leading a big fancy band that's supposed to play the Bubble Bowl next week. He mockingly says he's living Squidward's dreams. When Squilliam reveals he can't make the performance and asks if Squidward's band could cover, Squidward panics because he doesn't have a band. Rather than admit this to his rival, Squidward lies. He declares that he doesn't sell fast food, he does have a band, and they're going to play the Bubble Bowl. Squilliam wishes him good luck with thinly veiled sarcasm. After hanging up, Squidward realizes he needs to assemble a marching band immediately. He puts up posters around Bikini Bottom advertising the opportunity. The band practices are catastrophic. Nobody can play their instruments properly. The brass section plays badly. The wind section plays badly. The drummers misunderstand instructions entirely. Flag twirlers spin so hard they fly into the sky and crash into a blimp, causing an explosion that kills all three. Plankton can barely play his harmonica solo. When they try playing loudly, the windows blow out. When they try playing quietly, a fight breaks out. Band members use their instruments as weapons. Mr. Krabs and Harold argue about meaty claws. Everyone attacks each other with drums, cymbals, and woodwinds. Sandy chases Patrick with a trumpet. The chaos continues until the clock shows practice is over. Squidward has an emotional breakdown. He tells them they took his one chance at happiness and crushed it into little, tiny, bite-sized pieces. Crying, he says he expected better of them and calls himself a loser. He tells them not to bother showing up the next day because he'll just say they all died in a marching accident. SpongeBob rallies the band members, convincing them to show up for Squidward. They arrive at the Bubble Bowl just as Squidward is making excuses to Squilliam about why his band isn't there. Squilliam laughs at Squidward, assuming his ragtag group will be terrible. Squidward nervously counts off to begin the performance, bracing himself for humiliation. But something miraculous happens. The band is incredible. They perform Sweet Victory perfectly. SpongeBob sings powerfully. Patrick plays drums. Sandy rocks on electric guitar. The horn section nails every note. The crowd of live-action people cheers wildly. Squidward's eyes widen in shock at how good they sound. He stops using his baton and conducts with his arms, completely absorbed in the triumphant music. Squilliam stares in utter disbelief. His face shows shock and horror as he realizes Squidward's band is genuinely excellent. Squidward gives him a smug grin. Squilliam has a heart attack and faints, getting carried away on stretchers. Squidward waves a smug goodbye to his rival and runs to center stage. As the final notes ring out, Squidward jumps into the air in celebration. The image freezes on his victorious leap, ending the episode on his moment of absolute triumph. This is Squidward's greatest achievement in the entire series. He defeated his wealthy, successful rival. He proved himself capable. His band was spectacular in front of a massive audience. Squilliam literally collapsed from the shock. Everything Squidward ever wanted, recognition, respect, artistic success, and victory over someone who looked down on him, happened in this single, perfect moment. In episode Are You Happy Now?, SpongeBob is at work looking through his Happy Book, the Krusty Krab work schedule where all his happiest memories occurred. He keeps laughing and gasping at the pages. Squidward gets annoyed and asks what's so great about it. When SpongeBob explains it contains his happiest memories, Squidward burns the book. SpongeBob reveals he has a whole cabinet of backup copies. SpongeBob then asks Squidward what his happiest memory is. Squidward tries to think. His thought bubble appears, showing only TV static that zooms in. Then it cuts to color bars. The thought bubble disappears. Squidward sighs and says he guesses he doesn't have a happiest memory. He starts to walk away casually, but SpongeBob is horrified. He asks how Squidward can live without a happiest memory and whether he cries himself to sleep at night. When a customer tries to order, Squidward bursts into tears, bawling hysterically. SpongeBob comforts him, and Squidward confirms crying that SpongeBob is right. He doesn't have a happy memory and it's horrible. SpongeBob promises to help him make a happiest memory. Squidward, still crying, agrees to let him try. SpongeBob takes Squidward to a concert, but a violin bow launches into Squidward's eye. At an art museum, Squidward discovers his sculpture is on display and gets excited, thinking this might be his happiest memory. But then a performance artist named Fiasco burns the sculpture with a flamethrower. They try a hot air balloon, but Squidward is afraid of heights and they crash. They reach the top of a mountain, but an avalanche carries them down. After all these failures, Squidward tells SpongeBob that he'll never have a happiest memory, and if he does, it definitely won't involve SpongeBob. He goes home and lies in bed, saying he might as well sleep for 100 years or so. He tells himself to wake him when he's dead. He rolls under his bed and stays there. 2 weeks pass. SpongeBob notices Squidward hasn't come out of his house. He tries calling and knocking, but gets no response. Squidward throws his phone out the window. Inside, Squidward takes burned brownies out of the oven and says that didn't help. He opens his oven, apparently looking for something to make himself happy. He grabs a rope and swings it over something, saying maybe this will help. He pulls on the rope to reveal a scallop in a cage, but it sprays liquid at him and flies away. Squidward becomes increasingly isolated and despondent. When SpongeBob manages to reach him through a fax machine, Squidward shreds him and dumps him out the window. Eventually, SpongeBob tricks Squidward into coming to the Krusty Krab by mailing him an empty box and hiding inside it. SpongeBob throws a surprise party with papier-mâché versions of himself filling the room. Squidward snaps. He screams that he doesn't want a happiest memory. Angry skulls appear in his eyes. He goes completely berserk, destroying the cake, ripping apart the papier-mâché SpongeBobs, sawing them apart, crawling on the ceiling, swinging from a banner like Tarzan, and kicking decorations everywhere. He laughs maniacally while destroying everything. Finally, he declares that this destruction is his happiest memory, violently demolishing SpongeBob-themed party decorations. The inconsistency is glaring. Band Geeks showed Squidward experiencing the single greatest triumph of his life. He assembled a band, overcame impossible odds, performed spectacularly in front of thousands of people, and watched his wealthy rival collapse from shock at how good they were. This moment combined artistic success, public recognition, personal vindication, and victory over someone who had mocked him for years. It was everything Squidward ever dreamed about. Yet in Are You Happy Now? This memory doesn't exist. When asked about his happiest memory, Squidward's mind is completely blank. He has no happy memories at all. The Band Geeks' triumph, which should be the obvious and immediate answer to SpongeBob's question, has apparently been erased from Squidward's memory entirely. His thought bubble shows only static and color bars. Nothing. No recollection of the Bubble Bowl, no memory of defeating Squilliam, no trace of that perfect moment. The episode establishes that Squidward has been so chronically unhappy for so long that he's reached a crisis point. He can't remember ever being truly happy. He becomes deeply depressed about this lack of happy memories. He isolates himself for weeks. He contemplates various desperate measures to find happiness. Yet the Band Geeks' performance, A1 Setter, which the audience saw as his greatest achievement, somehow doesn't count or doesn't exist in his memory. Even more strangely, Squidward's happiest memory at the end of Are You Happy Now? Is destroying papier-mâché SpongeBobs at a party. This violent, destructive outburst becomes his peak happiness, but it's objectively worse than the Band Geeks' triumph. Destroying party decorations in a manic rage is less satisfying than performing perfect music while your rival has a heart attack from jealousy, yet the show treats the party destruction as Squidward's first and only happy memory. Either Squidward had a genuine triumph at the Bubble Bowl that should be his treasured, happiest memory, or he's lived such a miserable existence that he has no happy memories at all, and finds his only joy in destruction. Band Geeks gave him everything he wanted. Are You Happy Now? Says he's never had anything he wanted. Both cannot be true simultaneously on the same timeline. The show wanted to tell a triumphant underdog story where Squidward defeats his rival through an amazing performance, and it also wanted to tell a dark story about someone so chronically depressed they can't remember being happy. These two narratives directly contradict each other when Squidward's blank thought bubble erases one of the most triumphant moments in the entire series. Squidward's greatest triumph disappears from memory, just as Mr. Krabs proves he'll risk everything for a gamble. In episode Krabs a la mode, it's a cold and windy day in Bikini Bottom. Inside the Krusty Krab, Squidward complains that he's freezing. SpongeBob suggests exercising to stay warm, but Squidward looks at the thermostat and sees it set to only 62 degrees. He decides to turn it up to a toasty 63 degrees. The moment he touches the dial, an alarm blares throughout the restaurant. Mr. Krabs hears the alarm, bursts through his office door, and furiously yells, asking who touched his thermostat. Everyone, including SpongeBob, points at Squidward. Mr. Krabs angrily grabs Squidward by the nose and forces him to read the sign above the thermostat. Do not touch thermostat ever. He puts the temperature back to 62 degrees and explains that heat costs money. Mr. Krabs tells them there are two ways to get on his bad side. He doesn't like kids playing in his yard, and nobody but him touches his thermostat. When Squidward calls this selfish, SpongeBob agrees, saying the yard is really fun. Mr. Krabs sees kids playing in his yard and runs out screaming at them to get off his lawn. His obsession with the thermostat and cost control is absolute. Later, Plankton sneaks into the closed Krusty Krab at night and turns down the thermostat to -15 degrees, deliberately freezing the entire restaurant. The next morning, the whole place is frozen solid. Icicles hang from the ceiling, everything is ice. Squidward can barely move. But Mr. Krabs refuses to turn up the heat. He points to a poorly taped piece of paper reading 62 degrees that he's placed over the actual temperature display. When Squidward protests that there are icicles hanging from the ceiling, Mr. Krabs shouts that he doesn't care if Santa Claus and Jack Frost are having ice cream cones, nobody touches the thermostat. Icicles fall and nearly kill SpongeBob and Squidward, but Mr. Krabs still won't adjust the temperature. He would rather let his employees freeze and risk their lives than spend money on heat. Eventually, the frozen Krusty Krab becomes an ice skating rink that attracts even more customers. Mr. Krabs is delighted because he's selling twice as many patties and doesn't even have to cook them. He declares this is the happiest and most cost-effective day of his whole life. Every single decision Mr. Krabs makes in this episode is driven by extreme frugality and maximizing profit while minimizing expenses. He won't spend a single unnecessary penny. In episode Welcome to the Chum Bucket, Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob he has a card game that night. SpongeBob is shocked when Krabs reveals he's playing cards with Plankton at the Chum Bucket. SpongeBob can't understand why Mr. Krabs would play cards with his arch-enemy who's been trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula for years. Mr. Krabs explains confidently that Plankton is the worst card player in Bikini Bottom. He's been taking Plankton to the cleaners every Thursday night for 15 years. A flashback shows Mr. Krabs and Plankton at a card table with a giant stack of money. Mr. Krabs puts down his cards and rakes in all the cash. Back in the present, his eyes turn into dollar signs as he declares he never loses. Both he and SpongeBob laugh as they walk away. The next morning, Mr. Krabs arrives at work crying. SpongeBob asks how the card game went. Mr. Krabs admits he lost. SpongeBob assumes he lost money and asks how much. Mr. Krabs says he didn't lose any money. SpongeBob panics, thinking maybe he lost the Krusty Krab itself, or even worse, the Krabby Patty secret formula. But Mr. Krabs reveals the truth. He lost SpongeBob. Mr. Krabs explains he bet SpongeBob's contract and lost. Plankton arrives and confirms this isn't a joke. He reveals his master plan. For 15 years, he's been throwing those card games, waiting for Mr. Krabs to slip up. While he may not have the Krabby Patty formula, he has the next best thing, the guy who makes them. Plankton declares he's going to run Mr. Krabs out of business. SpongeBob doesn't want to work for Plankton. He and Mr. Krabs cry loudly and hug each other. Plankton uses a crowbar to pry them apart and takes SpongeBob to the chum bucket in a cage. Mr. Krabs is left alone, having gambled away his most valuable employee to his worst enemy in a card game he thought he couldn't lose. At the end of the episode, after SpongeBob refuses to make Krabby Patties for Plankton, and even the robot version won't cooperate, Plankton comes crawling back to Mr. Krabs crying. He begs Mr. Krabs to take SpongeBob back, saying he can't handle him anymore. Mr. Krabs sees an opportunity and demands $50 to take SpongeBob off Plankton's hands. Plankton agrees immediately, admitting he cheated anyway. Mr. Krabs throws him back into the chum bucket and gets SpongeBob back. The inconsistency is stark. In Krabs a la mode, Mr. Krabs demonstrates extreme financial caution bordering on the pathological. He won't spend a single penny on heat, even when his restaurant is frozen solid and his employees are at risk. He obsesses over every cost. He maximizes profit at every opportunity. He's the embodiment of a penny-pinching businessman who treats every dollar as precious. Yet, in Welcome to the Chum Bucket, this same character regularly gambles with his arch-nemesis. Not only does he gamble, but he's been doing it every Thursday night for 15 years. And he gambles not with money, but with something far more valuable, SpongeBob's contract. SpongeBob is his best employee, the only person who can make perfect Krabby Patties, and the heart of the Krusty Krab's success. Without SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs has no business. A truly financially responsible person would never risk their most valuable asset in a card game with someone who's been trying to destroy their business for years. Mr. Krabs won't spend pennies on heat, but he'll bet his entire livelihood on cards. He calculates every tiny expense down to the degree on a thermostat, but he gambles away the person who generates all his revenue. The cautious businessman who refuses to adjust the temperature by 1 degree would never put SpongeBob's contract on the table in a card game. That's betting the entire business on a hand of cards, even if Mr. Krabs believed he never loses. Any rational business person knows gambling has inherent risk. You can't guarantee victory, and gambling with Plankton specifically is extraordinarily reckless given their history. Either Mr. Krabs is pathologically frugal and makes every decision based on careful financial calculation, or he's a reckless gambler willing to bet his most valuable assets on card games. Krabs a la mode needs him to be the former for its story about refusing to spend money on heat. Welcome to the Chum Bucket needs him to be the latter for its story about SpongeBob working at the Chum Bucket. These two characterizations of Mr. Krabs' financial decision-making cannot logically coexist. Mr. Krabs swings from risking everything for SpongeBob to spending wildly on Pearl, yet both extremes of his financial recklessness can't coexist. Mr. Krabs is spending on Pearl. In episode Whale of a Birthday, Pearl is about to turn 16. She tells Mr. Krabs this is the most important birthday of her entire life. She warns him that if she doesn't have a completely awesome party, her whole high school reputation will collapse. She'll have to drop out, won't go to college, and will never leave home. He'll have to support her for the rest of her life. Mr. Krabs nervously agrees this can't happen and promises to give her a real party without being cheap. But Mr. Krabs' idea of not being cheap is still incredibly cheap. He uses bubble wrap as party favors. He has an It's a Boy banner from when Pearl was born that he's kept for 16 years because he got it on sale. He just crossed out boy and wrote girl next to it. Squidward creates Pearl's portrait out of 400 pounds of raw Krabby Patties. The popcorn is stale, the punch is literally dishwater, the cake is made of cardboard with frosting on top. Pearl's friends mock the party, saying 16 lame parties in a row must be a new record. When Pearl asks if her dad got boys who cry to perform, Mr. Krabs proudly presents Squidward dressed up and singing a parody song instead. Pearl runs out crying, devastated that her father couldn't stop being cheap, even for her most important birthday. Mr. Krabs had given SpongeBob his credit card earlier, telling him to buy Pearl's present and that nothing's too good for his little Pearl. SpongeBob follows Pearl around the mall, buying everything she looks at. She admires a comb, lip gloss, clothes, sunglasses, platform shoes, Billy Fishkin's merchandise, a sea pony, and countless other items. Every single thing Pearl glances at, SpongeBob purchases with Mr. Krabs' credit card. The delivery truck arrives and dumps out a massive pile of presents in front of Pearl. She's amazed her dad bought her a boat. Then the real surprise appears. The actual Boys Who Cry emerge from the biggest present and perform their song, It's All About You, live at her party. Pearl's friends faint from excitement. This is everything Pearl ever wanted. Mr. Krabs asks how much all this is costing him. SpongeBob shows him the receipt. It's extremely long, rolling out for several feet. Mr. Krabs freaks out when he sees it. His eyes bulge and his body convulses with shock. But Pearl kisses him and says he got her everything she wanted. Mr. Krabs recovers and says, "Aw, nothing's too good for me, daughter." SpongeBob says, "You're a good dad, Mr. Krabs." The episode cuts to black with Mr. Krabs saying, "Don't push your luck, boy." The ending suggests that despite the massive expense, buying literally everything in the mall, a boat, and hiring the most expensive band in Bikini Bottom, Mr. Krabs ultimately accepts the cost. He freaked out initially, but then acknowledged that nothing is too good for Pearl. He paid for her perfect birthday party, even though it cost him a fortune. In episode Bossy Boots, Mr. Krabs announces that Pearl will be working at the Krusty Krab during summer vacation. She has fresh ideas to bring in hungry customers. Mr. Krabs is excited, saying he can smell the money already. Pearl immediately starts making changes. She designs new uniforms that cost money. She convinces SpongeBob to help her transform the restaurant into a teenage paradise. Pearl and SpongeBob rename the Krusty Krab to the Cuddly Krab. They completely redecorate the exterior with tie-dye colors, rainbows, heart-shaped flags, balloons hanging from the roof, and giant lollipops coming from the chimney. Inside, Pearl decorates everything elaborately. She buys expensive items for every part of the restaurant. Mr. Krabs' office gets redesigned too. He shows SpongeBob his new $40 beanbag chair. He has a blue stress relief doll that cost 5 easy payments of $9.95. He bought $20 sea unicorn wall hangers. He bought $35 heart lights. He put sea ferns on every last table. At first, Mr. Krabs seems happy about all these purchases, proudly showing them off to SpongeBob. But then reality hits. Mr. Krabs holds up a sea fern and his tone changes completely. He asks how they could go on without these ferns on every table, noting their hip and coral. Then he realizes the truth. It's losing money. He starts crying. He admits SpongeBob is right that Pearl is ruining the Krusty Krab. He sobs that he can't fire his pride and joy because it would break her fragile little heart. Mr. Krabs is devastated about the financial losses. He cries openly about losing money on all of Pearl's expensive changes. This is treated as a crisis. The restaurant is losing money and Mr. Krabs can't handle it. He convinces SpongeBob to fire Pearl for him because he can't bear to do it himself. At the end of the episode, after Pearl is fired and everything goes back to normal, SpongeBob has all the Cuddly Krab decorations and items at his house. He's dancing in the uniform, surrounded by the expensive wall hangings, lights, stuffed animals, and other purchases. He says to Gary, "Isn't this great, Gary? And it only cost me 1 year's salary." This line reveals that Mr. Krabs made SpongeBob pay for everything. All those expensive decorations, the $40 chair, the $35 lights, the $20 wall hangers, the sea ferns, Mr. Krabs apparently charged it all to SpongeBob. It cost SpongeBob an entire year's salary to pay off the debt from Pearl's redecorating scheme. The inconsistency is about Mr. Krabs' willingness to accept financial losses related to Pearl's desires. In Whale of a Birthday, Mr. Krabs ultimately accepts spending what must be tens of thousands of dollars on Pearl's birthday. He bought her everything in the mall, a boat, and hired the most expensive band in Bikini Bottom. His initial freakout at the receipt was followed by acceptance. He told Pearl nothing is too good for her. He paid the bill and was acknowledged as a good dad. But in Bossy Boots, Mr. Krabs cannot tolerate financial losses from Pearl's business changes. He cries about losing money. He can't handle the expensive decorations in New Direction. Rather than accept these costs as part of having Pearl work there, he has her fired. And worse, he apparently makes SpongeBob pay for everything. It costs SpongeBob a full year's salary to cover the expenses that Mr. Krabs originally approved. Either Mr. Krabs is willing to spend enormous amounts of money on Pearl without seeking reimbursement, as shown in Whale of a Birthday, or he's unwilling to accept financial losses from Pearl's activities and forces his employee to pay for everything, as shown in Bossy Boots. In one episode, he accepts the cost of making Pearl happy. In the other, he makes someone else pay for it. The show wants Mr. Krabs to be both a father who will ultimately spend anything for his daughter's happiness, and a cheapskate who won't tolerate any financial loss and pushes costs onto others. Whale of a Birthday needed him to be the loving father who accepts the massive expense. Bossy Boots needed him to cry about losing money and make SpongeBob cover the costs. These two versions of how Mr. Krabs handles Pearl-related expenses cannot coexist logically. Mr. Krabs goes from splurging on Pearl's perfect birthday to crying over minor business losses, just as Patrick forgets every failure that proved fry cooking isn't easy. Patrick's fry cook experience. In episode Big Pink Loser, Patrick is devastated because he's never received an award for anything. He says he's never going to get an award because he's never done anything. SpongeBob tries to cheer him up, suggesting Patrick can do anything he wants. When Patrick says he wants to defeat the giant monkey man, SpongeBob tells him to start smaller. Eventually, Patrick suggests getting a job at the Krusty Krab, and SpongeBob agrees this is achievable. Mr. Krabs hires Patrick to work at the Krusty Krab. Patrick excitedly says it was nice of Mr. Krabs to give him a job. SpongeBob mentions Patrick is getting paid $50 an hour, while SpongeBob had to pay Mr. Krabs $100 an hour when he first started. Patrick immediately asks if he gets his award yet, but SpongeBob explains he has to work for it. Patrick's time as a Krusty Krab employee is a complete disaster. His first task is taking food orders to customers, but he gobbles up the order before it reaches the table. SpongeBob tells him to try again, making sure the food gets to the table. Patrick carries the tray to the table successfully this time, but then sits down and eats all the food himself. He spits it out in a customer's face. Next, SpongeBob assigns Patrick to answer the phone at the cash register. The phone rings, and a man asks if this is the Krusty Krab. Patrick responds, "No, this is Patrick," and hangs up. When another caller asks the same question, Patrick answers the same way, getting annoyed. A third caller asks again, and Patrick yells angrily, "No, this is Patrick!" "I'm not a Krusty Krab." SpongeBob has to explain that Krusty Krab is the name of the restaurant, not Patrick's personal identity. SpongeBob then asks Patrick to sweep around table 3 since it looks dusty. Patrick uses the wrong end of the broom, sweeping with the handle instead of the bristles. A customer walks by and mockingly asks if Patrick just blew in from Stupid Town. Patrick gets frustrated and angry about not being able to do anything right. He starts slamming the broom head on the floor repeatedly, creating huge clouds of dust that make customers cough. Finally, SpongeBob tries something even simpler, opening a jar. He demonstrates by opening a jar lid easily. Patrick picks up a pickle instead of a jar. Then he picks up a spatula. Then he takes his pants off. SpongeBob has to explicitly hand him a jar. Patrick puts the lid in his mouth instead of trying to unscrew it. SpongeBob gives him detailed step-by-step instructions on where to place his hand, using warmer and colder cues like a game. After extensive guidance, Patrick finally manages to remove the lid, then immediately cries, thinking he broke it. Throughout his employment at the Krusty Krab, Patrick demonstrates he cannot perform even the simplest restaurant tasks. He can't carry food without eating it. He doesn't understand how restaurant phones work. He can't sweep. He can barely open a jar even with intensive coaching. SpongeBob has to teach him every single thing, and Patrick still struggles. This is Patrick's direct personal experience with working at a restaurant as a fry cook employee. In episode The Fry Cook Games, which aired several months after Big Pink Loser, SpongeBob is training to represent the Krusty Krab at the Fry Cook Games. He's doing push-ups and jump rope, preparing for the competition. Patrick walks over and asks if he can play in the games. SpongeBob tells him sorry, but Patrick would have to be a fry cook to participate. Patrick responds with complete confidence. "Be a fry cook? Is that all I gotta do? That'll be easy." SpongeBob asks what he means by easy. Patrick scoffs and asks, "How hard can it be?" This statement shows Patrick believes fry cooking is simple and requires minimal effort or skill. SpongeBob gets defensive, explaining they don't let just anybody be a fry cook and that fry cooks are an elite corps. Patrick dismisses this, saying, "Oh, come on, you're just flipping patties." SpongeBob protests that flipping is not as easy as it sounds. But Patrick demonstrates flipping a rock with his foot and makes a dismissive noise, implying the job is trivial. The two friends get into an argument. SpongeBob suggests Patrick should compete in the laying under a rock all day games instead. Patrick gets angry and declares, "I'm gonna get a job as a fry cook and it'll be easy." He walks off confidently. Later in the episode, Patrick shows up at the games representing the Chum Bucket. He lifts his shirt to reveal a name tag that says the Chum Bucket Patrick. He proudly announces, "I've been working for the Chum Bucket for almost 5 minutes." The inconsistency is stark. In Big Pink Loser, Patrick had direct hands-on experience working as a fry cook at the Krusty Krab. He struggled with absolutely every task. He couldn't answer phones correctly. He ate the food instead of delivering it. He swept with the wrong end of the broom. He could barely open a jar even with step-by-step instructions. He experienced firsthand how difficult restaurant work was for him, failing at every single job SpongeBob assigned him. Yet in the Fry Cook games, Patrick acts like he's never worked at a restaurant before and has no concept of whether fry cooking is easy or difficult. He confidently claims it will be easy and asks, "How hard can it be?" as if this is a hypothetical question he's never had answered. He shows zero awareness that he previously worked at the Krusty Krab and found even the simplest tasks impossibly difficult. He dismisses fry cooking as just flippin' patties, as if he has no personal experience with the job's actual demands. If Patrick remembered his time working at the Krusty Krab, he would know the answer to how hard can it be. The answer, based on his direct experience, is extremely hard. I couldn't do anything right. But Patrick has apparently completely forgotten this experience. He speaks about fry cooking like someone who's never tried it, not someone who recently worked at a restaurant and failed at every task. Either Patrick worked at the Krusty Krab in Big Pink Loser and should remember how difficult he found every aspect of restaurant work, or Patrick has never worked at a restaurant and can only speculate about whether it would be easy. The show chose both versions. Big Pink Loser needed Patrick to struggle with his first job to show SpongeBob teaching him. The Fry Cook Games needed Patrick to confidently claim fry cooking is easy so he could join the competition. These two versions of Patrick's knowledge and experience cannot coexist on the same timeline. Patrick forgets every lesson about fry cooking, just as Sandy forgets what makes Bikini Bottom home, proving both characters can't remember their own experiences. Sandy's commitment to Bikini Bottom. In episode Texas, Sandy is desperately homesick for her home state. She's building sandcastles shaped like Texas, refusing to participate in activities with SpongeBob and Patrick, and becoming increasingly emotional. When SpongeBob catches a jellyfish and tells it to go back home where it belongs, back to its family and friends before they forget about it, Sandy begins to cry so intensely that her helmet fills with tears. She has to attach a flusher handle to drain them out. SpongeBob asks what she's crying about. Sandy initially denies crying, claiming her helmet just sprung a leak, but then confesses she's feeling homesick. SpongeBob and Patrick try to help by taking her blindfolded to her tree dome, saying, "Welcome home, Sandy." But this makes things worse. Sandy cries and runs inside, pulling a lever that brings down a metal covering on the dome. Sandy emerges wearing a cowgirl hat and holding a guitar. She sings a song about wishing she was back in Texas. The lyrics describe it as the prettiest place in the world, mentioning she misses the wide-open skies, her 20 acres, barbecues, and pecan pies. She sings that deep in her heart she'll always be a Texas girl, and she wants to go home. The song is so sad that everyone in Bikini Bottom who hears it starts crying, including Mr. Krabs and customers at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob and Patrick realize Sandy really misses Texas and decide to bring Texas to her. They set up a Texas-themed party at the Krusty Krab. But Sandy shows up with 2 suitcases, announcing she's going back home to Texas. SpongeBob desperately tries to stop her, suggesting she get one last Krabby Patty or say goodbye to friends, but Sandy gets on a bus preparing to leave. Only when Patrick insults Texas does Sandy get off the bus in anger. SpongeBob and Patrick keep insulting dumb old Texas to make her chase them. They run toward the Krusty Krab, with Sandy pursuing them furiously. Just as Sandy is about to attack SpongeBob, he grabs onto the Krusty Krab door. The front of the building tears off, revealing the surprise Texas party inside with all their friends. Everyone shouts, "Howdy, y'all." Sandy sees they've created square dancing, giant barbecues, homemade peas in a can pie, and 10-gallon hats. SpongeBob asks if she's going to stay. After a pause, Sandy starts laughing. She explains that she appreciates what they're trying to do, but home isn't about barbecues or pecan pies. Sandy delivers the episode's central message: home is where you're surrounded by critters that care about you. Everyone gathers around Sandy. She realizes what she's been doing and says, "I was home all along, and it took me until now to realize it." SpongeBob asks if that means she'll stay, and Sandy definitively answers, "I'm staying." Everyone cheers. The episode established that Sandy has found her true home in Bikini Bottom because of the friends who care about her, and she's made a conscious decision to stay rather than return to Texas. In episode Chimps Ahoy, Sandy is frantically working in her tree dome. Her inventions are torn up everywhere. When SpongeBob arrives, Sandy is shuddering and panicking, saying, "They're coming! They're coming! The chimps are coming!" She explains her bosses are coming for an inspection. She's worked day and night for a week, but none of her inventions are any good. Then she reveals the stakes. If I don't have a real impressive invention by this afternoon, they'll cut my funding, and I'll have to leave Bikini Bottom. Sandy shows SpongeBob her failed inventions, a helmet that talks to nuts, a Nutachino machine, and a broken nutcracker. She declares, "I can't even make a simple nutcracker." When SpongeBob offers to help fix things, Sandy responds, "Oh, it's no use. SpongeBob, I just have to face facts. I'm leaving Bikini Bottom because I'm a failure." While SpongeBob and Patrick try to invent something to save her, Sandy prepares to depart. She takes out her guitar and sings a farewell song to Bikini Bottom. The lyrics are a goodbye to the town. "So long, Bikini Bottom, I can't leave without a goodbye. But please don't think bad of me if I start to cry." She sings about the things she'll miss about the city, even the smoggy, crowded parts, and the stinging jellyfish. She sings, "Farewell, Bikini Bottom, now I really hate to go, 'cause the things I'll miss the most of all are the friends I've come to know." After finishing her song, Sandy literally walks to a bus stop with her bags. A bus pulls up, and the driver asks if she wants to go somewhere when she's got nowhere else to go. He says they make stops in Quittersville, Failure Town, and Loserburg. Sandy is actively boarding this bus to leave Bikini Bottom when she hears screaming from her tree dome and goes to investigate. The only reason Sandy doesn't leave is because her nutcracker accidentally becomes a banana peeler that impresses her bosses enough to give her a 20-year contract with a substantial pay raise. Without this lucky accident, Sandy would have gotten on that bus and left Bikini Bottom permanently. The inconsistency is glaring. In Texas, Sandy learned the most important lesson about what home really means. She realized that home isn't a physical location or regional features like barbecues and pecan pies. Home is being surrounded by people who care about you. She explicitly stated, "I was home all along in Bikini Bottom because of her friends." She made a firm decision to stay based on this realization. Yet in Chimps Ahoy, Sandy is completely willing to abandon that home because of work funding issues. She doesn't fight to stay. She doesn't seek alternative funding or consider other options. She immediately accepts that losing this particular job means leaving Bikini Bottom entirely. She sings a farewell song and boards a bus to leave town. If Sandy truly internalized the lesson from Texas that Bikini Bottom is her real home because her friends are there, why would she leave so easily? The friends didn't change. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, and everyone else who made Bikini Bottom her home are still there. Yet losing her job funding is apparently enough reason to abandon the place she declared was home all along. Either Sandy learned that home is where your friends are and would stay in Bikini Bottom regardless of job circumstances, or home is dependent on having proper employment and she'd leave if work didn't work out. Texas established the former. Chimps Ahoy showed the latter. These two versions of what home means to Sandy and her commitment to staying in Bikini Bottom cannot both be true. SpongeBob's friends completely ignore everything they've learned before, setting up shocking reversals that change everything. Squidward's teaching effectiveness. In episode Artist Unknown, Squidward opens an art class at the Adult Learning Center. He's excited about becoming professor of art and teaching the masses. When the class time arrives, everyone outside leaves when they realize it's not cooking class. Only SpongeBob remains as his sole student. Squidward resignedly accepts having to teach SpongeBob. SpongeBob is eager to learn and calls Squidward his teacher. Squidward immediately establishes a rigid teaching methodology. He makes SpongeBob repeat 3 statements. "I have no talent." "Mr. Tentacles has all the talent." And "if I'm lucky, some of Mr. Tentacles' talent may rub off on me." This sets up Squidward's authoritarian approach where he positions himself as the sole source of artistic knowledge. Squidward starts with the basics, drawing a circle. He draws a crooked circle himself and asks if he's going too fast. But SpongeBob draws a perfect circle effortlessly. When Squidward demands he show his process, SpongeBob draws a realistic head first, then erases details twice until only a perfect circle remains. This demonstrates SpongeBob has natural artistic talent that works through unconventional methods. Squidward rejects this approach. He crumples up SpongeBob's perfect circle and tells him to forget circles. When SpongeBob creates rippy bits by arranging torn paper into art, Squidward rips it up and asks if SpongeBob wants to learn art or not. SpongeBob apologizes and promises to listen to Squidward's instruction. For sculpting, Squidward demonstrates hitting marble with a chisel, which breaks into rubble. But SpongeBob hits his marble once, and it becomes a perfect sculpture of Michelangelo's David. Squidward stares at it with tears in his eyes, calling it beautiful, before snapping out of it. He insists it's not real sculpture because it didn't take more time. He lectures SpongeBob that you can't sculpt willy-nilly. You have to go by the book and follow the rules. Otherwise, you'll never get past amateur hour. Squidward alters the sculpture by adding his own nose to it, declaring, "There, now it's art." SpongeBob breaks down crying, saying he would never have thought of that. He declares he'll never be a great artist like Squidward and doesn't deserve his tutoring. He crawls out the door, claiming he doesn't even deserve to use Squidward's doors. He ends up in a dumpster being taken to the dump, believing he deserves this treatment. Later, Squidward needs SpongeBob to recreate the sculpture to impress an art collector. He finds SpongeBob at the dump and convinces him to try again, promising that with a great teacher like Squidward, anything is possible. Back at the classroom, Squidward tells SpongeBob to just do what he did before, but SpongeBob says he can't. Squidward tries starting with the circle again. SpongeBob draws a crooked circle like Squidward did earlier, the wrong way. When Squidward asks about the head and erasing technique, SpongeBob says that stuff isn't in the book. Squidward crumples paper and reminds him of the collage technique. SpongeBob says that's not in the book either. Squidward finally yells, "Forget about the book!" and rips it up. He tries to inspire SpongeBob by making a mess and asking what it makes him want to do. SpongeBob just puts the book back together. Squidward's nose melts off his face in frustration. They move to the marble. SpongeBob goes through an elaborate ritual, concentrating, visualizing, embracing the marble, sniffing it, licking it, washing it, dating it, becoming the same size as it. He declares he's seen the sculpture within. SpongeBob taps the marble with the chisel and it shatters into rubble. He adds a stone nose shaped like Squidward's and declares, "Now it's art." Squidward tries to maintain composure but goes completely insane. He kicks marbles, eats marble, squeezes paint tubes, and smashes everything while screaming in frustration. The episode's message is clear. Squidward's rigid teaching methodology destroyed SpongeBob's natural artistic talent. When SpongeBob created art instinctively, he made perfect circles and perfect sculptures. When forced to follow Squidward's rules and go by the book, SpongeBob lost all ability. He could only produce crooked circles and piles of rubble. Squidward's teaching approach actively ruined his students' natural gifts. In episode Squidward's School for Grown-Ups, Patrick wakes up with what appears to be a beard on his face. Squidward sees this and tells Patrick that facial hair is a good start into the adult world. Patrick asks Squidward to show him what mature people do. After some convincing, Squidward agrees to take on this mission, hoping it will lead to a quiet, grown-up neighborhood. SpongeBob asks to tag along and observe the instruction, arguing that some of the maturity lessons will rub off on him too, bringing them 2 steps closer to a quiet neighborhood. Squidward agrees this makes sense. He escorts Patrick to his house for personal grooming and a grown-up makeover. Squidward measures Patrick, gives him proper clothes, and teaches him how to present himself. Patrick successfully adopts these lessons. At the Bikini Bottom Men's Club, Patrick acts appropriately refined. When offered milk and cookies like SpongeBob gets, Patrick starts to accept them but catches himself. Squidward redirects him to the tetrazzini that grown-ups ordered. Patrick responds, "Duh, yeah, Squidward. I'm frankly shocked they serve such elementary fare here." Squidward approves. Indeed. At the art museum, Squidward shows Patrick classical artwork. When Patrick initially calls something boring, he quickly corrects himself, saying he meant flooring and that it complements the artwork exquisitely. Squidward agrees. When SpongeBob misbehaves and ruins a painting, Patrick himself calls for security to remove SpongeBob. This shows Patrick has internalized the mature behavior Squidward taught him. After SpongeBob is ejected, Squidward tells Patrick he's very proud of what he did. He says the beard was the best thing that ever happened to Patrick, other than Squidward himself. Patrick has successfully transformed from childish to refined through Squidward's instruction. At the Opera House, Patrick continues demonstrating mature behavior, calling the performance most exemplary and saying his seat choice is certainly more so than that rapscallion sponge whose name we shall not mention would have picked. Throughout the episode, Squidward's structured teaching approach works perfectly. Patrick learns to dress properly, speak formally, appreciate art, behave in upscale venues, and conduct himself like a gentleman. Squidward's methodology successfully transforms Patrick from immature to sophisticated. The teaching is effective until the very end, when it's revealed Patrick's beard was actually a sea urchin sleeping on his face. The inconsistency is fundamental. In Artist Unknown, Squidward's rigid, rule-based teaching methodology actively destroys natural ability. SpongeBob had perfect artistic talent that worked through unconventional methods. When forced to follow Squidward's by-the-book approach and formal rules, SpongeBob became completely unable to create art. Squidward's teaching turned perfection into failure. But in Squidward's School for Grown-Ups, Squidward's rigid, rule-based teaching methodology successfully improves behavior. Patrick transforms from immature to refined by following Squidward's structured lessons. Squidward's teaching turned childishness into sophistication. Either Squidward is a terrible teacher whose formal methods destroy natural ability and make students worse, or Squidward is an effective teacher whose structured approach improves students. Artist Unknown establishes the former. Squidward's School for Grown-Ups demonstrates the latter. Both characterizations of Squidward's teaching effectiveness cannot coexist logically. Squidward either ruins talent or refines it, just as Patrick either creates marketing, miracles, or fails completely, proving Bikini Bottom logic has no consistency. Patrick's marketing success for Plankton. In episode Chum Bucket Supreme, Plankton is frustrated because he has no customers while the Krusty Krab parking lot is jam-packed. Karen suggests he advertise his product. Plankton creates a sign reading "Chum is metabolic fuel" using letters from a box. He's excited about this marketing genius. Patrick walks by and tries to read the slogan. The complex words confuse him so much that his head literally starts smoking and catches fire. Patrick tells Plankton that these words make his head sad. His brain cries, saying, "I don't get it." Plankton dismisses him, saying the sign will attract more customers than Patrick can count. Time passes with 0 customers. Patrick switches the letters around on the sign to spell chum is fum. Plankton is angry, pointing out this isn't even spelled correctly. It says fum, not fun. But then crowds of customers start flooding into the chum bucket. Plankton realizes that apparently Dumb sells chum and declares Patrick their new advertising director. The episode shows massive success. Customers line up stating chum is fum as they eat the chum, even though they explicitly say it tastes awful. Pilar says this chum tastes awful, and Nat agrees. Yeah, but that slogan is so catchy that we can't stop eating it. They both throw up after saying the slogan, but they keep eating because the catchphrase is so effective. Patrick later changes the slogan to "Fum is chum," and customers react positively. Nat says, "I'm so happy that they changed that old tired slogan, chum is fum." Pilar responds, "Yeah, that new slogan, fum is chum, is way cooler." They continue eating and throwing up, but the slogan keeps them coming back. Plankton's success continues to grow. The episode shows a montage of his achievements. People eating chum everywhere, billboards posted with the new slogan, Plankton appearing on the cover of Bikini Bottom Restaurant magazine, many cars parked outside the chum bucket, and the local hockey team lining up for chum. Patrick gets promoted for his marketing genius. The success only ends when Plankton insults his customers over the loudspeaker, calling them buffoons, morons, the dumbest of the dumb, and the stupidest of the stupid. Customers get angry and leave. But the entire episode proves that with the right marketing slogan, even a misspelled nonsensical one like chum is fum, Plankton can attract massive crowds and keep them eating his terrible food. At the end, Patrick goes to work for Mr. Krabs and paints "Krabby Patties are fum" on a banner, suggesting the same marketing strategy will work for the Krusty Krab. The episode's message is clear. Catchy slogans, no matter how stupid, can successfully sell terrible products. In episode Plankton's Regular, Plankton is in his empty restaurant screaming in frustration. Karen asks what he's going to do about having no customers. Plankton says he doesn't know anymore and starts crying. Karen suggests working on a new recipe, but Plankton asks what's the point since he hasn't had a customer in years. Then Nat walks in asking for a chum stick. Plankton can't believe someone actually wants his food. Nat eats it, enjoys it, and says he's coming back tomorrow. Plankton is amazed that finally someone came in who has good taste. The next day, Plankton waits 8 hours for Nat to return. When Nat finally arrives, he orders another chum stick and declares it perfection. Nat announces he's coming back again tomorrow, and the day after that, and next week after that. He says, "You've got a regular customer on your hands." Plankton celebrates, saying, "At last, I've got my revenge." He goes to the Krusty Krab to brag to Mr. Krabs that he no longer needs to copy him because he has his own winning recipe now. Mr. Krabs is shocked to see Nat request another chum stick from Plankton. He orders SpongeBob to get Nat back on their side with Krabby Patties. SpongeBob tries multiple tactics offering free Krabby Patties, pretending to trip and accidentally shove patties in Nat's mouth, disguising himself as Karen to serve a Krabby Patty. Every attempt fails. Nat consistently refuses, saying he only wants Plankton's chum. SpongeBob explicitly confirms this with Nat. "So you're saying that you love chum, and all that you ever eat is chum?" Nat responds firmly, "Yeah, that's right." The episode treats Plankton having even one regular customer as a monumental, nearly impossible achievement. Mr. Krabs tries desperately to compete, even attempting to steal Plankton's chum recipe. At the end, it's revealed Karen paid Nat to pretend to like the chum. Nat confesses, "I can't eat another bite of that slop, no matter how much you pay me. I have eaten 10 of those things, and I've already had to go to the doctor. Twice." Karen explains she paid Nat so Plankton would quit his constant complaining about having no customers. The episode treats it as obvious that Plankton could never have a real customer. Karen had to pay someone to fake being a regular because there was no other way Plankton could ever get customers. The reveal confirms that getting genuine customers for terrible chum is impossible. It requires actual bribery. The food is so bad it sends people to the doctor twice. The inconsistency is fundamental. In Chum Bucket Supreme, simple, catchy slogans successfully bring massive crowds to eat Plankton's terrible chum. Even though the food tastes awful and makes people vomit, the marketing works. Patrick's stupid slogans, "Chum is fum" and "Fum is chum," create such successful advertising that Plankton experiences unprecedented business success. The episode proves marketing can overcome terrible product quality. But in Plankton's Regular, marketing doesn't exist as an option. The episode treats getting even one customer as nearly impossible without literal bribery. There's no suggestion that a catchy slogan or advertising could help. Plankton hasn't had a customer in years. The only way to get a regular is for Karen to secretly pay someone to pretend. The episode confirms this is the only method that could possibly work for such terrible food. Either catchy marketing slogans can successfully bring crowds of customers to eat terrible food, as proven in Chum Bucket Supreme, or getting customers for terrible food is impossible without paying them to fake it, as shown in Plankton's regular. The show chose both versions. Chum Bucket Supreme needed Patrick's marketing genius to work brilliantly. Plankton's regular needed genuine customers to be impossible. These two realities cannot coexist logically. Patrick can either turn terrible Chum into a marketing miracle, or Plankton could never get a real customer, proving Bikini Bottom's business logic has no rules. Mr. Krabs and Plankton's relationship history. In episode Plankton's Army, Mr. Krabs addresses his Krusty Krab crew with an important announcement. He declares that today marks the 25th anniversary of the first time his archenemy Plankton ever attempted to steal the secret Krabby Patty formula. He emphasizes that Plankton is his archenemy, establishing them as longtime adversaries. The episode then flashes back to show the very first attempt. Young Plankton approaches Mr. Krabs and politely requests the secret formula. Mr. Krabs refuses. Plankton accepts this and walks away sadly. This presents their relationship as one where Plankton was always an outsider, trying to acquire something that belonged solely to Mr. Krabs. The flashback continues, showing Plankton's persistence over the years. He returned to ask again more politely, but Mr. Krabs refused once more. Plankton used disguises, dressing as a cockroach, but Mr. Krabs squished him. He used super science, drinking chemicals to transform into a cockroach, but Mr. Krabs stepped on him again. He tried civil disobedience, marching with a picket sign declaring he was not a roach, but Mr. Krabs squashed him once more. Mr. Krabs concludes by stating he always came out on top. He explains that thousands of failures have made Plankton crafty. The entire episode frames their relationship as one of perpetual opposition, Plankton the villain constantly trying to steal from Mr. Krabs the hero. They're presented as natural enemies who have always been on opposite sides. Throughout the episode, there's no hint that they were ever anything but adversaries. The narrative treats the formula as something that always belonged exclusively to Mr. Krabs, with Plankton being an external threat trying to steal it. The 25-year timeline suggests their conflict stretches back to the very beginning, with that first exchange establishing the pattern that would continue for decades. In episode Friend or Foe, the story begins very differently. Mr. Krabs sits on a barrel and makes a shocking revelation to SpongeBob and the others. There was a time when Plankton and he were best friends. Everyone gasps. SpongeBob can barely believe it. Mr. Krabs confirms this, explaining they were friends at birth. The flashback shows baby Plankton and baby Krabs born on the same date, November 30th, 1942. Baby Krabs laughs and puts baby Plankton on the mobile hanging above him. The scene is marked with everyone reacting warmly to how cute this friendship was. The flashback continues to their third birthday, showing toddler Krabs helping toddler Plankton blow out candles on a cake reading Big Boys. Plankton dives off Krabs' tongue into the birthday cake like jumping into a swimming pool. Mr. Krabs narrates that things were wonderful until they hit grade school. At Poseidon Elementary School, the two friends are shown together in science class. When bullies pick on Plankton, Krabs defends him, demanding they apologize. The bullies mock Krabs for his ragged clothes, calling him Rag Boy and making fun of him for getting clothes from the trash. Mr. Krabs explains in narration that when he was growing up, times were tough and his mother had to fashion his clothes from rags. The episode shows Krabs and Plankton walking through carnival grounds together as friends, with Plankton conversing with him. Mr. Krabs narrates that one day, while Plankton and he plotted their revenge, showing they were allies planning together against their bullies. When Krabs discovers money for the first time, he uses it to buy a balloon for Plankton, referring to him as his best pal. The episode then reveals how they became business partners. They visited Stinky Burgers together, the only place to get burgers in town. When Stinky insults them both, they work together to create their own burger. Mr. Krabs narrates that they went back to their secret hideaway at the dump to prove they could make an edible burger. The two friends work together, creating the recipe, keeping careful records. Plankton speaks gently as they complete their burger. They convert a trailer in the dump into a restaurant together. When the grand opening happens, Mr. Krabs collects money while Plankton serves customers. They're equal partners running a business. Their friendship only ended when they fought over what to do with their success. The recipe tore in half during their argument. Plankton was ejected from their shared restaurant. At the end of the episode, both characters express remorse about losing their friendship. Mr. Krabs says emotionally that Plankton was his only true friend that wasn't currency, but money doesn't hug back. Plankton responds that his life has been nothing but disappointments since they became enemies. All these years he's been trying to steal the formula, but he was really just trying to steal back their friendship. It's all he ever really wanted, to get back to the way it used to be, with the two of them against the world. The inconsistency is fundamental. In Plankton's army, the 25th anniversary marks when Plankton first tried to steal the formula, suggesting they were always enemies from the start. That first interaction shows Plankton as an outsider asking for something that never belonged to him, being refused, and beginning his life of attempted theft. The episode treats their adversarial relationship as the natural order that existed from the beginning. But Friend or Foe reveals they were best friends from birth, allies throughout childhood, and business partners who created a restaurant together. They only became enemies after a falling out about their shared business. The formula wasn't something Plankton tried to steal from day one. It came from their partnership, and Plankton even had half the original recipe. Either Mr. Krabs and Plankton were always enemies with Plankton perpetually trying to steal from the beginning, or they were lifelong best friends and business partners who had a tragic falling out. Plankton's army establishes the former. Friend or Foe reveals the latter. Both versions of their relationship history cannot be true. If you enjoyed our video, subscribe to our channel for more videos like these, and I'll see you in the next one.